Chapter 1. The Imperial Decree. By the grace of heaven and the will of the Emperor, it is hereby proclaimed. Jiuran has acted in defiance of propriety and has behaved outrageously. Therefore, I announce to the world that the position of Crown Princess is hereby revoked, and Zin shall be appointed as Crown Princess. Upon her ascension, she shall be crowned Empress. Thus it is decreed. The voice of the eunuch echoed in her ears, causing Jiuran to open her eyes abruptly, though a sharp pain throbbed in her head. Gritting her teeth, she instinctively touched her forehead, only to hear a flurry of hurried footsteps and anxious voices nearby. "Miss, you are awake. Oh dear, how has this wound reopened? Blood is seeping out." Releasing her hand, she noticed the faint traces of crimson upon her fingers. How peculiar, when did this happen? She distinctly remembered being confined within the cold palace. Moreover, the state of her body, her hand, and that maid. The maid. Suddenly recalling something, she turned her head to see a maid standing at the doorway, calling for assistance. During her time in the cold palace, Xuan Yuan Cheng had left her utterly alone, effectively executing anyone who might remain by her side. Where had this girl come from? And what was this environment? Jiuran surveyed her surroundings, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Where had she seen this before? Just as she pondered, Bishu entered, accompanied by a physician. "Miss." The call snapped Jiuran back to reality as she watched the doctor examine the wound on her forehead. Upon unwrapping the bandage, a rush of warmth surged through her and she felt momentarily dizzy. "Miss, this wound has yet to scab. I merely applied salve to prevent further bleeding. However, your sudden movements upon awakening have caused it to tear. I can only reapply the salve and hope you refrain from any vigorous activity for the next half-month. Thank you, doctor." Once her injury was tended to, Bishu escorted the physician out. Upon returning, she observed her mistress staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. "Miss, did you hear what the doctor said? You must not move about recklessly. One misstep could lead to—" "What time is it?" Jiuran murmured. "What?" Bishu was taken aback, her words abruptly cut off as she leaned closer. "Miss, your voice is too soft. I cannot hear you. I ask you, what time is it now? It is the 3rd day of the 4th month in the 3rd year of the Taiyuan era. Why do you inquire, miss?" As Jiuran regained her senses, realization dawned upon her. No wonder everything felt so familiar. This was indeed the place where she had once resided. For Bishu's words, she understood that she was still 15 years old and in the Minister of Justice's residence in the capital. Her father, Yuan held the esteemed position of Minister of Justice in the Great Zhou, while she was his legitimate daughter, albeit not the eldest. "Bishu, assist me in taking a walk in the courtyard." Bishu was momentarily stunned. "Miss, given your injury, it would be wise to refrain from moving about. Remaining in bed will only weaken me. Fear not, I shall walk slowly." In the garden, the pair ambled leisurely. A path that typically took a mere quarter of an hour to traverse took them 2 or 3 times longer. As memories from the past resurfaced before her eyes, Jiuran felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Without Xuan Yuan Cheng's presence, the atmosphere felt significantly lighter. "By the way, Bishu, how did I sustain this injury on my head? Reflecting upon the past, it seems that such an incident did not occur in my previous life. At this moment, I should have been learning to take my first steps with the governess. Yesterday, young lady, you were in the courtyard learning to walk with the governess when suddenly a stone fell from the sky and struck your head. You fainted on the spot, blood gushing from a wound on your forehead, which terrified everyone present. A stone from the heavens? And what transpired thereafter? We were all in a state of panic, scrambling to find medicine to stop your bleeding while seeking out the master. Eventually, he had to go to the palace to summon the imperial physician, who took an hour to stem the flow. The blood left on the ground was truly alarming. The household nearly prepared for your funeral. That is how it unfolded. You need not attend lessons with the governess until your injuries have healed. The governesses were specially invited by Yin Hong from among those who had retired from the palace. Each had served in the imperial court for at least 40 years, wielding considerable expertise. The previous attempts to engage governesses reflect how dire my situation was. My ancestors were originally military officials, but my father, Yin Hong's grandfather, shifted towards scholarly pursuits. After my birth, I seemed to embody the spirit of a boy, causing trouble and leading a life of disarray. I neglected the essential virtues a young lady ought to learn, instead choosing to engage in brawls with other youths, eating ravenously, and sleeping in disarray. As I matured, I increasingly deviated from the expected demeanor of a young lady. My father, unable to bear it any longer, sought out these governesses. However, the results were not as favorable as hoped. The shift in my previous life can be attributed to my encounter with Xuan Yuan Cheng, who captivated me. In my desire to match his stature, I immersed myself in the arts, martial skills, and politics, striving to learn anything that might aid him in achieving his aspirations. He attained his desires, but what of me? Miss, the voice of Bai Shui echoed in my ears, and I realized I had become lost in memories. Yet since fate has granted me a second chance, I fervently wish to avoid the blindness of my past life. In the future, I yearn to distance myself from the palace, marry a common man, and lead a simple life. Where is grandmother's courtyard? Do you wish to visit the matriarch? Allow me to guide you, but please tread carefully along the way. I understand. Why must you repeat every phrase? It is for your sake, Mississippi. The situation was so frightening, I hope never to witness such a scene again. Madame Chun reclined in a bamboo chair in her courtyard, resting her eyes, while a longtime governess fanned her gently. Grandmother, the voice intruded upon her tranquility, prompting her to open her eyes and see Yin Jiuran before her. Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother. How did this girl come here? You still have an injury on your head. Sit down quickly. With a wave of her hand, a servant brought forth a chair. Thank you, grandmother, she replied softly as she settled into the seat. You have an injury on your forehead. Why are you not resting in your own courtyard? I awoke and wished to take a stroll. I realized I had not paid my respects to grandmother due to my fainting spell, so I came to visit. Have I disturbed your rest? What time is it that we still speak of disturbances? Is your injury healing well? When I awoke, I moved too abruptly, causing the wound to reopen. Fortunately, Bai Shui went to summon the doctor, so it was not serious. Dear, do exercise greater caution in all matters. If a scar remains on your forehead, how will your future husband's family perceive you? Now that you have been well attended to, for your own sake, it would be wise to return and rest. There is no need for you to visit daily while your wound is still unhealed. Your granddaughter understands. I shall take my leave now. As Yin Jiuran rose and approached the door, a sharp pain struck her head, nearly causing her to stumble. Thankfully, Bai Shui was there to support her, preventing any mishap. Madam, this young lady seems as though she is transformed into a different person. Did you not see for yourself? It is indeed an improvement from her former self. Otherwise, the minister's residence might have had to care for her for a lifetime. Moreover, how could a legitimate daughter present herself in such a manner? If her injury has prompted her to awaken to reality, then it is not in vain. Had she succumbed, it would simply have been a matter of her lacking fortune. Chapter 2: The Obstructive Person. As Yin Hong returned from his outing, the steward informed him that Yin Jiuran had awakened. Upon arriving in the garden, he beheld his usually vibrant daughter, now resembling a frail willow. In the past, her exuberance knew no bounds. Her vitality surpassed that of several male members of the household, at times even appearing more masculine than them. However, now, due to a momentary loss of blood and an injury to her head, her complexion had paled considerably, and what once took a single step now required 3. After a short distance, she would need to pause to catch her breath, often lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings, at risk of stumbling at any moment. Jiuran, your father has returned, he announced, supporting her fragile form. Given your injuries, there is no need for formalities. How are you feeling? Yes, I must thank father for seeking the imperial physician on my behalf, she replied. You are my legitimate daughter. Naturally, your well-being is of utmost importance. At that moment, Yin Hong was struck by her newfound docility. It is beneficial to move about, but one must prioritize health. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger in conversation. Take care, father. Once Yin Hong had departed, Bai Shui beamed with delight. Miss, in the past, your encounters with the master often resulted in his fury. Yet today, you truly resemble a refined young lady. There is no need to dwell on past events. Why is your face flushed? It seems you are aware of your own embarrassment, Bai Shui teased. Another word, and I shall strike you, Jiuran warned, though a smile broke through her irritation. Please do not. In the past, I might have feared you, but now you could not crush an ant. Focus on your recovery first. If you remain in this state, it will not do. You are quite the chatterbox, she responded with a soft laugh. Having walked enough, let us return so I can prepare dinner for you. At that moment, what did you say? She has awakened? Yes, she has seen the old matriarch. After the master returned, he went directly to her. That little wretch is quite fortunate. Madam, a maid knelt on the ground. It is said she seems transformed, no longer the madcap she once was, but rather like a proper young lady of noble birth. The person seated responded with a cold snort. She cannot behave as before. Otherwise, she would have lost her life. Keep an eye on her and report back with any news. In the Xian courtyard, miss. What are your plans once you have healed? I intend to visit Bema Temple to light incense. Upon uttering these words, Jiuran paused, recalling that it was during her journey to Bema Temple that she encountered the fifth prince, Xuan Yuan Cheng, while crossing a river on a boat. Time was of the essence, and it was prudent to prepare early. You wish to visit Bema Temple? For days later, as Yin Hong descended from the court, Yin Jiuran eagerly approached him to express her intentions. I wish to make a safe journey, which I believe is a blessing from the Buddha. I also wish to light incense for my mother. Yin Hong's expression shifted. If that is your wish, then go ahead, but be cautious on your journey. I must arrange for some guards to accompany you. Bai Shui's presence is sufficient for me. I plan to stay there for a while. Please do not worry, father. With that, she successfully boarded the carriage. Upon the mention of her mother, Yin Jiuran could perceive the fleeting change in Yin Hong's expression. Due to previous misdeeds, she had been raised in the countryside upon her return to the minister's residence at the tender age of 10. Her mother had returned when she was merely 5, yet she had not laid eyes upon her. At that time, the household claimed she had succumbed to a sudden illness, yet upon seeing her family, Yin Jiuran felt an unsettling sense that the truth was far more complex. Furthermore, Yin Hong's current demeanor towards her seemed merely superficial. In her past life, when she returned at the age of 10, the old patriarch was still alive. However, he passed away less than 2 years after her return. They all whispered that it was her presence that hastened his demise. Unbeknownst to Yin Hong, the patriarch had entrusted her with a jade pendant before his death, declaring it of utmost importance. Indeed, it was a token commanding the Yin family's covert guards. Xuan Yuan Cheng would likely marry her primarily because of this. In her previous life, after marrying Xuan Yuan Cheng, Yin Jiuran had commanded the guard to assist her in various nefarious deeds, ultimately handing the reins over to him. It was evident that this clandestine force was vital, and she could not afford to relinquish control. On the day she reached maturity, the guards would appear before her. In her previous life, their sudden appearance had startled her. "Miss, you seem lost in thought," Bai Shui remarked, unable to contain herself upon noticing her distraction. The carriage suddenly halted, causing both of them to nearly tumble out. "What are you doing? Just as my wounds were healing, they might reopen. There are corpses ahead," Bai Shui exclaimed, as the frightened coachman abandoned them and fled upon sighting the dead. Why does he flee at the sight of a corpse? But where could the dead possibly come from? Bai Shui muttered. "Miss, please wait in the carriage. I shall investigate ahead." After a brief interval, Bai Shui returned, her complexion ashen, lifting the carriage curtain. "What troubles you?" "There's a corpse on the road, and beneath it lies a trail of blood. Following the trail, I discovered a multitude of bodies." Yin Jiuran furrowed her brow at this revelation. "How many?" "I cannot ascertain, but it appears to be no fewer than 100. That is indeed dire. If left unattended, it could incite a plague. Let us proceed to investigate." Upon reaching the scene, she realized the situation was far graver than anticipated. The bodies, a mix of soldiers and cloaked figures, littered the ground. Yin Jiuran estimated that around 100 had perished. The pressing question remained: who had met such a violent fate? Approaching a wagon bristling with arrows, she drew closer, with Bai Shui trailing apprehensively behind her, despite her fear of the corpses. Lifting the curtain of the wagon, she discovered 2 bodies within. One was a woman adorned in lavish attire, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, while the other was a more ordinary, elderly maid. Bai Shui, visibly shaken, cowered behind her. "Miss, I think the old maid just moved slightly." Yin Jiuran leaned over the wagon, grasping the old maid's hand. "What are you doing, miss?" Bai Shui gasped in horror at the sight of her touching a corpse. Suddenly, the old maid opened her mouth, inhaling deeply. Her chest visibly began to rise and fall. "Miss, she's still alive. Quickly, fetch my bundle." After Bee Water brought the items, Yin Jiuran retrieved her wound ointment from within and tore open the old woman's garments to apply it. Once she had finished, she covered the wounds with a clean strip of cloth and draped a piece of clothing she had brought over her. Subsequently, the two exerted considerable effort to carry the woman to their carriage. "Miss, what shall we do next?" "You go find General Liu Zhe, who resides 10 miles outside the city. I will remain here to see if there is anything else of use. Remember to ask the general to bring more men, as well as fire starters and iron shovels. We cannot leave these corpses here. But miss, is it truly wise to leave you alone here? Do not worry. Hurry along." 2 hours later, Bee Water returned with Liu Zhe. Yin Jiuran took the opportunity to wander around and observe her surroundings. Chapter 3. Rescuing the People. What is the meaning of this? Liu Zhe, initially skeptical, was evidently taken aback upon witnessing the scene. "Miss, your head wound has just healed. You must not let it reopen," Bee Water expressed concern, steadying Yin Jiuran. "Fear not. Your lady is quite well," she assured, stepping before Liu Zhe. "May I trouble you, General? Who are you and how do you know me? It would be unseemly to admit that in my past life, I had persistently sought your tutelage in martial arts," thought Yin Jiuran with a slight cough. "I am a servant from the Ministry of Justice, en route to Bema Temple to fulfill a vow. Along the way, I encountered a corpse obstructing my path. The maidservant descended to investigate and discovered this location. Fearing further complications, I sent her to summon the general. When I arrived, the body was still fresh, likely deceased not long ago. However, if left unattended, it could lead to an outbreak of disease. It is best to address this swiftly. You, a woman, remained so composed in the face of such a scene?" Liu Zhe was somewhat astonished by Yin Jiuran's calm demeanor amidst the gruesome sight. Having witnessed far bloodier scenes in a previous life, and accustomed to them after numerous encounters, she refrained from disclosing this. Otherwise, Liu Zhe would merely regard her as a common woman recovering from a head injury. "Once I have cleared this area, I shall escort you to Bema Temple and report the situation to the palace. Such occurrences cannot be overlooked so close to the capital." "Thank you, General." Liu Zhe instructed his men to divide their tasks. One group began digging pits for the remains, while another prepared to burn the bodies. Given the peculiar nature of the situation, Liu Zhe arranged for Yin Jiuran to be sent to Bema Temple first. Upon arrival, a novice monk assisted in bringing the old woman to her room before withdrawing. After a long period of toil, both were finally able to relax. "Miss, what exactly transpired? And who is this old woman? Will our act of saving her lead to any trouble?" Bee Water recalled the multitude of corpses with trepidation, concerned that Yin Jiuran might become embroiled in complications due to their intervention. "Surely not," Yin Jiuran replied, though she felt uncertain herself. "Please seek out the abbot." The old woman's wounds were treated only superficially, and if not examined thoroughly, complications may arise. Understood. For 4 consecutive days, they attended to the rescued old woman. Yet she showed no signs of awakening. At least she remained alive. After switching shifts with Bee Water, Yin Jiuran went to pray and recite scriptures. A week later, the old matron finally regained consciousness. "You are awake now, dear matron," Yin Jiuran said, bringing over a bowl of warm porridge. "Here is a bowl of hot porridge. Please partake." "Where are we?" "At Bema Temple," she murmured softly. "But the young lady saved me. We discovered you on our way to Bema Temple, where everyone else had perished. I summoned my maid to find General Liu. While we awaited their arrival, I was surprised to find you still alive. So I used some of the medicinal ointment I had from my previous head injury to bandage you up, and then brought you here. I am truly grateful to you. Young lady, you have saved my life. Once we return to the capital, I shall repay your kindness generously." The old woman, gazing at the wound on Yin Jiuran's forehead, grasped her hand with heartfelt appreciation. To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. You should eat quickly. The porridge will become cold and unpalatable. If it is insufficient, I can fetch more. Upon learning of the old matron's identity, Yin Jiuran felt no regret for her actions. However, had she witnessed someone in distress and chosen not to help, she would have felt profound remorse. In the days that followed, Yin Jiuran devoted herself to caring for the old matron. During idle moments, she would assist her in taking strolls around the courtyard and engage her in light conversation. Thus, 3 or 4 days passed. Matron, I wish to know what truly transpired that day. Why did you end up in such a state? Reflecting on that fateful day, Jiuran voiced her inquiry. The woman who shielded the old matron inside the carriage was her daughter, who had come to visit after returning to the capital. The daughter's in-laws had dispatched guards to ensure their safety. On that day, they intended to visit Bema Temple to pray before returning to the capital. But they were unprepared for the multitude of guards outside. What are you afraid of? Besides, you are an adult now, a mother, yet you still harbor fears. The old matron remarked as she listened to her daughter speak. The daughter clutched her mother's hand tightly at the mention of perilous places. The old matron smiled wryly. In the presence of my mother, I shall forever remain a child. The daughter smiled in return. Suddenly, a voice from outside cried out, "Be careful." An arrow pierced through the carriage, striking the daughter in the shoulder. Witnessing her daughter injured before her eyes, the old matron fainted from shock, concerned for her mother. The daughter turned her back to the carriage, shielding her mother in front of her. Outside, the sounds of battle erupted, the clash of weapons ringing out. Gradually, arrows rained down upon the carriage, but none struck with the same ferocity as the first. Thus, the old matron narrowly escaped with her life. Eventually, the sounds of conflict subsided. The clattering of armor indicated that the assailants had triumphed. One individual peered into the carriage, but, upon seeing the woman and the elderly lady in such a state, assumed they could not survive and chose to ignore them. You are for a wealthy family. Who would dare trouble you? It is a pity for the old matron's daughter, for the child has lost her mother, and the family, its wife. You too are left alone. Not entirely, the old matron replied after sipping her tea. I have many descendants. This was indeed unexpected. It is merely a pity for my daughter. Upon returning to the capital, I must properly arrange her funeral. Yet, I have been fortunate to meet such a kind-hearted young lady as you. It was simply what ought to be done. I could never stand idly by in the face of death. May I inquire how old you are, and if you have any betrothal arranged? Not yet. Suddenly, the matriarch inquired in a way that sent a wave of unease through Jiuran. My son has grown older, yet my grandson is quite remarkable. If possible, choose one to marry. Should they dare to mistreat you, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. What do you think? This conversation felt inappropriate. Why broach the subject of marriage? And why did it seem as if the old woman were peddling her grandchildren? What is wrong with that? You are a benefactor to me, and it is only right. What kind of circumstances does this old matron come from? Madam, I have yet to reach the age of marriage. There is no urgency. For now, let us return you home. Child, enough. There will be another opportunity to meet. Next time, I shall introduce you to my grandsons. They are neither particularly good nor particularly bad, but there are many of them. Surely, one will catch your fancy. By the way, I do not yet know your name. I am Jiuran. I recall a minister in the capital who also bears the surname Yan. That will be my father. Excellent, excellent. She affectionately patted Jiuran's hand. Why did it feel like stepping into a trap? Reluctant to return too soon, Jiuran entrusted a young monk from the temple to escort the old matriarch back to the capital. Before departing, she returned all the items she had taken from the carriage. The old matriarch, reluctant to part, held her hand and spoke at length. Finally, after bidding farewell to the old matriarch, Jiuran lay down on her bed. Hopefully, the old woman would arrive safely. Miss, the herbs you requested have been procured. Upon entering, Bai Shui noticed something amiss. Miss, the old matriarch has departed. Indeed. By the way, please check on the wound on my forehead. Bai Shui carefully unwrapped the bandage from Jiuran's injury. It had healed considerably, save for an unsightly pit that remained. However, this was not a matter of concern for Jiuran, as she had learned far more than military law from Liu Zhe in her previous life. Her mentor was not solely Liu Zhe. Chapter 4. An encounter as she touched her forehead. Jiuran recalled that such an incident had not occurred in her past life. It seemed a lesson to ensure she did not repeat her previous mistakes. Miss, please refrain from touching it carelessly. The doctor warned that your wound is prone to bleeding. Aside from applying medicine, it is best to keep it bandaged. Noticing Jiuran reaching to touch it again, Bai Shui hurriedly set down her belongings. Bai Shui, After tomorrow, we shall return to the estate. We have lingered here long enough. If we delay any further, the people in the estate will surely gossip. You speak wisely, Mississippi. We shall return tomorrow. However, let's first apply the medicine. Bai Shui meticulously applied the ointment. Her mind burdened with concern about how the scar would impact Yin Jiuran's prospect for marriage in the future. The following day, Bai Shui accompanied Yin Jiuran to the main hall to recite scriptures with the young monks, just as they had done in previous days. Upon reaching the room where the longevity lamps were placed, she offered the last copy of the Buddhist scriptures she had transcribed over the past 2 days at her mother's lamp. As dusk approached, Yin Jiuran decided not to linger any longer. After bidding farewell to the young monk who had escorted her, she settled into the carriage for the return journey. On the way, Yin Jiuran discovered that her hands were smeared with a bit of lamp oil, prompting her to ask the coachman to pause by the riverbank while she washed her hands. Little did she know, this scene was observed by a man in purple robes not far away. Had Yin Jiuran turned a glance back, she would have recognized him as Xuan Yuan Cheng, the one who had caused her to take her own life in her previous existence. She had thought that several days had elapsed since their last encounter in that lifetime. It had turned out to be merely a delay. At present, Yin Jiuran's health had significantly improved, her pallid complexion now tinged with a hint of rosy hue. However, the injury on her forehead added an air of vulnerability that was hard to ignore. The woman possessed a breathtaking beauty. Do you know which esteemed family in the capital she hails from? Xuan Yuan Cheng felt a sudden urge to claim Yin Jiuran for himself, and thus turned to his personal guard for inquiry. Xuan Yuan Cheng, alongside the second prince, Xuan Yuan Yi, was known as one of the 2 distinguished young masters of the capital, in contrast to Xuan Yuan Yi, who spent most of his time in military camps. Exuding an aura of danger from the countless battles he had faced, Xuan Yuan Cheng was a gentle soul, courteous and refined, steeped in poetry and strategy, leaving a lasting impression on those who encountered him. Yet, only Yin Jiuran and those who truly knew him understood that he was a man of duality. During this period, the number of young ladies injured in the capital was few, and if one were to speak of an injury to the forehead, it could only pertain to Yin Jiuran, the daughter of the Minister of Justice. Are you certain? Upon hearing Yin Jiuran's name, Xuan Yuan Cheng was momentarily taken aback. After all, she was notorious for her unruly and audacious behavior, akin to a wild child or a spoiled heir. However, now that she had sustained an injury, she appeared to embody the grace of a noble lady. Yet, Xuan Yuan Cheng had not contemplated this deeply. He had previously dispatched individuals to investigate and learned that the Yin family possessed a clandestine force capable of rivaling the emperor's elite guards. Now, sensing the emperor's inclination to hand the throne to Xuan Yuan Yi, he realized he had little chance of attaining that position. Nevertheless, if he could secure the Yin family's secretive force, perhaps he could gain a significant advantage and eliminate the need to constantly compare himself to Xuan Yuan Yi. Moreover, when the elder of the Yin family passed away, it seemed that only Yin Jiuran had been present. It was possible that she held the key to the Yin family's clandestine guards. Furthermore, her father, in his capacity as the Minister of Justice, had maintained a position of observation. If he could marry Yin Jiuran and say a few flattering words, he might even persuade her father to align with him. Gradually, Xuan Yuan Cheng devised a plan. Once he confirmed Yin Jiuran's identity, success would be assured. After all, there was hardly a woman in the capital who did not admire him. Yet, he miscalculated. The Yin Jiuran of the past might have fallen for him at first sight, but the current Yin Jiuran would not. As soon as Yin Jiuran finished washing her hands and turned around, she noticed a carriage passing in the distance. She furrowed her brow, but did not dwell on it. By the time she returned to the minister's residence, night had already fallen. After alighting from the carriage, she made her way to the study, feeling it necessary to speak to Yin Hong about her outing. Upon seeing Yin Jiuran, Yin Hong furrowed his brow as he always did. However, upon noticing his daughter standing before him, formally greeting him, he recalled that she had changed significantly since the past. It is good that you have returned. By the way, in 2 months, we will celebrate Princess Huimin's first birthday. The palace has already dispatched invitations, and I shall take you and Zihan along. Remember to exercise caution once we arrive at the imperial palace. Do not create any trouble for your father. Despite the transformation in Yin Jiuran, Yin Hong remained uneasy. After issuing a few brief instructions, he allowed Yin Jiuran to return to her quarters to rest. The celebration of Princess Huimin's birthday would also be a day that Yin Jiuran would never forget. In her previous life, after encountering Xuan Yuan Cheng, she found it impossible to forget him. To capture his attention at the birthday banquet, she had tirelessly practiced a sword dance day and night. It was indeed this dance that altered everyone's perception of her, prompting Xuan Yuan Cheng to engage her in conversation and draw closer. Little did the former Yin Jiuran know that Xuan Yuan Cheng's interest was far from innocent. She was blissfully ensnared in his feigned tenderness. This time, however, Yin Jiuran simply wished to remain tranquil. She was well-versed in the sights and sounds, the lessons and inquiries of her previous life. Should she encounter Xuan Yuan Cheng again, she would reveal not a hint of her feelings. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to paint a picture of a young boy. Such a gift would be the most inconspicuous on the princess's list, thus attracting less attention. Bai Shui, please fetch me a brush. Also, prepare several sheets of rice paper. Meanwhile, far away on the frontier, Xuan Yuan Yi received a letter from the capital, summoning him to attend the banquet. Although he deemed it unnecessary, as one of the rulers of the Great Zhou, it would be prudent to return. In this world, aside from the Great Zhou, there existed other nations such as Xia, Zhao, and Nanli. Yet, the Great Zhou boasted the most formidable national strength. Beyond its military prowess, the royal lineage established the Tianlong Pavilion to support the monarchy and stabilize its development. Since its inception, the Tianlong Pavilion has remained under the purview of the reigning emperor. To attain the position of pavilion master is not to be the next emperor, but rather to be a regent, second only to the emperor and above all others. It can be said that the Tianlong Pavilion serves as an alternate seat of power within the Great Zhou, a role once held by a single individual. Yet now, the emperor of the Great Zhou, during Xuan Yuan Ye's youth, discreetly bypassed the crown prince and bequeathed the position of pavilion masterdom. It is no wonder that Xuan Yuan Cheng is perpetually anxious. Should he fail to devise a plan, he would forever be relegated to the title of a mere nobleman in the capital, unable to surpass Xuan Yuan Yi. Chapter 5. Mockery. Upon learning that Yin Hong intended to take her to the birthday banquet of Princess Huimin, Yin Zihan was filled with exhilaration. In the past, she would have never had such an opportunity. However, following the death of Yin Jiuran's mother, her own mother was elevated by Yin Hong to the status of his primary wife, thus transforming her identity from the illegitimate elder sister of Yin Jiuran to the legitimate eldest daughter of the Shangshu mansion. Previously, in the shadow of Yin Jiuran's character, she had appeared gentle and obedient, garnering much praise from Yin Hong in public. Even though Yin Jiuran had changed, Yin Hong still prioritized her. At that time, she would be able to arrive at the palace ahead of Yin Jiuran, meticulously orchestrating a plan to humiliate her, thereby casting herself in a more favorable light. Simultaneously, she sought to seize this opportunity to encounter her beloved Xuan Yuan Cheng. The mere thought of his visage caused Yin Zihan to blush uncontrollably. Just as Yin Jiuran paused to rest while practicing her painting, Bai Shui approached with tea and announced that Yin Zihan was making her way towards them. No sooner had she spoken than Yin Zihan, clad in a delicate peach-pink attire, strode in confidently. "How are you, dear sister? I heard you would also be attending the upcoming birthday banquet, and I was somewhat concerned, so I came to check on you," she feigned concern, her gaze incessantly roving around Yin Jiuran's room. Upon noticing the desk cluttered with drawing papers, she let out a suppressed laugh and swiftly moved closer to inspect one. "Sister, at this moment, rather than preparing a proper gift for the banquet, you are preoccupied with these whimsical doodles. Yet, you too have not made any preparations. Instead, you find yourself here." Yin Jiuran smiled. "Oh, sister, do not fret. There is no need for me to worry about the gift, for our father will see to everything in advance. However, I wonder if he has made arrangements for your share. Yet, if you present such trifles, I fear the esteemed Shangs will be ridiculed, accused of not being able to produce a proper gift befitting a legitimate daughter of the house." With that, Yin Zihan disdainfully tossed the drawing paper back onto the desk. "Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer. But before I leave, I must advise you, do not don such plain attire at that time. If you have any silver, hasten to purchase an appropriate outfit, lest you find yourself unable to leave the house. Watching Yin Zihan's self-satisfied demeanor, Bai Shui could only seethe in silence. Once she departed, Bai Shui set down her teacup with a thud. How despicable! She spat, her teeth clenched. And to think of buying clothing. Ever since their identities have been elevated, our monthly allowance has diminished significantly. Initially, it was bearable, but these past 2 years, we have had to count every coin. Unlike them, who buy whatever they wish. Let them talk. This is not the first time such behavior has occurred. Having been reborn, Yin Jiuran had grown accustomed to it. How can this be acceptable? Miss, you are also a legitimate daughter of the Shangs. You should at least be on equal footing with that little wretch Yin Zihan. Yet in the household, your status is even lower than that of the fourth miss, Bai Shui exclaimed in indignation. Finding Bai Shui's anger amusing, Yin Jiuran chuckled softly. There is no need to be vexed by such individuals. Their actions will only lead to greater turmoil. What we must do is remain calm and prioritize our own well-being, contemplating all possible outcomes and preparing accordingly. You are correct, Mississippi. From now on, I shall regard Yin Zihan as nothing more than a dog. After all, no matter how one might argue, a person should not stoop to quarreling with a dog, Bai Shui huffed, directing her disdain towards the direction Yin Zihan had departed. Nonetheless, Yin Zihan's remarks indeed serve as a wake-up call for Yin Jiuran, reminding her of the few suitable garments she possessed. Most of her previous attire had been discarded upon her return. The white garment left behind is not suitable for attending the first birthday celebration. Thus, the following day, Yin Jiuran instructed Bai Shui to gather all their silver coins in hopes of visiting the fabric shop to seek something suitable. However, before they could step outside, they encountered Yin Hong, who was also preparing to leave. Upon inquiry, they learned that the emperor had caught a chill, resulting in the cancellation of the morning court sessions for 3 days. Yin Hong seized this opportunity to take a stroll and retrieve the jewelry he had ordered for Yin Zihan. Upon discovering Yin Jiuran's intent to shop, Yin Hong decided to accompany her and see what she would purchase. Yet, when he witnessed Yin Jiuran entering the fabric store, he furrowed his brow, for in his recollection, such places were ones they would never frequent. Miss, what can I assist you with? The shopkeeper greeted them warmly upon their arrival. Yin Jiuran politely nodded and soon found a beautiful snow blue fabric that caught her eye. This one, shopkeeper. Please tell me how much of this I can purchase with this amount of silver. The shopkeeper cheerfully accepted the pouch from Bai Shui, but after inspecting its contents, his demeanor changed dramatically. Miss, this snow blue fabric is rather expensive. With this amount of silver, you can only afford a length as wide as my arm. Then I shall look for something else, Yin Jiuran replied, reluctantly reclaiming her purse. As she turned, she nearly collided with Yin Hong's embrace. Bai Shui hurriedly steadied Yin Jiuran, who then noticed Yin Hong's arm, half reaching out, yet remaining still. In that instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Everyone was taken aback, especially Yin Hong, for he had never witnessed Yin Jiuran in tears before. Seeing her flustered attempt to wipe her tears with her sleeve stirred a newfound tenderness within him. Just as Yin Hong was about to offer her his handkerchief, Yin Jiuran flashed him a smile. Have I shamed my father? The monthly allowance is scant, and after frugally saving, I have managed to accumulate only this little silver. I cannot even afford a foot of snow blue fabric. Perhaps, father, you could take sister to the palace for the princess's birthday banquet. I would only face humiliation attending in my simple attire. Staying home in plain clothes to accompany grandmother in her prayers seems far more fitting. As she wiped away her tears, Yin Jiuran realized for the first time how easily she could cry, reflecting on how she had previously been so different. Listening to her words, Yin Hong felt an overwhelming rush of paternal love for her pitiful state. He promptly purchased several of the fabrics that had previously appealed to Yin Jiuran and then took her to acquire various accessories. While these items did not rival the opulence of Yin Zihan's, they consumed a significant portion of Yin Hong's silver. After retrieving the customized jewelry for Yin Zihan, Yin Hong, contemplating Yin Jiuran's struggling appearance along with her modest living conditions, decided to give her the remaining silver he had on him. Although as a legitimate daughter, Yin Jiuran's monthly allowance was not insignificant. He wondered why she had managed to save less than 30 taels over such a long period. Yet he refrained from voicing his curiosity. Upon their return home, they found Yin Zihan waiting eagerly at the door, anxious to see the jewelry she had ordered. However, upon noticing the abundance of items in the carriage and the presence of Yin Jiuran beside Yin Hong, her expression immediately darkened. Chapter 6. The Plan Upon Seeing Yin Zihan. Yin Hong felt an immediate sense of relaxation. Although he had more than just 2 daughters, Yin Zihan and Yin Jiuran, his fondness for Yin Zihan was unparalleled. "Do you still fancy this exquisite set of blue jewelry?" he inquired as he opened the box, revealing a complete ensemble of blue adornments that made Yin Zihan's heart leap with joy. This set alone could easily offset 2/3 of what Yin Hong had purchased for Yin Jiuran today. Cradling it lovingly, Yin Zihan cast a glance at her sister, who was clutching a piece of azure fabric, and scoffed softly. The affection her sister displayed towards the fabric made Yin Zihan wary. She feared that trouble might arise before the time was ripe. While she feigned a warning, Yin Jiuran recognized that her sister would surely seize any opportunity to trip her up. After all, such underhanded tactics were not uncommon in their household. The memories of Yin Zihan, her mother, and the servants derogatorily mocking and physically assaulting her tightened her grip on the fabric. "Come at me if you dare. I shall not hesitate to retaliate." The celebration for her first birthday would occur in 2 months, yet Yin Jiuran's coming-of-age ceremony was just a month away. In previous years, Yin Zihan's birthday and coming-of-age celebration had been grand and splendid. In contrast, scarcely anyone remembered Yin Jiuran's birthday. Only the elderly matron in the household would, in the dead of night, deliver a bowl of longevity noodles to her. Now, that matron had also left the household to enjoy her twilight years, leaving Yin Jiuran to ponder if anyone would even recall her existence. She remained uncertain about Yin Zihan's intentions, but she was determined to swiftly relearn the knowledge from her previous life and prepare herself adequately. By the time of her coming-of-age ceremony, she would reclaim her secret guard, allowing her to truly begin addressing the affairs of the Shang's family. Yet, Yin Jiuran had another matter to resolve, uncovering the truth behind her mother's death. Her mother had returned to the Shang's household several years before her. However, when Yin Jiuran eventually returned, she was met not by her mother's welcoming embrace at the door, but by the servants bearing the sorrowful news of her untimely demise. Furthermore, within 3 months of her mother's passing, Yin Hong had taken Yin Zihan's mother, Feng Mei, into the household. Given Yin Zihan's age, it was likely that Yin Hong had already been entangled with Feng Mei while her mother was still alive. Nevertheless, even so, the tablet honoring Yin Jiuran's mother in the ancestral hall was hastily crafted from a mere wooden board, and her grave remained a mystery to all. Grasping the jade pendant that her father had entrusted to her before his death, Yin Jiuran couldn't help but sigh. As expected, Yin Zihan had no intention of allowing Yin Jiuran to attend the birthday celebration. With Yin Jiuran's remarkable transformation and her striking beauty, it was likely she would attract considerable attention. Moreover, today, Yin Hong had inexplicably lavished her with gifts, which, although not on par with her jewelry set, were still too much for Yin Zihan to bear. Thus, she set her sights on the azure fabric that Yin Jiuran was clutching as they returned home. Yin Zihan knew that her sister would undoubtedly wear a dress made from that fabric to the birthday celebration, and with just a little interference, even if Yin Jiuran managed to attend, she would surely make a fool of herself. Then, when Yin Jiuran was away, she arranged for someone to stealthily remove and sell everything, confident that even if Yin Hong discovered it later, she could easily shift the blame onto Yin Jiuran. After all, in Yin Hong's eyes, Yin Zihan was far more obedient and sensible than Yin Jiuran, and such actions could indeed be attributed to Yin Jiuran. In the dead of night, as everyone succumbed to slumber, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. He carefully retrieved lock-picking tools from his pocket and deftly unlocked the door before him. However, upon finding the room utterly vacant, his eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out he was the individual Yin Zihan had dispatched to pilfer the snow-blue fabric. He also carried poison intended for the fabric. Earlier that afternoon, they had all witnessed Yin Hong purchasing an abundance of items for Yin Jiuran. If they were not stored in her own warehouse, Where could they possibly be? Seeing the empty space, the cloaked figure had no choice but to restore the lock to its original state and return to report to Yin Zihan. What did you say? Upon hearing the man's account, Yin Zihan could hardly believe it. She furrowed her brow, reflecting on Yin Jiuran's behavior from earlier in the day. Yet, nothing seemed amiss. Unbeknownst to Yin Zihan, after dinner, Yin Jiuran had conferred with the steward, leading to the complete relocation of her belongings to the largest storeroom in the estate. Subsequently, Yin Hong had requested the estate's financial records, scrutinizing the meticulous expenditures. He noted that Yin Jiuran's monthly allowance had dwindled from 10 taels of silver to 5, and now was reduced to a mere tael, sometimes even less. In stark contrast, Yin Zihan's expenditures on various jewelry and garments easily surpassed 100 taels. Contemplating Yin Jiuran's transformation, Yin Hong grew increasingly concerned that more individuals would take notice of their families' standing as the Minister of Justice's household. If it were to be discovered that they were treated differently, it could lead to unwanted discussions in the court. The thought left Yin Hong feeling overwhelmed. The following day, during breakfast, Yin Hong announced his decision after reviewing the account from the previous night. Although Yin Zihan and her daughter were deeply reluctant, they felt compelled to acquiesce due to the old matriarchs and Yin Hong's authority. In front of everyone, Yin Hong presented Yin Jiuran with 30 taels of silver. Yin Jiuran was so moved that she nearly knelt before him on the spot, though her gratitude was feigned. "Thank you, father," she said, cherishing the 30 taels as if they were treasure. At the upcoming birthday banquet, many young gentlemen from noble families would be in attendance. Make sure to scrutinize them carefully. Do not become enamored with those of lesser status or frivolous scions, he instructed. And remember, as my daughters, do not bring shame upon me. He cast a glance at Yin Jiuran, who had previously left a deep impression. "Father, I have always kept your words close to my heart." Yin Zihan smiled sweetly, though unsure of her sister's intentions. "Do not worry, father. After this injury, I have come to a resolution." Yin Jiuran lowered her gaze. "As a young lady of the gentry, I should not have behaved so without decorum. From now on, I will adhere to the teachings of you and grandmother, abiding by the law and observing propriety." Upon concluding her words, Yin Jiuran appeared to have more to say, yet she merely concealed it behind a smile. Yin Hong noticed this and gestured for her to express her thoughts. "Father, in a month's time, it will be my coming-of-age ceremony. I do not aspire to host it as grandly as Sister Zihan, but I do hope you might grant me a larger courtyard." At this pronouncement, everyone was taken aback, and Yin Hong coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. "Your coming-of-age ceremony cannot be trivialized. As the legitimate daughter, it is imperative that this ceremony is celebrated appropriately." Chapter 7. Preparations after dinner. "I shall arrange for the preparations and have the seamstress come to measure you for your attire." Yin Hong set down his chopsticks, taking the opportunity to scrutinize Yin Jiuran for the first time. "If you truly wish to change, refrain from exhibiting any of your previous behaviors. This way, I can present a renewed version of you at the ceremony. Also, you seem a bit too slender. Please eat more before the event, lest they accuse our household of treating you unfairly." Upon finishing his remarks, Yin Hong rose to depart, and Yin Zihan followed suit, leaving her meal untouched. Upon returning to her chamber, a servant informed her that Yin Jiuran had moved all her possessions from the storeroom to the main storage last night. If she had indeed tampered with Yin Jiuran's belongings, it would imply that the management of the Shilangfu's storeroom was lax. However, considering Yin Jiuran's upcoming ceremony, Yin Zihan thought it might be quite amusing for the protagonist to make a fool of herself during the event. After the seamstress measured Yin Jiuran, Yin Zihan intercepted her for a conversation. Observing that the steward had begun preparing the invitations, she deliberately included a few additional ones. What she did not anticipate was that Yin Jiuran had chosen a new courtyard adjacent to the ancestral hall. By that afternoon, she had already moved in. As an elder sister, it was only fitting to extend her congratulations to her sister on her new abode. With a smile, Yin Zihan took the freshly acquired tea leaves from her maid and made her way over. When she arrived, Yin Jiuran was busy arranging her new courtyard alongside the household servants. Watching her bustle about with them, Yin Zihan found it quite amusing. Her sister certainly did not carry herself like a proper young lady. One might think that no one of stature resided in the Shilangfu. With a charming smile, Yin Zihan set down the tea leaves she had brought. Sister, do not take offense. I am merely stating facts. After all, the servants are of lesser status than ourselves. Are they not? By the way, knowing you have moved to a new courtyard, I came specifically to take a look. You have yet to taste this tea, which my father gifted me last year, and I still have plenty left to share with you. You deserve only my leftovers, for even within a household, your standing is beneath mine. Thank you for your trouble, dear sister. Everyone, please take a moment to rest. Bai Shui, go prepare some hot water, and we shall brew a cup of tea for everyone with the leaves that sister has brought. Typically, the servants only drank water, so they were curious about the taste of this tea, though some were apprehensive, noticing the displeasure on Yin Zihan's face. In my humble courtyard, there is no place for my sister to sit, or does she intend to watch us toil? Observing Yin Zihan still standing there, Yin Jiuran inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" Yin Zihan let out a cold snort. "Very well, I shall not disturb my sister. After all, if your hands and feet do not move quicker, there will be no place to sleep tonight." She cast a sidelong glance at Yin Jiuran, then pretended to dab her face with a handkerchief before exiting. Upon leaving Yin Jiuran's new courtyard, Yin Zihan instructed her maid to fetch a bamboo hat. After donning it, she quietly slipped out through the back door. Upon reaching the Tung Tian Tower, after stating the name of her private room, the attendant led her to a door. "You are Yin Zihan?" Upon entering, a man clad in purple garments lounged in a chair, casting a sidelong glance at her. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the King of Wei," Yin Zihan replied. "Wei Wang, the title of Xuan Yuan Cheng. You claim you can persuade your father to side with me?" Looking at the woman before him, recalling the invitation he received accompanied by a letter, he felt a flicker of curiosity. "You are merely a legitimate daughter. No matter how much your father, Yin Hong, dotes on you, how could he heed your words?" Xuan Yuan Cheng stepped closer to Yin Zihan, lifting her chin with his finger. "Not to mention, your beauty pales in comparison to that of Yin Jiuran. What leverage do you possess?" Hearing Xuan Yuan Cheng's disparaging remark about her appearance, Yin Zihan trembled. Yin Jiuran holds no status in the Yin residence. Her continued presence is solely due to the old master's words. "I am the daughter most favored by my father in this minister's residence. If your highness grants me the opportunity, I shall surely sway my father." Moreover, Yin Zihan slowly raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with affection. "I admire your highness. Unlike Yin Jiuran, who is coarse and unlikable, I, Zihan, cherish the hope of one day serving at your highness's side, which is why I dare to visit you before the princess's birthday banquet." Xuan Yuan Cheng burst into laughter. "How amusing, truly amusing. Just in time, I have a task for you." His enchanting gaze fixed upon Yin Zihan. "It is said that your Yin family possesses a covert guard, originally under the control of your old master. However, I have heard that he only met with Yin Jiuran before his death, leading me to suspect that this guard may have been entrusted to her. If you can uncover the details of this guard, their whereabouts, or even retrieve them for me, then you shall be the woman of Xuan Yuan Cheng. I can grant you what you desire." Listening to Xuan Yuan Cheng's demands, Yin Zihan nodded without hesitation. For the sake of Xuan Yuan Cheng, to become the woman standing by his side, she would fulfill any request. However, upon hearing about the Yin family's covert guard, she paused in surprise. After all, such guard are not possessed by just anyone. Aside from the royal family, even first-rank officials have but a handful of guards. Yet now, Xuan Yuan Cheng spoke of a guard belonging to the Yin family. How many individuals did this guard encompass? And what had the old master of the Yin family said when he last met Yin Jiuran? Why does the shadow guard of the Yin family seem to have a connection with Yin Jiuran? If such a connection exists, why has the elderly patriarch of the Yin family not handed the matter over to Yin Hong, but rather possibly to Yin Jiuran? Or perhaps there lies an issue with Yin Jiuran's identity. No one is aware of the origins of Yin Jiuran's mother. When Yin Hong was with her, he had yet to enter the capital and had encountered her in a small border town. At that time, Yin Hong was profoundly captivated by the beauty of Yin Jiuran's mother, and even after their marriage, he did not seek to investigate her background. Yin Zihan seemed to have recalled something significant, and a plan quietly arose within her heart. Xuan Yuan Cheng, observing Yin Zihan depart from the window, couldn't help but smile. He had initially contemplated sending someone to the minister's residence to gather information, but now that Yin Zihan had approached him of her own accord, he saw an opportunity to capitalize on it. If successful, he would merely gain an additional woman by his side. Even if he failed, he had other means at his disposal. Chapter 8. Testing the waters. The ceremony for Yin Jiuran's coming of age was drawing near. With Yin Hong's instructions, no one dared to be negligent. Preparations were proceeding in an orderly fashion. Since her visit to Xuan Yuan Cheng, Yin Zihan had kept his words in mind. Besides frequently probing Yin Hong for information, she contemplated how to uncover the so-called intelligence regarding the Yin family shadow guards. After much deliberation, she decided to test Yin Jiuran. Despite her reluctance to face her sister's demeanor, upon arriving at Yin Jiuran's courtyard, she found her sister planting wisteria seeds beneath a newly constructed trellis with Bai Shui. The thought of lying beneath the blooms once they blossomed, gazing at the stars and the moon, filled her with anticipation. However, upon standing, she noticed the visitor at the entrance, causing her brow to furrow slightly. "Sister, what brings you here today?" Yin Jiuran asked with a smile, washing her hands in a nearby bucket before preparing tea for Yin Zihan. Yet, the disdain in Yin Zihan's eyes was unapologetically evident. She merely smiled at the teacup her sister offered, reflecting on her sister's impending coming-of-age ceremony and her preparations. However, the sight of her sister tending to flowers made Yin Zihan feel a tinge of concern as an elder sister. Indeed, upon entering, witnessing Yin Jiuran's focused demeanor while planting seeds, her profile illuminated by the sun, was hard to overlook. Yin Zihan's thoughts drifted back to Xuan Yuan Cheng's earlier words, and jealousy surged within her, intensifying her grip on the handkerchief she held. "No need to trouble yourself, dear sister. With father around, there will be no issues. As long as you know, that's enough," Yin Zihan replied, "but your temperament has been rather wild in the past. I believe father will arrange for more guards and shadow guards this time." At this, Yin Zihan's expression relaxed. After all, their father had invited numerous guests, including several royal relatives, and he surely needed to be cautious. As Yin Zihan turned to leave, she suddenly paused, glancing back at Yin Jiuran. "By the way, sister, there have been rumors in the capital lately that the emperor is investigating the arrangements of various ministers' guards. It seems someone submitted a petition claiming that a minister's household possesses shadow guards comparable to those of the royal family, and a number exceeds what is officially sanctioned." The atmosphere was fraught with anxiety, yet fortunately, there were not many such individuals around her father. Otherwise, both you and I might have faced dire consequences. This was merely alarmist rhetoric. Yin Jiuran smiled faintly. But how could she be unaware of the sudden rumors circulating in the capital? The vigilance born from her rebirth led her to perceive that Yin Zihan's words carried deeper implications. What relevance did her family's hidden guards have with her? Reflecting on the past life, she recalled Xuan Yuan Cheng's deliberate advances towards her, and a sudden realization struck her. Why, at that time, did Xuan Yuan Cheng not seek to marry the esteemed Yin Zihan, who was cherished by Yin Hong as the most distinguished daughter of the minister's residence, but instead pursued her? It seemed he had long been aware of the connection between the hidden guards of the Yin family and herself. Thus, Yin Zihan's sudden utterance of these words could only imply that she had met with Xuan Yuan Cheng, who was cleverly using Yin Zihan's affections to extract information from her. Testing her, perhaps? Yin Jiuran found it amusing. In her previous life, she had been deceived to the point of self-destruction by Yin Zihan's cunning intellect. As for the hidden guards, their affairs remained a mystery to them, for it was either her father or the matriarch who managed the household matters, was it not? Many young scions from noble families would likely attend. Should sister seize this opportunity to observe and see if any suitors catch her fancy? Yin Zihan internally rolled her eyes. What valuable individuals could possibly attend a coming-of-age ceremony? She aimed to ensnare Xuan Yuan Cheng, the grand tree upon which she wished to lean. Let the unworthy suitors be left for you. During this period, in addition to devising a scheme to embarrass Yin Jiuran, she was also preoccupied with preparing something that would dazzle Xuan Yuan Cheng at the upcoming birthday banquet, leaving her quite busy. Remarkably, Yin Zihan refrained from troubling Yin Jiuran until the day before the coming-of-age ceremony, granting Yin Jiuran a few peaceful days. However, whenever they crossed paths, Yin Zihan would casually mention the matter of the hidden guards. Before long, the day preceding the coming-of-age ceremony arrived, and many began to speculate whether something extraordinary might occur. After all, it was well known that Yin Hong held little affection for his daughter, Yin Jiuran. Thus, the sudden issuance of invitations for her coming-of-age ceremony piqued their curiosity. Moreover, they were not oblivious to the rumors of Yin Jiuran's transformation following her injury. Perhaps Yin Hong had reconsidered his view of his daughter because of this? Speculation, curiosity, and anticipation of the spectacle ensued. No one was particularly concerned about what would befall Yin Jiuran. After finishing her breakfast, Yin Jiuran went to the Buddhist hall. Knowing she was not in her own courtyard, Yin Zihan bribed the servants within and entered. Observing the meager preparations of cosmetics and attire for the following day, she found them unimpressive. How pitiful, she thought, that these were all she had to work with. After inspecting the powders on the table, Yin Zihan ordered them to be discarded into the water. Grabbing the dress cut from a pale blue fabric, she took scissors from a nearby maid and began to snip with abandon. In no time, the garment lay in tatters. Yet, that was not sufficient. Surveying the jewelry, she proceeded to pry off the embedded gems and unevenly pulled at the tassels. Gazing at the disarray that filled the room, Yin Zihan felt a surge of delight at the thought that even if Yin Julian returned early to discover the chaos, she would not have sufficient time to prepare. Inevitably, Yin Julian would find herself on the receiving end of another scolding from Yin Hong. At her coming-of-age ceremony, she would be forced to wear unsuitable attire paired with mismatched accessories. As her elder sister, Yin Zihan could only speak on behalf of her younger sibling, attempting to garner some goodwill in front of their family. The mere notion of Yin Julian being reprimanded filled her with joy. After rewarding the maid who had been bribed with a few pieces of silver, she turned and departed. Upon Yin Julian's return, the first sight that met her eyes as she opened the door was the utter chaos within. Bishi, witnessing the garments rendered unwearable by the scissors, was immediately struck with anxiety. Who could have done this? She exclaimed. These were the very clothes the young lady was to wear for her coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow. And now they are in tatters. It is too late to have replacements made, and we must find something else. She lamented over the ruined jewelry and cosmetics, her heart aching for the many items they had purchased with their own money, now utterly destroyed. What shall we do for the ceremony tomorrow? However, when Bishi glanced at Yin Julian, she appeared remarkably composed, as if she had anticipated such an outcome. Observing her mistress's indifference, Bishi felt a pang of concern. Miss, you must think of a solution, or else tomorrow's ceremony will be a disaster. Yin Julian approached the scattered remnants on the floor. Without these items, we shall simply do without. Who says a coming-of-age ceremony must feature the finest garments and elaborate makeup? Chapter 9. Coming-of-age ceremony. Bishi was quite anxious. Yet seeing that Yin Julian seemed to have a plan, she decided to go along with her. Thus, that evening, they refrained from any further preparations and merely cleared away the debris of what had once been. Naturally, Yin Julian's actions reached Yin Zihan's ears through the maid, who perceived this as a sign of Yin Julian's surrender. That night, Yin Zihan slept particularly soundly, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Yin Julian's embarrassment at the ceremony the following day. Early the next morning, the household staff began their preparations with great diligence. Guests arrived one after another, presenting their invitations. Yin Hong and Fong Mei welcomed them with beaming smiles, while Yin Julian waited in the side hall, biding her time until it was appropriate to make her entrance. Noticing that Yin Julian had discarded her original attire in favor of a pale blue gown, Bishi expressed her concerns. Miss, do you think this color is too light? And you have not donned the garment that father requested. Won't you be scolded after the ceremony? Just remain quiet and trust me. I have my reasons, Yin Julian replied, extending her arms as Bishi meticulously adjusted every detail of her attire. Seated at the vanity, Yin Julian applied powder and styled her hair. Miss, with a bit of careful grooming, you truly are quite beautiful. Far more so than Yin Zihan, Bishi remarked, genuinely admiring Yin Julian's elegance. Yin Julian gazed silently into the bronze mirror, reflecting on her past life when she had adorned herself for her marriage to Xuan Yuan Cheng. albeit not with the same simplicity she exhibited now. In the pursuit of Xuan Yuan Cheng's ambitions, she had busied herself, only to find that the years had begun to etch their toll upon her visage. Before her demise, she longed to confront the two scoundrels, Xuan Yuan Cheng and Yin Zihan. They radiated a dazzling brilliance, appearing as youthful as those in their 20s, while she found herself shackled in the cold palace, mired in filth. Her memories were a tapestry of cherished dreams intertwined with heart-wrenching agony. Observing Yin Jiuran lost in thought for yet another time, Bishui sighed. Ever since she returned from Beima Temple, her moments of distraction had increased markedly. The time has come. Please escort the second miss to the main hall, the steward announced at the door. Moments later, the door swung open, and Yin Jiuran emerged with Bishui's assistance. The steward was about to deliver a reminder as instructed by Yin Hong, but upon seeing her, he found himself at a loss for words. Yin Jiuran had shed her former wildness. The pale blue gauze dress accentuated her expressionless visage, rendering her both ethereal and striking. Within the main hall, the guests were already seated on either side. At the center, the elderly matriarch awaited to officiate Yin Jiuran's coming-of-age ceremony. Flanked by Yin Hong and Feng Mei on the left, and the illustrious Wei Wang, Xuan Yuan Cheng on the right. Although Yin Hong was perplexed by Xuan Yuan Cheng's presence, he could not afford to offend the prince. Moreover, with so many eyes upon him, refusal was not an option. His gaze, fraught with concern, drifted toward the entrance as the head steward made his appearance. Yin Hong tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair. Xuan Yuan Cheng and Yin Zihan's eyes were also fixed on the doorway. As Yin Jiuran stepped over the threshold in her embroidered shoes, she gradually entered the purview of the assembly, eliciting a collective gasp of astonishment. Upon noticing that Yin Jiuran had not donned the designated attire, Yin Zihan felt a jolt of surprise. However, when she turned to see Yin Hong's displeased expression, a smirk crept on her lips. The coming-of-age ceremony was no trifling matter. Why was her sister clad in simple white on such an important occasion, devoid of the jewelry their father had prepared for her? Did she not appreciate it? Seeing Yin Hong's countenance darken further, due to Yin Zihan's remarks, Yin Jiuran approached calmly. Sister, it is precisely because the jewelry father arranged for today is the most precious gift I have received in years that I wish to cherish it. Although their value may not surpass that of your set, I prefer to treasure them. Moreover, the Empress and the Queen advocate for frugality. On significant occasions, opulence tends to abound, and I thought it prudent to set an example in my own coming-of-age ceremony. With that, she knelt upon the soft mat prepared in the hall. If their father were to hold her accountable for this decision, let it be after the ceremony's conclusion. At that time, she would accept any rebuke he deemed necessary. Yin Jiuran's words garnered applause from the assembly. Observing the positive reception, Yin Hong ceased his pursuit of further inquiries, his demeanor softening considerably. On this auspicious day, may you begin your journey into adulthood. Abandon your youthful aspirations and embrace the virtues of maturity. May you enjoy longevity and prosperity, and may your future be filled with blessings. Yin Hong recited the celebratory verses while the matriarch, supported by an elderly attendant, rose and approached Yin Jiuran, taking up a comb to meticulously style her hair. From this day forth, you shall no longer be the naive young girl. Once the coming-of-age ceremony is complete, you must assume the responsibilities that are rightfully yours. The Ministry of Rites cannot shield you indefinitely, nor should you expect it to safeguard you for a lifetime. When you marry, regardless of your husband's status, you must possess the awareness befitting the legitimate daughter of the Yin family. The matriarch spoke earnestly, and Yin Jiuran accepted her words with a smile. Yet internally, she felt a profound disdain. It is easy to speak of responsibilities. When have you ever granted the privileges that a legitimate daughter of the Yin family should possess? You claim to protect me, but is it not merely for your own reputation? Yin Jiuran scoffed inwardly, yet she could only allow the matriarch to style her hair, adorning it with a hairpin crafted for this day. Yin Jiuran's figure was already striking, as her mother had once been a great beauty. As her hair was swept up, it revealed her elegantly long neck. Her upright posture, combined with a hint of makeup, rendered Yin Jiuran refreshingly graceful and exquisitely noble before all present. A fleeting look of astonishment passed through Xuan Yuan Cheng's eyes. Compared to the frail appearance he had previously glimpsed by the riverside, Jiuran now looked infinitely more vibrant. The guests gathered were all elders of Jiuran, and she took this opportunity to express her gratitude to the uncles, brothers, gentlemen, and ladies for attending her coming-of-age ceremony. Jiuran also wished to extend her sincerest apologies for her past misdeeds, acknowledging her previous lack of decorum and awareness. Now that her coming-of-age ceremony has concluded, she vowed to shed her old habits and cultivate her character. She hoped that, in light of the Ministry of Rites, they would extend their support to her in the future, for which she would be immensely grateful. Jiuran addressed all the guests with utmost courtesy, her words and conduct at this moment leaving little room for criticism. Zihan watched as the gazes of the guests remained fixed on Jiuran, her heart brimming with indignation. Observing Xuan Yuan Cheng's enigmatic expression directed at Jiuran only deepened her frown. She had underestimated her. Jiuran had not touched the previously prepared jewelry and garments, instead using the principle of thrift advocated by the Empress to showcase her propriety. This had undoubtedly altered the guests' perceptions of her, elevating her reputation among them. Chapter 10. A secret meeting. As Zihan observed Jiuran engaging gracefully with the guests, she was relieved that, aside from the jewelry, she had other arrangements in place. Spotting a white figure moving towards the courtyard, she understood immediately. At that moment, a maid approached Zihan, whispering under the pretext of sending greetings to her mistress. "Miss, my lady has instructed me to convey that she hopes you will fulfill your prior agreement and guide the second Miss Yen to her. Should this endeavor succeed, she will be sure to express her gratitude and support the union between you and Prince Wei." Zihan smiled softly, her gaze shifting from Jiuran to Xuan Yuan Cheng. "Tell your mistress not to worry. As long as she can pull that wretched Jiuran out of this mire, her gratitude will be unnecessary. I will be the one to express my thanks first." Having received Zihan's precise response, the maid quietly departed. However, their whispered exchange did not go unnoticed by Jiuran and Xuan Yuan Cheng. As Jiuran reminisced about the various feminine stratagems she had learned in her previous life, she recalled how a certain gentleman clad in white had been lingering near her, only to vanish without a trace. Contemplating this, she realized that Zihan harbored intentions towards her. However, in this new life, she would not allow herself to be so easily manipulated. Jiuran deemed it necessary to summon her hidden guards for an audience. Yet, before she could take more than a few steps, a figure abruptly obstructed her path. "This prince extends his congratulations to Miss Yen Heir," he declared. "Initially, I was skeptical of the rumors circulating in the capital, but witnessing you now, it is evident that you are indeed transformed beyond recognition." "Thank you, Your Highness Wei," she replied. "However, there exists a distinction between the sexes. I kindly request that you maintain a respectful distance while conversing with me." Xuan Yuan Cheng chuckled at Jiuran's attempt to create space. "It seems I have been remiss in my manners, momentarily forgetting decorum in light of your remarkable transformation. Yet, judging by your beauty, it seems you are destined to earn the title of the most exquisite maiden in the capital. To be deemed the most beautiful is still a stretch. Yet your Highness Wei is renowned alongside the Su King as the dual paragons of the capital." Upon hearing a reference to Xuan Yuan Cheng's expression faltered. It was rumored that due to the upcoming birthday banquet of the little princess, the emperor had summoned Xuan Yuan back from the frontier, not only to prevent him from being sequestered there, but also to use this occasion to propose matches for the royal princes who had reached adulthood yet remained unwed. However, this endeavor was not solely orchestrated by the emperor. Whispers suggested the involvement of the Empress Dowager. It was astonishing that the old matriarch had managed to survive until now. Were it not for her interference, Xuan Yuan Cheng mused, his own ambitions might have progressed further. When he regained his composure, Jiuran had already distanced herself from him. Seizing the moment while changing her attire, she returned to the courtyard with Bai Shui. Sensing no one around, she retrieved the jade pendant entrusted to her by her grandfather before he passed. "This belongs to you," she proclaimed. "I have safeguarded it since your mother returned. Now that I am preparing to depart, it is time for you to keep it yourself." recalling that it was on this very night of her coming-of-age ceremony in her previous life that her hidden guards had first appeared. She understood that they had undoubtedly been observing her all along. You have all seen the jade pendant in my hand, have you not? Perhaps I am unaware of how you came to be, or why my grandfather claimed you were originally mine. But now, I command you to reveal yourselves. I have reached maturity, and as your mistress, you are obliged to obey my orders. Bai Shui looked at Yan Jiuran, bewildered as she spoke to the empty air while holding the jade pendant. Yet, in the next moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and in the blink of an eye, 3 figures clad in black materialized before her. "Young miss, there are black-clad individuals present," Bai Shui exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Unsure of where these 3 had emerged from. "We are your subordinates, Ling Yao, Ling Mai, and Ling Ding, at your service, mistress." The 3 knelt before Yan Jiuran in perfect unison, their movements disciplined and orderly. "You are aware of my past actions, yet today, I am not the same. Summoning you now is not merely for the sake of acquaintance. The first matter to address is that, aside from Yan Zihan, Wei Wang Xuan Yuan Cheng seems to have been aware of your existence in advance. For the sake of his schemes, he may take action against me. Thus you must remain vigilant regarding his movements. The second matter I wish to convey is my hope that you can position your people within the vicinity before the arrival of the Yanzis tomorrow, enabling me to select individuals for my own use in a more favorable light. The third matter entails my inevitable departure from the minister's residence. Therefore, you must procure land and housing for me in the capital and elsewhere to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, all while ensuring that none outside our circle are privy to this information. Lastly, before I leave the minister's residence, I must ascertain the truth behind my mother's death and whereabouts. I need you to investigate everything that transpired since the year she returned home, with as much detail as possible. Understood, the 3 responded in unison. Just as they were about to depart, Yan Julian called out to Ling Mai once more. "You are Ling Mai, correct? I have further instructions for you." Chun Feng, waiting in the pavilion of the courtyard, grew increasingly impatient. During his attendance at this coming-of-age ceremony, Yan Zihan had entrusted a letter to him through an intermediary. The letter conveyed knowledge of his penchant for engaging with women and mentioned his recent lack of suitable companions to alleviate his frustrations. Coincidentally, with Yan Julian's ceremony at hand, should he cooperate in tarnishing her reputation, she, as the legitimate daughter, would ultimately have no choice but to marry him. She aimed to oust Yan Julian, while Chun Feng sought a woman. Naturally, Chun Feng found this arrangement agreeable. After all, she was merely a woman. In contemporary society, women's status pales in comparison to that of men, and as the eldest son destined to inherit the family estate, Yan Julian was but a woman, regardless of future events. The blame would inevitably fall upon her. As Chun Feng contemplated Yan Julian's appearance during the hairpin ceremony, he could not help but swallow hard. He was taken aback by how remarkably she had transformed following her injury, becoming exceedingly beautiful. While he pondered this, he overheard voices along the nearby path. "Engaging with guests is truly exhausting. I even managed to soil my garment. Miss, do not say such things. This is your own coming-of-age ceremony. Yet, you look exceptionally lovely today. If only Bai Shui possessed such beauty. Those men's gazes have undoubtedly lingered on you. Since when did your tongue become so eloquent? By the way, where is our elder sister? Did she not mention she had matters to discuss with me? If she does not arrive soon, I shall return to change my attire. Otherwise, father will scold me again. Bai Shui, could you check on her? I cannot wait idly here. But if I leave, you will be left alone, Mississippi. The garden is deserted, and I fear something may occur. Go on, I am not so naive as to be without sense. Be quick and return. I shall await your arrival right here." As the voices faded, Chun Feng held his breath and peered out. Indeed, he spotted a figure in pale blue by the stone bench near the pond. Yan Julian was also scanning her surroundings, beads of perspiration forming on her brow from prolonged conversation and movement. At this moment, the weather remained somewhat warm, and sweat soaked through Yan Jiuran's garments. Clinging to her skin, observing her alluring curves, Chun Feng licked his lips, seemingly envisioning Yan Jiuran pleading for mercy before him. He stepped back to adjust his attire, and then quietly made his way over. Just as he was about to pounce, a handful of powder was thrown into his face by the person before him. Chun Feng collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Gazing at the man sprawled on the floor, Yin Jiuran took a handkerchief from Ling Mai and wiped her hands. Make sure to administer a larger dose of the drug. However, since he desires a woman, I shall deliver one to him. In the front courtyard, laughter and chatter filled the air. Yet, Yin Hong soon realized that Yin Jiuran had been absent for quite some time. This was her coming-of-age ceremony. How could the principal figure, Yin Jiuran, not make an appearance? At that moment, the maidservant beside Yin Zihan returned. She informed Yin Zihan that the stone pavilion in the back courtyard had been concealed, and there were sounds emanating from within, suggesting that young Master Chun had successfully completed his task. Yin Zihan smiled with satisfaction, noticing Yin Hong approaching and feigning ignorance as she glanced over. "What's the matter, father? Where has your second sister gone?" His brow furrowed as he searched the crowd for Yin Jiuran's figure, but he could not catch even a glimpse of her garments. "Your second sister?" Yin Zihan pretended to ponder for a moment. "I am quite unaware, but I did see Bai Shui coming from the direction of the back courtyard. It seems your second sister is there as well." As Yin Hong was about to head towards the back courtyard, he spotted a maid who had previously been tidying up in Yin Jiuran's chamber rushing past. "Stop!" Yin Hong's thunderous command halted the maid in her tracks. Upon seeing Yin Hong, the maid trembled and knelt before him. "What is the reason for such haste? Are you involved in something shameful?" Replying to "Sir, I was given the second young lady's orders to fetch a new outfit. Earlier, she accidentally spilled wine on her sleeve and feared it would not be suitable for the guest to see." While there was some truth to her words, the maid's eyes darted nervously elsewhere, which raised suspicion. "Is that so?" Yin Hong felt a surge of anger. "I see you have no regard for your tongue. Out of respect for our guests, I shall ask you one last time. What is she doing in the back courtyard? Speak the truth, or I shall have your life by tomorrow." "I will speak. I will speak." The maid, terrified at the thought of her life being in jeopardy, prostrated herself on the ground, replying to "Sir, when the second young lady instructed me to fetch the new garments, I noticed a man in white clothing walking past the rockery in the back courtyard. I thought perhaps the second young lady was taking advantage of her coming-of-age ceremony to secretly meet a man. After waiting for a while, I walked back and saw that the stone pavilion in the back courtyard was draped in white cloth, with disturbing noises emanating from within. I was filled with fear and fled." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present turned grave. A clandestine meeting with a man was no trivial matter. However, Yin Jiuran had just claimed she would reform, and their perceptions of her had greatly improved. Could it be that this was all an act? "Father, could it be that this maid has uttered words to slander my sister?" Yin Zihan, witnessing this, could not help but smile. For is it not just moments ago that her sister had spoken those very words? Why ponder endlessly? Let us simply venture to the backyard and see for ourselves. At that moment, a lady proposed the idea, and many eagerly agreed. From what the young maid had said, it seemed the scene was quite scandalous, and they were unwilling to miss this opportunity to witness Yin Jiuran's hypocrisy. Yin Hong immediately instructed the steward to retrieve the family regulations, and a throng of people followed suit, making their way to the stone pavilion in the backyard. As they arrived, keen-eyed individuals had already spotted the fluttering white cloth. The closer they drew, the more audible the unspeakable sounds became. Merely standing outside, many felt their faces grow hot with embarrassment. Yin Hong gazed at the entwined figures beneath the white cloth, his expression darkening, and anger surged within him. He had not anticipated that Yin Jiuran, who had just promised them compliance, would so eagerly engage in acts even more egregious than before. "Bring forth this wayward girl." Yin Hong coughed in rage, causing even the elderly matron behind him to turn her head in shock. The steward nodded and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, lifted the white cloth and entered. Inside, screams erupted, and a man angrily questioned the steward's identity. Yet, soon enough, a naked woman was dragged out by the steward, and some recognized the man's voice as that of the son from the Chun minister's household. Yin Hong furrowed his brow. He knew this man, a capable individual who was well regarded. However, it was said that his only son, being the sole heir, wielded significant influence at home, and was indulged excessively. A case of a good father raising a wayward son. Yet he was not his own child, and thus, what concern was it of his? Turning his gaze to the woman trembling on the ground, Yin Hong ultimately instructed the steward to fetch a garment to cover her. Stand up. To engage in such sordid acts here has brought disgrace upon our illustrious household. Indeed, sister, Yin Zihan suppressed her laughter, thinking that no matter how uncontrollable one's feelings, such conduct was unbecoming on this momentous occasion. What was it about this young man that compelled you to sacrifice your reputation? Have you forgotten how many await your return? If you are so enamored, you could have taken the time to speak with father about this marriage arrangement, rather than rushing into such impropriety in broad daylight. Rushing? Yin Hong scoffed, raising his eyes to the still fluttering white cloth. If she were truly in haste, would she have thought to hang it up to conceal her disgrace? Conceal what disgrace? At that moment, Yin Jiuran appeared behind the gathered crowd, her face a picture of confusion as she surveyed the assembly. Behind her trailed those who had departed earlier, unable to bear the scene. Yin Hong's face instantly froze, and the words of reproach caught in his throat. Yin Zihan was equally incredulous. All present before the stone pavilion were taken aback, with Yin Jiuran here, who was the woman that had just been dragged out. I merely took a moment to change my attire. How is it that you all have come from the main hall to the backyard? Had it not been for these ladies who informed me of your presence, I would have been unable to locate you. What on earth is happening here? Her expression, a blend of curiosity and bewilderment, left everyone equally perplexed. What could possibly be the matter? Chapter 12. The Art of Evasion. How did you come to be here? Chen Feng's voice rose sharply as he pointed at Yin Jiuran, his face a portrait of disbelief. Surely, Master Chen does not wish for me to be the subject of his ire, sighed Yin Jiuran. That would indeed be a source of disappointment for him. Furthermore, I am a stranger to Master Chen. Why would I inexplicably find myself in this seldom visited courtyard? Yet, Master Chen, should you not show concern for the young lady with whom you once shared tender moments? She appears on the brink of freezing to death. At this moment, Chen Feng was immensely vexed. His intentions did not involve this woman, and his frustration led him to kick the woman lying on the ground. However, this matter was not solely his to address. With this thought, Chen Feng turned his gaze towards Yin Zihan. Yin Zihan, feeling somewhat guilty, was at a loss for words. Yet she resolved to feign ignorance. After a moment's contemplation, she quickly hid behind Yin Hong, clutching the sleeve of his garment with trepidation. Father, why does Master Chen gaze at me so? Yin Zihan. Chen Feng intended to expose her, but before he could complete his thought, Yin Hong delivered a resounding slap. What? Is one woman insufficient for you? Now you have set your sights on my daughter? Chen Feng, confronted by Yin Hong's murderous glare, swallowed his words. Observing this farce unfold, the onlookers felt relieved that it was not their own offspring embroiled in such a scandal. After all, those present held some measure of status, should calamity strike. Their reputations and esteem would suffer greatly. Moreover, children represent the family's future. Any misstep could tarnish the family's honor and jeopardize future matrimonial prospects. As they observed Chen Feng, several individuals resolved to limit their interactions with his family or cease them altogether. If he dared to act inappropriately during his father's daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, what further transgressions could he commit in the future? Master Chen, you must keep a vigilant eye on your son, one lady remarked, stifling a laugh behind her handkerchief. Oh, it is not just him, another lady interjected, stepping forward to cast a glance before leading her daughter away. One must keep a watchful eye on both sons and daughters. Should we ever neglect our vigilance, we might end up in a similar predicament. What a waste it would be to raise a daughter only to have her brought to such disgrace. As the unfavorable perception of his family grew, Chen Feng's father, Chen Exin, swiftly intervened, pressing his son's head down in an attempt to quell the situation. I sincerely apologize, esteemed sir, Chen Exin said, repeatedly bowing with his wife at his side. My household has but this one son, and I have indulged him excessively, resulting in his current disposition. Please rest assured, I shall take this wayward child home and impart some much-needed lessons. I implore you to spare him this time. Yin Hong snorted dismissively and and instructed Feng Mei to escort Yin Zihan away. As for Yin Jiuran, she too made her departure without lingering. Thus, the coming-of-age ceremony concluded on a rather dismal note. As Chun Feng attempted to implicate Yin Zihan, the panic etched on her face did not escape Xuan Yuan Cheng's notice. However, he was taken aback by her lack of composure. He had clearly instructed her to extract information regarding the whereabouts of that hidden guard from Yin Jiuran. Instead, Yin Zihan seemed preoccupied with tarnishing Yin Jiuran's reputation, resorting to such unrefined tactics. Yuan, assist me in changing, he commanded, realizing that he needed to have a serious talk with her. As night fell, after bathing, Yin Zihan prepared for sleep, her thoughts drifting back to the afternoon when Chun Feng had nearly revealed her secrets. Fortunately, Yin Hong had intervened before he could finish a sentence. Nevertheless, she recognized the need to silence him. Even though Chun Xin held a lower official rank than Yin Hong, Chen Feng had proven to be rather indiscreet. Should he divulge anything further, Yin Hong would undoubtedly reprimand her. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed in the room, causing Yin Zihan to freeze in place. She scanned her surroundings but found no one in sight. Who is there? She thought, instinctively clutching a hairpin she had hidden beneath her pillow for protection. So, have you completed the task I entrusted to you? Xuan Yuan Cheng emerged slowly from the shadows, his handsome face devoid of expression. Your Highness, Wei Wang, what brings you here? Yin Zihan exclaimed with unrestrained joy, attempting to rise from her bed only to collide with the edge. Just as she was about to topple over, Xuan Yuan Cheng swiftly stepped forward to support her waist. Such carelessness. How can you continue to serve me and become my woman? He chided. Her cheeks flushed. Yin Zihan replied, Your Highness, I shall be more cautious. She continued, The matters you instructed me are not lost on me. A few days ago, I did probe Yin Jiuran, yet she seemed unaware of the hidden guard's existence. I thought that a woman's reputation was paramount. Perhaps threatening her with this matter would compel Yin Jiuran to reveal the guard's whereabouts for the sake of her honor. Oh, is that so? I did not anticipate that Yin Jiuran would evade the trap I set. I have disappointed you, Your Highness, she lamented, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Xuan Yuan Cheng could only offer gentle words of comfort. Yet, Yin Zihan had indeed forgotten the task at hand, having been too consumed with ensuring Yin Jiuran's embarrassment at her coming-of-age ceremony. On that occasion, her demeanor had not suggested any knowledge of the matter. However, to receive such intimate consolation from Xuan Yuan Cheng filled her with immense joy. As for Chun Feng, he was confined after being taken back by Chun Xin. Lady Chun and the elder Mr. Chun, witnessing the usually mild-mannered Chun Xin's fury for the first time, dared not intercede on Chun Feng's behalf. Once the lesson was imparted, Chun Xin sat in his study, already envisioning the scene that awaited him when he faced Yin Hong in the Ministry of Justice. It felt as though Chun Feng's departure had rendered his position as a deputy minister utterly futile. In addition, Chun Xin had another matter to attend to, the woman accompanying Chun Feng. This woman was none other than Chun Feng's cousin, Qi Fei, who had come to the capital precisely because of Chun Xin's role as the deputy minister in the Ministry of Justice. Chun Xin, being the highest-ranking official in their clan, was the reason why Qi Fei's mother sent her to him, hoping that he would broaden her horizons. If she could leverage Chun Xin's title to marry Qi Fei off into a respectable family, their household would surely bask in reflected glory. Upon entering the capital, Qi Fei was instantly enamored with Chun Feng at first sight. Although Chun Feng's nature was not commendable and his flirtatious demeanor left much to be desired, his looks were undeniably appealing. Even after Qi Fei learned of Chun Feng's indiscretions, her affection for him remained steadfast. It now appeared that Qi Fei was truly destined to marry Chun Feng. She must have been overjoyed. However, from the moment Chun Feng realized his plans had faltered, he turned his attention to Yin Jiuran and Yin Zihan. To him, Qi Fei was of little significance, merely a vessel for his frustrations. Yet, Yin Zihan's sudden rejection left him determined to reclaim his honor. As for Yin Jiuran, although he had not succeeded this time, he was resolute in finding an opportunity to fulfill what he had intended to accomplish today. Chapter 13. Learning when Ling Mai conveyed this matter to Yin Jiuran. The tea she had just sipped lodged in her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless. She felt a pang of sympathy for Chun Exine, yet there was little she could do. The following day, Ling Mai and two other female shadow guards blended into the throngs of the human traffickers, gaining entry to the Ministry of Personnel for Yin Jiuran selection. Ling Yao and Ling Ding were, of course, also among them. Miss, choose two that catch your eye. If you find them unsuitable, I shall bring another batch tomorrow, the trafficker said, secretly pleased at the prospect of the silver coins soon to be in his grasp. The more individuals Yin Jiuran selected, the greater her profit. Regardless, today promised to be a lucrative venture. Yin Jiuran seemingly made her selections at random, the 4 on the right in the front, and the 4 on the right in the back. Bai Shui promptly stepped forward to hand the agreed-upon deposit to the trafficker. Aside from the Ling family's shadow guards, it was no surprise that the rest were individuals prearranged by Feng Mei and Yin Zihan. Although Yin Jiuran did not select all of their people, with Yin Hong present, they were in no position to voice their grievances. From now on, Jiuran shall be an adult, and I am truly happy for you, Feng Mei stated, feigning tears with a handkerchief. I imagine suitors will soon come to propose. Master, we must carefully manage Jiuran's marriage prospects. Otherwise, we could end up with someone like that Chun Gongzi, which would be disastrous. Hearing Feng Mei's words, Yin Hong found them quite reasonable. Madam speaks wisely. Jiuran, unless absolutely necessary, do not venture outside. I shall find you a tutor before your marriage, so you can thoroughly study poetry and the arts. You must excel in at least one field, even if I do not expect you to master them all. Furthermore, during the year-end banquet, you and Zihan may be asked to perform. So starting today, let Zihan's dance instructor teach you. If successful, it will be delightful for you sisters to perform a duet. Father's words are most insightful. I shall strive to learn diligently. Yin Jiuran smiled gently, recognizing this as an opportunity to acquire all the knowledge she had missed in her previous life. It seems one must first devise a strategy before embarking on the study of this dance. Moreover, it is worth noting that the gentleman teaching the dance may covertly conspire against Yin Jiuran. Early the next morning, Bihui opened the door, intending to escort Yin Jiuran to pay her respects to the matriarch, only to be met by the butler accompanied by an elderly lady at the threshold. The disdainful look in her eyes was palpable, causing discomfort to Bihui. From this day forth, the second young lady shall be under my tutelage alongside the eldest young lady. And thus, the second young lady must address me as master. This lady is none other than Mr. Jiangnan, the butler announced. Yin Jiuran regarded her briefly before nodding. After all, she was merely a dance instructor of little renown, daring to be called master. She was no eminent figure whose name resounded through the ages. Yet she seemed to hold herself in high esteem. Mr. Jiangnan, the butler has already informed me on our way here that Lord Yin has graciously excused you from the morning salutations to allow for focused study. Upon hearing this, Bihui was immediately displeased. Excused from the morning salutations? Does this not imply that my young lady must rise early to study? During this period, my young lady has been engrossed in her books and calligraphy until nightfall, with her rest amounting to barely 2 or 3 hours each day. Should she rise even earlier, I fear her previously healed body may falter once more. This is a directive from your esteemed father, which does not concern me, Jiangnan replied with a light laugh, unceremoniously pulling Yin Jiuran outside. His force was such that it caused Yin Jiuran to frown. It was merely an injury. The person was not dead, so why the fuss? Jiangnan scoffed. None of the young ladies I have taught have been as dramatic as you. If you do not wish to learn, simply say so, and I could conserve my efforts for the eldest young lady. Bihui, incensed, was about to intervene when she was restrained by Ling Mai beside her. Your words are rather harsh, sir. However, Jiuran has never learned to dance and is, at present, unsure of how to proceed. Rest assured, she will diligently remember your teachings. I merely wish to know which dance you intend to instruct her in. Upon hearing Yin Jiuran's earnest inquiry, Jiangnan's expression softened considerably. Naturally, it will be the same dance as the eldest young lady. Did not Lord Yin express a desire for you to perform alongside the eldest young lady at the first birthday celebration? Given the grand occasion of the princess's first birthday, the second young lady must study diligently. Otherwise, it would not merely be my face that is lost. Indeed, before Yin Jiuran commences her lessons, Jiang Nin must first demonstrate the dance. He then produced a manual he had prepared in advance, illustrated with each movement and step, accompanied by annotations on key points to note. When I am not present, the second young lady may refer to this book for self-study. No wonder he needed to create a manual. His own performance left much to be desired. I wonder where Yin Zihan found this so-called master. Observing Jiang Nan's earnest instruction of Yin Jiuran, Bihui, while preparing tea, could not help but murmur softly. Until lunchtime, Jiang Nan merely imparted a few basic steps and positions of the dance, which Yin Jiuran, naturally, absorbed not at all. However, when Bihui had prepared the meal and went to call Yin Jiuran, Jiang Nan was still there, continuing his lecture. It is merely a lunch. Yet this initial lesson is of utmost importance. Surely, the second young lady would not mind, would she? Moreover, from this moment onward, it is all for the preparation of the second young lady's future. The success that lies ahead cannot possibly be compared to a single meal. Yin Jiuran raised her hand to silence the irate Bai Shui, who reluctantly retreated to wait, reheating the meal time and again. After Jiang Nan departed, Bai Shui observed Yin Jiuran's simple consumption of a bowl of lean meat and cabbage porridge before opening a book, sighing softly. "Miss, shall I prepare some more simple dishes? You cannot possibly be satisfied with just this." "No need," Yin Jiuran replied, as Bai Shui shook her head and fetched a stack of rice paper from the bookshelf, placing it before her. Really, what is Jiang Nan even worth? Teaching others, when has she ever been properly taught herself? The young lady has already been eating little and sleeping late these past few days. Now she expects you to sacrifice half of that as well. Is she sent by Yin Zihan to torment you? Bai Shui was visibly agitated, but Yin Jiuran merely chuckled, playfully tapping her pencil against Bai Shui's head. "How did I discover that your little mouth is so articulate? Miss, how can you still find the mood to jest?" Yin Jiuran smiled, refraining from further commentary, simply turning a page of her book and dipping her brush in ink to inscribe 4 characters. The days ahead are long. Chapter 14. Nightmare for several consecutive days. Jiang Nan arrived early to seek out Yin Jiuran. Consequently, Yin Jiuran rose each morning to heed Jiang Nan's teachings. However, Yin Jiuran's steady and diligent learning left Jiang Nan unable to point out any errors. This segment concludes with the elder young lady's part. However, until your turn, you must maintain the previous ending's posture without moving. Yin Jiuran appeared to possess a remarkable aptitude, mastering a significant portion of a dance within a few days. When Yin Zihan inquired about Jiang Nan's progress, Jiang Nan found herself at a loss for words. The second young lady is exceptionally gifted and learns swiftly. Yet, with the early rising of the past few days, her lack of sleep has rendered her steps somewhat unsteady. Therefore, the second young lady may practice on her own tomorrow. I shall return the day after to assess the results. After issuing her brief commands, Jiang Nan turned to leave. Watching Jiang Nan's figure gradually recede, Bai Shui promptly presented a cup of brewed tea. "Miss, do drink some water to soothe your throat." That Jiang Nan, making you forego food and drink while she herself enjoys tea and pastries with delight. Thankfully, you need not see her tomorrow. I'm truly relieved. By the way, miss, I procured some ointment for external injuries from the doctor yesterday, as I noticed your ankle was sore from practicing the dance. As Bai Shui meticulously applied the ointment to her ankle, Yin Jiuran sighed. Compared to the sword dance of her past life, this dance was indeed much easier to learn. However, if given the choice, she would prefer to avoid the upcoming birthday banquet. Attending would inevitably lead to an encounter with Xuan Yuan Cheng. "Lin Yao, do you have any news from Yin Zihan?" After completing a page of calligraphy and carefully storing the finished rice paper, Yin Jiuran summoned Lin Yao for inquiries. Jiang Nan, who arrived at Yin Zihan's residence in the afternoon, feigned a desire for her mistress to rest, when in reality, she intended for the maidservants to find an opportunity to act along the mistress's usual path. Yin Zihan sent someone to the apothecary in the city to purchase a potion, intending to secretly add it to the drink her master would consume at the first birthday banquet. Yin Jiuran nodded. It was indeed lacking in creativity. As night fell, the lights were extinguished. This time, Yin Jiuran retired to bed earlier than usual. Before her rebirth, it was infuriating. These old men took advantage of the fact that Father Emperor would not easily move against them, constantly opposing me. Clearly, I am far more suitable than Xuan Yuan Yi to take the throne of the Eastern Palace. At the Wei Wangfu, Xuan Yuan Cheng emerged from the court with a face full of fury. Noticing this, Jiuran approached him after he sat down and began to massage his shoulders. Your Highness, why bother getting angry with them? These old fellows are nearing their end. Their words are hardly worth heeding. Moreover, Your Highness has achieved considerable results in governance over the past 2 years. While the Duke of Su has spent most of his time at the borders and has had little involvement in court affairs, those old ministers see it clearly. It is Your Highness who devises strategies for the state. Yan Jiuran's words were indeed sound, but those men were old ministers holding high positions and a degree of prestige. Xuan Yuan Cheng sighed. Yet, he grasped Yan Jiuran's hand, sincerity in his gaze. What if you let your secret guards eliminate those men for me? An accidental drowning, a misfortune, or a crime of passion, anything will do, as long as they are removed. I could feign grief in court, and perhaps Father Emperor would favor me more. Yan Jiuran smiled. Since Your Highness has spoken, I shall certainly assist you in this matter. By the way, I have been busy with state affairs these days. How will things unfold tomorrow? Before her rebirth, Yan Jiuran gave birth to a son named Xuan Yuan Ming 3 years after marrying Xuan Yuan Cheng. You have studied well. It's just that I have missed Your Highness greatly during these few days. In the cold palace. Did you ever imagine such a downfall, sister? Yan Zihan laughed, stepping on Yan Jiuran's wrist. Watching Yan Jiuran cry out in pain, Yan Zihan gleefully increased her pressure. Is it painful enough, sister? Just last night, His Majesty favored me for so long that I nearly could not visit you. Yan Jiuran's eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Yan Zihan. Yan Jiuran, you have nothing left. After a moment, Yan Zihan spoke coldly. No matter how much you did for His Majesty in the past, he has still abandoned you here. And your son, His Majesty has already taken him under my care. In just a few days, he happily calls me mother. Yan Jiuran opened her eyes, drenched in cold sweat. Why am I dreaming of the past? Feeling parched, Yan Jiuran rose to pour herself some tea, but stumbled and fell against the table. Before her rebirth, mother. In the cold palace, Yan Jiuran struggled to open her blood-sticky eyes, and before her knelt the crown prince, Xuan Yuan Ming, clad in a blood-stained purple robe. He picked up a damp cloth and carefully wiped Yan Jiuran's face. After many years, Xuan Yuan Ming had transformed from a boyish figure into a tall and resolute young man. Mother, can you trust me? I have never called that wretched Yan Zihan mother. Seeing Yan Jiuran's state, Xuan Yuan Ming's face was filled with anguish. These two wretches have caused mother such harm. It is truly despicable. What have you done? How did you end up here? Yan Jiuran was bewildered by the sudden appearance of Xuan Yuan Ming in the cold palace, bloodied from head to toe. Mother, I have avenged you. The offspring of those wretched women have all been eradicated. As soon as Xuan Yuan Ming's words fell, the door was violently kicked open. Xuan Yuan Cheng stormed in, sword in hand, fury radiating from him, followed closely by the weeping Yan Zihan. What have you done, ungrateful son? Xuan Yuan Ming laughed at Xuan Yuan Cheng's rage. Xuan Yuan Cheng gritted his teeth and thrust his sword deep into Xuan Yuan Ming's chest. No, Xuan Yuan Ming's blood splattered across Yan Jiuran's face, yet Xuan Yuan Cheng felt it was insufficient. He withdrew the sword and aimed for Xuan Yuan Ming's neck. Yan Jiuran's eyes widened in horror as she witnessed Xuan Yuan Ming's head fall to the ground. Once, she and Xuan Yuan Cheng had been the envy of the capital, with Xuan Yuan Ming being their cherished and beloved only child. How had it come to this? Your Majesty, Yan Zihan sobbed as she collapsed into Xuan Yuan Cheng's embrace. Our child. None remain. They were so young. Yan Zihan lamented, gripping Xuan Yuan Cheng's sleeve. The sight compelled Xuan Yuan Cheng to hold her gently, soothing her. Yet, when he turned to Yan Jiuran, his eyes blazed with fury. Yan Jiuran, Zihan was still interceding for you, and out of respect for her, I contemplated letting this go. Yet, I cannot believe you incited Ming to slay our children. You would not even spare them? A mocking laugh escaped Yan Jiuran as she listened to Xuan Yuan Cheng's accusations. Xuan Yuan Cheng, were you not aware of what a fine child Ming was? Moreover, his actions stem from your influence and that of Yan Zihan. I have stood by you since my coming of age, clearing the path for you, serving as your blade, only for you to sever our bond. Gazing at Xuan Yuan Cheng, Jiuran erupted into laughter. Come now, kill me. If you do not, I shall ensure your demise in the future. Xuan Yuan Cheng regarded Jiuran's deranged demeanor, picked up the sword from the ground, and plunged it into her chest. Blood gushed from Jiuran, splattering his face. Xuan Yuan Cheng, even in death, I shall seek you out. I will reclaim every bit of what I sacrificed for you. As thunder roared and torrential rain fell, Bishi saw Jiuran lying on the ground. Miss, what has happened? Chapter 15, The Startling Illness. Bishi, still groggy, was jolted awake by a clap of thunder. Remembering that Jiuran had not been well in recent days, she decided to check on her. To her dismay, she found the window ajar. Approaching the door, she discovered Jiuran collapsed on the floor. Miss, Bishi panicked and rushed over to lift her from the ground. Upon touching her forehead, it was burning hot. She immediately called for Ling Mai, and soon, the entire Xian courtyard was thrown into chaos. The commotion quickly reached Yin Zihan and Yin Hong. Yin Zihan was quite displeased at being awakened, but upon hearing that something had happened to Jiuran, she immediately sat up straight. Is it at Xian courtyard? A mischievous smile crept across Yin Zihan's face. Indeed, my lady, it is said that the woman has come down with a fever, and that girl Bishi has just gone to fetch the physician. Alas, what a pity. If it were in the past, I would have wished for her swift demise. With a sigh, Yin Zihan continued, however, the prince has tasked me with extracting some information from her. Until I accomplish that, how could I allow her to perish? At once, Dan Gui turned to retrieve Yin Zihan's outer garment. My lady, shouldn't Tiwi join the commotion at this time? When Yin Zihan arrived outside Xian courtyard, Yin Hong and Fong Mei were already there. Father, Yin Zihan greeted Yin Hong obediently before turning her gaze towards the room. What has happened to my second sister? I heard she was ill and rushed over to check on her. We were sleeping soundly when the steward informed us that she seemed to be suffering from a fever. Feng Mei explained impatiently. The physician must examine her thoroughly. The yearly banquet is just a few days away. If my second sister's condition causes any complications, it will be disastrous. Yin Hong's face darkened, disturbed at being roused from his sleep and further agitated by Yin Zihan's words. Let the physician take a good look. If we miss the occasion, there is no need to attend. The Shurlang mansion is not solely reliant on her as the only legitimate daughter. He huffed and turned to leave, while Fong Mei chuckled and followed after him. Inside, Bishi and Ling Mai anxiously watched as the physician tended to Jiuran. After a moment, the physician raised his head. The second Mrs. Fever is due to a lack of proper rest these past few days. Thankfully, you came to find me in time. Had it been discovered overnight, her mind could have been damaged, and she could have even perished. He took a piece of paper and a brush from the desk, wrote out a prescription, and retrieved a pill from his medicine box to administer to Jiuran. This is an urgent ailment. I will give her a pill to alleviate her symptoms. I will return to the pharmacy to prepare more medicine, and, in the meantime, you must use cold water to cool her down. I will accompany you. Seeing the physician prepare to leave, Ling Mai stood up to follow him. Upon exiting, she spotted Yin Zihan peering in, causing her brow to furrow. Doctor, is my sister in any danger? Yin Zihan, with a worried expression, grasped the physician's arm, inquiring about Jiuran's condition. I rushed over upon hearing late at night that she was in trouble. Rest assured, Miss Bishi discovered it in time. The physician briefly explained the situation. Hearing that Jiuran was safe, Yin Zihan let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, and I appreciate your efforts. As she watched the physician depart, Yin Zihan wished to enter and see for herself. Bishi initially blocked her, uncertain of what Yin Zihan might do while her sister was unconscious. However, Dan Gui pushed Bishi aside and hastily led Yin Zihan inside. At this moment, Jiuran had improved significantly, yet she was still feverish. Yin Zihan sat by the bedside, her heart aching as she gazed at her younger sister. It seems I have not been considerate enough, only thinking of how to perform well at the banquet, thus causing my master to rise early and teach tirelessly. Unexpectedly, my younger sister was unable to rest properly and fell ill with a fever. Although she expressed some regret in her words, Bai Shui, who stood behind her, silently rolled her eyes. "Huh, you rise early and toil late. It seems you're doing this on purpose with that Jiangnan, doesn't it? You clearly wish to provoke my lady into discomfort. Fortunately, the physician of the estate said you are fine. Otherwise, I would truly have to apologize to father." As Yin Zihan spoke, it seemed she was on the verge of tears. She took out a handkerchief, feigning a wipe, and then grasped Yin Jiuran's hand. "For the next few days, my second sister, you must rest well. We still need to enter the palace together. I shall speak to father about this tomorrow. If you are unwell, do not perform on stage." Bai Shui rolled her eyes again, and when Dangue looked over, Ling Yao stepped forward to block her. "Oh dear, how touching. You truly have a way with words. I see you're just eager to bask in the limelight alone. If it weren't for this incident, you would likely have tried to trip my lady, so she would embarrass herself in such a setting, leaving you feeling rather light. However, the city has not been particularly stable these days. I have heard of flower thieves targeting the daughters of officials with pleasing appearances, and even some beautiful matrons have fallen victim. With the incident at the second sister's coming-of-age ceremony, I am somewhat concerned. Perhaps I should speak to father and suggest he assign additional guards for protection. If it weren't for the limited number of hidden guards around father, I would have requested a few for us." Yin Zihan tugged at things for a while, but seeing Yin Jiuran's demeanor, there seemed little more to say. "Bai Shui, you must take good care of Jiuran in the coming days. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to speak with the steward. If you desire companionship to chat, come find me." "Thank you for your concern, young lady." Bai Shui smiled as she escorted Yin Zihan out the door. "Oh, spare me. What would there be to discuss?" Stepping outside, she gazed at the star-speckled sky and sighed. "Tonight truly feels quite unsafe. If only I had guards like Father S. Dangue. Accompany me to father. With the princess's upcoming birthday banquet, we must enhance security." Once Yin Zihan departed, Bai Shui promptly closed the door. Ling Yao, observing her displeased expression, shook his head in resignation. Yet, something troubled Ling Yao. While concerns about security were normal, was Yin Zihan perhaps too solicitous? Moreover, before leaving, she had mentioned hidden guards several times. In the Great Zhou, there are regulations regarding hidden guards. Senior officials are permitted to have hidden guards, but their number must not exceed 100. Royal relatives may have more, but beyond 100, approval from the emperor is required. It seems Yin Jiuran's decision to keep their existence undisclosed was indeed wise. Yin Zihan likely knows something. Ling Ding, send 2 people to keep an eye on this young lady. Additionally, place 2 individuals near Yin Hong to monitor the movements of the hidden guards there. Also, keep a watch on Jiangnan. For the past few days, we have held back under the orders of the young master. Now find an opportunity to send him back. Understood. Ling Ding nodded and promptly vanished into the night. Chapter 16. Revenge. The following day, upon hearing from Yin Zihan about Yin Jiuran's illness, Jiangnan broke into laughter. Now, the young lady can devote herself entirely to perfecting her dance. At the upcoming birthday banquet, she is sure to shine brilliantly, capturing the true attention of His Highness, the Prince of Wei. The second young lady has never been virtuous, and now, in her desperation to escape, she has even fallen ill with a fever. This is indeed fortuitous, as I no longer need to rise early each day to wait outside her door. I sincerely hope she recovers swiftly. Yin Zihan gazed at the newly painted portrait of Kuden in her hands, contemplating how she could make the young lady appear foolish before such a large crowd. Within the Ziyun courtyard, after administering the medicine, Bai Shui carefully wiped Yin Jiuran's body with a damp towel. Fortunately, the fever had subsided after taking the medicine, and the profuse sweating was significantly less than the previous night. When Jiangnan arrived at Yin Zihan's place, she immediately relayed the news about the young master. The 2 of them now reveled in their misfortune, expressing hopes that the young master would recover soon, so he could embarrass himself once more at the birthday banquet. The shadow guards near Yin Zihan quickly relayed the news back. I had anticipated Yin Zihan's ill intentions, Bai Shui thought bitterly. She had even moved the basin further away before forcefully tossing the towel into it. Seeing the young lady without parental care, she took every opportunity to cause trouble. I see you scolding her daily, Ling Mai remarked. However, after witnessing that family's demeanor yesterday, I am perplexed as to why the young master was born into such a family. The current state of the young master must be the doing of that Jiang fellow. Very well. I shall go and break her legs like a chicken's, Ling Ding declared, frowning as he brandished a small knife from his sleeve, ready to depart. I have told you repeatedly to think carefully before taking action, Ling Yao interjected, stopping him. However, it is also unwise to act within the manner. Suddenly, Ling Mai seemed to recall something and gestured for those inside the room to gather around. Though the sky would soon darken, the night market in the capital was just beginning to buzz with activity. Jiang Nen weighed the purse in her hand, unable to suppress the smile on her face. All her early morning efforts to rouse Yin Jiulan had not been in vain. Now, she could enjoy a period of good fortune. Catch the thief. He stole my purse. Don't let him escape. A commotion erupted ahead, and upon hearing the mention of the purse, Jiang Nen immediately secured her money. Moments later, a young man rushed toward her. Sister, save me. Upon seeing that Jiang Nan did not flee, the boy quickly hid behind her. I did not take his purse. I merely saw it fall and was trying to return it to him, but he accused me of theft without a word. Fool! He refuses to listen to reason. The man exclaimed, while the boy continued to cower behind Jiang Nan, making it difficult for anyone to apprehend him amidst the crowd. If that's the case, why are you running? Isn't that a sign of guilt? You uncouth thief. Jiang Nan finally lost her patience. Can't anyone speak civilly? Where's the purse? She demanded. The boy, upon hearing her inquiry, handed over what he had. The bottom of this bag is torn, so I've been holding it tightly to prevent anything from falling out. The man, feigning to strike the boy, made Jiang Nan quickly shield him. First, check if anything is missing. After swearing a few times, the man opened the bag and inspected it carefully, discovering that nothing was amiss. If anything were missing, I would have beaten you senseless today. Consider yourself fortunate. After the man departed, the young lad knelt on the ground, expressing his profound gratitude to Jiang Nan for her life-saving intervention. Captivated by his handsome visage, Jiang Nan found herself enraptured. Upon inquiring further, she learned that the youth was named Nan Yuan, who had merely ventured out for a bit of amusement, only to stumble upon such an unexpected incident. Upon discovering that he had yet to dine, Jiang Nan, in an unprecedented gesture, invited Nan Yuan to join her for a meal. As they conversed, Jiang Nan's fondness for this young man deepened, and ultimately, she proposed that he reside with her. Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Yuan acquiesced. However, Jiang Nan did not anticipate that each morning, as dawn broke, she would awaken from her slumber, only to find herself unable to drift back to sleep. By the time she rose, Nan Yuan had already attended to all the necessary arrangements. As night fell, her restlessness only intensified. Over the span of several days, her total sleep time barely exceeded an hour and a half each day. Even Yin Zihan, upon noticing the dark circles under her eyes, expressed her concern. What have you been up to? I cannot say, Jiang Nan replied. Given that the young mistress had nearly perfected her training, the ensuing time was dedicated to continuous enhancement. Jiang Nan sat in a chair, dozing off repeatedly, yet despite her drowsiness, sleep eluded her. In the Ziyun courtyard, Yin Jiulan had already awakened and was basking in the sunlight. With her eyes closed, she was acutely aware of the laughter nearby. What are you all laughing about? My lady, are you aware that Jiang Nan has been struggling to sleep lately, waking up early? When I saw her today, she appeared utterly drained, as if hollow. Bai Shui remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Did you have a hand in this? Yin Jiulan inquired, glancing at her companions. Little mistress, isn't there a saying that one reaps what one sows? Ling Mai placed a plate of mung bean cakes on the table beside Yin Jiulan. In 3 days, it will be the birthday banquet, correct? Yin Jiulan seemed to recall something. Have my gifts been prepared? They are in the storeroom. By the way, little mistress, there's a maid sweeping the courtyard who consistently reports our activities to Yin Zihan. Should we take care of that? Ling Mai suggested in a lowered voice. Let her be. There will be opportunities to play with Yin Zihan in the future. Young lady, she said, observing the maid kneeling before her. Yin Zihan quietly sipped her tea. The information you've relayed these past few days has proven rather unhelpful. The maid trembled at her words. Bai Shui and Ling Mai do not allow me near the second miss, relegating me to cleaning duties all day. I truly, Why do you not endeavor to ingratiate yourself and draw closer? Otherwise, how could Ling Mai's subordinates become as familiar with Yin Jiulan as they are? I see you have little desire for your family to prosper. The maid, reflecting on her brother's studies and the fact that her silver was provided by Yin Zihan, lowered her head. What you say is true, young lady. I shall strive harder. My lady, I heard that Jiang Nan fell and injured her leg this morning. Truly deserved. She added. Upon learning that Jiang Nan had broken her leg and was lamenting at home, Bai Shui was positively gleeful. You ought to speak less. My ears are nearly worn out from your incessant chatter these days. Bai Shui pouted. My lady, it is you who has been either reading or transcribing scriptures. After a long day filled with silence, had it not been for your voice, I would have thought you had become mute. Chapter 17, The Twisted Ankle. However, on the day of your first birthday, it coincides with a festival of flowers, does it not? The Festival of Flowers is a unique celebration in the Great Zhou, held only once every 5 years, with careful selection of auspicious dates based on the lunar calendar. In my previous life, Yin Jiulan was either preoccupied with assassinations or pacifying Xuan Yuan Cheng, leaving her no time to partake in such festivities. With a sigh, Yin Jiulan gathered the scriptures she had copied from her desk. Grandmother has been well lately. Approaching Madame Yin Chun, Yin Jiulan performed her salutations with utmost decorum. Now that her health has improved, she diligently resumed her writing. Observing the thick stack of scriptures on the table, Madame Yin Chun smiled. Yet, given your frail condition, will you truly be able to attend the birthday banquet? Noticing Yin Jiulan's still pale complexion, she raised her hand to signal the nearby maid to pour a cup of tea. The weather is chilly. Drink some hot tea to warm your body. Your father has been in a foul mood these past few days. Do not only come to visit me, but also remember to check on him. And do not forget the dance instructor. After all, you have spent a few days learning under her guidance, and now that she has injured her foot, it would be appropriate to present a small token of gratitude for her teachings. The granddaughter understands. Just as she stepped out of the courtyard, she encountered her third aunt, He Fei, accompanied by her daughter, Yin Sha. At merely 6 or 7 years old, Yin Sha was full of playful exuberance, and Madame Yin Chen often delighted in watching her frolic and laugh. Second sister, upon seeing Yin Jiulan, Yin Sha beamed and rushed over to embrace her. Sasha is ever so adorable now, with such a cherubic face, Yin Jiulan remarked, returning the smile. If you have leisure, Annie could bring Sasha over to my place for a visit. Bai Shui and Ling might have been eagerly thinking of games to play together. Will second sister join us? Yin Sha asked joyfully, and Yin Jiulan nodded in agreement. Among Yin Hong's children, Yin Sha stood out as a rare embodiment of innocence and ignorance. The sole son was stationed in Nanfeng, his temperament mirroring that of his father, unpredictable. The two daughters ranked below Yin Jiulan were close to Yin Zihan, sharing a temperament that could easily be imagined. There were originally 2 younger children, but tragically, both had passed away at tender ages. Upon reflection, it seemed that within this family, she was the least favored. Yet, dwelling on such thoughts would only bring her discomfort. With a sigh, Yin Jiulan returned to Ziyun courtyard to fetch a veil before venturing out. The rice paper for her copying and practice was nearly depleted. Although the estate would supply a certain quantity monthly, it was still insufficient. Moreover, these supplies had only begun this month, and she would soon exhaust them. Fortunately, there was a shop along the streets near the imperial city that offered exquisite stationery. The proprietor would even create special patterns on the paper according to the customer's wishes. With the silver she possessed, she should be able to acquire a substantial amount. To her surprise, she found that her 2 sisters were also present at the shop. As they exited, they seemed to be concealing something. What is it that makes your face so unpresentable? Upon entering, Yin Tongshi let out a cold snort. Am I so unpresentable? Yin Jiulan, wishing to ignore her, found that Yin Tongshi, accompanied by her maid, had already approached. Oh, it seems my eyes have deceived me. You are indeed my strict second sister. With a smirk, she reached out to tug at Yin Jiulan's white veil. Yin Jiulan furrowed her brow and stepped back. Yin Jiulan, do not overstep your bounds. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiulan's expression turned icy. It seemed necessary to teach Yin Tongshi a lesson. She rolled up her sleeves, and, at the very moment Yin Tongshi drew near, she swiftly delivered a slap. Yin Tongshi stumbled back 2 steps, her maid hastily supporting her. You dare strike me? Yin Tongshi's cheek throbbed, for no one had ever laid a hand on her like this. The audacity of Yin Jiuran was astonishing. Yan Luo, why are you just standing there? Yin Tongshi snapped, rolling up her sleeves to advance, only to receive another slap from Yin Jiuran. That slap was to teach you about decorum. As she stepped forward, Yin Tongshi retreated. Another slap followed. This one is to teach you about shame. Yin Jiuran watched as Yin Tongshi, clutching her sore cheek, began to cry in distress. I am still a legitimate daughter. Father should not mind me disciplining a half-sister. Though, you could report me to father, and if punishment is warranted, I shall accept it. Fine, fine, Yin Tongshi fumed, stamping her foot. Just you wait. She turned and fled the shop, while Yin Luan remained silent, casting a glance at Yin Jiuran before following her. The onlookers dispersed. Yet the commotion had undoubtedly caused the shopkeeper a considerable loss. After compensating him with silver, Yin Jiuran left without making any purchases. Miss, your actions were truly gratifying. If only Yin Zihan could receive such treatment, Bai Shui remarked, still relishing the memory of those 2 slaps. Little did they know, Jiang Nen had witnessed everything and promptly relayed the events to Yin Zihan. Why were you in such a hurry to embarrass yourself in front of so many? Yin Zihan observed Yin Tongshi weeping and felt displeased. What a fool. You're not any better yourself. However, her arrogance is intolerable, Yin Tongshi seethed. We must teach her a lesson, or she may turn her aggression towards you, elder sister. Yin Zihan's heart tightened. She recognized the truth in that statement. Given Yin Jiuran's current momentum, she might escalate her actions further. Then you all go to Ziyun courtyard and corner her servants. I'll wait for her return and take her to the back courtyard. A plan quickly formed in Yin Zihan's mind. When Yin Jiuran returned to the minister's residence, she was surprised to find Yin Zihan waiting for her at the door, unusually attentive. The imperial court summons is approaching. Are you fully prepared? Yin Zihan inquired with feigned concern. Of course. You must also ensure everything is flawless, Yin Jiuran replied with a slight smile. After all, we cannot afford to tarnish the reputation of the minister's residence. Yin Zihan's lips curled into a smirk. However, dear sister, you are well aware that in the past, you have provoked numerous young ladies, and this time, they might very well cause you some trouble. Alas, I am genuinely concerned. The 2 of them exchanged words as they strolled into the backyard. Dan Gui trailed behind, gradually positioning herself in front of Bewater. What are you doing? Bewater frowned. This is a conversation among young ladies. Why are you intruding? Dan Gui snorted disdainfully, nearly stepping on Bewater's foot. Before Bewater could finish her sentence, a sound echoed from ahead. They turned back to see Yin Jiuran sprawled on the ground, her left foot bleeding from a gash. Yin Zihan had also fallen beside her, but she appeared to be unscathed. Yin Jiuran clutched her wound, noticing a fleeting expression of schadenfreude on Yin Zihan's face as she looked at her. Chapter 18. The Coming of Age Ceremony. Oh dear, what are we to do now? Yin Zihan feigned a frown. These branches and weeds could have been cleared properly. After being helped up by Dan Gui, she seemed to remember Yin Jiuran's presence. Oh, my second sister, are you all right? How did you injure your foot? Bewater became quite anxious and took a few steps forward, only to be halted by Yin Jiuran's call from behind. If you do not wish for me to attend the coming-of-age banquet, you could simply say so. There is no need for such underhanded tactics. The blade in the grass still bore her blood. Yin Jiuran was taken aback that Yin Zihan would resort to such actions. Had it not been for her desire to conceal the hidden guards, they would have likely emerged to subdue Yin Zihan the moment she fell. I initially intended for you to be embarrassed at that moment, but father places great importance on the family's reputation. Had I proceeded with that plan, I might have faced punishment myself. Once Yin Zihan realized that Yin Jiuran had laid bare her intentions, she ceased to hide her own. So, I thought it best for you not to attend. That way I could bask in the spotlight and earn admiration. It would also allow His Highness, the Prince of Wei, to notice me more. The way Yin Zihan spoke of Xuan Yuan Cheng filled her face with delight, which only nauseated Yin Jiuran. Ah, so you aspire to become the Princess of Wei. Yin Jiuran's tone dripped with mockery, inciting immediate ire from Yin Zihan. His Highness is handsome and accomplished in both literature and martial arts. Yet, how could someone like you be worthy of him? Fortunately, His Highness has promised me that if I assist him in a particular matter, I shall become the Princess of Wei. Yin Zihan looked down upon Yin Jiuran, slowly breaking into a smile. Yin Jiuran, had it not been for His Highness's command, I would have surely ended your life by now. But until my task is complete, you may continue to live. With that, Yin Zihan held her head high and walked away. After her departure, the hidden guards immediately appeared to assist Yin Jiuran and retrieved all the blades concealed in the grass. This treacherous creature, I shall eventually press these blades against her face. Bee Water seethed, wishing she could stomp on them. However, more pressing was the need to tend to Yin Jiuran's wound. Upon his return, Yin Hong learned of the incident. He was furious, yet he did not erupt in his usual rage. As the coming-of-age banquet approached, he became increasingly cautious, especially with so many high-ranking officials watching closely. Due to the matters concerning Yin Tongshi and Yin Jiuran, Yin Hong summoned both of them. Yin Tongshi wept profusely, yet Yin Hong, well aware of her temperament, sighed as he observed Yin Jiuran limping towards him. You have injured your foot this time. Do not attend. Stay in the residence and recuperate, ensuring no scars mar your foot. There will be ample opportunities for you to make appearances at the ladies' gatherings in the capital. His expression turned icy as he glanced at Yin Tongshi. Do not presume I am oblivious. Despite being a concubine's daughter, you are still a child of the Ministry of Rights. Yin Tongshi lowered her head, accepting Yin Hong's reprimand, harboring resentment towards Yin Jiuran. Inevitably, she faced confinement and the obligation to transcribe moral teachings for women. In the blink of an eye, the day of the birthday banquet arrived. Had it not been for her injured foot, Yin Jiuran would have risen early to prepare, as she had in her previous life. However, now she could not attend and could merely entrust her carefully prepared gift to Yin Hong's attendant. Yin Zihan, eager to leave a lasting impression at the banquet, donned custom-made attire and jewelry. Were it not for her known character, she might have appeared to others as a refined and accomplished young lady. My daughter Zihan has grown up, Yin Hong remarked, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Yin Zihan approach. The azure silk gown billowed in the breeze, and her jewelry sparkled under the sunlight, radiating her unique brilliance. The exquisite embroidery on her attire became evident with every graceful movement of her arms. Father is also as handsome as ever, Yin Zihan said with a smile, playfully grasping Yin Hong's arm. It is truly a pity that my second sister cannot accompany us due to her foot injury. Otherwise, it would have been a splendid opportunity to find her a suitable husband. Upon seeing Yin Jiuran slowly approaching, Yin Zihan smiled before feigning sadness. How strange it is. Had I not engaged my second sister in conversation and walked over, she would not have fallen and injured her foot. Yin Hong gently patted Yin Zihan's shoulder in comfort. This is not your fault. I have already punished the negligent servants. However, I'm glad you remain unscathed. The two exchanged laughter as they made their way to the entrance, where the coachman awaited with the carriage. Father, elder sister, do take care on your journey. Yin Jiuran spoke, supported by Bi Hui as she reached the doorway. Yes, take care of your foot, Yin Hong instructed briefly before boarding the carriage with Yin Zihan. Watching them depart stirred a myriad of emotions within Yin Jiuran. Upon arriving at the palace, the carriage was taken away for centralized parking. Yin Hong announced his name to the palace attendant at the entrance and presented the invitation. The attendant scrutinized the invitation, but soon noticed a discrepancy. Shouldn't there be 3 from the minister's household? Why are there only 2? My apologies, esteemed eunuch. My other daughter suffered an unfortunate foot injury a few days ago, rendering her unable to walk, so I allowed her to rest at home. However, she has prepared a gift, which I have brought along. The attendant nodded in understanding, recorded the names, and then Yin Hong led Yin Zihan into the palace. It was Yin Zihan's first visit to the palace, and she marveled at the high walls and glazed tiles. In the distance, she beheld the towering palaces, surrounded by bustling palace attendants and maidens. Upon the thought of soon meeting Xuan Yuan Cheng, Yin Zihan felt a surge of delight within her heart, continuously adjusting her demeanor. Even before taking her seat, numerous young ladies approached her for conversation. The congratulatory gifts piled high in the Wanfield Hall, where the banquet was held, resembled several small mountains. The emperor had many offspring. It had been years since a prince was born. Now, with the favored consort granting him a daughter in his later years, he was immensely pleased, momentarily setting aside state affairs. However, the fact that none of his progeny had children weighed heavily on his heart. Thus, he contemplated seizing this opportunity to encourage a few unmarried princes to seek spouses. If they could expand the royal lineage in the coming years, it would be splendid. Otherwise, he would not have summoned Xuan Yuan Yi back from the distant borderlands. It could be said that Xuan Yuan Ye's marriage was the one matter he worried about most among all the princes. Although Xuan Yuan Yi was renowned alongside Xuan Yuan Cheng as one of the two young lords of the capital, his long-term stationing at the borders had rendered him seemingly devoid of emotion, akin to a relentless killing machine. Over the years, he had hardly been seen conversing with women, demonstrating a notable disinterest in the fairer sex, save for the sixth princess, Xuan Yuan Lu, with whom he shared some closeness. On this joyous occasion, the emperor sighed. Noticing the emperor's discontent, the empress dowager inquired, "What troubles you?" "I am concerned about Ye's marriage. This child is both a source of comfort and worry," the emperor replied. Upon mentioning Xuan Yuan Yi, the empress dowager recalled that he should have arrived in the capital by now, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 19. The flower god, Yi has always been a taciturn child. Only matters of military affairs seemed to elicit more than a few words from him, the emperor lamented. Had Hua Jin and you been here, perhaps he would not be this way. When Xuan Yuan Yi was but 5 years old, a catastrophic fire engulfed the palace, claiming several pavilions and resulting in the loss of over 100 lives. His mother, Hua Jin, and his elder sister perished in the blaze. Alas, it's fortunate that this child has returned, the emperor mused on this festive day, attempting to lift his spirits. The empress dowager could not help but sigh, as Xuan Yuan Yi had been entrusted to her care after the tragic loss of his mother and sister. Though he departed for the borders at the age of 10, she had watched him grow. Among the emperor's children, she felt the greatest debt was owed to Xuan Yuan Yi. As the banquet unfolded amidst joyous song and dance, the young Princess Huimin beamed with happiness at the lavish celebration held in her honor, even as the emperor, while holding her, endured the pain of having a few of his beard hairs tugged. Following the performances, it was time for toasts as esteemed officials and nobles offered their heartfelt congratulations. Once the accolades concluded, the young ladies showcased their carefully prepared performances, a dazzling array of songs, dances, and recitations accompanied by a variety of instruments that left the audience entranced. Just as it was nearing Yan Zihan's turn, the Empress Dowager smiled and spoke to the emperor. "Your Majesty, do you still recall the young lady from the Yin family I mentioned before? You mean the one who saved you in the suburbs and called for Elze to handle the matter?" The emperor's anger flared at the mention of this incident, as he had yet to uncover the perpetrator. "Indeed, I have taken a liking to that child. I specifically instructed the invitation to the Yin family for this occasion." Seizing this opportunity, one ought to observe keenly. If it is possible to arrange a match for Yi and her companions, it would be most splendid. The emperor nodded in agreement. After completing her dance, Yan Zihan returned to her seat with a smile gracing her brows. She looked eagerly towards Xuan Yuan Cheng, who merely smiled faintly, raised his cup in her direction, and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Nonetheless, Yan Zihan's heart raced fervently at this simple exchange of glances. The daughter of Minister Yin had been well nurtured. Surely, this performance had been meticulously prepared for today. If I failed to reward her, would it not render her efforts futile? The emperor chuckled heartily and waved his hand, bestowing a plethora of gifts. Yet he soon shifted the topic. "I have heard that another daughter of Minister Yin has been capturing the spotlight in the capital recently. Why has he brought only one daughter today?" Yin Hong, unsure of why the emperor inquired about Yin Zhuan, stood and responded, "Reporting to your Majesty, my youngest daughter unfortunately injured her foot a couple of days ago. To allow her ample time for recovery, I did not permit her to attend." At that moment, many dignitaries present began to murmur among themselves. After all, even if Yin Zhuan was indeed the talk of the town, the emperor would not bother to bring her up at such time. That second Miss Yin, I encountered her during her coming-of-age ceremony. She has changed so much that she seems like a completely different person compared to before. Wasn't there an incident at the residence as well? It was that young man from the Chun family who could not contain his impatience. The scene at that time was exceedingly flamboyant. Unbeknownst to Yin Jiuran, who was preoccupied with her injury, the palace was abuzz with discussions about her. Fortunately, her wound had been treated promptly. Recalling her knowledge from a past life, she had applied a secret ointment, and the injury had now healed completely, leaving only the task of scar removal. However, she still felt a slight twinge of pain when moving. Yet, Yin Jiuran paid little mind to this. She eagerly had Bihui assist her in changing into a new outfit, donned her cloak, and exited the residence. Due to the Flower God Festival, the capital was filled with laughter and joy, its festive spirit rivaling that of the new year. Through her mask, Yin Jiuran gazed upon the bustling street with great delight. Flower cakes made from 12 varieties of blossoms beckoned passers-by to take a look, while the sweet offerings of floral wine and honey promised the delights of the festival. Without hesitation, Yin Jiuran purchased several portions of the intricately shaped flower cakes. After traversing just 2 streets adorned with flower fans and lanterns, their arms were already laden with goods. Before Yin Jiuran could utter a word, Ling Yao, blending in among the common folk, stepped forward to collect all their purchases and carry them back to the residence. Suddenly, a loud explosion drew Yin Jiuran and Bihui's gaze skyward, where flower-shaped fireworks erupted in a brilliant display, one after another. Miss, these fireworks are splendid," Bihui exclaimed just as Yin Jiuran felt something strike her head. Looking down with Bihui's assistance, she discovered a small gold ornament shaped like a peach blossom had become lodged in her hairpiece. Upon seeing this, an elderly man in the crowd approached to offer his congratulations. "Little girl, congratulations! This peach blossom has fallen upon you, heralding a year of splendid fortune in romance." Yin Jiuran's expression momentarily faltered, yet she still wished to express her gratitude to the kind old man. Peach blossom luck. Yet she does not desire it, as one might expect. The young lady is indeed fortunate. It is rare for her to venture outside at such a time and encounter such serendipity. Bihui is even more excited than Yin Jiuran. "I see you are destined for marriage. Why not allow me to bestow this peach blossom luck upon you? What use would the young lady's peach blossom luck be to me? If it falls upon you, it is naturally meant for you. I would not dare claim it." Bihui replied, startled. The two engaged in playful banter for a while before proceeding to the riverside to release lanterns. Releasing lanterns is a tradition during every festival, though their shapes vary according to the occasion. For this Flower God Festival, the lanterns released take the form of blossoms. Although there are only 12 flower deities, the lanterns themselves come in hundreds of varieties. Recalling the peach blossom pendant that had just landed upon her, Yin Jiuran chose a peach blossom lantern, her wishes being to distance herself from Xuan Yuan Cheng and to uncover the truth behind her mother's untimely demise. Previously, she had been blinded by this man's charm, neglecting all else and nearly forgetting her mother's visage. Now, with this opportunity at hand, why not seize it? However, the thought of Xuan Yuan Cheng's shameless countenance made Yin Jiuran suddenly yearn to strike him across the face. As for Bihui, her wish was simply aligned with the young lady's. After closing their eyes and clasping their hands in prayer, they rose to depart. Meanwhile, in a location several streets away, a man was approached by a subordinate. "My lord, it is rare for you to return. Will you not join us?" The man's demeanor remained indifferent, his expression unchanged. "There are too many eyes. This prince finds it unappealing." Just as he turned to leave, an object fell from the sky, striking him on the head. He frowned slightly, bending down to retrieve a golden pendant that had dropped into his hand. He examined it closely, peach blossom, yet it is gilded. When did the capital's festivities become so ostentatious? As chapter 20 unfolds, the sky grows increasingly dim, yet the continuous fireworks transform this evening into something far from monotonous. Bihui began to feel grateful that Yin Jiuran had not accompanied her to the palace. Otherwise, they would have been subjected to the same unchanging spectacles, albeit with different protagonists. In the past, she had never ventured out like this, as Yin Jiuran often faced punishment and confinement. Fortunate, indeed, that the young lady had abstained from accompanying her to the palace. Otherwise, They would have been forced to witness the antics of dancers and the prattling of elderly men and gossip mongers. As Bihui rambled on, Yin Jiuran playfully tapped her forehead. Why is your tongue so incessant? If my father were to overhear your words, you would surely find yourself in dire straits. Well, they are not here. What harm is there in saying a few words? Bihui pouted. If they were my father and sister, I would rather be without them. Amid their banter, Yin Jiuran suddenly felt an itch at her foot, initially attributing it to an injury. However, when she looked down, she discovered a tabby cat clad in purple, nuzzling against her leg. She glanced over, and the cat, frightened by the surrounding noise, let out a loud meow. Whose little runaway cat is this? Yin Jiuran, filled with curiosity, picked it up, disregarding the gaze of Bihui, who was fixated on her soiled clothing, and began to play with the kitten. Strangely, the garment adorning the kitten was crafted from a rare purple fabric, intricate in its making, fetching 1,000 taels for a mere foot. It was astonishing that such precious material was bestowed upon a cat, suggesting that its owner must be of considerable wealth and status. Miss, this cat is exceptionally well cared for, Bihui remarked, observing the kitten's silky, lustrous fur and its stylish attire. But whose household does it belong to? It seems a great deal of effort has been invested in its upbringing. If its owner cannot be found, they will surely be distressed. Yin Jiuran found Bishui's observation to be quite valid, yet she remained oblivious to the cat's true owner, until she discovered its rightful guardian. It appeared she would have to keep the little creature with her. The tabby seemed to sense that it would not be leaving any time soon and nestled comfortably in Yin Jiuran's embrace, drifting into slumber. As more and more citizens began to gather in the streets, a dazzling array of performance troupes and flower carts paraded by. The two women were captivated by the spectacle. After wandering for about a quarter of an hour, Yin Jiuran felt it was time to return. Just as she turned, she sensed several gazes fixed upon her. "Pumpkin, come here," a deep male voice commanded. The kitten, somewhat reluctantly, mewed and leapt from Yin Jiuran's arms. She turned to follow the kitten's gaze and saw it rubbing against a man's feet. Two guards emerged from behind him, one crouching down to scoop up the cat. "Master, it seems Pumpkin has wandered off again," one of the guards remarked. "It's uncommon to see it so affectionate towards others." At this, Yin Jiuran looked up, taking in the sight of the man clad in an ornate golden-embroidered robe, his face partially obscured by a mask that concealed his eyes. The thin lips that were visible suggested a disposition that was aloof and difficult to approach. Yet, how curious it was that he named his cat Pumpkin. It hardly seemed a name befitting someone of his demeanor. "I see that since you have had the rare and precious purple brocade tailored for your cat, you must hold her in high regard. However, now that she has returned to your possession, I shall take my leave," she stated. The man nodded, but just as Yin Jiuran was passing by him, he spoke again. "Miss Yin, the second daughter of the Yin family, appears to be in high spirits." Yin Jiuran halted in her tracks, surprised that he recognized her. "However, I never imagined that the second daughter would have change of heart." "What? Were the days of your not to your liking?" "It was merely a matter of recovering from serious illness and gaining clarity of thought," Yin Jiuran replied, stepping back a couple of paces. They were too close for comfort. Moreover, as she drew nearer to the man, she sensed a faint, concealed aura of menace emanating from him. After a moment's contemplation, she began to form conjectures about the identity of the individual before her. It appeared that the prince had not returned to the capital for quite some time, missing out on many intriguing events. His voice lacked warmth. "Prince Su cares deeply for the security of the borders of the Great Zhou, so it is only natural that he is less acquainted with the happenings in the capital." The man paused at this remark. "Indeed, it seems your mind has cleared considerably. Why does Prince Su, not attending the palace banquet, find himself wandering alone in the capital? Does my presence here have anything to do with the second Miss Yin?" Just as Yin Jiuran was about to respond, Ling Mai leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words. The banquet in the palace had concluded, making it futile for the prince to stay any longer. The night had fallen, and with father and elder sister on their way back, it would be best for me not to prolong the conversation with the prince. If he is enamored by the beauty of the night, he may choose to linger a while longer. Farewell." Yin Jiuran bowed and turned to leave. Returning to her chamber just moments before Yin Hong and Yin Zihan arrived at the entrance of the minister's residence, creating the illusion that she had never stepped outside. However, just as Yin Jiuran was about to settle down, Bai Shui entered with Yin Hong and Yin Zihan. Yin Jiuran was somewhat taken aback by Yin Hong's visit at this hour. The palace banquet had ended, and the night was deepening. Why would father come to see me now? Before Yin Hong could speak, Yin Zihan stepped forward, grasping her hand with genuine earnestness. Sister, you may not know, but today in the palace, His Majesty unexpectedly inquired about you, which truly startled both father and me. His Majesty inquired about me? Yin Jiuran's expression was one of bewilderment. She found it hard to believe, though with Yin Hong present, Yin Zihan's words carried a weight of truth. Yet, why would the emperor suddenly take an interest in her? Merely a daughter of Yin Hong? His Majesty also asked why you did not attend the banquet today. Father mentioned that you had injured your foot and needed to recuperate at home. It seemed His Majesty was somewhat disappointed. Yin Zihan conveyed, her uncertainty evident. Yin Jiuran could not comprehend why she, with so little interaction with the royal family, save for a brief encounter with Xuan Yuan Cheng at her coming-of-age ceremony, would pique the emperor's interest. In a couple of days, once your foot heals, accompany father into the palace to meet the emperor, Yin Hong suggested. Indeed, sister, Yin Zihan replied, forcing a smile. But the palace is not a place we can enter easily, so you must be cautious when the time comes. Yin Jiuran nodded. She understood, but it was late, and father and sister should rest early. The following day, in the palace, I pay my respects to father and grandmother. Having rushed back from the frontier, you must be weary. Please sit, the emperor said with a warm smile as he regarded Xuan Yuan Yi. Your service at the frontier has been arduous. Your grandmother has been yearning for you these past few days. However, you know that among your brothers, the younger princes have mostly married, leaving you as the sole bachelor. With the upcoming birthday banquet, your grandmother had intended to find you a suitable match, but you did not enter the palace yesterday. Regarding marriage, as a prince of de Zhou, it is only natural that I contribute to the safety of our realm, Xuan Yuan Yi replied, his tone devoid of emotion, as if the matter bore no significance to him. You child, the Empress Dowager sighed with a hint of helplessness. Originally, I thought both you and Cheng'er were unmarried, but you have spent so many years away, engrossed in military affairs. It seems that the matter of marriage is entirely divorced from your concerns. I may comprehend that you still harbor grievances regarding the matter concerning your mother, yet marrying is a path your mother wished for you to traverse, one she cannot witness. Following the Emperor's words, the Empress Dowager interjected. In the capital, my dear Cheng, you need not fret. There are many women who desire to wed you daily. However, your situation is quite distinct. Aside from Lu'er, the women you have encountered are remarkably few. Moreover, the barracks are filled with rough men, many of whom remain unmarried. If you continue to associate with them, you may find yourself forever unattached. I have met that child. She saved my life during the incident at Bema Temple. The Empress Dowager recalled the visage of Yin Jiuran. This child is quite sensible and knowledgeable. It was she who informed General Elze on behalf of your father. After your imperial grandmother conveyed this to me, I took special care to investigate. Although the second Miss Yin had previously displayed poor conduct and was notoriously unruly, it is said that after a certain injury, she underwent a profound transformation and even made a solemn promise during her coming-of-age ceremony. Furthermore, since your imperial grandmother has met her, I believe she is now quite comparable to other noble ladies. The second Miss Yin? Xuan Yuan Yi paused, realizing that the Emperor and Empress Dowager were speaking of her. How do you know? He inquired. Nodding, Xuan Yuan Yi recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing this, the Emperor laughed heartily. What a coincidence! You encountered each other last night, and you received that peach blossom gold pendant. Today, the Empress Dowager and I discuss your connection with the second Miss Yin. It seems you are fated to her. Perhaps this is the fortune bestowed upon you by the heavens. Yin Hong will soon escort the second Miss into the palace, at which time you shall observe her closely in the inner chambers. However, after that, I have a matter for you to attend to. The Emperor then divulged the incident at Bema Temple. It was not only concerning the victims, including the Empress Dowager and the princess, but more importantly, who intended to harm them and conceal the truth. As the sovereign, the Emperor wields power beyond ordinary reach, if even he cannot uncover the truth. It suggests that the orchestrator of this affair is not of simple origin. Xuan Yuan quickly grasped what he needed to do next. Days passed, and when the cloth covering his leg was lifted, the wound had healed entirely, with even the scar vanishing under the effects of the scar-reducing ointment. Bai Shui could not help but marvel at Jiuran's prowess. "Miss, when will you introduce that immortal teacher from your dreams to me? I too wish to awaken and acquire such skills," she exclaimed. Jiuran smiled, but said nothing. If she were to reveal that these abilities were learned from a past life, she would likely be deemed mad and captured. It was fortunate that Bai Shui was easily deceived. "My lady, Yin Hong has arrived," Ling Mai announced as Jiuran was preparing herself. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jiuran and Yin Hong were seated in the carriage heading to the palace. Throughout the journey, Yin Hong, fearing that Jiuran might act inappropriately upon entering the palace, offered incessant warnings. Observing his cautious demeanor, Jiuran could not suppress a cold smirk. Were Yin Zihan sitting beside him, Yin Hong would likely have been far less verbose. However, it was the former version of herself that left a lasting impression on Yin Hong. Perhaps he feared she might revert to that past self. The words of a father are not lost on his daughter. Could it be that the sentiments expressed by the daughter during her coming-of-age ceremony were in vain? Jiuran displayed a look of dejection before Yin Hong. Ever since the ceremony at Beima Temple, she had diligently immersed herself in her studies, with the books on her shelf steadily increasing. A significant portion of her monthly allowance was devoted to scholarly supplies. Yet, her father had never taken the time to observe her efforts. It seemed that in his eyes, she remained the same as before. Were all her current endeavors truly futile? Yin Hong found himself at a loss for words. He had not visited Jiuran's quarters since that night of her fever. It was a lapse in his consideration. He sighed, realizing that Jiuran indeed seemed transformed. Upon entering the palace, everything proceeded smoothly. But Yin Hong was taken aback when he learned that the emperor wished to meet Jiuran alone. Unable to defy the imperial command, he was led to a side hall to wait. Once Jiuran was brought in by the palace maid, she knelt and respectfully performed her greetings towards the emperor and the empress dowager. "The daughter of the minister of justice, Jiuran, pays her respects to your majesty and the empress dowager. You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty and empress dowager." Standing upright, Jiuran awaited their words. "Do you know why I have summoned you to the palace?" "This daughter does not know. Do I appear to you as one who would reveal such knowledge?" "Dear child, lift your head and take a closer look." The empress dowager spoke, and at the sound of her voice, Jiuran felt a shiver, as if it was familiar. Slowly raising her gaze, she began to distinguish the features of the two figures seated above her. The middle-aged man adorned in a dragon robe radiated authority and was undoubtedly the emperor. However, the empress dowager beside him, despite her altered attire and adornments, was instantly recognized by Jiuran as the old woman she had saved at Beima Temple. Could that lady be the princess? Suddenly, Jiuran grasped the gravity of the situation, yet having already waded into such murky waters, disentangling herself from the royal family was impossible. "Had it not been for your timely intervention at Beima Temple, I might have perished there," the empress dowager sighed, reflecting on her past misfortune. "At my age, I never expected to endure such tribulation. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of immeasurable merit," Jiuran replied. "I could never stand by and watch another suffer." Yet, seeing the empress dowager in good health brought her solace. "I have heard from Liu Zhe that, as a young woman, you managed to rescue someone from a pile of corpses and maintain composure amidst chaos. I commend your fortitude. Duofu, grant Miss Yin a seat. You have saved the empress dowager. I shall reward you generously. Would you prefer 1,000 taels of gold or a plethora of jewels?" Jiuran quickly bowed. "Your majesty, gold and jewels are mere trappings of wealth. The empress dowager's health and safety are the greatest rewards for me." "Oh," the emperor was taken aback. She desired nothing in return? Such a child, he chuckled. "It seems the second Miss Yin, as spoken of by the empress dowager, is indeed remarkable. However, you appear somewhat different from what I have heard." Jiuran understood that her past behaviors could not have escaped the emperor's notice, and her transformation was likely already known to him, having been investigated upon the empress dowager's mention of her. Chapter 22. The bestowal nevertheless, the bestowal is a reward, and your accomplishment is indeed significant. Regardless, I shall bestow upon you a worthy gift. The emperor pondered for a moment. While gold, silver, and jewels may seem rather mundane, I shall present them nonetheless. 10,000 taels of gold, a measure of South Sea pearls, and 100 bolts of fine silks and satins, along with a golden token. Henceforth, you may use this token to enter and exit the imperial palace. A token? Jiuran was taken aback. There is no need for such a thing. It is entirely unnecessary. Just as she was about to decline, the Empress Dowager shook her head. What kind of gifts are these? When we were at Bema Temple, I had already promised this young girl a marriage. Among those children, are there not a few who remain unwed? Let her choose one. The young lady felt a surge of anxiety. The esteemed princes are of noble stature, and her past conduct is hardly suitable. How could she? It is all in the past, and you are not the same as you were then. The Empress Dowager laughed heartily. Your Majesty, neither Yi nor Cheng have yet taken wives, correct? Indeed, among the princes, they are of the most suitable age. Were they any younger? Su and Feng would also be appropriate. Upon hearing the name, Xuan Yuan Cheng, Jiuran involuntarily shivered. He must not be the one. Yet, Xuan Yuan Yi is not much better. The entire capital speaks of his disinterest in women. It is said that any woman bold enough to approach him would find her arm severed. Others whisper that he is of the same sex, spending his years in the military due to the abundance of men there. What do you think? The emperor inquired of Jiuran, who merely shook her head. I beg your majesty's pardon. Although I have reached marriageable age and the Empress Dowager has made a promise, I do not wish to marry. His Highness the Prince of Su and His Highness the Prince of Wei are both exemplary men, and I would feel uneasy gaining their affections through this means. Moreover, my past reputation has not been commendable, and having just recovered from a grave illness, my mind is now clear. I have come to understand that I wish to undergo a true transformation worthy of my father's teachings. I implore your majesty and the Empress Dowager to retract the reward. My actions were not of such great consequence. Since I have already spoken, these gifts are now yours. However, since you are so averse to marriage, how about this? I shall grant you the title of a princess, which serves as both compensation and reward. I recall a residence in South Street, which shall also be bestowed upon you. This is something I cannot accept. I am merely the daughter of a courtier, unworthy of the title of princess. Why do you refuse everything, my dear girl? Is the life I save not worth something? Your Majesty, there is no need for further words. Simply issue the decree. The Empress Dowager decisively struck the table. Child, if the palace issues an edict and you refuse to accept it, that would be an act of defiance. Jiuran's face was one of disbelief. No, she did not desire any of this, and yet they insisted on pressing it upon her, speaking even more. Originally, she had hoped to resist, but upon meeting the gazes of these two formidable figures, she felt defeated. There were still many matters left undone. Well, since it has all been given, what more could she do? Would she dare to defy the decree in front of them? After expressing her gratitude, the Empress Dowager found fault with Jiuran's attire, deeming it unsightly and plain. She then ordered someone to select several pieces of fabric from her own storeroom, gifts from the emperor for Jiuran to take home. Yet, mere fabric would not suffice. The Empress Dowager personally chose several items. During her absence, the emperor engaged in a pleasant conversation with Jiuran, who adeptly maintained her composure throughout. By the end of their discourse, the emperor's perception of her had notably shifted, even developing a fondness for her. As Jianhong anxiously awaited in the side hall, having consumed several cups of tea, the meeting finally concluded. To his surprise, Jiuran emerged right behind the emperor. The emperor, upon seeing Jianhong, affectionately patted his shoulder, commending him on the admirable upbringing of his daughter. Jianhong, puzzled yet relieved, noted that all seemed well, and the emperor appeared quite pleased. Your daughter is exceptional. The Empress Dowager holds her in high regard. She may even be invited to the palace to keep her company in the future. Indeed, Jianhong responded respectfully. After the emperor departed, the esteemed eunuch Duofu personally escorted the two out of the palace. On their way home, Jianhong scrutinized his daughter more than once. What had Yin Jiuran conveyed to the emperor and empress dowager to earn such accolades and the personal escort of eunuch Duofu? Despite having attained a high-ranking official position, he had never witnessed any other minister or noblewoman receiving such honor. If she garnered favor in the palace, it could yield significant benefits for him. Perhaps those who had previously opposed him would now greet him with smiles. There was even a chance that due to Yin Jiuran's newfound fortune, he might ascend to the rank of marquis or minister, becoming someone truly exalted. Unbeknownst to Yin Jiuran, her thoughts were consumed by the advantages this palace visit could afford her, bringing her experiences far beyond those of her previous life. Yet, she was also aware that troubles would multiply. Nevertheless, she recognized that her return to the minister's residence would improve her circumstances, aiding her quest to uncover the truth behind her mother's death. During dinner that evening, Yin Hong astonishingly served dishes to Yin Jiuran himself, a display of concern that left everyone astounded. Yin Zihan, in particular, trembled with anger, unable to comprehend why Yin Hong had suddenly become so attentive to Yin Jiuran after her mere entrance into the palace. The following day, breakfast was remarkably lavish, and as Yin Jiuran observed her father's newfound warmth, she felt a mix of surprise and discomfort. "I have not treated you well in the past. From now on, do not hesitate to ask for anything," Yin Hong expressed with great concern, serving her more food. "Though a daughter should indeed receive her father's care, you must also take better care of your own health," she replied. Yin Zihan, watching the tender interaction between them, nearly snapped her chopsticks in frustration. "Enough! She is not a child who cannot feed herself. Why are you still serving her?" Feng Mei also felt displeased by Yin Hong's actions. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, the steward leaned closer to Yin Hong and whispered a few words. Yin Hong's expression immediately shifted, and he rose hurriedly. "Everyone, stop eating. Come with me to the main hall." The urgency of the matter was such that they could not even finish their breakfast. Feng Mei, displeased, set her chopsticks down and took Yin Zihan's hand. "A decree from the palace has arrived," Yin Hong announced, causing everyone in the room to retreat in silence. Upon entering the main hall, they were met by the formidable figure of eunuch Duofu, who stood beside the emperor, accompanied by several members of the Jinwu Guard. "I apologize for interrupting your meal, but I bear the emperor's decree and cannot afford to delay," Yin Hong said with a hurried smile as he stepped forward. "No need for such words. It is we who have been remiss," Duofu replied with a smile, his gaze shifting to Yin Jiuran, who stood behind Yin Hong. "Second miss, please step forward to receive the decree." Chapter 23. To win over? Me? After entering the palace yesterday, Yin Jiuran had anticipated the arrival of a decree. Yet, in the presence of these individuals, she feigned ignorance and knelt before them. Duofu nodded and coughed lightly as he slowly unrolled the decree. The others promptly knelt as well. "By heavenly mandate, the emperor proclaims, the daughter of the Minister of Justice, Yin Hong, Yin Jiuran, possesses exemplary virtue, courage, and wisdom, noble yet frugal, diligent in her duties, and deeply favored by me and esteemed by the Empress Dowager. She is hereby granted the title of Princess Xuan, with a bestowal of 10,000 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of silk, a heaping measure of South Sea pearls, and a residence at the princess's manor in Nanjia. I humbly accept the decree." Yin Jiuran first bowed her head to the ground, then rose to accept the edict from Duofu's hands. "From this day forth, whenever I see the young lady, I must address her as princess," Duofu said with a broad smile. "By the way, the 20 Jinwu guards outside have been sent by the Empress Dowager for the princess." Yin Jiuran glanced outside momentarily, observing the 20 figures gleaming in the sunlight. I'm not particularly keen on this." "Thank you, eunuch," she said, instructing Bi Shui to present a bag of silver coins to Duofu. "This is all I have. Consider it a token of gratitude for your journey." Meanwhile, Yin Zihan, standing behind, widened her eyes in disbelief. Yin Jiuran had been bestowed the title of princess? On what grounds? Jealousy simmered within her as she glared at Yin Jiuran conversing with Duofu. What had Yin Jiuran done? She had merely answered a few questions from the emperor and visited the palace once. Deeply favored? How absurd. Duofu did not linger, exchanging a few more words with Yin Jiuran before turning to leave. Observing the 2 rows of Jinwu guards in the courtyard, Yin Jiuran felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. As Ling Yao and the others caught sight of the dazzling guards, they quietly retreated into the shadows. "You might as well remove your armor. It is blinding to behold," one of them remarked. Indeed, before long, the 20 guards stood before Yin Jiuran once again. They were originally the emperor's own Jinwu guards, more capable than the ordinary imperial guard. Now, they had been assigned to this young lady, and naturally, they felt a sense of discontent. Yet, with the emperor's command before them, they could not defy it. "Since the Empress Dowager has entrusted you to me, you are now under my command. You must understand what is expected of you and what is not. However, I am aware that you may harbor some resentment. As I am merely the daughter of an official, and, in comparison to the emperor, I am lacking in many ways. Furthermore, as a woman, your discontent may be even greater. Rest assured, I am fair in rewards and punishments, and I will treat you as my kin, unless someone acts with dishonor." Yin Jiuran regarded the leader of the Jinwu guards. "Your name is Jin Tailong, is it not?" Jin Tailong immediately stepped forward. "Ling Yao is my shadow guard. I must ascertain your capabilities. Therefore, let us exchange a few moves here in this courtyard, but do take care not to cause any damage." Upon hearing this, Jin Tailong narrowed his eyes. A shadow guard? Observing Ling Yao, who appeared to be younger than himself, he raised his chin. This young man, at such a tender age, could he possibly compare to someone like me, who has served as an imperial guard for over a decade? He felt a surge of displeasure towards Yin Jiuran. It was a clear sign of disdain. Indeed, she was but a woman, lacking the gravitas to arrange such a sparring match. The courtyard was soon cleared, with a dozen or so imperial guards cheering for Jin Tailong, while Yin Jiuran and Bai Shui merely encouraged Ling Yao to unleash his full potential. Standing at 2 meters tall, Jin Tailong loomed like a mountain in the courtyard, while for Ling Yao, he was merely somewhat taller. After exchanging pleasantries, Jin Tailong swiftly launched his attack, sweeping a kick towards Ling Yao's lower body, while his right hand formed a fist that struck upwards. Ling Yao deftly dodged, moving like a ghost to Jin Tailong's rear, aiming punches at his joints. However, Jin Tailong's tough skin and robust frame rendered him impervious to harm. And despite Ling Yao's agile movements, he could not land a blow. Yin Jiuran noted that Ling Yao was searching for Jin Tailong's vulnerabilities. But Jin Tailong was not merely a brute with strength. In no time, he seized an opportunity to force Ling Yao away using the force of his punches. After over 100 exchanges, without a decisive victor, Jin Tailong recognized the challenge posed by Ling Yao and voluntarily ended the duel. The Princess's shadow guard possesses a ghostly presence and does not fall short in our contest, Jin Tailong admitted with admiration. But how can the princess truly earn the trust of us, the imperial guards? Time is on our side, is it not? Yin Jiuran chuckled, envisioning a future where she would master all the knowledge from her past life, solidify her skills to the point where these 20 guards would be no match for her. Once the emperor issues his decree, Yin Zihan will surely rise again. Ling Yao, you and your companions must be extra vigilant during the night. From this day forth, the daytime protection will be entrusted to Jin Tailong and his men. Master, allow me to accompany you. I still harbor some concerns about their origins, Ling Yao remarked, glancing at Jin Tailong with a furrowed brow. I am not solely reliant on you all. Yin Jiuran sighed helplessly. The individuals around the emperor are indeed competent. By the way, have you found any results regarding the matter I asked you to investigate? In recent days, Yin Jiuran had been urging Ling Yao and the others to discreetly look into the events following her mother's return years ago. As the first lady of Yanhong, her legacy could not be reduced to mere whispers of a name. Upon her return, there had been disputes with Yanhong. Yet most of the maids and servants present at that time had been executed. An elderly woman who had accompanied her mother had also forgotten the events due to her age. However, from the old woman's account, the residence where her mother had stayed was named Mingyue Hall, located in the northwest section of the estate. The northwest. Yin Jiuran furrowed her brow. That place had once been a playground for her, overgrown with weeds, resembling a desolate wilderness. Yin Hong commanded that no one, apart from himself, should approach that place. It seems the investigation must begin with Yin Hong and Fong Mei. The visage of her mother had begun to fade in her memory. It has been 8 years since they were separated when she was merely 7. Regardless of the circumstances, one must seek the living or the dead. Yet, if Yin Hong has committed any wrongdoing, this matter is undoubtedly entwined with him. Once the truth unveils itself, she desires to see this man kneel before her mother's memorial in repentance. Jean Tailong was unaware of Yin Jiuran's thoughts, but it was evident that the atmosphere around her had grown considerably tense. Her previously cheerful demeanor transformed into an expressionless facade, even radiating an aura of menace. This second young lady of the Yin family harbors secrets. However, in an instant, Yin Jiuran donned a smile once more. Ling Yao, arrange accommodations for the Jinwu guards with Bishui. When night falls, you are to inspect the northwest area thoroughly. Jean Tailong, you shall accompany me to the Duke's residence in South Street tomorrow. Understood. Chapter 24. Teasing the Duke's residence is situated in the 3rd alley of South Street. Once the abode of a certain princess. After her marriage, the estate passed through the hands of several princesses. Currently, apart from a young princess residing in the palace, the majority of the adult princesses dwell in the western part of the city, close to the palace, leaving this place abandoned. This estate, once home to a princess, is not inferior in scale to the minister's residence, featuring a dedicated study, a theater, and a charming garden for nurturing flowers. Prior to Yin Jiuran's arrival, the servants had already tidied up the premises. Though not entirely organized, it was sufficiently presentable. Upon her arrival, the servants promptly set aside their tasks. Yin Jiuran generously distributed a few taels of silver to each, instructing them to safeguard the Duke's residence. She understood that until matters were clarified, she would need to remain at the minister's residence, with few opportunities to stay at the Duke's abode. After a brief hour and a half, Yin Jiuran took her leave. With ample time before noon's meal, she decided to stroll around South Street, planning to return when the time was right. Exhausted, she settled at a tea house beneath a corridor by the river, sipping tea while observing the townsfolk rowing across the water and the small fish swimming nearby. It was both fulfilling and delightful. Yet, there always seemed to be a couple of oblivious individuals who disrupt such serene moments. Indeed, at the table behind Yin Jiuran, 2 young gentlemen gazed upon her as she took her seat. This woman's appearance was quite remarkable, although she may not rival the city as most beautiful. She was undeniably lovely. The gentleman in green spoke first. Despite his words, the imposing guardian beside her appeared formidable. The gentleman in blue chimed in next. It has been stated she is merely a servant. As soon as she speaks, what concern is it of his? As Yin Jiuran prepared to rise and depart, both gentlemen stood to follow suit. A beauty? The gentleman in green remarked, fanning himself with a smile. Yin Jiuran feigned ignorance, continuing her forward stride. The gentleman in green was not one to relent easily, hastening his pace to keep up. My lady, though we are but strangers, I feel an instant connection with you. Given our fateful meeting, would you indulge me in conversation? Yin Jiuran paused in her stride, casting a glance at him. Jean Tailong was about to advance and cast the man into the nearby river, when the man in blue ordered his lackeys to encircle him instead. When conversing with your lady, you, a mere servant, should take your leave. In an instant, a multitude of onlookers had gathered to witness the spectacle. The demeanor of the 2 young gentlemen was such that it hardly resembled a chance encounter. Yin Jiuran smiled gently. When a beauty smiles, my heart, too, beats more fervently. The man in green chuckled as he approached. Indeed, it must beat fervently. If it did not, it would be no different from the corpses in a graveyard. If one must compare, one is fresh, the other is a sight unworthy of beholding. The man in green's eyes flickered with indignation. You, madam, he spoke indiscreetly, have offended the lady. The man in blue hurriedly stepped in front of the man in green. I am Rongsheng, and this is Ke Qiao. Might I inquire your esteemed name, miss? Noticing Rongsheng's semblance of politeness, Yin Jiuran's expression softened somewhat. Yin Jiuran. Ah, so you're Miss Yin. I apologize on behalf of Ke Qiao for the earlier rudeness. Rongsheng offered a contrite smile, casting a warning glance at Ke Qiao. It is not merely the earlier transgression. Your current behavior is also quite discourteous. Yin Jiuran could not help but sneer with your numbers. Do you intend to brazenly seize a maiden in broad daylight? It is good that you understand. I shall be frank, we are both rather taken with you. Should you choose to accompany us, you shall enjoy a life of luxury, free from worries of sustenance. Ku Qiao proclaimed with arrogance, while Rong Sheng chuckled in agreement. Our status is not lowly, hence I advise you to contemplate wisely. Should you refuse, Ku Qiao let out a cold snort, retracting his folding fan. Not only will you suffer, but your father shall find it difficult to navigate the capital as well. In due time, you will be compelled to seek our favor. It would be far wiser to submit to us now. Witnessing their threats exchanged, Yin Jiuran felt a twinge of exasperation and turned her gaze towards Jin Tailong. Is this how your former master is aware of the prevailing atmosphere in the capital? Noticing that Yin Jiuran continued to disregard them, Ku Qiao's anger flared. When had he ever been met with such disdain? Any other woman would be vying for his attention. How could this one be so brazenly indifferent? I'm speaking to you. Enraged, Ku Qiao stepped forward, intending to strike Yin Jiuran. Yet before he could take a step, Jin Tailong was already before him. Ku Qiao's eyes widened in shock as he glanced back. His lackeys lay sprawled on the ground, some draped over the bridge benches. In the emperor's domain, such lawlessness. Jin Tailong single-handedly lifted Ku Qiao. Weak as a chick, he remarked. Enough of your bluster. Yin Jiuran expressed her disdain. Look at him, he's soiling himself. Let us toss him into the river for a wash. Rong Sheng, save me. Ku Qiao panicked, but there was no sign of Rong Sheng. In the next moment, he was hurled into the river. Observing the chaos around her with broken tables and chairs, Yin Jiuran produced a silver ingot to offer as recompense to the innkeeper. Meanwhile, Rong Sheng had returned home, sitting indoors, still shaken as he sipped water. Observing how effortlessly Jin Tailong lifted Ku Qiao, he felt a sudden fear of being tossed into the river himself, prompting him to flee hastily. Yet, who exactly was Yin Jiuran? After all, he was the son of the general of cavalry, but suddenly, Rong Sheng sensed something amiss. Initially, he had not pondered deeply, but now the name Yin Jiuran struck a familiar chord within him. A shiver coursed through his body at the thought of the Yin family in the capital. Upon returning to the minister's residence, Yin Jiuran intended to rest well. However, before she could settle, Yin Zihan approached her with a smile. Her sister had now become a princess, and Yin Jiuran felt a twinge of envy. What had her sister done or said to earn such favor from the emperor? Perhaps it was her silver tongue and beauty that outshone her own? Yin Jiuran, do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. Yin Zihan's expression turned icy. What does it matter if you possess those qualities? As long as you remain in this minister's residence, your belongings belong to the estate. And what of it? They were granted to me by the emperor, not you. Yin Zihan stiffened momentarily, but quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor. You are indeed just like your shameless mother. It is only fitting that she died to make way for my mother. As soon as Yin Zihan finished her taunt, Yin Jiuran struck her with a cold expression. Thus, your mother will never be the first lady. She will forever be the second lady, elevated by a concubine. My mother's memorial tablet still resides in the Yin family ancestral hall. Even if your mother is placed there after her death, all must first pay their respects to my mother, the true first lady, not to your concubine mother. Chapter 25. Relics. Your mother is dead. Mine is the sole mistress of the minister's residence. Sooner or later, I shall cast that wretched wooden tablet of your mother from the ancestral hall. Yin Zihan regarded Yin Jiuran with cold eyes, but refrained from retaliating. What of the princess? What of the legitimate second miss of the Yin family? You are still beneath me. Yin Jiuran, you cannot compete with us. Even if father currently favors you, how long will that last? I shall reduce you to a wildling, banishing you to the mass grave to keep your deceased mother company. Before leaving, Yin Zihan kicked over a wooden table, spilling tea and pastries all over Yin Jiuran. This is utterly intolerable, Ling Mai exclaimed in indignation. What is she? To think she is superior to our master. To call her a thing would be an overestimation. Indeed, she struts about in gaudy attire, and one would think she is a scraggly chicken. Even a plucked chicken could still be eaten. She might only serve as firewood. Let us not even go there. Firewood might be more useful than her. If she were firewood, could anything edible be made from it? Surely it would be a waste. Ling Ding added disdainfully. Miss, may I go and slap that wretched creature in the middle of the night? I can no longer tolerate her. Bai Shui said while tidying up the remnants on the floor, wishing she could hurl the shattered pieces of the cup at Yin Zihan. Bai Shui, endure for now. Let her revel in her temporary happiness. This way, I can return everything she has given me at the most opportune moment. As night fell and the inhabitants of the minister's residence drifted into slumber, 3 figures stealthily appeared amidst the ruins in the northwest of the estate. Ling Yao informed Yin Jiuran that Yin Hong's secret guards were watching, but Ling Ding had just diverted their attention. However, the area was overgrown with weeds, and it took them quite some time to locate the Minghua Hall. Gazing at the modest dwelling, Yin Jiuran found it hard to believe how her mother had managed to reside in such a place in years gone by. Pushing the door open, she noticed that the floor tiles had been cracked by the encroaching weeds, and the once vibrant red pillars had faded with the passage of time. The abandoned wooden bed and chair were covered in a mixture of grass and dust. The entire room, apart from the rudimentary table and chairs, contained only a small wooden bed barely large enough for a person to lie down on. Such a cramped space cannot possibly be meant for habitation. Ling Mai remarked in astonishment. Master, there's a box beneath the bed. At that moment, Ling Yao discovered 2 boxes trapped beneath a sagging wooden plank. He and Ling Mai carefully removed the items above and opened the wooden boxes. One box was filled to the brim with books, while the other contained a pile of children's clothing. A slight disturbance sent a cloud of dust into the air. Yin Jiuran squinted as she reached into the clothing, unexpectedly finding a letter concealed within. She did not open it immediately, but instead tucked it carefully into her bosom, then turned her attention to the box of books by the moonlight. As she casually picked up a few volumes from the top, she realized they were all medical texts. Upon opening one, she found annotations written in brushstrokes. In addition to these, there were numerous novels and various compendiums from different countries, each annotated in a similar manner. With no time for a thorough examination, Yin Jiuran could only take a few books for Ling Yao to keep safe and then replace the wooden plank before leaving under the cover of night. Upon returning to her room, Yin Jiuran eagerly retrieved the letter she had found within the clothing. Although the paper had yellowed with age, the handwriting was still clearly legible. One sheet was filled with her name, while another expressed deep longing for her. However, the writing was uneven, with many phrases repeated several times. The box of clothing had been prepared for her by her mother, having been separated for so long and confined to that small room. Her mother had to rely on an elderly maid to bring some needle and thread, stitching together Yin Jiuran's garments from memory each year. From childhood to adolescence, there had been one new piece each month until the box could hold no more. The books had been brought from home when she married Yin Hong. Uncertain of her child's preferences, her mother had begun to prepare in advance, even before Yin Jiuran was born. It suddenly dawned on Yin Jiuran that the books resting atop the box were among her favorites during her time at the village. Her mother had once inquired Xuan Yuan, what do you wish to learn in the future? What kind of person do you aspire to become? Yet, even now, she had not been able to provide an answer. Even if she had spoken, the listener would never hear her again. Reflecting on that gradually fading face from her memories, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Observing Yin Jiuran's silent weeping, Ling Mai and Bai Shui quietly exited the room, allowing her a moment of solitude. Yin Jiuran could only wonder how her mother managed those years upon her return. Yet, simply by examining the letter in that small dwelling, she understood that life had undoubtedly been a struggle. After carefully storing the precious letter, she opened the books she had brought back. Each page bore annotations, but the robust handwriting could not possibly belong to a woman. However, Yin Jiuran soon discovered that a small figure with 2 buns was drawn at the top of each page, sometimes play with birds, other times nibbling on a skewer of candied fruits. Flipping to the last page, she found a piece of paper tucked inside. As she pulled it out, her hands trembled. Several darkened drops of blood stained the paper, and the words were chaotic, one sentence overlapping another. Xuan Yuan cherished this book. Xuan Yuan had grown up. Xuan Yuan loved sweets. Xuan Yuan's eyes were large and round, so dark, yet the moon was bright. I wished to eat less, so there would be more space for Xuan Yuan to come and sleep together. The thread had run out again. It hurt so much. In the last type page of the book, Jiuran discovered sheets filled with writing. Each one was identical, stained with blood, expressing longing. But as she read further, Jiuran realized her mother had gone mad, confined in a place devoid of light, surviving on their leftovers, enduring their displeasure and abuse. Even in the darkness, no candle offered her a glimmer of hope. At that time, her only reliance was on her still residing in the village. "Mother, do not worry. Your daughter has received the gift you sent, and she loves it dearly. But I have grown up, and these clothes no longer fit." With tears in her eyes, Jiuran caressed the cover she had inscribed herself. "They granted you a so-called position of a lady, yet treated you as a mere plaything for their frustrations. They seized your belongings and discarded them as trash before your eyes. They subjected you to demonic treatment, yet claimed you passed away from a sudden illness. Yanong, Feng Mei, Yin Zihan, and that old lady, they're all sinners. For every drop of blood and tear on this paper, I shall return their wrongdoings to them once I uncover the truth." Chapter 26. The princess having cried excessively the previous night, Jiuran awoke to swollen, red eyes. Bai Shui compassionately placed 2 eggs over her eyes and tidied her disordered desk. "My lady, the Duke of Su has begun a thorough investigation into the incident at the White Horse Temple," he said. However, as it occurred in a remote area, the assailants left little evidence, making the inquiry somewhat troublesome. Ling Mai set breakfast on the table, while Ling Yao shared information he had gathered from the capital. Such an act could only be committed by someone from the royal family or those from the martial world. Jiuran slowly began. But how could that person know the identities of those individuals? Or perhaps, was there someone who wished for the Empress Dowager's demise? Jiuran sighed, lifting her gaze helplessly. Her mind was clouded with the words from the previous night. When asked to ponder the suspicions surrounding the White Horse Temple, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Is the second miss available? Just as Jiuran was about to have her breakfast, the steward arrived at the door with an invitation. Even though Jiuran had been conferred the title of princess, everyone in the Ministry of Rights still referred to her as the Second Mississippi. What business did the steward have here? A young servant appeared at the door, stating that his master wished to discuss a matter of importance with her. He insisted that this invitation must be delivered to her personally. Jiuran, puzzled, accepted the invitation and upon opening it, understood its significance. The residence of the Suwan. She instructed the steward to convey her acknowledgement. Half an hour later, after finishing her breakfast and preparing herself, Jiuran stepped outside, only to find the young servant still waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing her, the servant beamed with a smile. "Greetings, Your Grace. As you are the discoverer, my master has dispatched me to escort you to the palace to inquire about the events of that day. I apologize for any inconvenience my wait may have caused you." Jiuran felt a twinge of embarrassment for keeping him waiting. Before long, the servant guided her to the Su Wang's residence in a carriage. The guards at the entrance stood with swords drawn, presenting an intimidating sight. Recognizing the invitation's authenticity, the guards allowed them entry after confirming that neither Jiuran nor her companions were armed. The Su Wang's residence exuded an air of order and solemnity, with every servant appearing as if they had undergone military training. Every blade of grass and brick was meticulously maintained. The Wang was in his study. After leading Jiuran to the door of the study, the servant turned to leave. As she gazed at the wooden door, memories of their chance encounter during the Festival of Flowers flooded her mind, prompting her to wonder what Xuan Yi was typically like. She then reached out and knocked. "Enter," came the response. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a small reception area, with the inner chamber housing Xuan Yi's desk to the left. "Please take a seat." He gestured toward the chair while continuing to peruse the documents laid out before him. "The incident at Bema Temple involved you discovering the scene, Princess Zhaoan. Kindly recount the details and the condition of the body at that time." Though the title of princess felt unfamiliar to Jiuran, she quickly composed herself and, alongside Bai Shui, recounted their observations and the methods they employed in handling the situation. The assailant had executed their actions with precision, yet they had not delivered a single fatal blow. After listening intently, Xuan Yi glanced at the letter delivered by Elze. To eliminate over 100 guards in such a short span while retaining a sense of playfulness, suggests a considerable number of skilled individuals. It is plausible that they have carried out such operations multiple times. They may specialize in this line of work. After pondering this, Yin Jiuran remarked, "This indeed serves as a reminder. There are organizations within the martial world that exist solely for assassination. However, we must not dismiss the possibility of prior conspiracy. Thank you, Your Grace. That will suffice for today. Should any further information arise, I shall visit again." Yin Jiuran nodded slightly and rose to leave. As she opened the study door, she unexpectedly collided with a man. "Elder brother?" She instinctively called out, but the moment she laid eyes on Yin Jiuran, she stifled her voice. A woman? How could a woman emerge from her elder brother's study? Caught in a moment of astonishment, Yin Jiuran found herself at an impasse, unable to advance or retreat. "Zilu, do not block the doorway. Proceed to the garden." Xuan Yuan Ye's voice resonated from within without him moving an inch. "Elder brother, who is she?" Zilu asked, her excitement palpable. "I heard from Mother that you were to marry upon your return. Surely, she cannot be the future sister-in-law?" "Mind your words," Xuan Yuan Yi retorted coldly. "Is it too much to ask for a moment of silence?" She eagerly grasped Yin Jiulan's hand and headed towards the garden. "Which family do you belong to? Did my royal brother summon you? What did you discuss in the study just now?" Questions tumbled from her lips one after another, while Yin Jiulan was still catching her breath. "I am Xuan Yuan Zilu, the sixth princess. And you?" Realizing that it was perhaps inappropriate to bombard her with inquiries, she introduced herself first. "So, you are the sixth princess," Yin Jiulan said, calming her racing heart and taking a deep breath. "I am Yin Jiulan, the daughter of Yin Hong, the Minister of Justice. You may also call me Zhaoan." "So, it is you who has been newly conferred the title of Princess Zhaoan by Father Emperor," Xuan Yuan Zilu exclaimed in sudden understanding. "You truly have changed. You are hardly recognizable now." Xuan Yuan Zilu, the Emperor's sixth daughter, had been frail at birth. The astrologers had predicted that her excessive yin energy necessitated her staying in areas abundant with yang energy to dispel it. Thus she was taken to Dongjiang by Xuan Yuan Yi, returning to Jingzhou only at the age of 5. It was precisely because she was raised by Xuan Yuan Yi that they shared a particularly close bond. Growing up in a military camp, Xuan Yuan Zilu developed a fondness for swordplay. Even when the emperor asked her what she desired to become, she would respond that she wished to be a great general like her brother and lead troops in a battle, causing the emperor considerable distress. She dressed in male attire daily for practicality, finding skirts cumbersome and prone to causing her to trip. "I have come to the residence of the Prince of Su to discuss the investigation into the White Horse Temple incident, which I initially uncovered. Therefore, I must recount the circumstances of that day." "Oh." Xuan Yuan Zilu scrutinized Yin Jiulan closely. "Wow, you are so fair, and your skin is so delicate. And you're quite slender too," she exclaimed in surprise. "They all say I was small and thin back then, but you appear even skinnier. There's a saying among the common folk, oh yes, something about looking like a skinny monkey. Princess, even with your noble status." "Please do not refer to my master in such a manner," Lin Mai interjected, frowning as she approached. "Oh, I merely meant to inquire if your master has been eating properly. She looks as if she is nothing but skin and bones. How about this? I will treat you to a lavish meal. Order whatever you desire. I shall cover the expenses." "That's unnecessary," Yin Jiulan replied, gazing apprehensively at the spirited princess. "What does it matter? I am quite wealthy, and I happen to be hungry myself. My royal brother can go hours without a bite when he is occupied. So let us not concern ourselves with him. Come, you two should join us as well." Chapter 27. Youth though she claimed to be treating them to a meal. Xuan Yuan Zilu consumed more than Yin Jiulan and the other two combined. Before Yin Jiulan had finished half her bowl of rice, Xuan Yuan Zilu was already on her second. In a whirlwind of appetite, 7 or 8 dishes were devoured in no time. "Princess, you have quite the appetite," Yin Jiulan remarked, setting down her chopsticks. Xuan Yuan Zilu noticed that Yin Jiulan had not finished her meal. "Why aren't you all eating? Have you not finished your rice? Is there not enough food? Should I order a couple more dishes?" "Princess, do you think we can compete with you?" Yin Jiulan smiled slightly. "No, it's simply that our appetites are modest." "Well, now that we are all satisfied, let's go out and have some fun," Xuan Yuan Zilu declared, leading Yin Jiulan and the others to North Street. Beijing Street is a gathering place for foreigners. When merchants from distant lands arrive in Jingzhou to sell their wares, they primarily do so on Beijing Street. Here, one can observe a myriad of individuals adorned in diverse attire, as well as an array of goods. If one desires, they may also purchase slaves, as well as fine cattle, sheep, and horses. To maintain order in this bustling locale, city guards are present among the throngs. Last year, I ventured here and discovered a splendid fox fur to craft leg coverings for my mother. The roasted hemp cakes here are also delightfully crisp and delectable. Xuan Yuan Lu spoke animatedly, analyzing which vendor offered the best delicacies and superior furs. As they strolled, the group arrived at the slave market. Behind the slave owner stood a massive iron cage, its bars adorned with sharp spikes, with iron chains around the necks of the captives, resembling wild dogs confined within. Those who were robust and pleasing in appearance were often singled out for separate confinement, and naturally, their prices soared. Originally, Jiuran intended to follow Xuan Yuan Lu for a mere glimpse, yet she unexpectedly caught sight of something. In a corner, a slave owner was fervently hawking his captives, selecting 2 individuals to showcase on a platform or demonstrate per the buyer's requests. Adjacent to the large cage was a smaller iron enclosure, where a dark-skinned individual curled in a corner, occasionally surveying passers-by with keen eyes. Upon sensing scrutiny, he lifted his head, and at the edge of the wooden platform stood a girl clad in azure garments of the great Zhou, gazing intently at him. "What are you looking at?" Xuan Yuan Lu noticed Yin Julian had halted and followed her gaze. "Oh my, is that a person? Were it not for those eyes, I might have mistaken him for a dog." Seeing their interest, the slave owner rubbed his hands together, approaching with a broad smile. "Ladies, have you found someone to your liking? Each of my charges is strong and obedient." "What about him?" Yin Julian pointed to the small cage containing the dark-skinned boy. "Why is he confined in such a small cage?" "Ah, that one," the slave owner replied. "He has a rather fiery temperament. When placed with others, he managed to injure them all before I could sell him. Now, with his face marred and bones broken, who would want to purchase a damaged specimen?" Observing Yin Julian's serious demeanor, Xuan Yuan Lu inquired while rummaging through her belongings. "You don't intend to buy him, do you?" "Yes," she nodded. Those eyes concealed a fierce spirit. Such a person should not be relegated to such a cramped iron cage. "For 15 taels, you can take him home," the slave owner proposed, having raised the initial price by 5. "I'll give you 8 taels. Take it or leave it," Xuan Yuan Lu countered. Realizing the slave owner sought to exploit Yin Julian's inexperience in the slave trade. "Oh dear, my lady, business is tough. I painstakingly brought this individual back from the western regions and trained him well. How can you expect me to lower the price so drastically? If you cut in half, how will I conduct business afterward?" "Trained? What have you trained him to do?" "You just mentioned that this child tends to engage in fights whenever he is among others. Does that mean he is not fighting now? Moreover, look at his current state, emaciated and resembling a mere chick. Who could possibly perceive him as human? What if I end up purchasing a mute?" Xuan Yuan Zilu let out a cold snort, stating, "Either hand over the child for the 8 taels of silver, or prepare to face my wrath." "Fine, fine. I will comply," the slave owner replied, eager to avoid trouble. Although he earned slightly less silver, he was relieved to have sold this dark-skinned boy. As the boy crawled out of the cage like a dog, a foul odor emanated from him. However, upon standing upright, he was surprisingly half a head taller than Yin Julian. No wonder he had been crouching. Such a small cage could hardly allow him to stretch his limbs. "I have purchased you, and from this moment forth, you shall accompany me. Fear not, I shall not confine you as that individual did." Ling Mai removed the chains. Ling Mai frowned. "Master, won't he run away if I do?" "I trust he will not flee," Ling Mai sighed. And with a few heavy clinks, the iron chains fell to the ground. At this moment, within the residence of the king of Su, Xuan Yuan had been poring over documents for quite some time, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Upon reaching the garden, he noticed that neither Xuan Yuan Zilu nor Yin Julian was present. Xuan Yi were the 6th princess and the county lord. "Master, they have gone to North Street." Xuan Yuan felt a headache coming on. It was reckless for her to venture there, and even more so to bring others to such a chaotic place. "Go fetch the 6th princess and send Zhaoan back to the Ministry of Revenue." "Yes, thus." Just as Xuan Yuan Zilu was about to request Yin Jiuran to accompany him to her county lord's residence, he was surrounded by Xian Yi and his entourage. 6 Princess. The master is quite upset that you have gone to North Street and has sent us to escort you back. He then turned to Yin Jiuran, adding, County Lord, the master commanded us to return you to the Ministry of Revenue. Oh, what's the harm in a brief visit? Why is the Crown Prince so anxious? Zhao, I will go find you to play later. Though Xuan Yuan Zilu felt somewhat displeased, he ultimately followed Xianyi, under the protection of the guards. Yin Jiuran returned safely to the Ministry of Revenue. Upon her return, she instructed Ling Yao to take the boy for a wash and to change his attire. After being cleansed, the boy appeared significantly brighter and more spirited in his new clothes. To her surprise, his eyes were blue and sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. You are a kind person, he said as he emerged from his wash. His first words eliciting a laugh from Yin Jiuran. Do you remember your name? How old are you? I am called Yi Xiao, and I am 14. Yin Jiuran was taken aback. He was even younger than she. I originally belonged to the Uyghurs. However, my uncle Tiemu Luo, in a bid for resources, had my parents murdered to ensure my survival. My brother sent me with a merchant caravan heading to the Great Zhou. Yet, Tiemu Luo discovered my whereabouts, beat me, forced me to roll in the mud, and walk on burning coals. After a year of confinement, he sold me to a slave owner. Chapter 28. Open confrontation. I cannot allow you to return home, yet rest assured, I shall not treat you as a servant. You may live comfortably by my side. However, should you wish to leave, I will not hinder you. A surge of emotion welled within Yi, prompting him to kneel on the spot. You saved my life and are willing to let me go. I am immensely grateful. Yet now, my home is lost and my family is gone. From this day forth, I shall remain by your side. May I address you as sister? It is merely a title. You may call me that. Upon receiving permission, Ye's smile radiated with brilliance. At that moment, Yin Zihan was chatting leisurely with her group of friends in the garden. News of Yin Jiuran being bestowed the title of County Princess had already spread, leaving many perplexed. When Dingge informed Yin Zihan that Yin Jiuran had returned with a servant, Yin Zihan found it amusing and promptly shared it with her companions. To them, a servant was synonymous with filth and lowliness. How could Yin Jiuran, now a county princess, resort to acquiring a servant? One young lady disdainfully wiped her cheek. Isn't that servant a male? Another chimed in. I've heard there are quite a few handsome servants. Perhaps she was taken by that face and wished to bring him back. The moment the words hung in the air, a knowing glance was exchanged among them, and they immediately grasped the underlying implications. Indeed, even my father has begun to take notice of her. It seems that from now on, this county princess shall overshadow me. In the past, when my sister was before her, she never regarded me as an elder sister. Now that she has become a county princess, it must be even more pronounced. Tears welled in Yin Zihan's eyes, prompting her companions to quickly offer comfort. Who knows what she did to earn His Majesty's favor so misguidedly? Zihan, do not worry. We shall support you. Yin Zihan expressed her gratitude profusely. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she beckoned her friends to gather around and listen. Shall we invite her to the garden for a visit? Looking at Dang Gue, Yin Jiuran smiled. Indeed, several young ladies expressed a desire to befriend the second miss, and my lady asked me to invite her. If the second miss is unwilling to attend, it is of no consequence. Nonetheless, I must go. It would be a waste of the elder sister's goodwill otherwise. If they wish to play with me, how could I refuse? Meanwhile, another maid of Yin Zihan, aware of the time, hurriedly arrived at Yin Hong's study. Master, trouble has arisen. The eldest young lady quarreled with the second miss in the garden, and the second miss is demanding that the eldest kneel and apologize. When Yin Hong arrived at the garden, he found Yin Zihan on the ground, surrounded by her companions who were softly comforting her. Yin Jiuran stood nearby, her expression cold as she observed them, both consoling and scolding her at the same time. What a commotion this is! Upon seeing Yin Hong approach, Yin Zihan was the first to speak. Father, she exclaimed, bursting into tears, the marks of a slap vividly apparent on her face. Feeling a pang of sorrow, Yin Hong rushed to help her up. Tell me, my dear, what transpired? It was not my fault. Yin Zihan pointed an accusing finger at Yin Jiuran. Today, I invited several sisters for tea and merriment. Upon learning that my second sister had been granted the title of county princess, they expressed a desire to meet her. I sent Dangue to invite her over. The younger sister approached with an air of arrogance, demanding that we kneel and pay our respects to her upon sight. Naturally, we refused, prompting her to strike me across the face. She proclaimed that she would henceforth be the princess, of a status far superior to ours. Should we fail to comply, she threatened to summon the guards to punish us. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong was understandably alarmed. Before he could respond, Yin Jiuran began to applaud, exclaiming that the elder sister had delivered a splendid performance filled with commendable words. Yin Hong rebuked her, insisting that her status as a princess should not be wielded as a means of tyranny. She is your elder sister, and they are all guests. If you presume to act lawlessly in the manner simply because you are favored by His Majesty, I shall go to the palace and appeal to the emperor regarding your behavior. Father, your inability to discern right from wrong has not changed. I question when I acquired such remarkable skills, having struck the elder sister and retreated 7 steps before you arrived. And as for them, though labeled as guests, they behave more like the young ladies of this household than I do. What right do you have to allow outsiders to instruct me? Moreover, I have never demanded that anyone in the Ministry of Appointments refer to me as princess. As long as I reside in this manner, I remain the second young lady here. I shall not force you to comply with any demands simply because of my status. As she spoke, tears began to fall. I once thought that being granted the title of princess would earn me more of your affection, Father, and that my sister would grow fonder of me. Yet, I had not anticipated that I would be perceived in such a manner by my sister. If that is the case, why should I remain in this household? It would be better for me to move to the princess's residence and live in solitude. Bai Shui, go and gather my belongings. Perhaps this is my fate. Wait a moment. Yin Hong had not expected Yin Jiuran to attempt to leave after just a few words. She is now favored by the emperor and empress dowager. If these 2 sovereigns were to learn of her neglect, it would surely lead to his disgrace in the court. Zihan, I apologize on behalf of Jiuran. Please return for now. Naturally, Yin Zihan refused, ultimately striking herself and twisting her ankle. Yet Yin Jiuran faced no consequence. My dear, when has your father ever treated you unfairly? It is only that Jiuran's status has indeed changed, and news of this could be detrimental to both of us. Upon hearing Yin Hong's explanation, Yin Zihan relented, but not without casting a furious glance back at Yin Jiuran as she departed. In response, Yin Jiuran smiled at her. At the moment Yin Hong turned his gaze towards her, Yin Jiuran instantly donned a different facade. Acting is a skill that anyone can master. What more could father wish to say? Once he finishes, his daughter will move to the princess's residence, leaving this place of sorrow behind. Yin Hong could not allow Yin Jiuran to depart in such a manner and stepped in front of her. Father was merely anxious earlier and may have spoken too harshly. Do not take it to heart. Both you and Zihan are my daughters. How could I favor one over the other? Yet, father's earlier gaze felt as if it were meant to skewer me alive. I'm truly frightened. Yin Jiuran began to cry, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yin Zihan's earlier tears were so contrived. Yet this time, Yin Jiuran's sorrow was genuine. It is my fault, do not cry anymore. Yin Hong consoled her for quite some time before she finally agreed not to leave and also promised to keep today's events to herself. However, Yin Hong could not comprehend that Yin Zihan would not simply let the matter rest. Thus, on the following day, rumors regarding Yin Jiuran began to circulate throughout the capital. Whispers spread that Yin Jiuran, relying on her status as a princess, was wielding her influence at the Ministry of Personnel, displaying an arrogant disregard for her elders, and indulging in the most brazen of behaviors. Gradually, the narrative evolved into one suggesting that she was a child born of a mother who had passed away, raised without maternal affection, and educated by a father who offered no love. This incensed Yin Hong, while Yin Zihan feigned ignorance, claiming her intention to apologize to Yin Jiuran. Yin Hong urged Yin Zihan to rest and recuperate, while he himself decided to visit Yin Jiuran. Upon arriving at Xian Courtyard, he found little joy among the few individuals present. After all, with rumors spreading in such a frenzy, it would be unnatural for anyone to remain cheerful. At that moment, Yin Jiuran was sequestered within her chamber, weeping alone, refusing to open the door for anyone. Sir, the young lady has locked herself in her room after hearing the rumors from the capital. She hasn't even touched her lunch, Bihui said, her face etched with concern, holding a tray of food that had long been prepared. She's crying so sorrowfully. I fear for her eyes. Yin Hong approached and knocked gently on the door. But Yin Jiuran remained silent. He knocked again, only to hear an irate response from within. If you don't want to eat, then take it away. Jiuran, it is your father, Yin Hong finally spoke. I am aware of what has transpired, but I refuse to believe such words to be true. After all, I have watched you grow up. I'm deeply concerned for you. Please, open the door for me. Inside, there was a moment of stillness. But soon the sound of footsteps approached the door. As the door creaked open, a figure dashed into Yin Hong's embrace. Father, I am so frightened. Yin Jiuran cried, clutching him tightly. Why are they all cursing me? Why do they all just bees me? I'm not the same as I once was. I have not committed those acts. But why? After my mother passed away, they say I was born of a mother, but raised without one. With you preoccupied by court affairs. They claim I was taught by a father, but unloved. Should I have never returned? Perhaps I should have perished on that estate. Then none of this would have happened. This is not your fault at all, Yin Hong said, his heart aching. It was the first time he had witnessed his daughter so distraught, evoking memories of his own childhood, when he too had faced harsh criticism. You will always be my daughter, and I harbor no disdain for you. They simply failed to see your true character. Yet, I must also take responsibility. When your mother passed away unexpectedly, I did not inform you in a timely manner, which caused you pain. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiuran tightened her grip on Yin Hong's clothing. Unexpectedly? So you have told others she died of sudden illness? You still refuse to tell me the truth. Father, I miss mother, she lamented. Yet now, I can only gaze upon her memorial tablet. As her eyes fluttered shut, Yin Jiuran fainted. Upon learning of the rumors circulating in the capital, the Empress Dowager was enraged and immediately summoned the emperor to investigate the origin of these slanders. She also dispatched a multitude of gifts to Yin Jiuran to soothe her distress. Upon receiving the condolences sent from the palace, Yin Zihan was consumed by jealousy. How she wished these gifts were hers. With so many items at her disposal, surely no one would notice if she took a few. Duofu also visited the Ziyun courtyard to pay his respects to Yin Jiuran and fortuitously encountered Yin Hong on his return. Seated in his study, Yin Hong reflected upon the rumors circulating in the capital and the words of Yin Jiuran. He could not help but reminisce about the radiant woman from years past. Once upon a time, he had genuinely loved her. When Yin Jiuran was born, Yin Hong received commendation from his superiors and was promoted. At that moment, he believed that her birth had ushered in his good fortune. Yet, he longed for a son, no matter how favorable his luck. The family legacy could not be entrusted to a daughter. During his journey to take office, he encountered his childhood sweetheart, Feng Mei. Their parents were friends, and they had naturally grown up together. After a decade of separation, their first reunion ignited a passion that led to Feng Mei becoming pregnant with Yin Zihan. It was only after this that Yin Hong met the mother of Yin Jiuran. Their second encounter occurred when Feng Mei's family tore up their engagement, prompting her to run away, leading to an unexpected reunion with Yin Hong. Thus, while Yin Jiuran's mother was alone at home, Yin Hong found himself with Feng Mei in the place where he served. It was due to Feng Mei's understanding of him and their familiarity that Yin Hong began to deem his prior life increasingly insignificant. Now, the cries of Yin Jiuran invoked memories of the beautiful moments he had shared with her mother. He arrived at the abandoned wooden house in the northwest, gazing upon the structure concealed by overgrown weeds. For the first time in years, he opened the door and stepped inside. He had kept this place hidden to guard against anyone discovering its secrets. However, since Yin Jiuran had mentioned her mother, he reasoned that she must have left something behind. Bring out those 2 wooden boxes, Yin Hong commanded, instructing his men to retrieve the boxes hidden beneath the floorboards. He was unaware that his daughter had visited this place. He merely sought to send what he deemed useless items to Yin Jiuran as a token of remembrance. Little did he know, throughout their interactions, Yin Jiuran had been merely performing. When the 2 boxes were presented before her, Yin Jiuran was profoundly moved. Had she not mentioned her mother, Yin Hong likely would not have relinquished these items. She was also taken aback to discover that her mother had been left with only these 2 wooden boxes. Finally, she could open the boxes and explore the remaining books, only to find, to her astonishment, that many of the items originated from the northern Yin kingdom. This prompted her to recall that her mother had never disclosed her true origins. In her memories, her mother always seemed to be alone. The annotations in the books piqued her interest, were the notes written by a male relative of her mother's family, or by a man her mother had encountered before meeting Yin Hong. Yin Jiuran pondered for a long while. What connection did these revelations hold to her mother's death? As she touched the faded garments, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded her mind. These clothes she would never wear, nor could she ever fit into them again. Yin Jiuran closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her gaze was devoid of warmth. What remains undiscovered by her? In that room, apart from the 2 wooden boxes, could there be other hidden treasures? It seems that another visit is necessary. Jean Tailong, please enlist 2 individuals to transport the boxes to the princess's residence. She reclined on the bed, perusing the medical texts she had brought back. Reflecting on the time, the moment of her previous encounter with that old man was fast approaching. Although the sky was still bright, at this moment, Yin Jiuran felt an overwhelming fatigue. Achoo! Somewhere, an old man indulging in a large meat pie sneezed. This group of old fellows claimed I had a fated disciple. Where could that be? What a waste of a splendid meat pie. He attempted to calculate like those old men, but found himself incapable of doing so. Where's the southeast? Which way to go? Wrong turn, TSK. Chapter 30. Horse training. Several days passed in the study of medical texts. Meanwhile, Yin Zihan dispatched individuals to infiltrate Yin Jiuran's storeroom at night. Thankfully, with the Golden Guard on duty and Ling Yao's covert surveillance, nothing was lost. Yin Zihan was furious, having gained no advantage. At this moment, news spread through the palace. The autumn hunt was imminent. Each year, around this time, the emperor would take his consorts, along with civil and military officials and their offspring, to Wanqiu Mountain, located 100 miles from the capital, for the autumn hunt. This event served as an opportunity for men to showcase their prowess and for women to find suitable matches. To excel during this occasion, many began their preparations in advance. The palace also opened the suburban horse grounds for practice. Numerous young ladies arrived early to hone their riding skills, and those who arrived first had the privilege of selecting their horses. On the way to the horse grounds, Yin Zihan observed Yin Jiuran, who was resting with her eyes closed beside her. For some reason, she felt that this woman seemed even more beautiful. According to Dangue, Yin Jiuran had been sending people out daily to purchase various herbs. Yet, how could she have acquired such medical knowledge? Was it merely from the tattered books left by her mother? This autumn hunt would also see Xuan Yuan Cheng's attendance. Could she be hoping to capture his attention? A wave of anxiety washed over Yin Zihan. Previously, Xuan Yuan Cheng had shown considerable interest in Yin Jiuran, and she had failed to fulfill his requests. Would he abandon her? No, that absolutely cannot happen. This autumn hunt must see her outshine Yin Jiuran. Upon arriving at the horse grounds, Yin Zihan dismounted first. Among the noble ladies already present, many were acquaintances of hers, and they gathered around her, chatting and laughing. Turning to see Yin Jiuran descend from the carriage, they scattered as if encountering a plague. Why must Yin Jiuran be everywhere? One young lady unabashedly expressed her disdain for Yin Jiuran. Oh dear, she is now a princess. How could she possibly miss such a significant event as the autumn hunt? I wonder if the rumors circulating in the capital are true. If so, it is utterly revolting. Zihan, how could you have such a sister? You must endure so much. It seems that Yin Jiuran's mother is a woman who only knows how to attach herself to men, which explains the questionable character of the daughter she has raised. Initially, Yin Jiuran had no intention of getting involved and was prepared to leave. However, upon hearing them slander her mother, she immediately turned and approached the offending party. The young lady, witnessing Yin Jiuran's approach, instinctively took a few steps back, only to be met with 2 resounding slaps across her face. My mother is the wife of a minister. What are you then? Yin Jiuran declared. As for the rumors circulating about me in the capital, I remain blameless. Should I hear any more slanderous remarks about my mother, The consequences will not merely involve a couple of slaps. The young lady felt utterly wronged, and those around her were rendered speechless by Yin Jiuran's boldness. Upon reaching the stable, Yin Jiuran set about selecting a horse suitable for her. Though there were many tall steeds, they were too large for her to manage. After much effort, she spotted a sleek, dark horse that was strong and well-sized for her. Just as she was about to voice her claim, Yin Zihan interjected. "This horse is quite good. I shall take it." Only after saying this did she notice Yin Jiuran standing beside her. "I apologize, dear sister. You're already a princess. Surely allowing your sister to have this horse is of no consequence." The stable attendant offered no kindness to Yin Jiuran, ignoring her entirely as he led the horse away to Yin Zihan. Consequently, Yin Jiuran spent over half an hour choosing a horse, only to have someone always snatch it away first. In the end, she stood outside the stable, watching as one after another mounted their horses and proceeded to the training ground. If there are no horses left, then so be it. Yin Jiuran had anticipated this outcome amidst the rampant rumors in the capital. With no steed at her disposal, she could only wander around the riding arena. Besides the trained horses, there was a section dedicated to taming wild horses, conveniently located not far behind the stable. As she approached, she could already hear the sounds of neighing emanating from within. "Royal brother, royal brother." Yin Jiuran stepped inside and immediately spotted the spirited sixth princess, Xuan Yuan, at the fence. Looking towards the center of the arena, she observed a wild black horse, constantly neighing and rearing its front hooves. It alternated between running and circling, attempting to throw off the man seated atop it. Yet he was Xuan Yuan. Despite the horse's restlessness, he maintained a dignified posture, firmly gripping the wild horse's abdomen with his legs. What a magnificent horse! Such wildness must make it difficult to tame, Yin Jiuran mused aloud. Hearing her voice, Xuan Yuan finally noticed her presence. "Ah, it is you, Zhao, and I find it curious to see you here alone. Shouldn't the other young ladies and princesses be riding off to the training ground? The horses have all been taken, and the remaining ones are unsuitable for me. Hence, I have chosen not to ride and am merely exploring." Although Yin Jiuran feigned indifference, Xuan Yuan could not hold back. "Why not seize one for yourself? Why allow them to take all the horses? It's too troublesome. I cannot be bothered to engage them in conversation. Furthermore, it is merely a horse. Engaging in further contention over it would only invite more gossip. Indeed, it is just a few horses. My imperial brother's estate possesses far superior ones. Once he has tamed the wild stallions, I shall request him to send one to you." Yin Jiuran turned her gaze towards the man atop the horse. At this moment, the wild horse had grown weary and was considerably more compliant under Xuan Yuan's guidance. Yet it was far from being fully subdued. The horse's acquiescence was but a fleeting surrender. As Xuan Yuan dismounted, Xuan Yuan promptly opened the gate of the enclosure and rushed to his side, exchanging a few words. Yin Jiuran ambled over, glancing around as she walked. "Xiao Lu mentioned you lacked a horse." Unbeknownst to her, she had already reached Xuan Yuan's side. Startled by the man's sudden proximity, Yin Jiuran recoiled a step, nearly stumbling over her own garment, but Xuan Yuan swiftly extended his hand to steady her. "What are you afraid of?" He dusted off the soil from his attire and adjusted her cloak with care. "Tomorrow, come to my residence. The horses here do not compare to those at my royal manor." After a brief pause, Xuan Yuan added, "I still have some inquiries regarding the Bema Temple." "Very well," Yin Jiuran replied, completely oblivious to the warmth blossoming on her cheeks. After Xuan Yuan finished speaking, he did not linger but departed immediately. Throughout the day, Yin Jiuran meandered about the horse grounds, and by the time Yin Zihan concluded her training and prepared to leave, Yin Jiuran, as she had upon arrival, sat in the carriage with her eyes closed, resting. Chapter 31. Vermilion Bird Yin Zihan felt a sense of joy that Yin Jiuran had failed to acquire any fine horses. Yet, Yin Jiuran exhibited no signs of distress or irritation whatsoever. Upon returning to the minister's residence, she remained silent. How peculiar. Did Yin Jiuran truly not care about this matter at all? The following morning, she discovered that Yin Jiuran had uncharacteristically departed early. In truth, Yin Jiuran had initially intended to wait until after lunch to set out. However, Before returning from the horse grounds, Xuan Yuan Zilu had insisted multiple times that she arrive early, stating that an earlier conclusion would allow for an earlier return home, as her imperial brother was not always available. Upon her return to the Duke of Su's residence, the guards did not verify her identity and allowed her entry, which surprised her somewhat. The attendant guiding her was the same one who had accompanied her during her previous visit to the Duke's residence. What Yin Jiulan did not anticipate was that the Duke of Su's estate possessed its own small horse grounds, covering an area comparable to 2 courtyards of the minister's residence. And this was merely the horse grounds of the Duke of Su. The prince is in the stables. The princess may enter. Upon reaching the entrance of the stables, the attendant did not depart, but opened the door, permitting Yin Jiulan to enter on her own. I have arrived. At that moment, Xuan Yuan Yi stood beside a horse. Whether it was his towering stature or the horse's diminutive size, the juxtaposition of man and beast appeared quite awkward. Xiao Lu mentioned you lack a horse. Even the imperial grandmother sent someone yesterday to request a horse be delivered to you. He gently stroked the fiery mane of the horse. This one was brought back from the western regions. It may be smaller than the famed Akeltek, yet it is robust and capable of covering 1,000 miles a day, rivaling the Akeltek in merit. While ordinary horses are large in stature, this one is of moderate build, making it more suitable for you than those in the royal stable. Yin Jiulan nodded and stepped forward, extending her hand. Opening her palm, she held out half an apple. The red horse opened its mouth to eat, and upon finishing, it nuzzled its head against her hand. Due to its fiery red coat and swift movements akin to a bird in flight, I have named it Zhuke. It is quite a lovely name. Thank you. Xuan Yuan Yi gazed at her, his eyes gleaming, as she tenderly caressed the horse, recalling the words of the Empress Dowager from the previous day. Zhao An is a fine girl, and you two share a bond. During your visit to Wansu Mountain, you must take good care of her. Previously, you brought back a number of excellent steeds from the border. Choose one among them as a gift for her. Selecting a horse naturally entails the need for practice to enhance the bond between rider and steed, thereby minimizing the likelihood of accidents in the future. In her past life, Yin Jiulan seldom rode. She either traveled by carriage or sedan chair. Even when she did ride, it was always with assistance to mount. Thus, this marks her first experience of mounting a horse independently. However, she faced a dilemma. Which foot should she step with first? Xuan Yuan Yi, unable to watch her struggle any longer, approached from behind, grasped her under the arms with a firm pull, and lifted her onto the horse. Yin Jiulan, who had been standing steadily, was suddenly airborne, landing atop the horse, startling her considerably. This was not the end, for Xuan Yuan Yi then leapt and settled behind her. I shall guide you for a while. Once you are familiar, you may attempt it on your own. The man's form enveloped Yin Jiulan, his larger hands grasping hers on the reins. The horse began to walk slowly around the enclosure, gradually increasing its pace. To hasten its speed, one must apply gentle pressure to its belly. What? The wind carried away Xuan Yuan Yi's words, and she could not hear him. Xuan Yuan Yi pulled on the reins. Halting the horse, I said, if you wish to increase speed, use the stirrups to gently squeeze the horse's belly. He leaned down to whisper in her ear. But if you apply too much force, the horse may become startled, and you could face grave injury. He dismounted and adjusted her stirrups. Now, give it a try and become accustomed to Zhuke. Watching his retreating figure, Yin Jiulan touched her still warm ears. Why speak so closely? Yet, Xuan Yuan Yi did not walk far before turning back. Developments regarding the White Horse Temple have begun to take shape. Elze reported that the wounds were smooth and even, indicating that the assailant possessed considerable strength and struck rapidly. However, each wound exhibited a distinctive upward curl. As far as I know, only one group is capable of inflicting such injuries. There exists an organization in the martial world called Qianli, specializing in assassination. If paid or if a bounty is issued, they will take action. Their peculiar signature is that the wounds they inflict always curl upwards. I have examined Elze's report on this matter closely. The body was fresh, suggesting that they may have just departed when you arrived. It is fortunate you did not encounter them. So it was them, Yin Jiulan realized, coming to an understanding. In her past existence, when she followed Xuan Yuan Cheng, Their own people were often hindered from acting, and, at times, they would seek out assistance in the martial world. It was during that time she learned of Qianli. However, she had failed to notice the details regarding the wounds. The prince's investigation is indeed thorough. After practicing at the Duke of Su's residence for most of the day, Jiuran finally returned home. Throughout the journey, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Ultimately, she was unable to dismount, and it was a servant who sought out Xuan Yuan to assist her. It was an exceedingly embarrassing situation. Fortunately, she possessed a remarkable aptitude for learning, and within half a day, she had already grasped several equestrian techniques. However, she was unable to take the horse with her. According to Xuan Yuan Zilu, it was intended to surprise someone else. Given the circumstances of the autumn hunt, both she and Xuan Yuan Zilu would need to learn archery alongside Xuan Yuan Yi. Initially, she thought a single visit would suffice, but to her surprise, she was required to attend for several consecutive days. Although she could practice alone, Xuan Yuan Zilu had informed the Empress Dowager, who promptly sent someone to oversee her. Why were her legs trembling so vigorously? What on earth had Yin Jiuran been doing? Observing Yin Jiuran's peculiar demeanor, Yin Zihan felt a surge of curiosity. She had previously dispatched individuals to follow Yin Jiuran, but they invariably lost track of her shortly thereafter. However, that evening, her informant in Ziyun courtyard relayed to Yin Zihan that Yin Jiuran indeed had hidden guards in her employ, and their numbers were quite substantial. Even Ling Mai and others had been deliberately placed there initially. This revelation left Yin Zihan so astonished that she couldn't sleep, hastily relaying the news to Xuan Yuan Cheng. Despite her earlier subtle hints, Yin Jiuran had feigned ignorance, indicating that she had likely discovered the truth long ago. Yin Jiuran, how dare you deceive me? Yin Zihan crumpled the paper in her hand. Hidden guards do not accompany one at all times. During this autumn hunt, I shall ensure you face the consequences. At the Wei Wang mansion, having confirmed that Yin Jiuran had Yin family hidden guards, Xuan Yuan Cheng smiled with satisfaction. He intended to seize this opportunity during the autumn hunt to cultivate a closer rapport with Yin Jiuran. With his striking appearance, accomplishing his objectives would be effortless. Furthermore, he had heard that the emperor was also using this occasion to select a legitimate wife for the unmarried princes, and he could request a betrothal in advance. Once he had control over Yin Jiuran's hidden guards, her value would diminish significantly. Chapter 32. The Autumn Hunt. Before long, the day of the autumn hunt arrived. After several days of practice at the Duke of Su's residence, Yin Jiuran's skills in both equestrianism and archery had advanced remarkably. Her rapid progress astonished Xuan Yuan Yi. As they would be staying at Wanqiu Mountain for 2 days, it was necessary to prepare a change of clothes and riding gear. Sharing the same carriage with Yin Jiuran, Yin Zihan deliberately sat a bit closer to convey their sisterly bond. Yin Han was quite pleased. After all, it was uncommon for sisters not to cherish one another. He hoped that if any issues arose between them, they would not manifest during the autumn hunt. Given the high-ranking officials present, the situation could be quite delicate, embarrassment at best, and at worst, a return to dire circumstances or even death. In truth, many attendees harbored similar concerns, yet it was inevitable that something would transpire during the autumn hunt. Private meetings, vendettas, and ignited passions were rampant, with numerous individuals eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Upon arriving at the Wanqiu Mountain campsite, all visitors, regardless of their status, were required to dismount and undergo inspection before entering. As the weather turned autumnal, a cool breeze began to blow before dusk. How many princes would showcase their skills in the coming days? Surely, you are not merely here for the sake of Prince Wei, are you? It has come to my attention that Prince Su has returned from the frontier. With his presence, the autumn hunt in the mountains is surely a foregone conclusion. His Highness, Prince Su, is indeed admirable, yet he perpetually exudes an air of aloofness. My mother once told me that he has taken many lives on the battlefield, and the heavy aura of death surrounding him may bring misfortune to those who share his bed, urging me to keep my distance. Not far away, Xuan Yuan Yi listened intently to their discussions about him. My lord, they imply that you shall have no princess, that anyone who marries you will be doomed. He remarked with a twitch of his lips, feeling pity for his master. The man, strikingly handsome and exceptionally talented in both civil and martial pursuits, is burdened by the rumor of being a bane to women, as he burns his garments and bathes thrice after any encounter with a woman. Should the late empress and princess learn of this, they would certainly come to pay their respects if they were still among the living. During the days spent teaching Princess Zhao and to ride, Xian, he had hoped his master might finally come to his senses, only to find him still burning his clothes daily. If a woman does not come to remedy this, the garments in the wardrobe will soon be insufficient. And Xuan Yuan, he fears his master may meet a similar fate. After inspection, they entered the camp, with the civil and military officials' tents positioned on opposite sides. Many young ladies had already changed into riding attire to practice at the equestrian field, while the young gentlemen endeavored to display their skills and charm. As Jiuran approached the archery range, she could hear shouts of praise emanating from within. Upon entering, her eyes were immediately drawn to Xuan Yuan Cheng, who was skillfully drawing his bow. How unfortunate, she thought. Xuan Yuan Cheng held his breath, focused intently, and released an arrow that struck true at the center of the target. The young ladies nearby erupted in applause, eager for him to teach them the art of archery. Setting aside other matters, this man certainly enjoyed considerable popularity. Initially, Jiuran had intended to practice as well, but upon observing the scene, she reconsidered. Each encounter with Xuan Yuan Cheng required her to maintain a smile and uphold her decorum while suppressing the urge to throttle him. Xuan Yuan Cheng, naturally, had noticed her presence. To gain access to the secretive guard she possessed, he could not allow her to slip away so easily. Thus, he circumvented the throng of ladies surrounding him and approached Jiuran. Princess Zhao has come. Yet you intend to leave? He inquired. Just observing. She replied with indifference, which displeased the young ladies behind Xuan Yuan Cheng. What a princess indeed! Does she not see how disdainful she appears towards our Prince Wei? One remarked, disgust evident in her tone. Indeed, our Prince Wei speaks to her kindly, yet she cannot even spare him a glance. I do not understand her purpose in coming here. Another added, it is merely because she has captured the Emperor's favor. Enough. Is there not enough gossip circulating in the capital? Must you add to it here? Xuan Yuan Cheng interjected, furrowing his brow in defense of Jiuran. My lord, they merely cannot abide seeing Jiuran's indifference towards you. Our Prince Wei is 1 in a million. How could she ever be worthy of him? It is already commendable that you engage with her. Yes, indeed. We merely wish to observe your archery skills and learn from you. They chimed in. As Jiuran distanced herself, Xuan Yuan Cheng resolved to seek another opportunity. Upon returning to the camp, Xuan Yuan Zilu awaited Jiuran at the entrance. She had brought the vermilion bird along, but to prevent any ill intentions towards it, it was kept under the watchful eyes of Xuan Yuan Ye's steed. The incessant chatter from the onlookers was unbearable. I wished I could silence them all with a needle, their idle tongues wagging endlessly. Throughout the journey, Xuan Yuan Zilu endured a great deal of gossip. While praises for Xuan Yuan Cheng were tolerable, the comments directed at Xuan Yuan Yi and Jiuran were far more egregious, with none offering compliments to her. Some even remarked that her elder brother's achievements were merely a trade-off for their mother and sister, suggesting that her lack of a mother was well-deserved. Xuan Yuan Zilu could only lament that not bringing Bai Shui along was a miscalculation. Had the two met, their exchanges would have been relentless. As dusk approached and the autumn winds whispered through the night, some remained in the stables practicing, while others engaged in lively conversations at different tents. Xuan Yuan Cheng had penned a note for his subordinate to deliver to Jiuran, inviting her to meet him the following day at a cliff by a lake on the left side after entering the mountains. He believed that her reluctance to speak with him in the afternoon was merely due to the crowd, and now that he had humbled himself to invite her, success seemed assured. However, upon discovering that the note was from Xuan Yuan Cheng, Jiuran not only refrained from reading it, but also instructed Ling Mai to cast it into the flames. She deemed the ill-fated message from an ill-fated person too tainted to keep, fearing that she might also become ensnared by misfortune. Yet, her actions did not go unnoticed by the attendant at the entrance, and Yin Zihan observed keenly. The following day, the emperor donned a vigorous outfit as he stood upon the high platform, raising a toast alongside the empress. My esteemed ministers, after several days of autumn hunting, regardless of who claims the top prize, all who are named shall receive my bountiful rewards. Let us cast aside our restraints. Let the creatures of the waning autumn mountains know that none among the subjects of Zhou are to be trifled with. May heaven bless our Zhou. As all raised their cups and drained their drinks, they swiftly mounted their steeds, eagerly awaiting the imperial guards to open the gates for their ascent into the mountains. Observing that Yin Jiuran's horse was smaller than her own, Yin Zihan couldn't resist a jibe. "Sister, your horse is indeed beautiful, but I hope it doesn't tire and collapse midway." Yin Jiuran smiled slightly. "I am more concerned that you might fall off yours, sister." Yin Zihan's smile faltered. "Thank you, dear sister. I hear you have made remarkable progress in archery. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity for a contest to see who can capture more game." Chapter 33. Danger if you wish to compete. Sister, I am more than willing to accept. Just ensure you don't lose your catch to someone else or fail to find your way back. Yin Zihan scoffed, turning her head away haughtily. As the imperial guards opened the gates, the crowd surged forward, and soon the individuals became indistinguishable from one another. To account for those who might withdraw early or lose their way, each person was equipped with a smoke signal. Releasing it into the air would summon nearby imperial guards. Additionally, for their safety, each young noble was accompanied by a guard. Not long after, Yin Jiuran spotted a wild chicken and, in her triumph, collected several wild chicken eggs to bring back. However, the vastness of the mountains and the multitude of paths made navigation challenging, leading her to new and unfamiliar places with each turn. As an hour passed, the two hunters managed to gather a considerable amount of game. Though none of it was particularly large, Yin Jiuran felt quite satisfied. The princess had enjoyed good fortune, and Lin Dan, the accompanying imperial guard, also marveled at Yin Jiuran's luck. "It was fortunate to have you by my side. Otherwise, we wouldn't have amassed such a haul." Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted in the distance. Upon noticing it, Yin Jiuran and Lin Dan hastened toward the source. Upon their arrival, they beheld a young lady weeping beneath a tree, her accompanying guards clutching their arms in distress. Before them lay a fallen steed, while nearby, a wild boar gasped for breath. After some inquiries, it became clear that the young lady had fortuitously stumbled upon a piglet, shot by an unknown hunter and left behind, but had not ventured far before being violently knocked off her mount by a much larger boar. The ferocious beast charged directly at her, and had it not been for the guards, one of whom sacrificed an arm to intercept it, the young lady would have surely met her demise. The sight of the rampaging boar had terrified her to such an extent that, upon being escorted back to her tent, she remained trembling and speechless for quite some time. As for the larger and smaller boars, they were soon taken back by the Jinwu guard to serve as the evening's meal. Yin Jiuran had witnessed many grand spectacles, yet she felt grateful to have avoided such a harrowing encounter. Thankfully, the emperor had made preparations. Otherwise, the autumn hunt might have claimed numerous lives. Time swiftly approached the hours stipulated in the letter from Xuan Yuan Cheng to Yin Jiuran. He rode alone to a lakeside that lay beyond the autumn hunt's boundaries. From a distance, he spotted a lady in yellow seated on a wooden bridge by the water, and his heart leapt with joy as he quickened his pace. However, upon reaching her, he was dismayed to discover that she was not the Yin Jiuran he had intended to meet. Yin Zihan rose eagerly, her face flushed with shyness, oblivious to the displeasure etched upon Xuan Yuan Cheng's countenance. "Your Highness, you truly have come. How can it be you?" Xuan Yuan Cheng's voice was tinged with growing ire. "Your Highness may be unaware, but yesterday, when my sister received the letter, I noticed. She paid no heed to the gift you sent. She tossed it into the fire without a second glance." "What?" Xuan Yuan Cheng was taken aback. "I also heard my sister claim that you are unworthy of the title of the most esteemed young gentleman in the capital. And your actions last night were akin to a righteous official hastily delivering a message in a tavern." As she spoke, Yin Zihan stepped forward and embraced Xuan Yuan Cheng's arm, her expression a blend of pity and concern. "Ever since my sister was bestowed the title of princess, she has felt her status elevate. Now, few dare to disregard her commands within the household. Yet, she now dismisses even your Highness, comparing you to such a vile character." I truly feel shame for my sister and pity for your highness. Very well indeed. Xuan Yuan Cheng, who had thought he had already humbled himself significantly, was astounded by Yin Jiuran's true nature. If one could not attain what lay in her grasp while alive, then let her perish. Fortunately, just prior to his entry into this hunting ground, he had devised a meticulous plan. Now, with a mere command, Yin Jiuran could meet her demise within the depths of Wanqiu Mountain. Moreover, given that a thorough search of Wanqiu Mountain was unfeasible, the discovery of Yin Jiuran's lifeless body here would be deemed entirely ordinary. Contemplating this, he seized Yin Zihan without hesitation. With a compassionate maiden like you by my side, I find great joy, he declared, observing the bashful demeanor of the woman in his embrace. Xuan Yuan Cheng shed his restraint and leaned down to kiss her. Due to the autumn hunt, the shadow guards were unable to accompany Yin Jiuran into the mountains. At this moment, she remained blissfully unaware of the imminent peril that awaited her. Although the end of the hunt was still some time away, she intended to capture a few more creatures before retreating for a respite. After a prolonged period of riding, fatigue began to set in for Yin Jiuran. Spotting a nearby grove of bamboo, she conferred with Lin Dan about taking a break there. Zhu Ke obediently followed her closely after she dismounted, refraining from straying. My lady, this bow seems to be damaged. I shall seek out the nearest Jinwu guard to exchange it and return promptly, Lin Dan remarked after inspecting their bows and arrows. Having received Yin Jiuran's consent, he turned to depart. Sitting beneath a bamboo stalk, Yin Jiuran took a sip of water and began to survey the grove. The bamboo was dense. Aside from the path they had taken to enter, no other routes were visible. As far as her eyes could see, it was nothing but bamboo. The wind gently swayed the slender stalks, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Yet, after waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, Lin Dan had not returned. A sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to rise abruptly. Could something have happened to him? The recent encounter with the wild boar left her anxious. Her concern extended beyond Lin Dan. It encompassed her own safety as well. At present, she was accompanied only by a horse and a water flask, with nothing else at her disposal. The only bow and arrow she possessed had been taken by Lin Dan for replacement. Should any danger arise, particularly something akin to the wild boar, she feared she would be unable to fend for herself. After considerable contemplation, Yin Jiuran resolved to leave at once. Possessions were of little consequence. Her foremost priority was her own safety. If fortune smiled upon her, she might still locate Lin Dan. Mounting Zhu Ke, she departed the bamboo grove. Recalling the path she had taken, her journey proceeded smoothly. However, she found it peculiar that the red flags and Jinwu guards that had previously marked her route were now absent, although the indentations in the ground remained. It was too early for them to have withdrawn. After all, there was still a hunt scheduled for the following day. Yet, how could both the markers and the people have vanished? Running her fingers over the freshly disturbed earth, Yin Jiuran suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Perhaps she had been deliberately lured here. Reflecting on Lin Dan, who had left with her bow, she felt a wave of frustration. She had assumed that the personnel assigned by the emperor would pose no threat, but she had overlooked the possibility of substitution. Moreover, with Lin Dan leading the way for most of the journey and concocting an excuse to take her bow, she now found herself defenseless. Chapter 34. The lynx. Someone wished for her demise within Wanqiu Mountain, but who could it be? Before she could lift her gaze, the vermilion bird came to an abrupt halt. Although the path ahead was still passable, Yin Jiuran noticed it was retreating, emitting soft cries. Vermilion bird? What troubles you? She looked up to see a tiger emerging slowly from the side of the road, its powerful limbs appearing capable of dispatching the vermilion bird in an instant. Yin Jiuran's complexion changed. They were perilously close, and even if she turned to flee immediately, the tiger could easily pursue them. Unexpectedly, trouble had arrived, and it was more formidable than a wild boar. My dear princess, what do you fear? Just as Yin Jiuran pondered her next move, Lin Dan, now clad in a different outfit, appeared behind the tiger. To her astonishment, the fearsome beast was affectionately rubbing against Lin Dan's thigh. Lin Dan, you truly. This revelation confirmed Yin Jiuran's suspicions, yet she had not anticipated the tiger's close bond with Lin Dan. Princess, do you like the gift I have brought you? Lin Dan chuckled reaching out to stroke the tiger's head, which yawned, revealing its formidable jaws. "Lindan, I bear you no grudge. Who commanded you to come and harm me?" Jiuran steadied her emotions, glaring at the man. Lindan, emboldened by the presence of the tiger, showed no fear. "What nonsense are you spouting, princess? Why would I wish to harm you?" Enthralling. "I merely observed that your hunting of wild chickens and rabbits is rather mundane. If you desire to capture the public's attention, nothing would astonish them more than slaying a bobcat." "Alas, what a pity!" Lindan gazed at Jiuran, then at the vermilion bird, and with a command, the tiger lunged toward Jiuran. She immediately urged the vermilion bird to evade into the nearby forest. However, the vermilion bird, being a steed, was significantly larger than the tiger and lacked its agility, soon finding itself unable to escape. As the tiger closed in, Jiuran's heart began to race. In that moment, she recalled that the vermilion bird had been a gift from Xuan Yuan. Could the bird not fetch him? With this thought, Jiuran leaned close to the vermilion bird's ear, urging it to seek out Xuan Yuan. She was uncertain if it could succeed, but she had no choice but to take a gamble. Just as the tiger leapt, the vermilion bird darted to the wider right, and Jiuran seized the opportunity to leap off its back and roll into a patch of grass. "Princess, life and death are fated. If trouble has come, you must accept it calmly. Otherwise, the bobcat may devour you whole. Besides, I need to retrieve your bones to report back." The tiger, sniffing the air, tracked Jiuran's scent as she concealed herself in the grass, pulling out a smoke bomb from her bosom. If she could deploy it, she might find salvation before the vermilion bird could bring Xuan Yuan Cheng. However, when she pulled the cord, the smoke bomb did not explode upwards. Instead, it detonated right before her eyes. Had she not closed her eyes in time, she might have been blinded. The smoke bomb failed to serve its purpose, likely replaced by Lindan at the outset. Now, as she activated the device, both the man and the beast discovered her hiding place. As Jiuran pondered how to evade the impending danger, the tiger let out a ferocious roar and lunged at her. She instinctively dropped to the ground, allowing the beast to soar over her head. However, just as she attempted to rise and flee, Lindan seized her by the hair. "Is running not enough for you, princess?" he taunted. "You have drawn closer to me, which is precisely what I desired." Jiuran chuckled, momentarily catching Lindan off guard. In that fleeting moment of surprise, several silver needles slipped from her sleeve, piercing the acupoint at Lindan's waist. A searing pain engulfed him, followed by an incessant, biting sensation akin to that of insects gnawing at his flesh. His complexion paled drastically, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Jiuran broke free and dashed away. Observing his master's distress, the tiger refrained from pursuing her, instead sitting still and watching Lindan. Lost and disoriented, Jiuran emerged from a thicket to discover an open clearing ahead. Elated, she sprinted forward, hoping to find someone. Yet, upon reaching the clearing, she abruptly halted. Trapped, she faced a sheer cliff. Closing her eyes and reopening them, she found Lindan, having removed the silver needles, standing before her with the tiger. "No more running?" he queried, still recovering from the pain. "Lindan, killing me brings you no advantage. Delay until help arrives." Lindan shrugged indifferently. "What good is time to me now? Rest assured, I will collect your remains," he continued. "Or perhaps you could specify how you'd like your corpse to be preserved by my mountain cat." "No, I shall not perish. It is you who will meet your demise." Jiuran steadied herself, having heard the distant sound of galloping hooves drawing near. Lindan's expression hardened, and without further delay, he commanded the tiger to charge toward her at the edge of the cliff. In that heartbeat, as the tiger lunged, Jiuran held her breath and leapt backward. The tiger narrowly grazed her, its roar fading as it plummeted into the abyss below. Lindan's face contorted in shock as he rushed to the cliff's edge, peering down to see Jiuran clinging to a protruding rock. "You survived and yet caused my mountain cat's death?" he exclaimed in disbelief, grappling with the reality of her resilience. Years of training had made the tiger obedient, and its loss was unbearable for him. Drawing a dagger from his waist, Lindan raised it high, aiming to strike Jiuran. She closed her eyes, bracing for the pain that never came. When she opened them, she found Lin Dan's eyes wide with disbelief as an arrow pierced his heart, sending droplets of blood cascading towards her. Having clung to the rock for too long, Jiuran could no longer hold on, and Lin Dan's blood fell upon her face. In that instant, she relinquished her grip, and just as she began to fall, a figure appeared, pushing Lin Dan's lifeless body aside and catching her in time. Xuan Yuan. Her lips and throat felt parched, and she uttered his name with a raspy voice. Zhu brought him here. However, Jiuran's position was perilously low, and Xuan Yuan, grasping her, found half of his body precariously hanging over the edge. His other hand firmly braced against the cliff's precipice. Yet Jiuran noticed a small patch of earth had already cracked. If Xuan Yuan did not release his grip, they would surely plummet together. Chapter 35. Injured Xuan Yuan. Release your hold. If you continue to grasp me, we shall both fall. Jiuran felt vexed. Had she foreseen this predicament, she would not have summoned him. I can endure. I have already sent word to Xiao Lu. She will arrive shortly. With gritted teeth, Xuan Yuan pulled upwards, causing a cascade of soil and stones to tumble down. If help is futile, then do not bother. Jiuran frowned. Your hand is meant to protect the people of the Great Zhou. If you continue to cling to me, you may lose the ability to wield your sword in battle, and one does not always require hands. Brother, as soon as the words left her lips, Xuan Yuan Zilu's voice echoed from behind them. They discovered they were at the edge of a cliff, prompting them to dismount and proceed on foot. Upon reaching Xuan Yuan's side, some took Lin Dan's lifeless body away, while others worked together to pull Xuan Yuan and Jiuran back from the cliff's edge. Not long after they ascended, the very ground Xuan Yuan had clung to fractured and fell away. As they moved forward, Xuan Yuan Zilu instinctively retreated. It is fortunate that you did not fall. We arrived just in time. Otherwise, you both would have been lost. Yet, Xuan Yuan Zilu was also curious about how Jiuran had thought to send Zhu to seek Xuan Yuan's assistance. Observing their disheveled state, he chose to remain silent. Your hand is injured. Just as they were mounting their horses, Jiuran noticed blood seeping from Xuan Yuan's sleeve. A mere scratch, nothing of concern. The wounds sustained on the battlefield are far more severe in both number and nature, and I pay little heed to this. This injury was incurred while saving me. Therefore, it is my responsibility to bear it. Anticipating such a possibility, I brought high-quality wound ointment and scar salve. I shall have someone fetch them for you upon our return to the camp. Xuan Yuan did not refuse. At that moment, another issue arose. After Zhu had sought out Xuan Yuan, it was returned to the stable. Though Xuan Yuan Zilu also rode alone, his proficiency was sufficient for one rider. Adding another would tip the scales towards calamity. The other guards were not safe enough either. After much deliberation, Xuan Yuan ultimately lifted Jiuran onto his horse with his uninjured arm. Throughout their return, Zilu's gaze rarely strayed from the two of them. I am deeply grateful to you today. Without your intervention, I might have perished just moments ago. Jiuran whispered her thanks, to which Xuan Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. I remembered that Zhu was once under your care. If I released it, perhaps it would assist in locating you. Thankfully, I managed to hold out until you arrived. As she spoke, Jiuran's voice grew quieter. I feel so weary, utterly exhausted. Xuan Yuan sensed a weight against him and looked down to find her resting in his embrace, asleep. An inexplicable sense of urgency and unease began to stir within him. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu could only remark on the exquisite irony. The ancient iron tree had finally begun to blossom. Yet, the matter could not simply conclude in such a manner. Jiuran was in a deep slumber. Xuan Yuan, using one hand, gently caressed her arm, only to discover its chilling temperature, prompting him to immediately order a halt. As confusion enveloped the group, Zilla noticed that Jiuran's right foot was drenched in blood, a crimson stain that continued to drip. It was likely that she had sustained the injury while being pulled up from the cliff, and since there had been no visible bleeding, no one had been aware. Zilu swiftly tore a strip from his garment to bandage her foot, hastening his pace back as blood continued to seep. At this point, the mountain hunt had concluded for over an hour, yet Xuan Yuan and his companions had yet to emerge from the woods. The emperor and others waited anxiously at the entrance, and when they beheld Xuan Yuan carrying the unconscious Jiuran, a profound silence fell upon them, astonished and speechless. The imperial physician dismounted, and Xuan Yuan wasted no time. He briefly signaled to the emperor before carrying Jiuran towards his tent. Observing the dirt covering both individuals and the blood steadily dripping from Jiuran's foot, the emperor followed closely behind Xuan Yuan. What has transpired? The emperor gazed at their dire state, momentarily at a loss for words. Xuan Yuan recounted that upon seeing a horse resembling Zhuke before him, he instinctively knew that Jiuran was in peril. When he arrived, he witnessed a man brandishing a dagger, poised to strike her, and intervened just in time. The emperor trusted Xuan Yuan's account, believing there was no fabrication in his words. The audacity of attacking a woman so ruthlessly during such a significant autumn hunt incensed the emperor. However, the body of Lin Dan bore no evidence to confirm his identity. Even his attire was indistinguishable from that of the ordinary imperial guards. Xuan Yuan dispatched individuals to meticulously search the vicinity of the cliff, and he had also noted the findings previously discovered by Jiuran. Yet, who could possibly harbor such malevolence toward a woman? Fortunately, Xuan Yuan's injuries were not severe. After bandaging, he appeared much like his usual self. In contrast, Jiuran had lost a considerable amount of blood and bore numerous minor wounds on her hands and feet, requiring the physician's attention for quite some time. It was not until afternoon the following day that Jiuran finally regained consciousness. Alive. Upon seeing the light, Jiuran could not help but reflect on her circumstances, thinking she had been granted a second chance at life, having been saved by a man with whom she had shared little connection in the past. "You are awake?" The man's voice pulled Jiuran from a reverie. Turning her head, she saw Xuan Yuan sitting nearby, his expression weary. "What are you doing here?" "This is my tent," she replied, taken aback, realizing she was occupying his bed. "You are injured and ought to rest. If you wish to return, I can have someone carry the bed together with you." Xuan Yuan offered. "Are you serious about the bed?" Jiuran inquired, incredulous. "Master," a cheerful voice called from the entrance, followed by Ling Mai kneeling beside the bed. "Master, you have awakened. Do you feel better? Would you like some water, or perhaps something to eat?" "Please bring me some water," Jiuran requested, licking her parched lips and promptly draining half a jug. This matter unfolded within a certain tent. Jiuran unexpectedly survived, showcasing remarkable resilience. Zihan gazed at the pancake before her, puncturing it repeatedly with her chopsticks. It was said that she had been pursued relentlessly by a wildcat, nearly plunging off a cliff, only to be rescued by His Highness, the Prince of Su. Tang Gui shared what he had gathered through his inquiries. The memory of the glances exchanged among those present when Xuan Yuan carried Jiuran back yesterday left Zihan quite displeased. Yet, reflecting on Xuan Yuan's notorious reputation for bringing misfortune to women, she found some solace, realizing that few who lingered by his side met a favorable fate. Though Xuan Yuan was indeed commendable, she still believed that her own Prince Wei was far superior. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Dan had been dispatched by Xuan Yuan Cheng with the intent to eliminate Jiuran. Initially, Xuan Yuan Cheng had planned for Lin Dan to scare Jiuran with a tiger, thereby allowing him to perform a gallant rescue. However, upon hearing Zihan's remarks, his first instinct was to wish for Jiuran's demise. By the time he came to his senses, Xuan Yuan had already preempted him and saved her. Chapter 36. The Marriage Grant Now. Not only had he lost Lin Dan as a subordinate, but Xuan Yuan also managed to outshine him when tallying the spoils. Even though Xuan Yuan later intervened to save the girl, the bounty he procured was far superior, including a wild boar that had frightened the young lady and a deer. Despite his frustration, he maintained a facade of magnanimity in front of the others. "My elder brother excels in both civil and military affairs and has long been engaged in warfare. It is only natural that his archery surpasses mine. Moreover, I am not a warrior by nature. Thus, managing to hunt any game is commendable." This elicited sympathy from the young ladies enamored with Xuan Yuan Cheng, who promptly offered to bestow their catches upon him, though he graciously declined with a smile. After lunch, Both the emperor and empress visited Xuan Yuan Cheng's encampment. Besides checking on their injuries, they inquired of Yin Jiuran about the events that transpired. Yin Jiuran, unwilling to conceal the truth, recounted the entire sequence of events meticulously and also presented her speculations. However, the emperor had already commanded a thorough examination of Lin Dan's corpse, finding no items to verify his identity. Consequently, despite recognizing that he acted under orders, it remained unclear who had commanded him. With the man deceased, there was no possibility of extracting further information from him. Given the circumstances, the emperor could only declare that it was an assassin from a foreign land who sought to exploit Yin Jiuran. Subsequently, Ling Mai retrieved some medicinal ointment, applying it to the injured areas, which soon ceased bleeding. After the passage of over half an hour, she was able to rise and walk. As night fell, the camp was illuminated by bonfires, and the hunted game was transformed into sumptuous dishes served to the officials, young ladies, and gentlemen alike, with delectable food and fine wine. All seemed to forget the unsettling events of the mountain hunt. Just as the musicians played melodiously, the emperor raised his hand, signaling for them to cease, drawing the attention of everyone present. During the few days of the mountain hunt, each has gained something. However, disorder has frequently emerged. Jiuran was attacked, and numerous wild beasts appeared in the forest, orchestrated by foreign foes seeking to disturb our nation, reveling in chaos. Fortunately, although there were injuries, none have perished. The emperor's decree stirred a flurry of discussion among those present. The Great Zhou, a nation of formidable strength and vast territories, had engaged in a delicate balance of power with its neighboring states over the years. Yet, some nations, unable to contain their impatience, sought to gain advantages through nefarious means, making assassination attempts a rather commonplace occurrence. Each emperor of Great Zhou had faced several assassination attempts throughout their reign. Those fortunate enough survived, while others were replaced by their successors. Since the founding of the dynasty, numerous officials and princes had fallen victim to such plots. The assassin had been apprehended by the Prince of Su, yet the emperor had another announcement to make. Clearing his throat, he beckoned Xuan Yuan and Yin Jiuran to step forward. After the assassination attempt on Princess Zhaoan, she had been rescued by the Prince of Su, and they returned together. Earlier, during the Flower God Festival, Zhaoan had also shared a mysterious bond with the prince. Given this auspicious connection, the emperor declared his intention to unite them in marriage. Henceforth, they would be joined in a harmonious union, embarking on a shared journey of prosperity. Yin Jiuran realized that once Xuan Yuan had taken her from the mountain, there was no escaping this fate. I, your humble servant, accept this decree. The emperor beamed at the two. Upon returning to the palace, he would instruct the astronomical bureau to select an auspicious date. The air was soon filled with congratulations. Minister Yin, your younger daughter has secured an excellent match. Could this be a blessing in disguise? The Prince of Su was both valiant and handsome, while Princess Zhaoan was ethereal and refined, truly a match made in heaven. Yin Zihan watched the couple stand at the center, accepting the accolades of the officials, and felt a surge of envy. Were it not for the rumors of misfortune surrounding him, she might have entertained thoughts of marrying Xuan Yuan herself. Moreover, Xuan Yuan was 2 years elder than Xuan Yuan Cheng, being the elder brother of the latter. Now that Yin Jiuran was betrothed to Xuan Yuan upon her marriage, Xuan Yuan Cheng would have to refer to her as sister-in-law. If she were to wed Xuan Yuan Cheng, she would forever be overshadowed by Yin Jiuran and obliged to show her respect. However, as Yin Zihan pondered further, she recalled that Xuan Yuan seemed to have no women by his side, suggesting that those who remained with him did not fare well. Coupled with his fervent dedication to warfare, despite his current undefeated record, there was a chance he might one day perish on the battlefield. The emperor would not wish for such a man to become the crown prince and inherit the throne of Great Zhou. Thus, among the current princes, the most favored contenders remained the second prince, Xuan Yuanda, the fourth prince, Prince of Su Xuan Yuan and the fifth prince, Wei Wang Xuan Yuan Cheng. Xuan Yuan Cheng held considerable renown within the capital, despite his maternal family's weaker influence. After much contemplation, Yin Zihan concluded that Xuan Yuan was not as remarkable as she initially believed. A man who seldom resided in the capital held little comparison. If only Yin Jiuran could meet her demise at his hands, that would be splendid. As the bonfire blazed, Yin Jiuran and Xuan Yuan Yi visited the imperial physician to have their wounds tended. To the physician's astonishment, both of their injuries had already begun to scab over. In just a day, their wounds had healed significantly. Upon learning that it was Yin Jiuran's ointment that had facilitated such healing, the physician's interest peaked. After receiving a small jar of the ointment from Yin Jiuran, the physician turned to study it further. As far as I know, the princess had no prior knowledge of medicine, let alone the ability to concoct such an effective external remedy. Xuan Yuan Yi regarded Yin Jiuran with a gaze full of suspicion, while she herself had no intention of elaborating further. In recent days, rumors surrounding the prince have proliferated. I have also heard whispers of his misfortunes concerning wives and daughters. However, after receiving this bestowed marriage, should I begin to worry about my own safety? Xuan Yuan Yi furrowed his brow. The mention of misfortune seemed to conjure troubling thoughts, and his countenance darkened instantly. After casting a furious glance at Yin Jiuran, Xuan Yuan Yi fell silent, quickly parting ways with her. Upon returning to the tent, Yin Hong had been awaiting Yin Jiuran for quite some time. Whether it was due to exhaustion from dealing with too many people or the distress of an irrefutable marriage decree, Yin Hong appeared fatigued. Seeing Yin Jiuran enter, he promptly rose. You have returned? I have matters to discuss with you. What is there to discuss? We witnessed everything firsthand. What could be said? There was no way she could genuinely feel concerned for her own safety. Yin Jiuran smiled and sat down. Out of respect for her father, she poured him a cup of tea and pushed it toward him. In the past, your temperament was quite unruly. Yet I never imagined that you would be the first from our family to be betrothed and married. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Su, has established remarkable feats for the great Zhou, and at such a young age, he has acquired what many covet. Now, due to the hunting affair, His Majesty has granted this marriage. As your father, I am genuinely worried. You have shown a desire for change, and your conduct has indeed transformed significantly. However, the Prince of Su is unlike ordinary men. You must exercise utmost caution in your interactions with him. Once the Astronomical Bureau selects an auspicious date, after you enter the Prince of Su's residence, your foremost duty will be to prioritize him, followed by the obligation to ensure his lineage flourishes. Chapter 37. The Anomaly in the Eastern Frontier. Yin Hong spoke for nearly half an hour, primarily urging Yin Jiuran to remain vigilant and to internalize the principles of womanly virtue, which are essential for all women. Yin Jiuran, however, merely let his words flow in one ear and out the other, responding with perfunctory acknowledgments. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan Yi sat within his own tent. He retrieved a small pouch from his waist and took out a small, misshapen gold bracelet. As he traced the now faded patterns with his fingers, memories of his mother surfaced in his mind. You truly exert yourself, my dear. Today, you have learned several more characters. When you grow up, do you wish to be a general to protect mother and your sister? That will not do. The people of the great Zhou, like mother and your sister, also need your protection. The devastating fire had claimed his loved ones and extinguished his hopes. Now, in the capital, those rumors of misfortune concerning wives and daughters seemed to unearth the buried memories he had tried to suppress. The indifferent attitude with which Yin Jiuran uttered those words ignited his ire. Not long after sitting, he rose and exited the tent. Upon reaching Yin Jiuran's tent, he noticed the candlelight still flickering within. Xuan Yuan Yi peered inside quietly. Yin Jiuran was engrossed in a tome that appeared to have been untouched for a long time. Carefully turning the yellowed pages, she sighed after a while and gently tucked the book away. At that moment, unaware of Yin Zihan's whereabouts, Yin Jiuran intended to drink a cup of water before resting. As she looked up, Xuan Yuan Yi stood before her. Why does the prince wander to a young lady's tent at this late hour? Yin Jiuran steadied her racing heart, startled by Xuan Yuan Yi, and bypassed him to retrieve the water jug on the table. However, before her hand could touch the jug, Xuan Yuan Yi grasped her wrist firmly. What are you doing? Yin Jiuran frowned, her entire being lifted off the ground by him. Do you believe in the notion of a woman bringing misfortune to her husband? Xuan Yuan Yi scoffed. Not exactly belief. My acquaintance with the prince is rather limited. Moreover, with so many people in the capital, rumors abound, circulating month after month. Before the prince, there were whispers about my questionable conduct. Jiuran winced at her sore wrist, instinctively inhaling sharply. Does a martial person like the prince truly subscribe to such absurdities? Naturally not, but the princess should exercise caution in her words and actions henceforth. As soon as Xuan Yuan finished speaking, he noticed tears pooling in Jiuran's eyes, cascading down her cheeks and landing on his hand. Why are you crying? He was taken aback. He hadn't uttered anything particularly harsh. Jiuran glared at him with indignation. It hurts, let go. Immediately, Xuan Yuan released his grip, but Jiuran lost her balance and fell to the ground. The force of his hold had been too severe, and she felt as if her bones were being crushed. The pain escalated when she instinctively braced herself with her hand upon impact. Observing the shift in her expression, Xuan Yuan's gaze fell upon her injured hand. Let this matter rest for today. There will be ample opportunities for dialogue in the future. In the blink of an eye, Xuan Yuan vanished from sight. Fuming at her injured wrist, Jiuran muttered, "What on earth were you doing? You truly lack any sense of propriety." At that moment, an urgent report from the eastern frontier was delivered to the emperor. Within a moment, Xuan Yuan was summoned to review the correspondence. How could an entire army of 100,000 simply vanish without a trace overnight? The emperor furrowed his brow. If the contents of this letter are accurate, everything in the camp, supplies, horses, weapons, even the items within the main tent, remains untouched, yet the soldiers have inexplicably disappeared. This is indeed peculiar. Xuan Yuan found the situation equally baffling. The northern Chang had long cast a covetous eye upon the Great Zhou. Their mobilization of 100,000 troops in the eastern frontier was surely a pretext for aggression. With their army now inexplicably gone, the blame would likely fall upon us. The chancellor slammed his hand upon the table in frustration. Xuan Yuan chuckled coldly, tossing the letter into the flames. 100,000 souls is no trifling matter. They cannot simply fabricate such a claim without evidence. It seems the other departments should be informed as well. I shall immediately return to the eastern frontier to investigate this matter thoroughly. If anyone is found culpable, they shall face the collective judgment of the 6 departments, given the gravity of the loss of life. With those words, Xuan Yuan took his leave from the emperor and set off towards the eastern frontier. The contents of the letter were as follows. Urgent report from the eastern frontier. Recently, our scouts have ventured into the northern Chang encampment, but found no signs of life. The military flags, weapons, and rations remain intact, and even the important items within the commander's tent, such as the tiger talisman and sand table, have not been taken. Upon thorough inspection, we found not a single soldier from the northern Chang camp. If Wan Qiushan remains for another day, he will depart for the capital. As for the archery competition at the training ground, Jiuran found herself devoid of any desire to participate or observe. Last night, the wrist that was scratched by Xuan Yuan still throbbed with pain. The man's strength had left it red and swollen. Sighing, Jiuran found a random spot to sit down, lost in thought while rubbing her wrist. Why the long face? Just as she was in silence, a lady approached and casually sat beside her. It was the empress. Jiuran was startled and was about to rise to pay her respects. But the empress pressed her back down. By the way, Yi left last night. Are you aware? Left? I was not informed. What transpired? It seems there is an issue in the eastern frontier. Upon learning this, His Majesty also wore a troubled expression. Yi hastened thereupon receiving the news. You have been betrothed. Henceforth, he shall be your husband, and you ought to be aware of certain matters regarding him. Yes. She nodded obediently. At that moment, the empress noticed Jiuran had been concealing her hand within her sleeve and urged her to reveal it. Jiuran dared not defy the empress and pulled up her sleeve. When the empress saw the swollen wrist, she paused, her eyes reflecting concern. How could your hand be in such a state after being well just yesterday? It is worth noting that the empress has no children. Although she bore a son and a daughter with the emperor in her early years, both had tragically passed away. Subsequently, after Xuan Yuan's mother perished in a fire, he was entrusted to the empress's care, growing up under her guidance until he joined the military at the age of 15. Jiuran helplessly recounted the events of the previous night to the empress, who shook her head and gently grasped her hand. This child has always had a bad temper. He has not spoken much to me either. Now, to resort to violence without understanding the consequences. When he returns, I shall surely give him a proper lecture. Being betrothed, soon to be husband and wife. How can he act so rashly? Perhaps it is unnecessary, as it was I who first mentioned the past to him. We are both without mothers, so I should have anticipated this. Poor child. The empress embraced Yan Jiuran, whispering words of comfort. Yan Jiuran had not felt such a maternal embrace in a long time, and she instantly burst into tears. Meanwhile, news of the situation at the Northern Chang military camp had spread, prompting the Northern Chang royal family to send representatives to investigate. Due to the peculiar nature of the incident, despite nothing being stolen from the camp, they hesitated to act further, fearing they might damage the evidence. Moreover, this area was directly facing the eastern frontier camp where Xuan Yuan was stationed, leading the Northern Chang to intentionally attribute the incident to the east. However, given the significant number of missing persons, even if they seized the opportunity to declare war on the Zhou kingdom, they could not muster an army of 100,000 in such a short time. The Northern Chang emperor was deeply troubled and could only report the matter to the 6 ministries, hoping they would assist in uncovering the truth. Half a month after the incident, the 6 ministries dispatched representatives, and Xuan Yuan, after hastening his journey, arrived at the eastern frontier. Upon reaching the military camp's entrance, Deputy Commander Wang Dong approached, as if seeing a beacon of hope, and took hold of Xuan Yuan's horse. Your Highness, you have finally returned. The Northern Chang has been sending people here daily, demanding either an explanation or insinuating that we were somehow involved. My mind is utterly bewildered. After years of military service, I have never encountered such a situation. What can I even say? Wang Dongyue's frustration was palpable, and he longed to seize the culprit and deliver punishment immediately. Xuan Yuan remained silent, his expression stern as he strode directly to the main tent, instructing Wang Dong to present the gathered intelligence. However, in recent days, little information had surfaced. The most they could ascertain was that the previous night, the Northern Chang barracks had been unusually lively, with several carts of wine delivered to the camp. At this moment, Xuan Yuan sensed something amiss. The presence of alcohol in military encampments is strictly prohibited, permitted only during special occasions or in exceptionally secure circumstances. It is inconceivable to supply such provisions, especially in a frontline camp so proximate to enemy territory. Furthermore, the Northern Chang and the Zhou kingdom have historically been at odds. While they may appear to coexist peacefully on the surface, beneath lies a constant undercurrent of rivalry. Thus, the barracks should strictly forbid soldiers from consuming alcohol. Yet, the delivery of such a substantial quantity of wine just a day prior struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Wang Dong, aware of the implications, dispatched a physician from their ranks to inspect the wine alongside a doctor from the Northern Chang. Yet they found no discernible issues. Your Highness, an envoy from the Red Robe Pavilion requests an audience, a general reported, interrupting Xuan Yuan's contemplation. Women are not allowed within the military camp, and thus, Xuan Yuan had initially wished to limit his interaction with the exclusively female representatives of the Red Robe Pavilion, one of the 6 factions. However, given the current unrest within the Dragon Pavilion and the delicate balance of power among the 6 factions, he felt compelled to acquiesce to certain protocols. Bring them in, Wang Dong. If the Northern Chang envoy arrives, escort them directly here. True to their name, the Red Robe Pavilion sent 3 female envoys, all clad in crimson attire, their faces veiled, adorned with ornamental designs on their foreheads and captivating gazes. They exuded an enchanting allure, their every gesture unforgettable. Lady Hongxiu, Lady Hongdan, and Lady Hongjing pay their respects to His Highness, the Prince of Su. The leading envoy, Hongxiu, cast a glance towards Xuan Yuan before gracefully taking her seat. This man, typically impervious to the charms of such women, offered no pleasantries. Furthermore, he was uncertain of how the Red Robe Pavilion might contribute to the matter at hand. What insights does the Red Robe Pavilion possess regarding this incident? After a prolonged silence, Xuan Yuan finally spoke. To orchestrate the silent disappearance of 100,000 troops in a single night is no trivial feat. Poison, sorcery, or even hypnosis could all be potential methods. Hongxiu paused, regarding Xuan Yuan Yi with a sudden smile. Does Your Highness harbor any thoughts? Hypnosis could indeed lead to the mass exodus of an army, but the eastern frontier would surely uncover such an event. Scouts diligently monitored the barracks day and night, yet none had observed anyone entering or exiting. The ground beneath the northern Chang encampment was solid, devoid of any signs of disturbance. As Xuan Yuan Yi conversed with Hong Xiu, the northern Chang envoy arrived. To his surprise, the northern Chang emperor had dispatched Crown Prince Chiluosai for this occasion. Prince of Su, Chiluosai greeted with a slight smile, extending a gesture of goodwill in accordance with northern Chang customs. Please, take a seat, he replied with a nod. Today, the 6 pavilions shall convene here to thoroughly investigate the mysterious disappearance of our military personnel. His Majesty places great importance on this matter and has specifically dispatched me to assist in the inquiry. Although the visage of Chi Luosai is rugged, his voice belies a gentle demeanor. Rest assured, Your Highness, with me present today, this issue shall not be attributed to your esteemed kingdom of Zhou. If there have been any previous grievances towards the eastern frontier, I hereby extend my apologies on their behalf. The Crown Prince speaks with gravity. Once the envoys of the 6 pavilions have arrived, we shall proceed to the military camp together, where I shall require your guidance. In the capital, Yin Jiuran has returned to the minister's residence. Scarcely has she settled on her seat when guests bearing gifts begin to arrive in droves to offer their congratulations. With Xuan Yuan Yi controlling the Tianlong Pavilion and supported by the Empress, and Yin Hong holding a distinguished position, he wields considerable influence in the court. This throng of sycophants is eager to curry favor, hoping to reap benefits from either Yin Hong or Yin Jiuran in the future. As she observes these people bowing and scraping before her, Yin Hong finds her vanity immensely gratified. The Yin family is pleased to see that their provisions have increased significantly, and they wholeheartedly endorse the union between Yin Jiuran and Xuan Yuan Yi. No one dares to ponder the potential calamities that might befall Yin Jiuran should the rumors prove true. Indeed, some have even insinuated that should Xuan Yuan Yi meet an untimely demise, they would gladly marry Yin Jiuran. As the absurdity escalates, Yin Jiuran dismisses thoughts of public outings, entrusting Ling Mai and Bi Shui to procure medicinal herbs for crafting a balm to alleviate her swelling and pain. Observing Yin Jiuran's burgeoning reputation, Yin Zihan, feeling overshadowed, contemplates devising a scheme against her. Coincidentally, the capital's most beautiful maiden has returned to showcase her talents, prompting Yin Zihan to swiftly extend an invitation for a gathering. The capital's leading beauty would not wish to be eclipsed, thus she is certain to accept this collaboration. Naturally, the more participants, the better, so alongside the leading beauty, Yin Zihan also invites a multitude of young ladies. Yin Jiuran, it has been some time since you have been treated to a spectacle. The 6 pavilions comprise the Tianlong Pavilion, the Red Robe Pavilion, the White Tiger Pavilion, the Jiuran Pavilion, the Thailand Pavilion, and the Huafeng Pavilion. Among these, the Tianlong Pavilion is the sole organization under imperial control. The origins of the Jiuran Pavilion remain shrouded in mystery. The Red Robe Pavilion consists entirely of women, a fact that has drawn the ire of the White Tiger Pavilion. Renowned for its weaponry, the Huafeng Pavilion boasts that half of the 10 finest weapons in the martial world originate from its forge. The Thailand Pavilion adheres to martial might, but is not composed of brutes. Due to their formidable strength, royal families from various nations often seek to rent their skilled warriors. The White Tiger Pavilion was established by the Meng clan, a prominent family in the martial realm. The position of pavilion master is contested among several clans, with a rotation occurring every decade. The 6 pavilions operate from a concealed location, frequently addressing extraordinary matters. Their capabilities remain unknown, yet they refrain from meddling in the affairs of nations unless prompted. Beyond the 6 pavilions, there exist the Medical Valley and the Poison Valley, 2 sects originating from the same lineage, yet now divided. Additionally, Chi Luo is a compound surname. Chapter 39. The 6 pavilions. Approximately an hour later, the members of the 6 pavilions have assembled. One might wonder, with such a multitude, will they ultimately uncover anything of significance? However, the envoy from the Extreme Abyss Pavilion had anticipated this, Thus, prior to their arrival, he had specifically sought out a healer from the medical valley to accompany him. After all, when it pertains to matters concerning medicine, the inhabitants of the medical valley possess a more profound understanding. Once everyone had gathered, Kilios led them to the northern Chang army camp. A few days later, a peculiar odor began to permeate the camp. Everyone dispersed to investigate the sources of this strange scent, each accompanied by a northern Chang individual. Xuan Yuan did not venture far. After passing 2 tents, he observed a patch of ground that was significantly more damp than the surrounding areas, prompting him to crouch down and examine it closely. The moisture was not from water, but rather an inexplicable sticky substance. The accompanying northern Chang, filled with curiosity, mentioned that there had been none of this at the onset, yet now it had manifested. Xuan Yuan also discovered that not only was the surface soil sticky, but upon instructing the northern Chang to fetch a shovel to dig, they found that even after excavating nearly a meter, the earth and the walls of the pit remained sticky. At this juncture, the envoys from the 6 pavilions also stumbled upon the same viscous soil within the camp. Coincidentally, all of this soil was located in the shaded, cooler areas behind the tents. None could ascertain the nature of this substance, as it was exceedingly repulsive and emitted an unpleasant odor. Among the group, only Xuan Yuan dared to touch it. Consequently, they all congregated around the elder from the medical valley. Yao Jie meticulously examined each jar of wine, and upon noticing their approach, he shook his head. There was nothing amiss with the wine. Kilios felt a tinge of disappointment, but still expressed his gratitude to Yao Jie. Nevertheless, mysteries often pique one's curiosity, and Yao Jie was no exception. While the wine was indeed untainted, he too was eager to uncover what could have caused such a phenomenon. The opportunity to concoct an unprecedented potion could only be advantageous. Kilios had assumed they would soon depart in search of alternative means. Yet Xuan Yuan unexpectedly urged Yao Jie to investigate the sticky matter behind the tents. However, after delicately taking a small sample for examination and bringing it to his nose for a brief sniff, his countenance shifted dramatically. Was there something amiss? Observing Yao Jie's grim expression, Kilios furrowed his brow. The crown prince commanded that all this viscous soil be incinerated, leaving no trace behind. Yao Jie accepted the handkerchief offered by Xuan Yuan and meticulously wiped his hands clean, subsequently tossing it into the still-burning embers. The moment the handkerchief hit the coals, a plume of green smoke erupted, startling everyone. This was corpse mud, a substance formed when a human body is slowly dissolved from the inside out by a poison, ultimately becoming an excellent breeding ground for toxic herbs. Given its thickness, it suggested the remains of at least several dozen individuals. Thus, it implied that these sticky substances were once human. The envoy from the extreme abyss pavilion, Guning, gasped in shock, realizing their toxic nature and instinctively recoiling 2 steps. Now, Crown Prince, do you comprehend the fate of your 100,000-strong army? Hong Xiu, suppressing her nausea, glanced at the visibly distressed Kilios. But who could be capable of such an atrocity? Kilios was left bewildered. The elixir capable of melting the human body from within has long been lost to time. Now, only the bone-dissolving water can transform a corpse into a mere pool of blood from the outside. The esteemed pharmacologist gazed at the torches igniting the flesh of the deceased, smoke rising greenly from the military encampment. However, as recorded in the medical texts, this potion cannot be concocted hastily and with the absence of any issues concerning the wine. It must have been discreetly administered within the meals. They partake in sustenance daily, 3 times a day, and over time, the potion consumed alongside their food silently begins to dissolve within their bodies, rendering it too late for any realization. The individuals behind this are conducting experiments on these 10,000 souls. Xuan Yuan, shaking off the moisture from his hands, spoke nonchalantly. The elder pharmacologist stated that this formula is an ancient recipe, already lost to history. To validate its authenticity, human subjects must be employed. Yet, why must Chiluosai be abruptly silenced? If it is indeed a poison, then it is undoubtedly related to the Poison Valley, remarked Meng Er, the envoy of the White Tiger Pavilion. His statement received unanimous agreement from those present. Experiments. After all, benefit from greater numbers, akin to sword forging. The more it is tempered, the more distinctive the blade's quality and patterns become. When the time comes, the northern Chong will shift the blame onto the eastern frontier, and in the ensuing conflict, the opportunists shall reap the rewards. What do they stand to lose? The words of Jiang Su, envoy of the Huafeng Pavilion, left many in a state of partial understanding. Yet regardless, all evidence pointed towards the Poison Valley. While it's true that other factions also dabble in poison, the mere mention of it invariably brings the Poison Valley to mind. Therefore, I kindly request that you accompany me to the Poison Valley in pursuit of the truth. Chiluosai bowed deeply to the 6 individuals present. The elder pharmacologist deserves immense credit for this matter. Should His Highness encounter any difficulties, he need only convey them to the Tianlong Pavilion. Xuan Yuan Yi returned the gesture with a respectful nod. It seems you have found yourselves in solitude. Just as he was about to depart, Xuan Yuan Yi called out to Meng Er. Mr. Meng, I have a request. How rare! What could possibly prompt the esteemed Lord of Su to seek assistance from another? It must be of considerable significance. Meng Er was intrigued as to what matter could challenge Xuan Yuan Yi to this extent. I suspect that the assassination incident in our capital is connected to Qianli, and due to its implications for the Empress Dowager's safety, I require any information they may possess. I have heard that the White Tiger Pavilion once captured someone from Qianli. I wonder what became of that. Qianli? Ah, that assassination organization. Meng Er momentarily struggled to recall. We did capture one of their members, but he was quite tight-lipped. We gleaned nothing before he took his own life. Xuan Yuan Yi nodded. If Mr. Meng obtains any information regarding Qianli, I hope you will inform me. In the capital's Ministry of Personnel, on a sunny day with perfectly pleasant weather, Yan Zhiluan leisurely rose from her bed without any prompting. It had been quite some time since she had enjoyed such a restful slumber. Upon noticing her mistress awake, Bai Shui hurriedly brought in the prepared warm water to assist Yan Zhiluan. Miss, the weather is cool today. I have prepared an additional garment for you. After delicately outlining her brows and pursing her lips, Bai Shui presented Yan Zhiluan with her attire for the day. Miss, you may not be aware, but Yan Zihan has invited a group of young ladies to the garden, where they are chattering and laughing. I have heard there is even a renowned beauty from the capital among them. Yet, in my eyes, you remain the most beautiful. That so-called first beauty pales in comparison. Yan Zhiluan smiled upon hearing Bai Shui's words, for there was indeed a reason behind such a title. In her previous life, this renowned beauty had been accepted into the harem of Xuan Yuan Cheng, but at that time, she was utterly devoted to him, paying no heed to anyone else. With the passage of time, she had almost forgotten what others looked like. However, now that she was here, how could she allow her elder sister to entertain guests alone? Glancing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, Yan Zhiluan delicately wiped the red from her lips, rendering her appearance softer and more approachable. Let's go and see what they will say about me today. Today is my birthday. How delightful. I would also like to extend my special thanks to my friend Yunyan. Chapter 40. The beauty of the autumn hunt. The archery competition during the autumn hunt left the figure of His Highness, the Wei King, deeply etched in my memory. I wonder what sort of woman could possibly be worthy of such a paragon of excellence. His Highness the Su King also demonstrated commendable archery skills. Despite sustaining an injury during the mountain hunt, he managed to catch more game than the Wei King. Ah, I heard there were assassins, correct? Thankfully, we did not encounter any. Yet, the fate of the princess seems quite precarious. I heard she nearly fell off her horse, and that His Highness the Su King had to exert himself greatly to pull her back up. Consequently, the emperor has granted them a marriage decree. However, I have heard that the women who remain by the Su King's side do not fare well. Just look at his mother and sister, both of whom have perished, and it seems the empress is also ailing. While the sixth princess was said to be destined for a short life from the moment she was born. It is truly unfortunate for such a beautiful face. Otherwise, I would not have minded marrying into that family. As the group engaged in lively conversation, Yan Zhiluan's figure gradually approached. Sister, why did you not inform me of our guests? I have arrived rather late. Upon seeing Yan Zihan, Yan Zhiluan smiled warmly. Yan Zihan momentarily faltered, but quickly introduced Yan Zhiluan to the others. Ladies, this is my younger sister, Yan Zhiluan. These are the daughters of the Minister of Rights, the General of Cavalry, and the Marquis of Luen. Yin Zihan introduced each young lady, and Yin Jiuran graciously returned their greetings. I have also invited Qin Yuming, the most beautiful woman in the capital, but she has yet to arrive, despite us having already enjoyed a couple of cups of tea. Yin Zihan looked forward expectantly. Soon, a tall woman dressed in lotus pink gracefully approached from a distance. Even among women, admiration for Qin Yuming's beauty was palpable. Qin Yuming hailed from a scholarly family. Her father had once excelled in the imperial examinations, but chose not to serve in the court, instead teaching at a private academy in the capital. Her mother was of military descent. Influenced by her parents, Qin Yuming was well-read and also excelled in equestrian skills. I apologize for my tardiness. I hope you will not hold it against me, Qin Yuming said, preemptively apologizing before Yin Zihan could speak. You have just returned from outside, so it is only natural that you might be a bit disoriented. At most, we will simply penalize you by having you drink a few extra cups of tea. Yin Zihan replied with a chuckle, covering her mouth. By the way, this is my younger sister, Yin Jiuran. Knowing you have returned, I thought it essential for you two to meet. Yin Zihan emphasized the title of princess, lest Qin Yuming be unaware that Yin Jiuran had been granted the title by the emperor. However, Qin Yundream seemed indifferent to Yin Jiuran's status as a princess, graciously extending her congratulations. So, you are indeed Princess Xuan. Upon returning to the capital, my mother mentioned you. I have also heard of your engagement to the Duke of Su. Congratulations. Thank you. You have traveled a long way. Please take a seat. I shall have someone bring more tea and pastries. Much appreciated. After expressing her gratitude, Qin Yundream soon engaged the group in delightful tales of her artistic pursuits. In her past life, Yin Jiuran had little interaction with Qin Yundream, her most vivid memory being a fleeting glance during the ceremony when Xuan Yuan conferred upon her the title of imperial concubine. She had initially presumed that Qin Yundream, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, would be difficult to approach. Yet, it appeared she had misjudged her. Miss Qin is truly remarkable. The skills of Shi Luo in playing the Guqin are second to none. With her guidance, the title of a master Guqin player shall undoubtedly be yours. The eyes of the young ladies sparkled with envy. Who wouldn't desire a celebrated master as their mentor? Please do not flatter me. The mastery of my teacher as craft is not something I can grasp so easily, and my own skills hardly warrant such praise. Qin Yundream, feeling bashful, turned to Yin Jiuran, who was seated nearby, sipping tea and admiring the blossoms and birds. Curiously, she inquired, I have heard that the princess is being instructed in archery by the Duke of Su and has entered into a marriage agreement with him due to the autumn hunt. I wonder what impression you have of him, and of Xin Yuanyi, imposing and tall? Yet, during the hunt, although he often maintains a stoic demeanor, he can be quite amiable at times, and he does not falter in his duties to rescue others, regardless of his own injuries. When angered, he can be quite intimidating and lacks a sense of restraint, yet he is not entirely oblivious. Perhaps he is merely someone who struggles to express himself. Indeed, he is quite tall, which can be somewhat daunting, Yin Jiuran mused. My parents are quite anxious about my marriage. With my title as the most beautiful woman in the capital, suitors abound. Yet my mother insists they are merely enamored with my appearance and do not genuinely care for me. Due to her looks, Qin Yundream's life had been less than ideal. Oh dear, why dwell on such matters? Yin Zihan quickly interrupted the conversation. Now that you are back, we must enjoy ourselves. Let us cast aside our worries. She then proposed a game of archery. Soon, servants set up targets at a distance in the courtyard, and each girl was given 5 arrows to shoot in turn, with the highest accuracy declaring the winner of the game. Yin Jiuran wondered why Yin Zihan suggested this activity and thought to feign poor skill when her turn came. Yet, she was the first to shoot. With a slight cough, she confidently drew her bow, but when the arrow flew, it struck a flower on the ground just a few meters away. Sister, your archery is truly remarkable. You missed the target entirely and instead hit a wildflower. Yin Zihan burst into laughter, and the other young ladies joined in, their giggles echoing through the garden. As the subsequent individuals took their turns, each was more distant than Yin Jiuran. When it was Qin Yundream's turn, she struck a perfect shot, eliciting applause throughout the venue. With practice comes proficiency, and she smiled faintly. I believe the princess has granted me a favor. In our next competition, Princess Xuan, please refrain from toying with me in such a manner. I am truly inexperienced, Yin Jiuran interjected. However, if I could gain a friend like you through this, it would be a stroke of fortune. The exchange of pleasantries concluded, they resumed their conversation until the evening grew late. As Qin Yundream rose to depart, others followed suit, prompting Yin Zihan to hastily call them back. Today's conversation has been most enjoyable. In the future, I shall reserve a table at Jingjiang Tower, and we shall properly welcome Miss Qin. As she stepped forward to personally see Qin Yundream off, she inadvertently attempted to step on Yin Jiuwan's skirt. Unexpectedly, Yin Jiuwan turned, heading in a different direction. Yin Zihan gasped and stumbled back, falling to the ground. The entire assembly was drawn to the sound. Sister, I merely wish to escort Miss Qin. Why must you push me away so forcefully just because I nearly stepped on your dress? Yin Zihan lamented, clutching her ankle, which revealed a painful red swelling upon inspection. Oh, how could it be this severe? What force did the princess use? It seemed that having been granted the title of princess had instilled in her a sense of entitlement. While we all exited, she alone diverged from our path. Was it due to her status that she looked down upon us? Hearing the others begin to disparage Yin Jiuwan, Yin Zihan feigned tears, yet inadvertently revealed a triumphant smile. You are guests. After enjoying yourself at another's home, naturally, you must return home. I reside here. Why should I leave with you? Moreover, it was my sister who proposed to send you all off, and not once did she mention me. Why should I accompany you? With a sigh, she continued, this title of princess was not something I sought. It was bestowed upon me by the empress. I never desired it. If I could relinquish it to you, I would gladly do so. Yet, this title has brought me much inconvenience. Perhaps I shall enter the palace tomorrow and request the emperor to revoke it. But what does this have to do with your pushing Zihan? The general's daughter furrowed her brow, questioning. Look at the state of her foot. Yin Jiuwan smiled inwardly. While Yin Zihan pretended to be in pain, she had applied rouge, and this group failed to notice a thing. Zihan is your sister. You must provide an explanation. Miss Qin, I apologize for your witnessing this. Allow me to have Dangue escort you home first. Yin Zihan looked at Qin Yundream with feigned regret, to which Qin Yundream responded that she did not mind. What a ruckus! How unbecoming! Upon returning, Yin Hong heard from the steward that there seemed to be another incident in the garden. He hurried over and saw Yin Zihan on the ground, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Yin Jiuwan. Jiuwan, did you push your sister again? Upon hearing Yin Hong's indiscriminate interrogation, Yin Jiuwan found herself swallowing the words she initially intended to use in her defense. As a princess and the fiancée of the Duke of Su, how could she display such a lack of decorum? Your elder sister has always been benevolent. Just yesterday, she was discussing the arrangements for your dowry with me. Why then, do you unleash your temper upon her? Father, do not blame my younger sister. Perhaps it was I who was hasty and overlooked the matter. Yin Zihan managed to shed a few tears, her fragile demeanor in defense of Yin Jiuwan only deepening Yin Hong's conviction that it was Yin Jiuwan who was being unreasonable. The favorable impression he once held now vanished without a trace. Look at you, remaining silent while your sister selflessly defends you. With such a temperament, how could you ever marry into the Duke's household? It is apparent that your father favors your sister. Yin Jiuwan chuckled self-deprecatingly. With a mere fade of propriety, they easily cast all blame upon me. Does my sister truly wish to imply that all of this was orchestrated by her? Yin Zihan suddenly collapsed into Yin Hong's embrace. Yin Hong glared at Yin Jiuwan, insisting that one must own their mistakes rather than resorting to veiled accusations. If you refuse to acknowledge your fault and apologize to your sister, I shall have no choice but to discipline you publicly today. Yin Hong, as a father, your actions are truly unparalleled in their absurdity. Upon hearing Yin Jiuwan audaciously call his name, Yin Hong's eyes widened in shock, startling both him and Yin Zihan. She quickly grasped the furious Yin Hong, pleading for leniency on behalf of Yin Jiuwan. Father, my sister must have spoken hastily out of impatience. Please forgive her this once. This is lawless and reckless behavior. If I do not intervene to teach you a lesson, you shall not be recognized as my daughter. Qin Yunming, sensing the situation escalating, considered intervening. Yet Yin Hong had already rolled up his sleeves, advancing towards Yin Jiuran. He raised his arm high, seemingly gathering all his strength for a slap aimed at her cheek. Yin Jiuran sighed and deftly sidestepped, causing Yin Hong to nearly stumble into the adjacent lake. "Do you dare to evade?" His anger intensified, and he aimed a kick at Yin Jiuran. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared before her, blocking Yin Hong's wrathful strike. Jin Tai Long regarded the man before him with cold disdain, while Yin Hong's fury diminished somewhat upon recognizing Jin Tai Long as a member of the Imperial Guard. "I am exhausted from the daily turmoil wrought by this minister's residence. Perhaps I shall pack my belongings and return to the countryside, starting tomorrow, where I might find some peace. If you go, do not take anything from this minister's residence that might harm your sister and provoke further discontent." Yin Hong's brow twitched. Why had Yin Jiuran suddenly become so disobedient? "Father, when did the imperial gifts bestowed upon me become possessions of this minister's residence? You are the legitimate daughter of the minister's household. Therefore, anything given to you naturally belongs to the residence." Yin Jiuran turned to Jin Tai Long. "What did His Majesty convey to you? Please repeat it for my father." Jin Tai Long nodded slowly and began to speak. "His Majesty stated that the actions of the princess bear no relation to the minister's residence. Hence, the imperial gifts are also unrelated. What is bestowed upon the princess is solely hers, and any use thereof requires her consent." Was suddenly engulfed in darkness, his steps faltering. The immense wealth surrounding him was entirely unrelated to his fate. The emperor's words evidently delineated the boundary between him and Yin Jiuran. His sister was truly fortunate, possessing such abundant riches that she might never exhaust them in her lifetime. "If you desire it, speak to His Majesty," Yin Jiuran remarked, turning to Yin Hong. "Father, you should hasten to summon the estate physician for my sister. Delaying may lead to an ailment that becomes chronic. By the way, Miss Qin and several other young ladies, the sky has darkened. I cannot entrust your return to mere ordinary guards. I shall have Jin Tai Long escort you home for peace of mind." With that, she instructed Jin Tai Long and several members of the Golden Guards to ensure the safe return of the young ladies. Once her directives were given, only a lingering silhouette remained for Yin Hong. At dawn the following day, while they were still asleep, Yin Jiuran had already prepared her belongings. Her journey to the estate was the first step of her grand design. That location was the sole repository of her memories with her mother. Furthermore, there were several matters to address there. Otherwise, her return would be in vain. "Ling Yao, Ling Mai, you shall remain in the estate to safeguard these items. Once I have dealt with the vermin and pests at the estate, I shall return and commence the cleansing of the minister's residence." Gazing at the grand plaque at the entrance, Yin Jiuran could not help but chuckle. Let us proceed. Just before exiting the city gates, an intricately carved wooden carriage brushed past hers, within which sat Xuan Yuan Cheng. Chapter 42. A display of authority as the wind stirred the curtains. Xuan Yuan Cheng caught a glimpse of Yin Jiuran, her eyes closed in repose. By the time he sat upright with renewed energy, the carriage had already vanished from sight. In the eastern frontier, after attending to the military affairs that had accumulated in the camp, Xuan Yuan Yi prepared to return to the capital. However, he was taken aback to find that the envoys from the 6 pavilions had already departed, yet the red-clad envoy, Hong Xiu, remained. As he exited the military camp, a flash of red silk drifted toward him. "Prince Su is indeed busy. It has taken me several days to see your visage once more," Hong Xiu remarked, trailing behind as he ignored her presence. "I have heard that the Emperor of Zhou has betrothed you. I cannot help but express my sympathy. What could a mere daughter of the minister's residence possibly offer you? What does the envoy from the Red Pavilion think?" Xuan Yuan Yi suddenly inquired, halting his steps. "If this engagement were to be nullified, and our pavilion's master were to unite with you, then the Tianlong Pavilion and the Red Pavilion could assist each other, rendering the Jiuran Pavilion and the Baihu Pavilion incapable of surpassing us." What a farce! Xuan Yuan Yi's expression turned icy. The audacity of the Red Pavilion was astounding. Currently, they stood at the bottom of the 6 pavilions, and a moment's negligence could see them expelled. However, being entirely composed of women, a modicum of courtesy was often afforded when addressing them. Yet it appeared that the Red Pavilion could no longer restrain themselves. "Xuan Yuan Yi, This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. That woman cannot provide you with anything of worth. At least the Red Pavilion is one of the 6 pavilions. By joining forces, dealing with them would be effortless. Moreover, I have heard that the Jiuran Pavilion is embroiled in internal strife. It is the perfect moment to strike. Together, we could claim all their possessions and divide them equally. Despite Hongxiu's persistent pleas, Xuan Yuan remained utterly indifferent. If the envoy had no pressing matters, he was free to depart. Xuan Yuan's order to dismiss him incited a mix of anger and helplessness in Hongxiu regarding his demeanor. Xuan Yuan, this is a mutually beneficial approach. The Red Robe Pavilion awaits your response. Upon returning to this place, Jiuran was enveloped by an indescribable sentiment. The most vivid memory of her childhood was residing in this very village, where the locals were blinded by greed, mocking her with scornful remarks while secretly withholding what was rightfully hers. At that time, she naively believed this was the norm, but after the trials of her previous life, she comprehended that they were aware of their insignificance in Yanhong's eyes. Coupled with the tacit approval from Feng Mei and Yin Zihan, her days were fraught with hardship. "Miss, we have arrived." A voice akin to flowing water broke through her reverie. Jiuran slowly opened her eyes and parted the curtain to gaze outside. After years away, the place had improved significantly. As the carriage traversed the village, the townsfolk paused to observe. Feng Mei had already conveyed the news of her return, prompting the servants who had once attended to Jiuran's every need to gather in the courtyard. "Why has the second miss returned from the capital?" one inquired. "Oh, it's because she couldn't endure it there. I heard she was responsible for the eldest Miss's injury and refused to admit it, even insulting her in front of the master upon his return. In a fit of anger, the master sent her back to stay for a few days. For the past few years, she truly believed herself to be a young lady of high standing. If not for her being the master's daughter, she likely wouldn't have been allowed to stay here at all." A cacophony of gossip ensued regarding Jiuran's return. "Silence. All of you, shut your mouths," a robust matron bellowed, instantly silencing the crowd. Regardless of her reasons for returning, the mistress had decreed that her standing would remain unchanged. Having erred and now returned, why should we provide her with the best of everything? Once the carriage arrives, no one is to greet her. Let her temper be tempered, and let her understand who truly holds authority in the minister's residence, aside from Lord Yan. When Jiuran reached the entrance, indeed, no one emerged to welcome her. Bishi called out several times, yet the grand door remained firmly shut. "Miss, if they wish to play games, let them do so," Jiuran smiled. "Tailong, open the door." Jean Tailong nodded, taking 2 or 3 strides forward before delivering a powerful kick to the massive door, which crashed open, sending plumes of dust into the air. The matron inside, startled, leapt up, spilling her tea. "What a disruption to my good mood," she exclaimed, hastily grabbing whatever was at hand to confront the door, only to be met by the gradually dissipating dust, revealing Jiuran and her companions. Ahem, after such a long absence, has this door truly deteriorated so completely? It only took a gentle kick to render it unrecognizable, Jiuran remarked, frowning as she waved away the dust. "Well done, Jiuran, daring to present the destruction of the door in such a grandiloquent manner. Since you have made a mistake and returned to this, I shall take it upon myself to properly discipline you on behalf of the lady and the lord." Jiuran seemed to hear the most ludicrous joke, bursting into laughter at the old woman. "Aunt Zhu, it has been years since we last met, and you have aged considerably." Aunt Zhu paused in her steps. "What? With your father not here, do you believe yourself the master of this estate? The young lady has returned, yet you do not even send someone to welcome her. Your audacity has grown immensely over these years. You are nothing but a trifling young lady. The only true daughter of the Yin family is Miss Zihan, and the sole matriarch of the Yin household is Madame Feng." Aunt Zhu immediately opposed. "You return after making a mistake, yet still disregard the lord and lady? Oh." Jiuran's expression turned icy. "With such poor conduct, daring to defy authority, you shall be punished." Jean Tailong nodded and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Aunt Zhu. "How dare you?" Aunt Zhu's words were cut short as she fell to the ground, unconscious. "Splash her with a bucket of water. It will look better this way." Otherwise, it will seem unjust to her, Yin Jiuran ordered. Soon after, Bai Shui brought a bucket of water freshly drawn from the well and drenched Aunt Zhu. Instantly, Aunt Zhu was soaked to the bone, sitting up with one side of her face swollen and red. "Ouch, oh, it hurts so much," she exclaimed, wincing at the pain. Before she could recover, another slap from Jin Tailong landed on her other cheek. Aunt Zhu fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood from her broken teeth. The servants behind her were frozen in fear, some so frightened by Jin Tailong's actions that they wet themselves. "Enough. Let's get a doctor to take a look at her. She still has work to do. If she dies, I will have to find someone else, which would be quite troublesome." Yin Jiuran glanced at the trembling servants. "What? Have you all turned into pillars, standing there doing nothing? Does the Yin family raise you for free? Take that one who wet himself back to clean up. What an embarrassment." Chapter 43. A lesson. Yin Jiuran's severe punishment of Aunt Zhu had a significant effect. When she moved a chair to sit under the eaves, the servants, who had previously been hesitant to act in Aunt Zhu's presence, promptly began their tasks. After all, no one wished to end up like Aunt Zhu, transformed into a pig's head by Jin Tailong's 2 slaps. "Miss, after those 2 slaps from Brother Long, I can hardly recognize Aunt Zhu anymore," Bai Shui remarked, recalling the frightening moment of the slaps, though she found humor in Aunt Zhu's swollen visage. To let her off so easily would be far too lenient. Yin Jiuran blew on the steam, rising from her teacup. "Let her rest for 2 days. Aunt Zhu's face won't heal for at least half a month, and she has lost several teeth." At that moment, Aunt Zhu, her eyes barely able to open, thought to slam her fists on the table in frustration. But even the slightest movement sent waves of pain through her face, making it impossible to lie down comfortably. "Do not speak. Just rest well." Her elderly husband, Mr. Huang, could no longer bear to watch. "Rest assured, I will ensure you are avenged for this." As evening descended, Bai Shui found herself momentarily halted, her hand poised to serve food to Yin Jiuran. Before them lay a meager spread, a plate of stir-fried cabbage, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of insipid broth with a few floating radish slices. Was this truly fit for consumption? Elder Huang stood at the entrance, still holding a platter of dishes. "Second miss, you are well aware that there is little to be had in the village. With so many of us, it is fortunate to have anything at all. Eat. Were those free-range chickens we saw on the way here not someone else's? Miss, perhaps it is best not to indulge in this. I shall check the kitchen." Without hesitation, Bai Shui returned the paltry offerings, along with the tasteless broth, back to Elder Huang's platter. Following closely behind her, Elder Huang stifled a chuckle. To desire better fare was a folly. What little they had was already a blessing. Upon entering the kitchen, Bai Shui was taken aback by its cleanliness. Could it truly be that they would struggle to feed this large group of people? Such individuals could not be reasoned with. Yet they would also perceive any softness as an opportunity to undermine. Thus, as they began their antics, we must remain calm and feign compliance, waiting for them to lower their guard before seizing the moment. Recalling Yin Jiuran's words, Bai Shui felt a sudden silence wash over her, her initial urge to confront dissipating. Perhaps it was better to accept the absence than to dwell on it. Casting a glance at Elder Huang, she returned the items he bore. As she observed Yin Jiuran begin to eat, Elder Huang nodded in satisfaction. He retreated to his chamber, retrieving from a hidden box the dishes he had previously stashed away: braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, and stir-fried cauliflower with cured meat. The table was soon laden with these delightful offerings, and from beneath the bed, he produced a bottle of wine. "Ah, one must indulge oneself a little," he murmured, pouring himself a generous drink while gazing at Grandma Zhu, who was diligently applying medicine to her face, letting out a sigh. Grandma Zhu cast a disapproving glance at the lavish spread before her, muttering that she could hardly partake. Delicious indeed, while the second miss can feast upon decayed vegetable leaves. Having upset the lady of the house, how could she dare to maintain such airs? Ah, so it seems that as a mere second miss, I am deemed lesser than a servant? Elder Huang nodded, but just as he placed a piece of rib into his mouth, he was suddenly seized and thrust into the very dishes he had prepared. His cherished wine was poured over him, drop by drop. "Since you enjoy eating, then let us feast," Yin Jiuran declared, gripping the back of Elder Huang's collar and dragging him outside, following the customary display of cold water and a couple of slaps. The sight of two pig-headed figures startled all who passed through the courtyard the next morning. "Yan Jiuran, how dare you strike us?" Grandma Zhu, witnessing her husband in a similar state, felt compelled to speak, though her words were muddled by her missing teeth. As a servant, wielding authority in the presence of their masters was a natural expectation. Should they not be reprimanded for such insolence? Yan Jiuran reclined her chair, observing the two individuals before her. "You are nothing," she remarked. "The madam and the miss are the true masters here." Suddenly, Granny Zhu expressed her delight, asserting, "I tell you, the young lady is indeed a princess." What was she saying? Yan Jiuran found herself utterly perplexed. She claimed that the young lady was a princess and warned that if anyone dared to lay a hand on them again, they should not expect to return. The shadow guard, Ling In, who had replaced Ling Yao and his companions to protect Yan Jiuran, translated her words. "Return? I came specifically to resolve your issues. Are you happy? Surprised? Unexpected? However, we must first address your appearance. It is difficult to comprehend what you are saying, and how can you continue afterwards?" Bishui Chukun softly. The other servants remained trembling in fear. Those who had initially considered siding with Granny Zhu now concealed their thoughts, afraid of becoming the next target of ridicule. As subordinates, you ought to understand your roles, what is acceptable and what is not. Even though I have resided here before, I am now the legitimate second daughter of the Minister of Justice in the capital. I do not relish the idea of setting an example through punishment. But faced with these two fools, Yan Jiuran turned away, covering her eyes. There is no need for further explanation. We all understand. A servant holding a broom stepped forward with a forced smile. These two have always relied on the favor of the esteemed lady and the young miss to bully others. Thankfully, the second miss has come to deal with them. Indeed, they always reserve the finest food and drink for themselves while shirking the dirty work. Sometimes, they even demand that we massage them. We are all servants. Why must we toil for them? Thank you, second miss. You are indeed a blessing. The servants began to shower Yan Jiuran with praise, while Granny Zhu and Elder Huang could only watch in dismay at their sycophantic behavior. Yet, was Yan Jiuran's return merely to administer a cosmetic correction to these two? With their mouths so foul, perhaps they should remain here a while longer. They claim to enjoy fine cuisine, so let them fetch a ladle from the pig trough when hunger strikes. Casting a glance at the two unfortunate fools still grumbling, Yan Jiuran rose to adjust her dress. "I have matters to attend to. I shall leave this in your hands." After patting Jin Tailong's hand, her shoulders were out of reach. Yan Jiuran departed the estate with Bai Shui and Ling In. Chapter 44. Beastmen in her previous life. Whether as Prince Xuan Yuan Cheng or as Emperor Xuan Yuan Cheng, he had always harbored a deep-seated apprehension regarding one entity, the Beastmen. The legends of Beastmen had been circulating for ages, and one could find traces of their existence in various texts. However, despite some accounts, no one had truly encountered a Beastman or discerned their origins. Yet, on one fateful day in his past life, Xuan Yuan Cheng, having been named Crown Prince, ventured out, only to return to the Eastern Palace in the dead of night, grievously wounded. At that moment, Yan Jiuran inquired about the situation, only to unexpectedly learn from Xuan Yuan Cheng that he had ventured to a certain place that day and encountered beastmen. Despite his decisive demeanor, he surprisingly exhibited signs of fear, which piqued Yan Jiuran's curiosity. However, by the following day, Xuan Yuan Cheng commanded her to eliminate all those who had witnessed his injury the previous day, forbidding anyone from uttering the term beastmen or anything related to them. Yan Jiuran, perplexed, complied and took the lives of several individuals on Xuan Yuan Cheng's behalf. At that time, she had not realized, but in retrospect, there were several instances thereafter when their operations proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with Xuan Yuan Cheng not even seeking her assistance. The beastmen were created beings, indicating that someone must be orchestrating them. Otherwise, how could they have left no trace for so many years? Perhaps that very night, Xuan Yuan Cheng had struck a deal with the puppet master behind the beastmen. If she could locate the beastmen in advance, perhaps she could sever the connection between Xuan Yuan Cheng and them. As she gazed upon the familiar mountain path, a hint of trepidation lingered in Yan Jiuran's heart. Her return was not solely to teach a lesson to those who had bullied her in the village, but also to search for something on the mountain. Once, during her childhood, she had sneaked out to play and inadvertently lost her way. While seeking an escape, she stumbled upon a colossal tree, so vast that it would take 3 or 4 adults to encircle it. While resting beneath its branches, she heard a peculiar sound, and shortly thereafter, a humanoid creature darted past her from the nearby woods. Although she had only witnessed it that once, she now believed it to be a beast man. If fortune favored her and the ancient tree still stood, perhaps she could find it. Yet, her knowledge of beastmen was merely gleaned from books, leaving her uncertain of how to confront them in reality. She recalled the old man from her previous life who had taught her medicine, asserting that all things in the world have solutions. Just as every poison has its antidote, even if one does not exist now, it will surely emerge in due time. This was the finest opportunity she had encountered. Besides, having come this far, she could not retreat simply out of uncertainty. Although Bihui was unaware of Yin Jiuran's thoughts, she persistently followed her. Ling Yin, having listened to Yin Jiuran's account, utilized her agility to search for the great tree from a vantage point. The path that had led her there years ago had become increasingly elusive over time. When Yin Jiuran and her companions finally returned to this location, it consumed a considerable amount of their time. The great tree still stood in its original place, lush and flourishing. Its trunk bore numerous claw marks that had not been there before. Upon seeing these markings, Yin Jiuran's suspicions were further solidified. She traced the area where the marks appeared, undeterred by the encroaching thicket that threatened to engulf her, determined not to overlook any visible trace. Master, the marks on this tree are still quite fresh. They must have appeared recently, Ling Yin remarked, having identified a unique trace. Drawing closer, they were nearing their goal. Yin Jiuran exhaled in relief, but in the next moment, her heart raced anew. A peculiar roar echoed through the air, causing numerous birds to take flight from the sky. Yin Jiuran looked up to see a dark figure weaving through the trees. Ling Yin sensed danger and attempted to urge Yin Jiuran to relocate, but it was too late. A massive shadow leapt down from the branches, swiftly pinning Yin Jiuran beneath its weight. Master and Miss Ling Yin and Bai Shui were filled with concern. They wished to rush forward, yet observed Yin Jiuran, signaling them to remain still. Before her stood an orc, its long fur concealing its form. Were it not for its thunderous growl, she might have struggled to discern its face. Yin Jiuran's heart raced, a blend of exhilaration and trepidation coursing through her. What should she do next? While deep in thought, the orc raised its arms high. Yin Jiuran's keen eyes caught sight of an object around its neck, a pendant, it seemed. She deftly ducked to evade the orc's strike and seized the pendant hanging from its neck while it was momentarily unresponsive. The orc, now visibly irate, bellowed loudly enough that Bai Shui and Ling Yin clasped their ears. Just as another punch was about to descend upon Yin Jiuran, she suddenly uttered, "Ah, Jing." At the sound of those words, the orc's fist halted mid-air. "Are you Ah Jing?" Yin Jiuran gazed at the stunned creature, her heart pounding. The orc growled softly, lowering its head to scrutinize her. "Good Ah Jing." She bravely extended her hand to touch the orc's head, but it recoiled in fright, leaping back. Had it not been for Ling Yin's timely intervention to pull Bai Shui aside, she might have been caught in the chaos. The orc crouched low, cautiously issuing a couple of roars toward Yin Jiuran, who simply extended her palm, offering a piece of candy. "Good Ah Jing," she murmured softly. The orc gradually approached, devouring the candy before darting away. "Miss, what kind of creature is this?" Bai Shui asked fearfully, watching the orc lick its lips. "You will come to understand in due time," Yin Jiuran replied, as the orc returned to her side, continuing to scrutinize her. After a prolonged moment, the orc suddenly leaned its head close to her hand. Yin Jiuran stroked its head a couple of times, and to her astonishment, the orc sat obediently on the ground. The transformation of the once formidable creature into such a docile being left Bai Shui astounded, yet she couldn't shake her concern over Yin Jiuran's proximity to it. "Miss, are you all right? You truly frightened me just now." "Ah Jing," the orc seemed to speak, startling all three of them. "Good Ah Jing." Hiding well, Yin Jiuran smiled. affectionately patting its head and presenting 2 more pieces of candy. The orc relished the treats, and after finishing, it sat beside Jiuran like a needy puppy, eager for affection. "Will you come home with me?" "Ah, Jing?" Jiuran tentatively inquired, to which the orc appeared puzzled. "No more hiding?" She clarified. "No more hiding," it affirmed. Chapter 45. Aging received affirmation from Jiuran and nodded obediently. With him leading the way, they effortlessly traversed the mountain. However, Aging's furry appearance drew considerable attention upon their return to the village. The first order of business was to groom him, a task that naturally fell to Ling Yin. Yet, without Jiuran present, Aging grew impatient, prompting Jiuran to remain at his side. As the hair was gradually shaved away, a robust, dark physique was revealed. Indeed, he was human. Otherwise, how could he articulate words? When Ling Yin began to shave Aging's facial hair, Aging became anxious, seemingly reluctant for Ling Yin to touch his face. Thus Jiuran had to take over. After a full 2 hours, Aging was entirely groomed, and surprisingly, aside from his darker skin, he displayed no other issues. His face appeared quite youthful. Aging is truly obedient. "Would you like to join me for a bath afterward?" Jiuran generously offered him a few pieces of candied fruit, causing Aging's eyes to brighten as he nodded while eating. Aging listens well. "Mama, please don't look away from me. I am good, please don't leave me." The courtyard fell into silence, marking the longest sentence ever spoken by the beast-man Aging. But what had he just said? "Mama? Miss, what does this mama mean?" Bai Shui, astonished by Aging's transformation, pondered. "Is it a term for an elder?" Jiuran inquired. "Miss, how old would that make an elder? Do you resemble one?" "Not at all. However, miss, I was genuinely frightened just now." Bai Shui recalled, still feeling shaken. "When he jumped down from the tree, I feared you might be hurt, but thankfully, nothing happened. But how did he suddenly become so obedient like a child? What exactly did you do?" "I'm not sure," Jiuran replied, equally puzzled. She had merely recited the words inscribed on the jade pendant. Yet, Aging's words were indeed peculiar. While in the mountains, he had mentioned hiding well and expressed a desire not to be abandoned. Could it be that his family concealed him due to his beastly appearance? And what did he mean by mama? Jiuran pondered deeply, and suddenly, a possible explanation emerged. Aging had been hidden here for his safety. His family could only visit him once a year. Upon their visits, they might have seen his condition and realized that it had been a long time since they last came, perhaps due to some misfortune. Yet, she was now more curious about how beastmen were created. That day, under Jean Tailong's watchful gaze, the servants performed their tasks better than ever. Of course, their efforts were rewarded. After all, they had committed no wrongdoing. Upon seeing a table laden with meat, they could hardly believe it was all for them. Only Granny Zhu and Uncle Huang were tethered like dogs on one side, facing 2 bowls of food placed on high stools, to eat. They could only lower their heads with great effort. With half their teeth gone, even eating was a challenge. As they watched the servants indulging in lavish feasts before them, a seething hatred welled up within, almost compelling them to take extreme action. In the past, such indulgence was far beyond their reach. "Old Huang, old Zhu, are you home?" Just as they were savoring their meal, a sudden knock echoed through the air. The knocker, oblivious to the fact that Grandfather Huang and Grandmother Zhu were bound, called out to them. Before Jiuran could utter a word, a Jing, frowning, sprang to his feet. At the moment the door swung open, the man knocking stumbled and dropped the items he was carrying onto the ground, while the wooden door itself seemed to retire gracefully, held firmly by a Jing. "Who are you?" The man, having fallen unceremoniously, stood up to confront a stranger, his anger flaring instantly. "You're being quite loud," a Jing retorted, irritation evident in his voice. "Mom, this food is terrible." "What do you mean, Mom?" The man, rising in a huff, was momentarily taken aback by the disheveled appearances of Grandmother Zhu and Grandfather Huang. They, in turn, appeared as if they had spotted a savior, their excitement palpable. Yet the half-chewed food tumbled from their mouths onto the floor, rendering them foolish in appearance. "What has happened to you? Who did this? What are you eating?" The man exclaimed, astonished. Upon turning to see a Jing, he was swiftly lifted off the ground and presented before Jiuran. After dabbing his mouth with a handkerchief and sipping water to clear his throat, Jiuran finally met the man's gaze. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man began to struggle, desperate to escape, but a Jing's grip was unyielding. Mayor Feng, it has been quite a while. Miss Second, indeed it has. Feng Lei could only mask his embarrassment with a smile. Why did you not inform me of your return? I could have sent someone to fetch you. Fetch me. Jiuran appeared to have recalled something amusing. What could be more important than your escapades with women? Approaching Feng Lei, she playfully patted his face. Tell me, does your wife know you are keeping another woman? Feng Lei's smile faltered, yet he feigned ignorance. What are you talking about, Miss Second? My wife and I are deeply in love. I have no time for such affairs. Jiuran turned to Bai Shui and Ling Yin. Do you believe a word he says? He looks anything but virtuous. Feng Lei's smile gradually faded. Bind him up. I am weary. We shall deal with him tomorrow. Jiuran exhaled, and Jin Tailong nodded, stepping forward to seize Feng Lei. However, the moment Jing released his hold, Feng Lei bolted for the door. Yet, he barely managed a few steps before Jing struck him, sending him spiraling through the air before crashing to the ground. By the time Jin Tailong approached to lift him, Feng Lei was already half-conscious, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. That night, with an added guardian at the entrance, Jiuran slept particularly soundly. Meanwhile, Feng Lei, grandmother Zhu, and grandfather Huang found themselves locked in the woodshed, exchanging bewildered glances. Is it true that a mere girl has reduced you to this state? You seem to be regressing. Look at yourself. How are you any different from us now? Grandmother Zhu shot back, her face still swollen, but her ability to articulate having returned. Rest assured, the prolonged silence after your persistent knocking raised my suspicions. Should that young lady dare to step outside tomorrow, Feng Lei made a gesture across his neck. Is there a plan in motion? Huang da yese sparklet. He had grown weary of the dismal existence of the past few days, being treated like livestock by Jiuran. How could one endure such indignity? The young lady and the matron had already orchestrated their scheme. They insisted that I ensure Jiuran divulge her secrets here. Once she is no more, what will become of her companions? Will this estate not then be ours to command? Chapter 46. An unexpected assassination in the early morning. Warm sunlight bathed the flowers in the courtyard. 2 days had already passed since then. During this time, Jiuran had used her own silver to procure bedding and supplies for the servants, significantly improving their living conditions. The servants were profoundly grateful, and their diligence in work intensified. However, if there was one thing that perplexed Jiuran during these 2 days, it was the unwavering company of Jing, who followed her everywhere. Even in the latrine or while bathing, a Jing would likely have accompanied her had she not firmly prohibited it. This estate lies within a village. After a long absence, Jiuran decided to explore the village today. In the past, although the servants had conspired against her under the orders of Feng Mei, she was young then, too preoccupied with play to notice their machinations. Consequently, she had formed many close relationships with the village children. However, upon her return, the villagers kept their distance. Confused, she did not ponder it deeply. Approaching the home of a former playmate, she found some had crumbled into ruins, while others had transformed into vegetable gardens. Those still present hurriedly retreated indoors before she could inquire. This was indeed puzzling. Had she wronged them in any way? Bewildered, Jiuran turned to the 2 imposing figures behind her, beginning to suspect the cause of their trepidation. Yet, there were a few who were unafraid. Aunt Shun, who used to delight in offering Jiuran fruits, was overjoyed to see her. Ah, is that not our Jiu girl? Aunt Shun had just returned from the nearby town, and before reaching her home, she spotted Jiuran, who had already visited several houses. However, upon noticing the towering figures accompanying her, Aunt Shun felt a twinge of fear. My dear girl, how you've grown. Before your trip to the minister's residence, you were a sturdy little thing, and now look at you, so fair and delicate, Aunt Shun exclaimed in amazement. But why have you returned? This place is far less comfortable than the capital. After receiving a few reprimands from father, coupled with the lack of peace and leisure in the household, I seized the chance to stay here for a while before returning. As she gazed at the smiling girl before her, Aunt Shun could not help but compare her to the little girl who once climbed trees. By the way, do you still enjoy fruits? I picked a good number just a couple of days ago. They're fresh and crisp. Certainly. I was just pondering whether you still gather fruits. For I used to enjoy accompanying you into the mountains for that very purpose. In that fleeting moment, Jiuran felt as though she had been transported back to the past. However, the recent reactions of the villagers compelled her to inquire of Aunt Shun. Aunt Shun, too, was at a loss. Previously, there had been some matter concerning a princess in the capital, and Zhu Granny, along with old Huang, claimed that the eldest daughter of the Yin family was responsible. They had been seizing items from the villagers, ostensibly to prepare gifts for this princess. Those who had once enjoyed a cordial relationship with you found themselves subjected to overt oppression. They proclaimed that the eldest daughter had become a princess, rendering the second daughter insignificant, both then and now. Those who dared to speak against them were brutally punished, having their legs broken and land seized. Some informed Feng Lei, but he, in a bid to curry favor with Zhu Granny and old Huang, feigned ignorance and even assisted them. I have witnessed the arrival of numerous gifts from the capital. Indeed, those three have been living quite comfortably. Before your return, mentioning your name would often result in beatings and scoldings. They insisted that everyone speak well of the princess. Just a few days prior to your return, they even sent word that the minister's residence no longer wanted you, questioning why you would choose to come here instead of remaining in such a splendid place as the capital. Jiuran finally comprehended why the villagers regarded her with such fear. Rest assured, Aunt, my return is solely for rest. I have already begun to address those three. After sitting with Aunt Shun for a while, Jiuran rose to leave. Since Zhu Granny and her companions had so ruthlessly exploited the villagers for Yin Zihan, she resolved to have the villagers return everything to them the following day. On her way back, she spotted a stall selling colorful glutinous rice dumplings and approached to make her selection. Although such treats could be found elsewhere, these were enhanced with dried fruits and sesame, yielding a soft, sweet, and delightful flavor. Noticing that the vendor was a gray-haired grandmother, Jiuran generously added a few extra coins to her payment. The grandmother hesitated to accept. Please, grandmother, take what I offer. It is no easy task for someone of your age to do this work. Observing Jiuran's kindness, a Jing also produced a few copper coins from his sleeve to purchase some dumplings. Delicious, I like it. A Jing's earnest and somewhat foolish demeanor encouraged the grandmother to accept the coins, and it was then that the villagers felt emboldened to speak with Jiuran. However, some were curious as to why Zhu Granny and her companions had not appeared in recent days. Jiuran candidly stated that she had confined them for their insubordination. This news brought joy to the villagers, who, despite having suffered greatly due to Jiuran, found her presence reassuring and believed her words to be largely true. Zhu Granny and her associates had committed numerous wrongs against you, and upon my return, I shall ensure they are held accountable. Yet, you have endured much suffering, and they cannot be allowed to escape unscathed. Tomorrow, I will bring them forth, and you shall have the opportunity to repay them for all that you have endured. This is splendid. I have long wished to act in this manner. Justly so, retribution is upon us. As the villagers applauded in delight, a small girl timidly approached Jiuran, holding a bouquet of lotus flowers. Sister, this is for you. Wow, such beautiful lotuses. Thank you, Jiuran replied with a smile, reaching out to stroke the girl's head. However, she suddenly sensed something amiss, and the lotus flowers in her hand snapped in two, falling to the ground. Ah, blood. The second miss is injured. A crimson stain began to spread across her tea-colored dress as the little girl attempted to plunge the dagger deeper into her. You. The girl displayed a malice unbefitting her tender age. A Jing, witnessing Jiuran's injury, let out a roar, disregarding the assailant's identity, and swiftly hurled the girl away. He gazed at Jiuran, who was clutching her wound in pain, and immediately scooped her up, rushing towards the village. Jin Tai-long observed the nearly lifeless girl, secured her with a length of hemp rope, and took her back with him. Chapter 47. Public display. Jiuran did not anticipate that her carelessness would lead to such a wound. What puzzled her further was how a small girl could commit such an act, and the expression she wore was incongruous with her years. Miss, be shui. who was preparing a meal for Yin Jiulan in the village, learned of her injury and rushed over, abandoning her chores. Upon seeing the dagger still lodged in Yin Jiulan's side, Bai Shui gasped. The sight of the blood, staining a large portion of her clothing, drained the color from her face. Who did this? Ling In quickly brought over a soft couch, and after Jing placed Yin Jiulan upon it, he squatted beside her. Mother does not hurt. Mother does not hurt. Fortunately, the dagger had not penetrated deeply, nor had it struck a vital area. However, miss, why is your wound turning purple? Bai Shui noticed something amiss while applying medicine to Yin Jiulan's injury. Upon hearing her words, Ling In and Jin Tailong leaned in closer. The wound is indeed turning purple. Could the dagger be poisoned? Ling In's expression shifted as he took the removed dagger for a meticulous examination. If it is a minor poison, it may not be significant. Yin Jiulan inhaled sharply from the pain. Miss, what nonsense are you speaking? Bai Shui, displeased by Yin Jiulan's words, retorted. Do you think I indulge in those medicinal baths for nothing? Yet even so, you cannot dismiss it lightly. Thankfully, the poison did not significantly affect Yin Jiulan, as she possessed herbs capable of counteracting it among her supplies. After tending to her wound, the hour had grown late. However, Yin Jiulan felt little appetite upon gazing at the meal set before her. Just as she was about to retire, Ling In announced that a man wished to see her. Considering there was little else for her to attend to, Yin Jiulan instructed Ling In to bring the individual forth. Upon entering, the man immediately knelt before her. Second miss, I sincerely apologize. The one who stabbed you today is my sister, Jianghua. Liar. Before Yin Jiulan could respond, Jin Tailong stepped forward, interjecting. Today, the assailant of my master is unmistakably a little girl, merely 7 or 8 years of age. How could she possibly be your sister, given your 30 years of appearance? Upon hearing this, the man hastily bowed his head. This is my sister, Jianghua, who suffers from a condition that stunted her growth. Since the age of 7, she ceased to grow taller, and now at 22, she still retains the appearance of a child. As for myself, I am truly only 20 years old. Yet due to my mature looks and being the 6th child in my family, everyone refers to me as Old Six. At this, Bai Shui could not help but chuckle. So, while your age dictates you be called Little Six, your face earns you the moniker Old Six, does it? How peculiar this family is. This is a case of dwarfism. Was your sister's action today merely a whim, or was she incited by others? Half a month prior, Granny Zhu approached my sister, claiming that the princess had a remedy for her condition, and that if she performed a task for her, the princess would take her to the capital for treatment. Jiang Lu answered honestly. Due to her appearance, my sister has long endured bullying and scorn. Although many often forget that she has already reached adulthood, she has become increasingly reticent and unpredictable. She often confides in me her desire to possess the semblance of a normal woman, to marry, yet her looks deter suitors, leading to her ridicule. Thus, when Granny Zhu sought her out, my sister readily acquiesced. Human nature is such, one cannot blame her. However, she injured me. Yin Jiulan sighed. Little Six understands, but I kindly implore the second young lady to spare my sister's life. From this day forth, I shall serve the second young lady diligently. There is no need for such servitude. Yin Jiulan's wound throbbed faintly. Let this suffice for today. I wish to rest. By the way, you are called Jianglu, correct? Yes. Then remain here. You will be of use to me tomorrow. The next day, Yin Jiulan instructed Jiang Lu to summon the villagers to the estate, asking each to bring a small stool. Although the villagers were unaware of the purpose, they complied nonetheless. The village was modest, and the estate was not situated within it. Thus there was ample space at the entrance. After a considerable number of villagers had gathered, Yin Jiulan, supported by Bai Shui, took her seat at the entrance. I have called you all here today to restore justice. Yin Jiulan began, but after only a few sentences she was seized by a cough. I know that you have suffered greatly because of me, but today I stand here to clarify my position. While in the capital, I was unaware that someone was causing you trouble in my name. It was only upon my return that I learned of the distress I had unwittingly caused you. I apologize to you all. Upon my return, Granny Zhu and Old Master Huang also attempted to create trouble for me in the shadows. But they failed, and I discovered their schemes, punishing them with 2 slaps as a warning. Yin Jiuran raised her hand, and the 2 were tightly bound and brought before the villagers. Though their swelling had diminished considerably, their faces remained red and puffy, resembling that of a pig, much to the villagers' amusement. Additionally, the town chief, Feng Lei, abused his power for personal gain, extorting the people alongside those 2, and I have dealt with him as well. Thus, the 3rd pig's head was brought forth, inevitably met with a chorus of derision. The villagers, upon witnessing my state, must surely be aware that I had suffered an ambush on the streets yesterday. Fortunately, I emerged unscathed, albeit in need of a period of recuperation. The culprit behind my injury was none other than Jiang Hua, who, afflicted by her diminutive stature, sought to inflict harm upon me and wished for my demise. Had it not been for her brothers pleading on her behalf, I might have taken my revenge upon her. However, it is you who bear the brunt of suffering. Thus I have confined them within this cage, placing it at this very doorway. Those who have previously endured torment at their hands may now repay their grievances in kind. As soon as Yin Jiuwan's words fell, a round of applause erupted from the villagers. Previously, it had been Zhu Apa and her ilk, haughty and contemptuous, who stood before them. Now, they faced the rightful consequences of their shameless actions. Yet, scarcely had Yin Jiuwan and her companions entered the door, which remained ajar, when a torrent of insults erupted from outside, harsh and unrelenting. Following that, the villagers began to hurl refuse at them. The 4 individuals in the cage desperately sought refuge from the onslaught, but with only bars surrounding them, where could they escape? Within the span of less than an hour, they were adorned with rotten vegetable leaves, and several villagers, still unsatisfied with merely throwing refuse, went to gather stones and dirt to hurl at them. At this juncture, Zhu Apa remained obstinate, proclaiming that if they dared persist, once she was free, she would inform the princess in the capital, who would send forth individuals to deal with them. Initially, the villagers harbored some trepidation. But when Jin Tailong revealed his identity as a member of the Golden Guards and presented his insignia, their fear dissipated. Zhu Apa's deceit regarding the princess was ruthlessly exposed. They had become expendable. Should Yin Zihan learn of this, she would undoubtedly forsake them. Chapter 48. A self-inflicted fate. The punishment within the cage persisted for several days, during which Yin Jiuwan could not bear to witness their disgraceful treatment. After leaving Ling in to manage subsequent affairs, she returned to the capital accompanied by Jin Tailong and the others. To her astonishment, despite having ventured out without losing her life, she returned with an unexpected companion, rendered speechless by the circumstances. However, upon seeing the state of her courtyard, the wounds that had yet to heal began to bleed anew. The flowers and plants she had so lovingly tended lay uprooted, and the trellis she had crafted was left in disarray. Yin Jiuwan nearly coughed up blood in despair. But then a thought struck her, prompting her to rush to her storeroom. Upon opening the door, she found the interior still neatly arranged. Yet she instinctively knew that items had surely been pilfered. Despite Jin Tailong's previous warnings, the individuals from the ministry had taken liberties and ravaged her courtyard. "My lord, it is my failure to guard adequately. Please, punish me as you see fit," pleaded Ling Mai and the others, kneeling before Yin Jiuwan. Yet, she bore no ill will towards them, for Yin Jiuwan understood that witnessing such treasures, yet being unable to claim them, would surely incite discontent. During her absence from the capital, compounded by her decision to take Jin Tailong and the others with her, the Ziyun courtyard had been left effectively unguarded, allowing them unfettered access. However, as long as Yin Jiuwan gives the order, Ling Mai and the others possess the capability to thwart all of this. Yet, during their initial meeting, Yin Jiuwan explicitly stated that until she uncovers the truth she seeks, the actions of those within the Ministry of Rights should remain unheeded. Ultimately, they must all clarify their positions and speak plainly. Nevertheless, in recent days, Yin Hong has sent for the 4 treasures of the study, while Yin Zihan has dispatched someone to collect jewelry and fabric. Feng Mei also came to claim a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jade. The items bestowed by the imperial palace far surpassed those within their own family estate, which prompted Ling Yao to confront Yin Shun. However, Yin Shun had little kind to say. It was taken. It was simply family, so what was there to withhold? They are her father, her sister, her mother. Should she jeopardize familial harmony over such trifles? Furthermore, as the legitimate daughter of the Ministry of Rights, is it not permissible for her to offer some for family use? Yin Shin's remarks incensed Ling Yao and the others. Yet if they dared to intervene, those individuals would erupt in fury. Some would angrily denounce them as unfilial children, while others would wail for their parents, and some would even send people to wreak havoc until they acquiesced. The items had already been taken, most likely never to return. Even if they could be retrieved, Yin Jiuran had no desire for them. She commanded Jin Tai Long and the others to methodically remove all items from the storeroom. By the time Yin Hong arrived at Xian Courtyard, Yin Jiuran had already had the items transported to the princess's residence. "What are you doing?" Yan en question Yan Julian, his brow furrowed. "I am merely relocating the storeroom," she replied. Surely, father would not intervene in this matter. Yin Jiuran gazed at Yin Hong, whose anger was barely restrained, and sighed while touching her wound. After her outing, the courtyard resembled a place that had been ransacked. Even the items from the storeroom had been taken without consent. Some were taken, so let them be. Father raised you. Is it too much to take a few things? She continued. And your sister, those fabrics and jewels serve no purpose sitting there. So why not let her have them? As for the jade, I have yet to see any displayed in your quarters. So I took the liberty of allowing your mother to take a look. Mother? Yin Jiuran chuckled. How can one who has never nurtured me be called my mother? Father, would you dare utter such words before His Majesty? She challenged. The Emperor's gifts, in clear terms, should not be treated as items freely taken in a subject household. What dignity remains for His Majesty? Is this truly your attitude as a daughter, Yin Jiuran? Yin Hong stood, infuriated. Am I incorrect? You claim to have raised me. Yet how many years did I spend on the estate before I turned 11? Upon returning to this ministry, I often longed for the capital and frequently ventured out, while my daily meals were merely the remnants of your feasts. Yin Hong was taken aback by Yin Jiuran's bold retort, gasping in indignation. Father, let them take those things. From the moment you seized them, I harbored no hope of their return. However, should your Majesty inquire, you know that I shall never speak falsely. Yin Hong was rendered speechless and could only sweep his sleeves and depart. Following such a commotion, the Ministry of Personnel sent nothing to Yin Jiuran. Yet, this did not hinder her from dining, for Ling Yao and the others would procure food from outside, allowing Yin Jiuran to indulge in a meal far superior to theirs. As night descended, Yin Hong vented his anger. Yin Jiuran had transferred all her possessions away. Should they wish to retrieve anything further, it would prove challenging. Meanwhile, after applying medicine to her wounds, Yin Jiuran intended to sit for a while before sleeping. However, before she could settle, she heard a noise from the roof, instantly heightening her vigilance. Suddenly, a shadow leaped down from the beam above. How did it not hit its head? Upon discerning the figure, it was unexpectedly Xuan Yuan Cheng. Memories of past grievances surged forth. Why was the Prince of Wei here at such an hour? Do you think I compare unfavorably to Xuan Yuan? Yin Jiuran pondered whether the man had lost his senses to pose such a question in the middle of the night. Why not seek out his beloved Yin Zihan instead? At that moment, what was Yin Zihan up to? The news reached her from Xian Courtyard, revealing that a man was in Yin Jiuran's quarters. This delighted her, for a midnight rendezvous with a man was hardly a commendable affair. Thus, she hurried to Yin Hong's side. At this time, Yin Hong was still in a fit of rage, yet upon seeing Yin Zihan arrive so late, he was curious but maintained a cordial demeanor. Why do you come at this hour? Father, I heard that my sister has vexed you greatly today, so I specifically came to check. Mention of Yin Jiuran elicited a cold snort from Yin Hong. Father, do not remain angry. My sister has always behaved this way. We must simply ensure that our treatment of her does not provoke the displeasure of His Highness the Prince of Su. Otherwise, even His Majesty may harbor discontent toward us. His Highness the Prince of Su will discern who is responsible for these matters, should she continue to act in such a manner, disregarding propriety. It could jeopardize her engagement to him. But father, as I was coming here, I overheard the servants discussing something. Yin Zihan paused, successfully capturing Yin Hong's attention. What is it? Speak. They mentioned that my sister has brought a man home once more. It seems another unfamiliar man has intruded into the courtyard. What? Yin Hong exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 49. Godmother 1. Upon hearing Yin Zihan's words, Yin Hong could no longer contain himself. Regardless of the truth, he felt compelled to investigate. A clandestine meeting with a man was universally disdainful. Should those who opposed him learn of this, his reputation in the capital would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, Yin Hong took Yin Zihan and Feng Mei with him, summoning the steward and a throng of servants as they made their way to Ziyun courtyard. Prince of Wei, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Yin Jiuran said, gradually distancing herself from Xuan Yuan Cheng. I have merely come to seek an answer. If I had requested an imperial marriage before he did, would you have been pleased? Yin Jiuran fought to suppress her disdain. If your highness truly acted thus, I would most likely take vows as a nun. In what way am I inferior to that fellow Xin Yuanyi? Why do you refuse to exchange more than a few words with me? Even during the coming-of-age ceremony, you avoided me as if I were a venomous snake. If I were to seek your hand in marriage, would you retreat to a life of solitude, while you effortlessly accept a betrothal to Xin Yuanyi? Am I truly so despicable? Your highness, you are the object of affection for the women of the capital. Yet here you are, brazenly trespassing into a lady's chamber at midnight. Those unaware might mistake you for a rogue. Xuan Yuan Cheng's brow furrowed deeply. A rogue? Do you believe I would not act the part of a rogue right now? Then, your highness, you would truly forsake your own reputation. Xuan Yuan Cheng was momentarily at a loss for words. He realized the truth in that. His ambition was the throne. And should this night tarnish his image in his father's eyes, causing disappointment among the people of the capital, then the throne would be all but out of reach for him. Yin Jiuran, I do not believe you harbor no feelings for me. Before your marriage to Xin Yuanyi, I still have a chance. As Xuan Yuan Cheng prepared to leave, he attempted to grasp Yin Jiuran's hand, but she evaded him, leaving him grasping at air. Master, Yin Hong is approaching with company. Just as Yin Hong drew near, Ling Mai had already alerted Yin Jiuran. In the blink of an eye, Xuan Yuan Cheng vanished from her sight. If he wishes to come, let him come. Xiao Mai, go fetch Bishi to help me change the medicine. Understood. When Yin Hong arrived with his entourage, a Jing stood guard at the entrance like a sentinel. His imposing stature made Yin Hong halt in his tracks. Step aside. Yin Hong snapped, his expression grim. However, he recalled the quarrel he had with Yin Jiuran earlier that afternoon, which a Jing had witnessed. Thus, he believed the discomfort Yin Jiuran felt was entirely due to Yin Hong's actions. Bad people are not allowed to enter. I am her father. What are you? Father. Yin Zihan called out, stopping the irate Yin Hong. This is my sister's homecoming. Thus, we shall heed only her words. Yet, it seemed that if his sister had instructed him to bar their entrance, there might indeed be someone hidden within. Step aside. I must see if she's concealing some wild man in there. At that moment, Yin Hong recalled the incident during Yin Jiuran's coming-of-age ceremony. Perhaps she had sensed their impending discovery, pulling someone into the fray while feigning ignorance before everyone. In that case, his daughter's thoughts were indeed astute. No entry. Mother needs to rest. A Jing felt a surge of urgency, but just then, Bishi emerged from within, opening the door. The young lady has permitted you all to enter. A Jing pouted in discontent as he watched Yin Hong and the others step inside. Upon entering, they found no trace of the scene they had imagined. There was not a single man present. All that remained were the bloodied cloth strips Yin Jiuran had discarded and an open jar of medicinal ointment yet to be sealed. The room was filled with the pungent scent of medicine, mingling with a faint trace of blood. My daughter was changing her bandages, and it was not convenient for your father to enter. Yin Jiuran lay on the soft couch, her pale face regarding Yin Hong. How do you explain your servant labeling me as a villain? Yin Jiuran chuckled softly, pondering whether Ah Jing was truly ill, speaking and thinking like a child, or if perhaps her father was being overly meticulous like one. However, why would he arrive at this hour? Was there something left unsaid from the afternoon? Sister, the hidden guards in the manor reported that a man was approaching your Ziyun courtyard. Father likely came to check on you, fearing an assassin might harm you again. Assassin? Yin Jiuran found it amusing. If it were truly an assassin, why would you and mother come here? Are you hoping to use the assassin as a means to threaten father? It seems to me you have come to catch someone in the act. Best if there is nothing amiss. If I catch you, I shall enter the palace tomorrow to plead my case to the emperor. Yanong, exasperated, swept away in a huff. Yin Zahan, unable to endure the overwhelming scent of medicine in the room, cast a disdainful glance before turning to leave as well. The following day, once Yin Jiuran's injury had improved, she entered the palace to see the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was exceedingly delighted upon her arrival, but her joy turned to concern upon learning of Yin Jiuran's injury, prompting her to summon half of the Imperial Medical Institute. However, after examination, the physicians found no serious issues, and the wound was healing well, allowing the Empress Dowager to finally breathe a sigh of relief. My dear child, you truly frighten me. Thank goodness it is nothing serious. Rest assured, Your Majesty, my life is resilient. Those individuals have already been dealt with and handed over to the Dali Temple. As the two shared light-hearted banter, the Empress arrived. Upon realizing Yin Jiuran was injured, she quickly called out to her as she attempted to rise to pay her respects. Do not rise. With your injury, such formalities are unnecessary. The Empress settled down, observing Yin Jiuran's pallor. Why does your face seem thinner? Is it that the minister's residence is not providing you with proper nourishment? Father has been rather busy lately. Just last night, a flower thief broke into the residence, and he came to check on me out of concern. His intentions are commendable, but do not excuse him simply because he is your father. I am aware that during your absence from the manor, they were quite inventive in taking things from you. With a firm thump on the table, the Empress Dowager declared, If they took it, so be it. I do not require all of it. By the way, Your Majesty and Your Highness, I brought some candied fruits made from wild berries by the kind woman I became acquainted with at the estate. They are quite delightful. I hope you will enjoy them. What you bring can never be disliked. The Empress Dowager laughed, taking a piece along with the Empress to enjoy with their tea. You are much like that child, Year. Both of you have lost your mothers at such a young age. Yet, she added, he was even younger at the time. Speaking of Xuan Yuan, Ye's mother, the Empress Dowager sighed. His mother, Hua Jin, was a radiant beauty. During her time, I was quite fond of her. It is truly a pity. The Empress shared her sentiment with a sigh as well. Chapter 50. Godmother, 2. Hua Jin, Xuan Yuan Ye's mother, was of the same age as Yin Jiuran when she entered the palace for selection. At the tender age of 15, she was charming and delightful, and the Empress Dowager held her in high regard. With the emperor ascending the throne at a young age amidst numerous provocations at the borders, the ministers urged the royal family to expand, though their focus remained on the matters of war. Consequently, by the time Hua Jin bore Xuan Yuan, Ye's elder sister, Xuan Yuan Yu, she was already 22 years old. However, Hua Jin exhibited decorum in her conduct. Even when ministers scrutinized her every action with sharp words, she responded with gentleness, never allowing anger to surface. At the age of 28, she bore the imperial son, Xuan Yuan Yi, prompting the emperor to elevate her to the position of noble consort. Although this elevation also stirred envy from various quarters. At that time, Hua Jin's brother still held an official position in the court, and her maternal uncle was a general wielding military power. Yet, this period of prosperity was short-lived. Her uncle fell victim to treachery on the battlefield, and her brother succumbed to madness following the untimely deaths of several children. 4 years later, a devastating fire engulfed the palace. Had it not been for Xuan Yuan Ye's presence at the Empress Dowager's side, he too would have perished in the flames. After listening to the Empress Dowager recount the tale of Xuan Yuan Ye's mother, Yin Jiuran shared the story of her own mother. The letters her mother had placed within the books were kept close to her heart. This moved the two consorts deeply. However, it piqued the Empress's curiosity regarding how Yin Jiuran's mother and Yin Hong had come together. This was a mystery even Yin Jiuran herself was unaware of, let alone able to disclose to others, as she had not experienced it firsthand. Yet, these age-old letters, with their ink and bloodstains, compelled the Empress Dowager to feel it necessary to thoroughly investigate Yin Hong. After all, Yin Jiuran's mother was his first wife. Why had she been confined until she succumbed to madness, leaving no remains behind? Moreover, the passing of a prominent official's wife without a funeral with her burial site remaining unknown. Only a memorial tablet left in her wake was indeed tragic. "My poor child, come here and let me embrace you," the empress said with palpable tenderness, pulling the tearful Jiuran into her arms and gently patting her back, much like a mother would. Both Jiuran and Xuan Yuan Ye's mother had endured injustices. The difference lay in Xuan Yuan Ye's helplessness as he witnessed his mother's palace consumed by fire. While Jiuran would not learn of her mother's demise until years later, her last memories stretching back to long ago. They were both unfortunate souls. Though Xuan Yuan Yi may struggle to articulate his feelings, he would surely understand your mother's story if he knew it. "From this day forward, you shall be family, and I shall be like a mother to you," the empress said with a gentle smile. "Shall I protect you in place of your mother? Do not cry. There are still many days ahead." The Empress Dowager also offered words of comfort. Jiuran nodded, though her tears continued to flow unabated. By the time she returned to the minister's residence, her eyes remained slightly swollen. Upon seeing Jiuran return from the palace with those reddened eyes, Zihan instinctively felt that her sister must have erred and faced reprimand, a gleam of schadenfreude lighting up her expression. "Has my sister returned in tears? I hope she does not bring calamity upon her household." Jiuran smiled to herself. Upon leaving the palace, the Empress and Empress Dowager had bestowed numerous gifts upon her, knowing well of the affairs of the minister's residence, and had arranged for them to be sent directly to the princess's estate. Meanwhile, Hong, who had not yet reached the entrance, halted in his tracks upon hearing that Jiuran had returned with swollen eyes, and he turned back to his study. Upon gazing into Jiuran's eyes, everyone in the minister's residence, save for those from the Xian courtyard, unanimously believed that she had suffered punishment in the imperial palace, leading to her current state. Yet, none were aware that this matter had absolutely no bearing on them. Hong was still troubled, fearing that Jiuran had committed some transgression, and he anxiously anticipated the possibility of losing his position as the Minister of Justice by dawn. However, by the end of the morning court session the following day, the emperor had not mentioned anything amiss, proceeding with the usual state affairs, allowing Hong to finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this juncture, the Astronomical Bureau presented the auspicious dates for Jiuran's marriage to Xuan Yuan Yi to the emperor, offering 2 dates, one at the year's end in 2 months, and another on the new year in 3 months. The emperor found both dates quite favorable. Yet was unable to make a decision in the moment and resolved to wait for Xuan Yuan Ye's return before proceeding with any plans. In the days that followed, Jiuran diligently recalled and reinforced her past knowledge. However, due to the poisoned dagger that had inflicted her injury, although the toxin posed no immediate danger, it did hinder the healing of her wound. Consequently, she ceased her medicinal bath for the time being. On this particular day, while Jiuran was engrossed in transcribing medicinal formulas indoors, the steward approached her, announcing that someone had come to see her, accompanied by a cat. The mention of a cat reminded her of the pumpkin she had encountered during the Flower God Festival. But was not the pumpkin Xuan Yuan Ye's cat? Why had it been brought to her? Puzzled, Jiuran rose to investigate. To reach the main hall, the shortest route traversed the garden, where she spotted Xuan Yi's figure. At that moment, the pumpkin sat before him, diligently licking its paws. As Jiuran was about to approach, Zihan emerged from the main hall, favored by Hong. Zihan's courtyard was situated on the opposite side of the minister's residence from Jiuran's, allowing her effortless access to the outside world, unlike Jiuran. Suddenly, Zihan let out a shriek, retreating while clutching her hand. It turned out that she had found the pumpkin adorable and, out of curiosity, attempted to pet it. However, the pumpkin had unceremoniously swiped at her, leaving 3 distinct scratches on the back of her hand. How dare a servant bring a wild cat to roam freely in the minister's residence? Xuan Yi frowned disapprovingly. The pumpkin is clad in fine fabric. It hardly resembles a wild cat. Moreover, did you not reach out first, seeking to provoke it? Pumpkin, Jiuran called out, arriving a moment late. The pumpkin immediately scampered towards her, meowing as it approached. "Ah, so this is your cat," she realized. Observing the pumpkin's familiarity with Jiuran, Zihan's anger flared, and the pain from her scratches persisted. "Sister, you are mistaken. I merely know the pumpkin, she retorted. Isn't that right, little pumpkin? Jiuran lifted the pumpkin from the ground, clad in such exquisite fabric. How could it possibly be a wild cat? Zihan paid no heed to these considerations. With the cat now in Jiuran's possession, she felt that the injury she had sustained was somehow Jiuran's fault. Jiuran, the cat is in your hands. Moreover, if this cat were not under your care, how would you know its name? It comes to you when called. Now, having been injured by this cat, I demand that you take its life as a form of atonement. Xian Yi's brows were nearly furrowed into a shape. What? Has it become invisible? Chapter 51. The punishment by Rod's sister. I advise you to speak less. If you continue, it may not be the cat that pays with its life, but rather you who must pay for the cat's life. Jiuran smiled at Xian Yi. Xian Yi, do you not agree? Xian Yi nodded slightly. Your Highness, the prince mentioned that Pumpkin has taken quite a liking to you, and you have been eating less since. Today, it even ran out of the estate. The prince also said that if Pumpkin escapes again, it shall be sent here to live with you, to return to the royal residence together once you are wed. Jiuran's face flushed. Although she was not particularly close to Xuan Yuan Yi, the mention of marriage inevitably made her feel bashful. Meanwhile, Zihan's complexion turned pale upon realizing that Pumpkin was Xuan Yuan Yi's cat. This cat belongs to the Duke of Su? How could the Duke possibly keep a cat, let alone name it so? Do you presume to meddle in the affairs of the prince? Xian Yi glared at Zihan. Miss Yin, not only did you attempt to touch Pumpkin without permission, but after injuring it, you shamelessly claimed Pumpkin was a stray and demanded its death as compensation for your trivial wound. If the prince were to learn of this, it would be a light punishment to lose that arm of yours. Pumpkin is a cat of the Duke of Su, and your disrespect towards it is a slight against the Duke's household. Xian Yi's gaze was icy as he regarded Zihan. Even if Lord Yin were present today, Miss Yin would not escape this punishment. You intend to punish me? You, a mere servant, dare to punish me? Zihan could hardly believe it. Xian Yi gestured to Jiuran. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. Oh, thus, when Hong learned that Zihan was being punished in their garden, he hurried over. Upon seeing Hong, Zihan cried out in distress. Father, father, save me. This servant dares to strike me. What on earth is happening? Hong was enraged. Seeing Jiuran calmly holding the cat and watching the spectacle only fueled his anger. Jiuran, why did you not intervene when your sister was being beaten? Father, this has nothing to do with me. Moreover, even if I wished to intervene, I would not be able to. Jiuran feigned innocence, prompting Hong to glance at Xian Yi. Lord Yin. Xian Yi was equally courteous. It was Miss Yin who first showed disrespect to the Duke of Su. Should you attempt to prevent me, you may not wish to know what will transpire upon the prince's return. You are from the Duke of Su's household? Hong was taken aback. However, he quickly turned to Jiuran. Why did you not mention he is from the Duke's household? Father, you did not inquire. Jiuran replied innocently. Since he is from the Duke's household, is that not a matter easily resolved? You are already betrothed to the Duke. So why not plead for your sister and have her exempted from his punishment? Jiuran's expression turned cold at Hong's words. Father, you are aware of my engagement to the Duke of Su. However, the one in trouble is my sister. What does that have to do with me? Ah, yes. I am a younger sister, and perhaps I should not remain indifferent while my sister faces trouble. But, Father, my engagement to the Duke is merely that, an engagement. I have yet to marry him. Should this incident provoke the Duke's displeasure, the Emperor will surely be informed. This signifies that both His Majesty and the Queen may experience displeasure. Consequently, this incident could incite discontent among the court regarding our Ministry of Works. Father, this time my sister was merely punished with a beating. If it were not for that, it would be a simple matter for just one person. Hong found this reasoning valid. If her long-established reputation were to be tarnished over a mere cat, the loss would far outweigh any gain. With this thought, Hong could only sigh in resignation. Zihan, the Duke of Su is a significant figure within the court. If we offend him over a cat, Father may lose his esteemed position. Therefore, you must endure this. Once it is over, I shall seek out the finest physician to tend to your injuries. Zihan wore a look of disbelief. Father, it is merely a cat. Why must I suffer punishment and injury because of it? Jiuran felt a sense of schadenfreude, yet outwardly maintained a facade of helplessness. Xuan Yi summoned 2 individuals from the Duke's residence, positioning them on either side of Yin Zihan, while he personally wielded the rod of punishment. With the first strike, Jiuran observed Yin Zihan's attempt to suppress her cries, but she could not hold back and cried out. The second and third strikes followed, totaling 20 lashes. Had Jiuran not intervened, urging him to cease, Yin Zihan's condition would have been dire indeed. Xuan Yi, 20 is sufficient, is it not? Jiuran could not bear to witness further. Yet Yin Zihan's injuries left her in a grievous state, her garments seemingly torn asunder. With such wounds, it would be necessary for her to remain bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month, rendering her incapable of any activity during this time. Indeed, the young lady has been beaten into unconsciousness. This punishment has already been sufficiently meted out. Should you deem it inadequate, I shall personally deliver gifts to the Duke tomorrow to express my contrition. Very well, since both the princess and Minister Yin have spoken, let it be so. Xuan Yi, with a tinge of regret, instructed the 2 men to return to the Duke's residence with the bloodied rod. However, there is no need for Minister Yin to offer further apologies. After all, a minister must maintain his reputation, and he should exercise greater caution henceforth. After speaking, Xuan Yi turned to Jiuran. Princess, the pumpkin is now entrusted to your care. Shortly, I shall send everything from the Duke's residence to you. With that, he departed. As Xuan Yi's figure faded from view, Yin Hong rushed forward, embracing Yin Zihan with tenderness. Alas this! Jiuran discerned Yin Hong's helplessness and approached with understanding. Father, my sister's injuries seem quite severe. Perhaps I should go to the palace and request the queen's permission to bring back a physician to attend to her wounds. Yin Hong readily agreed, and within half an hour, the imperial physician Jiang Miao arrived at the minister's residence with his supplies. Initially, Yin Hong was reluctant to allow Jiang Miao, a man, to treat Yin Zihan's injuries. Yet who was Jiang Miao? He was the chief physician, typically attending to the needs of the queen and empress dowager. However, as the scalpel delved into the flesh, Yin Zihan awakened in pain, only to find a man gazing at her wounds. She was immediately struck with fear and cried out, "Who is this? Why is he examining my injury? Father, father, I do not want him to treat me. Sister, Minister Jiang is the finest physician I could summon from the imperial hospital." At that moment, Jiuran's voice echoed from beside her. Yin Zihan then realized she was also present, and in an instant, she forgot the pain of her wounds and began to curse. "You wretched girl, why are you here? The humiliation I suffer today is all because of you." Jiuran sighed in exasperation and said, "Lord Jiang, you see my sister is already rambling in pain. It would be best to commence treatment promptly to spare my father any worry." Chapter 52. Breaking down the door in order to ensure that Yin Zihan could be treated in peace. Jiang Miao had no choice but to administer a bowl of traditional anesthetic. With the cacophony of noise diminished, Jiang Miao was finally able to focus on the task at hand. Although it proved somewhat challenging, it took him nearly 2 hours to tend to Yin Zihan's injuries adequately. As a token of gratitude, Jiuran discreetly presented Jiang Miao with a large bag of golden melon seeds before he departed, encouraging him to visit more often. Jiang Miao nodded and coincidentally encountered Xuan Yi, who was delivering something. "Princess, all the pumpkin items are here. The prince is also on his way back to the capital. Once he arrives, I will relay the events of today in full detail. However, there is one matter I hope the princess can address." Xuan Yi cleared his throat and whispered, "I am aware of the actions of this young lady, and I intend to impose a slight punishment on her through the medium of the pumpkin. Would the princess be satisfied with this?" "Oh," Jiuran was taken aback. "Yes, quite satisfied. It is exceedingly well done." Xuan Yi smiled and nodded. Although the fate of this future princess remains uncertain, she is, after all, the one whom His Majesty has betrothed. When the prince is away, she is the mistress of the Su Wangfu, and it is prudent to win her favor in advance. In the ensuing days, the injury on Yin Zihan's backside left her feeling utterly humiliated. She could only lie face down on her bed, her temper growing increasingly volatile. Unable to break things herself, She ordered her maidservants to do so if they failed to meet her expectations. She would force them to kneel by the bed and endure her wrath. Within a short span of days, Yin Zihan's courtyard saw a constant turnover of items, and even her maidservants had been replaced twice. During this time, Jiang Miao visited once, but Yin Zihan remained uncooperative. However, this time, it was Yin Hong who personally administered as he wished for Yin Zihan to recover swiftly. Meanwhile, Yin Jiuran enjoyed a leisurely time in the Ziyun courtyard. Despite having faced theft and destruction previously, with Jin Tailong and the others around, repairs were merely a matter of hours. As for the damaged items, unless they were frequently used, there was no intention to redecorate. On that particular noon, someone was brought back by Ling Yao. Also, I pay my respects to my lord. Observing the significantly fairer and sturdier figure of Yi, Yin Jiuran remarked that his journey had not been in vain. It turned out that upon his return, Yi had felt his strength was lacking and thus requested Ling Yao to take him to their Dark Guard training grounds. He was determined not to remain a mere bystander behind Yin Jiuran. However, Yi proved to be quite talented and persevered, resulting in remarkable progress within just a few days. This incited envy among the other Dark Guards, who could not fathom being surpassed by a mere slave brought in from outside. Consequently, they began to compare themselves with one another. Yet, when they noticed Yin Jiuran's attention was solely on Yi, Jing grew increasingly displeased. As Yin Jiuran continuously praised the young man before her for his progress, a sense of foreboding crept into Jing's heart, reminiscent of the past when she had faced abandonment. She took a few strides towards Yin Jiuran, intent on revealing her presence. Yi, equally astonished and perplexed, wondered when the Ziyun courtyard had acquired another figure resembling Jin Tailong, albeit appearing more foolish. Seemingly perceiving the disdain in Yi Ji's eyes, Jing furrowed her brows, and the atmosphere between the two grew tense. Jing's demeanor was formidable, suggesting that Yi Ji should withdraw, implying her presence was unwelcome. Yi Ji raised an eyebrow in response, dismissing Jing's bravado with a scoff, deeming her not particularly astute. Enough of this quarrel, Yin Jiuran interjected, standing between them as tension mounted. You are both wonderful individuals, and I cherish you dearly. Let's all behave. With that, Yin Jiuran retreated indoors to tend to her belongings. Aside from Bihui and Ling Mai, who had entered with her, the others remained outside, awaiting developments. At this juncture, Yi Ji and Jing resumed their silent standoff, each glaring at the other. Miss, do you think Yi Ji will clash with Jing again? Bihui inquired, her tone laced with concern as she ground ink for Yin Jiuran. Jing is quite uncontrollable when it comes to her master, and Yi Ji has a fiery temperament. Ling Mai paused momentarily. They may be bothersome, but I worry more about Yin Zihan and whether she is plotting something in the shadows. I've heard she broke several vases today. What news of Yin Hong? Yin Jiuran pressed, clearly invested in the actions of Yin Hong. Upon your visit to the estate, Yin Hong did venture to the northwest section of the manor. However, I feared being discovered and kept my distance, so I cannot ascertain his intentions. By the way, I've heard that the son of the Yin family is returning from abroad. Yin Jiuran nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Hong had many daughters, but only one son, who was naturally the apple of the family si. Yet, at the tender age of 4 or 5, Yin Hong sought the guidance of the former grand tutor to educate his sole heir. Unfortunately, the venerable man declined, citing his advanced age, and suggested that Yin Hong seek one of his students instead. Regrettably, the individual chosen, though having succeeded under the grand tutor, was a mere charlatan, and under his tutelage, the Yin family's only son scarcely learned anything of value. Yin Jiuran recalled vividly how, in her past life, he had returned at this very time, claiming to wish to play with her, only to later take liberties with Bihui. When discovered, he had accused her of seducing him. In a fit of rage, Yin Hong nearly took Bihui's life. Had it not been for Yin Jiuran's intervention, trading her own confinement for Bihui's expulsion from the manor, the girl might have met a tragic fate. Noticing Yin Jiuran lost in thought, Bihui glanced around. Miss, why do you gaze at me so? With a sigh, Yin Jiuran was about to respond when the door suddenly crashed to the ground. Ling Mai, suspecting an assassin, swiftly drew a dagger from her sleeve and positioned herself protectively in front of Yin Jiuan. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that A Jing and Yi Ji had erupted into a brawl in the courtyard. Yin Jiuan felt a surge of frustration as she surveyed the damage to her door, making a concerted effort to suppress her anger. The two chairs toppled over, and the wisteria trellis collapsed. The trembling hand that had been propping up the threshold began to shake. Bai Shui turned back to glance, sensing that something was amiss. "Go out!" with a furious shout. The two combatants finally ceased their struggle. However, their bodies bore even more injuries. One eye was swollen shut, and his face was considerably puffed up. Standing at the doorway, Yin Jiuan gritted her teeth, discontented that her courtyard, which had only recently been restored, had been thoroughly dismantled by these two. "Ah, Sister Mai, the ladies' courtyard." Bai Shui sighed as she held the broken door, surveying the chaotic yard. At that moment, when no one was paying attention, a figure discreetly slipped a piece of paper into a corner. In the residence of the Duke of Su, Lord Xian Yi stood before Xuan Yuan Ye's desk, succinctly recounting the events of the recent days. "By the way, my lord, word has come from the palace that a date has been chosen. Upon your return, you are to enter the palace with the princess to discuss it." Chapter 53. The wedding date. Xuan Yuan Yi paused, pen in hand. "I understand." Xian Yi nodded and withdrew. The next day, Yin Jiuan arose early to prepare. Unlike her usual cold demeanor, today she donned a dress of soft yellow, rendering her even more demure and charming. After seeing Yin Jiuan preparing to venture out, Yin Hong, her father, expressed his discontent. While entering the palace was tolerable, how could a young woman expose herself daily in such a manner? "Father, today I am entering the palace to discuss the wedding date." Yin Hong's dissatisfaction grew. Such matters of marriage should be entirely managed by parents. However, concerning the marriage between Yin Jiuan and Xuan Yuan Yi, the emperor had granted the union. Yet it was perplexing that the discussion of the wedding date did not involve him as her father, but rather only included his daughter in the palace. What did this imply about his own position? Yet, as a mere subject, he could not voice his grievances, should he dare to speak out. The palace might concoct an excuse to deal with him. Yin Hong sighed. "Very well, be cautious while you are there. Once everything is settled, return home and recount the details to me." "Yes, daughter understands." Upon entering the palace, the head maid beside the queen, had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Before Yin Jiuan's arrival, Xuan Yuan Yi had already entered the palace. "Is he here so early?" "Indeed. The lord arrives at the palace gate at dawn each day, and as soon as the gates open in the morning, he enters to pay his respects." Yin Jiuan nodded. After walking for nearly half an hour, her feet began to tire, but she finally reached the Queen's Phoenix Hall. "Your Majesty, the Queen, and the Dowager Empress. The Princess Zhaoan has arrived." Yin Jiuan waited outside as he entered to inform those within. Once she received permission, Yin Jiuan stepped inside. "This humble servant, Jiuan, pays her respects to your Majesty, the Queen, and the Dowager Empress. There's no need for excessive formalities. Rise quickly. Duofu, grant the princess a seat." The emperor responded with a beaming smile. Yin Jiuan glanced to the side, where Xuan Yuan Yi, clad in black, sat sipping tea. "Since everyone is present, I shall speak. The Astronomical Bureau has provided two potential dates, one at the year's end and the other at the onset of the new year. What do you both think?" After a moment of contemplation, Xuan Yuan Yi replied, "Let it be at the onset of the new year." The two spoke in unison. Xuan Yuan Yi was somewhat taken aback and turned to glance at Yin Jiuan. The Empress Dowager was beaming with delight. Even before their union, their simultaneous utterance displayed such a remarkable rapport and destiny. It would indeed be a pity if they did not come together. The arrival of spring heralded the new year, a time of renewal and transition. The emperor nodded in agreement, his thoughts aligning with the sentiment. "Then, shall the ceremony be held within the palace or at the prince's residence?" he inquired unexpectedly. Xuan Yuan Yi rose and knelt in the court. "Your son is deeply honored by your esteem. However, a royal wedding belongs solely to the emperor and the crown prince. As merely a general, my presence, steeped in the aura of battle and bloodshed, might taint the palace's fortune. I believe it would be inappropriate for a lady to wed within the palace," he articulated. Yin Jiuan stood in agreement, stating, We are now family, and since you acknowledge me as a godmother, it seems odd to refer to me as a lady. Address us as father and mother, as the princess does. Yet, the empress displayed a hint of displeasure regarding Yin Jiuran's title. Yin Jiuran appeared somewhat concerned. If it pleases you, I have no objections, the emperor responded. Very well, I understand. The date shall be set for the beginning of the new year. The emperor struck the armrest of his chair, declaring, I shall summon the officials of the Ministry of Rites to discuss the arrangements. You two should take a stroll in the imperial garden to strengthen your bond before the wedding. With time pressing, the emperor began to urge them to depart. However, as Yin Jiuran walked beside the tall, expressionless man, she found herself at a loss for words. It seems that in my absence, you have grown quite close to the empress. Reflecting on the empress's affectionate demeanor towards Yin Jiuran moments ago, Xuan Yuan felt genuinely surprised. During this time, I often visit the palace to keep the empress and the dowager company. They have been exceedingly kind to me. Upon learning of my mother's passing when I was young, the empress declared that she would henceforth be my mother, he admitted, lowering his gaze. Yet, I am aware that my mother's death was shrouded in mystery. Yin Jiuran's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am determined to uncover the truth behind her demise and ensure that those responsible at the minister's residence are held accountable. I also wish to locate my mother's remains. Remembering the devastating fire, Xuan Yuan fell into a deeper silence. For him, the memories of Huajin were but faint echoes, yet he recognized the empress spoke of a truly remarkable woman. Yet, he too yearned to understand the cause of that inferno, and presently, he could not even claim his mother's remains. In the imperial garden, the two walked in silence. Suddenly, Yin Jiuran sneezed, and a stream of mucus trickled down her nose. Feeling embarrassed, she contemplated wiping it away with her sleeve. But a blue handkerchief was offered from the side. The weather has turned cooler. Though the day remains warm, the nights grow increasingly chilly. Next time, dress more warmly, he advised. Indeed, she replied, contemplating what to do with the stained handkerchief. Just then, Xuan Yuan spoke again. There is no need for repayment. Oh, she responded, and once more, silence enveloped them. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, accompanied by the gentle chirping of insects. The koi in the pond swam robustly. When Yin Jiuran lifted her gaze, she caught a glimpse of a white garment flitting past. Princess, your highness, he approached them, carrying a box. Just moments ago, within the palace, the empress had forgotten to hand over a box to the two individuals. Upon opening it, they discovered two bracelets adorned with golden pendants. Yin Jiuran recognized the pendants quite well. Indeed, they were the very ones obtained by the prince and the young lady during the night of the flower festival. The empress, seeking a pastime, had threaded them together with red strings. She had expressly instructed that the two, thus bound, should carry each other's fates. One bracelet, engraved with the character for night, was placed upon Yin Jiuran's wrist, while the one inscribed with Luan was given to Xuan Yuan. The empress further remarked that she would observe the two wearing these red strings. Should they remove them, it would be a slight to her dignity. In but a moment, the items that once resided in the box adorned their wrists. It was Xuan Yuan's first experience wearing such an ornament, and it was also his first occasion engaging in conversation with a woman outside of royal circles. Thank you, Sister he said. Yin Jiuran responded with a gentle smile. You are too kind, Your Highness. The emperor mentioned that since the wedding date was set, he looked forward to celebrating the couple's nuptials in 5 months. As dusk began to settle, the prince returned from the eastern frontier, and the emperor, along with the empress, decided against keeping the two for a meal within the palace. After a round of formalities, Yin Jiuran and Xuan Yuan departed from the imperial residence. Once they vanished from the imperial garden, a figure in a fleeting white garment emerged. Xuan Yuan Cheng, having overheard their exchange, gritted his teeth in frustration. No wonder the emperor had waved his morning salutation these past few days. He had been preoccupied with Xuan Yuan. Chapter 54. The plague had it not been for Yin Jiuran's persistent avoidance of him. This union might have been his. Yet, what significance did their engagement hold? 5 months, he had ample time. It was now late August, and the air had begun to cool. When Bishi took Yin Jiuran's gown to wash, she discovered a blue handkerchief hidden within. This belongs to a man, does it not? Bishi pondered, unsure of what to do with it, and ultimately decided to hang it on a nearby rack. Upon returning to the room with the handkerchief, Jiuran sat at her desk, engrossed in writing. "Miss, how did you come by a handkerchief in your gown? It appears to belong to a man. Surely, you are not seeking a man outside?" Bishi inquired. Bishi? Jiuran was both amused and exasperated. "This is the handkerchief of the Duke of Su, who borrowed it from me upon entering the palace yesterday. Simply wash it and put it away." "Oh, so it belongs to your future husband," Bishi replied. Jiuran paused her brush, chuckling helplessly. At that moment, she was composing a prescription. In her previous life, during the early days of September, a plague had erupted in Hangzhou. Due to the local officials' concealment and inaction, the disease spread to the neighboring Lingzhou. At this time in her past, Xuan Yuan Cheng, aware of Jiuran's medical skills, implored her to investigate the plague in Hangzhou and devise a remedy. Had it not been for the timely intervention of her medical mentor, she might have remained oblivious to Xuan Yuan Cheng's true nature and perished in that epidemic. At that time, her mentor had remarked on her stubborn affection for such a man, questioning why she would venture into a place fraught with danger. Later, Xuan Yuan Cheng sought the emperor's decree to embark on a mission, driven by a spirit of selflessness for the sake of the populace. His endeavors earned him the admiration and goodwill of the citizens in Hangzhou and Lingzhou. Within the court, he garnered considerable renown, prompting the emperor to begin relying on him more heavily. However, this time, he would witness the opportunity slip through his fingers, seized by another. Yet, would Xuan Yuan attend? How would she elucidate the prescription? Perhaps Xuan Yuan would inquire how she came to know of the plague in Hangzhou, questioning whether she was merely being overly cautious. Unbeknownst to Jiuran, since her arrival in the capital, Xuan Yuan had received several memorials from the emperor, along with news from Hangzhou. It appeared that the local governor's concealment had led to the suffering of the people in Hangzhou. Each memorial sent to the capital reported that all was well, devoid of any issues. Members of the Tianlong Pavilion, upon discovering irregularities in Hangzhou, attempted to disseminate information but were thwarted multiple times. It was only after a fortnight that the message finally reached Xuan Yuan's hands. The letter revealed that the governor had intercepted the correspondence, and despite his son's tyrannical behavior within the province, he brazenly abducted women in broad daylight, taking anyone he fancied, regardless of marital status. They even subjected one woman to the torment of being passed between father and son. The daughters fared little better. Corpses frequently littered the streets, as no one dared to collect them. Many remained until they began to decompose, only then to be removed to mass graves. Presently, signs of a plague were emerging, yet the governor treated it as a mere common ailment. While the populace cried out in despair, he remained indifferent, indulging in lavish feasts and revelry within the governor's mansion, oblivious to the suffering outside. Caution was advised for the people of Hangzhou. To hold the governor accountable would require more substantial evidence. After perusing the letter, Xuan Yuan ignited it with a candle and let it burn to ashes in a nearby basin. In recent days, Jiuran had felt the unsettling presence of a mouse within her courtyard. Ever since Zihan's injuries had improved, she had been orchestrating encounters with her, seemingly seeking an opportunity to trip her up. However, with a Jing and the others constantly by her side, she found no chance to act. What troubled Jiuran was how Zihan consistently knew her whereabouts, appearing fortuitously each time. This could only imply one possibility. Something unclean had infiltrated her circle. Yet, she trusted Bishui and Ling Yao implicitly. A Jing and Yiku were not prone to conversing with others aside from her. As for Jin Tailong, who had served the emperor for over a decade as a member of the Imperial Guard, he should pose no issue. Contemplating the prescription in her hand, Jiuran was struck by an idea and summoned Bishui and the others. Subsequently, she called Jin Tailong for a private discussion. However, the expression he wore upon his departure piqued Bishui and the others' curiosity regarding their conversation. The following day, Jiang Miao visited Zihan to attend to her injuries, accompanied by Jiuran. This time, the wound on Zihan's posterior had healed significantly, allowing her to walk and lie down without discomfort. However, strenuous activities remained off-limits, as they could reopen the scab wound. As Jiang Miao prepared to leave, Yin Jiuran intentionally summoned him to a side chamber, citing important matters to discuss before Yin Zihan. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Miao emerged from the side chamber, escorted by Yin Jiuran and Bi Shui. After escorting Jiang Miao out of the residence, Yin Jiuran returned to Ziyun Courtyard. She remained alone in her room for about half an hour, emerging afterward with a beaming countenance. Bi Shui, I have finally located my childhood wet nurse. She is currently in Hangzhou, and if I can converse with her, I may uncover many stories about my mother. My lady, is this not splendid news? Since we know she is in Hangzhou, should we not send someone to fetch her? Bi Shui responded, equally delighted. That was my initial thought. However, my wet nurse wrote back, stating that Hangzhou is currently unsettled. Many have perished in her vicinity due to recent turmoil, and there are reports of individuals afflicted with what appears to be a plague. A look of concern crossed Yin Jiuran's face. I worry for my wet nurse's safety, but the plague is no trivial matter. Coincidentally, I inquired with physician Jiang earlier, and he possesses a prescription from the Imperial Hospital that can treat the plague. I have written it down and will have Ling Yao deliver it to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Su. Your thoughts are astute, my lady. His Royal Highness is exceptionally capable and will surely investigate the situation in Hangzhou. If the plague is indeed a reality, this could serve as an opportunity to eradicate its spread. Nevertheless, I must first review the medicinal ingredients. I am not at ease with others procuring them, Yin Jiuran remarked, furrowing her brow. Thus, you shall all accompany me to procure 2 sets of the ingredients listed in the prescription. Once I confirm their accuracy, we shall send the prescription to His Royal Highness. Then I shall prepare at once. Bi Shui turned to gather silver coins and the veil Yin Jiuran would need for her outing. Just as they departed, an individual emerged from behind the rockery, ensuring the courtyard was empty before entering the room. Chapter 55. Catching the rat, he cautiously rummaged through the room, picking up each disordered piece of paper on the desk to examine. Upon discovering the sheet at the bottom that detailed the plague remedy, he meticulously copied it and concealed it within his garments, then restored everything to its original state before quietly exiting the room. 2 hours later, Yin Jiuran and her companions returned from their excursion, each laden with various packages. It turned out that in addition to the medicinal ingredients, Yin Jiuran had purchased numerous everyday necessities and even procured food for everyone. Before their return, Yin Zihan regarded the prescription in her hands with skepticism. Are you certain this matter is genuine? Indeed, my lady, Dong Gue affirmed, nodding vigorously. I heard that Yin Jiuran has gone out to purchase medicine, and this prescription was hidden beneath the books. If this is true, I could present the prescription to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wei. He might seize this opportunity to achieve merit. Should this endeavor succeed, my relationship with His Royal Highness will be further strengthened. Yan Xian pondered, realizing she must act before Yin Jiuran. The credit for this accomplishment solely belongs to His Highness, the Prince of Wei. After carefully storing the prescription, she rose to change into a more convenient outfit, donning a cloak and mask. I shall deliver this to His Highness at once. Once you receive news regarding Yin Jiuran, you must inform me immediately. If possible, have that person detain Yin Jiuran, she instructed. The maidservant understood. As dusk fell, Yin Jiuran finally sealed the letter and handed it to Jin Tailong. Compared to others, your position as a member of the Imperial Guard beside His Majesty will earn the trust of Prince Su even more. Therefore, I entrust this letter to you. It must reach either Xian Yi or Prince Su directly. Jin Tailong nodded, securing the item before turning to depart. After Jin Tailong left, Yin Jiuran requested Bi Hui to brew a cup of tea. Observing the steaming beverage, she remarked, after 3 cups, summon my father and inform him it pertains to the marriage contract. Originally, she intended to wait for Yin Zihan to return to witness the unfolding drama together. However, when Bi Hui sought out Yin Hong and Jin Tailong returned from delivering the letter, Yin Zihan still had not arrived. What is happening in the palace? Upon Yin Hong's inquiry, Yin Jiuran recounted everything that transpired during her visit to the palace. By the way, father, the weather has turned rather chilly lately. I fear you might catch a cold, so I have prepared ginger tea for you. Please drink it before you leave. Surprised by his daughter's sudden concern, Yin Hong wondered if Yin Jiuran had changed her character. How thoughtful, he mused. However, It was not yet finished. As Yin Hong sipped the tea, Yin Jiuran summoned Ling Mai. Please gather all the servants from Xian courtyard and inform them that the minister appreciates their hard work and has granted each one a bowl of ginger tea. Yin Hong paused, unsure of Yin Jiuran's motives, but since it was being offered under his name, the servants would undoubtedly feel grateful towards him. Considering there was no harm in it, he allowed Yin Jiuran to proceed with her plan. Soon, the servants stood before the door, while Bi Hui and the two Ling brothers served each one a bowl of ginger tea. Is everyone present? As they counted the numbers, Jin Tailong realized that one of his subordinates was missing. This individual had requested a day off the previous day, citing a cold, and wished to rest. A sense of foreboding washed over him, but he reported the matter to Yin Jiuran truthfully. Once the servants finished their ginger tea, Yin Jiuran suggested they check on the ailing Imperial Guard. After all, they were from the palace and had been assigned to her side. It was only proper to pay a visit. The Imperial Guards were all tall and robust, making it impossible for them to reside in the servants' quarters. Thus, upon their arrival, Yin Jiuran had constructed 5 new rooms for them. However, as they approached one of the rooms, peculiar sounds emanated from within. Jin Tailong led them to the last room, where the sound became unmistakably clear. My lord, you mischievous little imp, a man of your strength and intellect should never be confined to this humble abode. Were it not for this confinement, how could I share a moment of intimacy with you? Yin Jiuran's expression froze. Anyone could discern what activities were taking place inside. She had anticipated catching a mouse, but never imagined it would lead to this. Jin Tailong's expression also shifted dramatically. It seems that the chill is not too severe. Yin Jiuran chuckled, admitting that it was due to his subordinates' lax discipline. Should these matters indeed be his doing, he would willingly accept punishment. Jin Tailong frowned and, in front of the gathered crowd, forcefully kicked the fragile door open. The two individuals within were startled, frozen in their current positions atop the wooden board. As more people entered, the woman was the first to scream, attempting to conceal herself, only to be dragged down alongside the man by Jin Tailong. Bai Shui stood behind, filled with curiosity yet unable to bear the sight. She shielded her eyes with her hand, but, driven by the desire to know who the woman was, peeked through her fingers. Upon seeing the truth, she gasped in shock. It was Dan Gui, the maidservant who had been entwined in intrigue with Jin Tailong's subordinates, and the very same who served Yin Zihan. This revelation left Yin Jiuran speechless, and even Yin Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. Captain, Your Highness, the man stammered, glancing around at the panicked crowd. This woman seduced me, claiming that if I divulged all the information regarding Xian Courtyard, she would. What would she do? Jin Tailong stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap. If you had no such intentions, would you be drawn to a woman of this sort? You have truly brought shame upon our Jinwu Guard. Father, I recall a rule in the manor. If servants harbor affections for one another, they may wed with their master's consent. Yet, this situation has only served to provide you with amusement, Yin Jiuran remarked with a smile, covering her mouth and nose as she observed the two entangled figures and the charged atmosphere filling the room. Let them tidy themselves up and escort them to the main hall. After all, Dan Gui is my elder sister's maid. It was only fitting that any punishment be administered in her presence. When Yin Zihan returned home, she immediately noticed Dan Gui's absence from her quarters. Before she could change out of her clothes, a knock sounded at the door. Miss, are you awake? What is it? Yin Zihan called out while changing her attire, instructing the servant to speak directly from the doorway. Your father requests your presence in the main hall after you awaken. He has matters to discuss with you. My father is looking for me? Upon receiving confirmation from the servant, Yin Zihan replied, understood. Where could that wretched girl Dan Gui have gone? Once I find her, I shall give her a good scolding. Chapter 56. Punishment having changed her clothes and wiped the sweat from her brow caused by her hurried travel. Yin Zihan turned in front of the copper mirror a couple of times before stepping out, satisfied that there were no telltale signs on her person. However, the absence of Dan Gui left her feeling somewhat uneasy, as she had been the one by her side the longest and understood her best. Other maidservants simply did not compare to Dan Gui. Yet, the reality soon rendered her speechless. She had approached the main hall, filled with anticipation to see Yin Hong, only to be met with the sight of Dan Gui kneeling before her alongside a man. Yin Zihan's mind went blank. "How did you end up here, Dan Gui? I have been searching for you for quite some time," Yin Zihan exclaimed. "Father, what is happening? Why is Dan Gui kneeling here?" Yin Zihan found it peculiar. This man appeared somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him. "Sister, it is I who wish to inquire. Why is Dan Gui entangled with this man in Ziyun courtyard?" Came the voice of Yin Jiuran from the side, prompting Yin Zihan to notice her presence in the main hall. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Yin Jiulan's words, Yin Zihan cast a surprised glance at the still kneeling Dan Gui. Initially intending to defend her, she hesitated, recalling that it was Yin Hong who had summoned her, suggesting he had witnessed the incident. Thus, her desire to advocate for Dan Gui transformed into an accusatory inquiry. "Sister, could it be that this man from your courtyard deliberately lured Dan Gui?" "Sister, you must know that when father and I first saw the two of them, Dan Gui said not a single word. Moreover, do you have any idea what this man uttered?" Ling Mai, step forward and reenact the scene for my sister. No sooner had Ling Mai finished her performance than Dan Gui abruptly rose to her feet. Observing Yin Zihan's shifting expression, "Miss, all the fault lies with me. I alone am to blame for everything." Dan Gui recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that Yin Zihan could no longer protect her. If she spoke in her defense, Yin Zihan would also face Yin Hong's wrath. Since Yin Hong was unaware of Yin Zihan's involvement, it was better for her to shoulder the blame. "Master, it is entirely my fault. I simply harbor a dislike for the second Mississippi. Why should the second Miss be honored with a title and bestowed with so many imperial gifts? Why is it that my Miss is forbidden from taking even a single item from her storeroom?" Dan Gui lamented. "My Miss envies the second Miss and often weeps at night. Unable to bear it, I sought to avenge my Mississippi, Dan Gui." "How could you?" Yin Zihan gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief at Dan Gui's unexpected self-sacrifice. Yet, was this not the duty of a servant? Nonetheless, the performance must continue. Observing the interplay between the two, Yin Jiulan noted the pity in Yin Hong's gaze directed towards Yin Zihan after Dan Gui's declaration. She surmised that Yin Zihan would likely escape severe punishment. "Father, Dan Gui acted without malice. I can comprehend her actions in defense of her mistress. Yet, she has indeed breached the household's regulations. And I still hope you might show leniency towards her." Yin Jiulan pleaded on behalf of Dan Gui, yet she was aware that as a mere servant, Dan Gui's fate was ultimately sealed. With Yin Jiulan's intercession, Yin Hong, who had initially considered a harsh punishment for Dan Gui, ultimately settled for 30 lashes and her expulsion from the household, never to return. However, as Dan Gui's mistress, Yin Zihan could not remain unpunished. Yin Hong merely reprimanded her for poor management of her servants and imposed a month's house arrest, with no further consequences. As for the man from the Jinwu Guard, Yin Jiulan instructed Jin Tailong to return him to the palace for the emperor's judgment. Upon learning of the situation, the emperor promptly removed the source of his transgressions, relegating him to the status of a temple servant within the Jinwu Guard's quarters. On this day, Yin Jiulan's ingratiating behavior greatly pleased Yin Hong. After offering words of comfort, Yin Hong elevated Yin Jiulan's monthly allowance to double its current amount and allocated 1,000 taels of silver from the storeroom to her. However, Yin Jiulan was acutely aware that this sum was negligible to both Yin Hong and Yin Zihan. Indeed, the silver recently discreetly dispatched to Yin Zihan by Yin Hong far exceeded this amount. Moreover, even the newly increased allowance paled in comparison to Yin Zihan's monthly stipend. Nevertheless, Yin Jiulan accepted it with a smile, for it was a rare feat to elicit even a small monetary concession from Yin Hong. Any amount was preferable to none. Meanwhile, Dan Gui faced corporal punishment before half the servants of the Ministry of Rights, enduring 30 strokes that mirrored the severity suffered by Yin Zihan when struck by Xian Yi. Albeit Yin Zihan's punishment was somewhat more severe. For Dan Gui, this beating felt akin to losing half her life. Furthermore, unlike Yin Zihan, who had Jiang Miao to expedite her recovery, Dan Gui was unceremoniously cast out of the ministry like a lifeless pig after her 30 lashes. To preserve his dignity, Yin Hong instructed the steward to expel Dan Gui through the back door. As she gazed at the closing door, Dongui's emotions were tumultuous, for, despite her reluctance to admit it, it was likely that Yin Zihan would ultimately place the blame squarely on her shoulders. Thus, she preferred to shoulder the responsibility herself, hoping to garner some favor in Yin Zihan's eyes. Just then, the back door swung open once more, and a maid, glancing around, approached Dangui. "Sister Dangui, are you all right?" The newcomer was Dang Qi, another maid who served Yin Zihan and had taken over Dongui's duties after her departure. "Dang Qi, why are you here?" Dangui exclaimed, both startled and delighted, yet hindered by her injuries. She had not anticipated that anyone in the ministry still cared for her. Before her exit, she had shared a close bond with Dang Qi. "Sister, you have always supported me, so I felt compelled to check on you. Moreover, the young lady remembers your kindness and has sent some silver for you, hoping you will seek a physician to tend to your wounds and live well thereafter." Moved by this gesture, Dangui wept as she embraced Dang Qi, overwhelmed by the stack of banknotes presented to her. This bounty could sustain her for a lifetime. However, Dangui suddenly felt a dampness in her abdomen, and upon Dang Qi's departure, she noticed a dagger stained with blood. "My dear sister, did you truly believe I came merely to visit you? I am here to escort you on your final journey. After acquiring such wealth, you can depart without regret. After all, you were privy to too many of the young lady's secrets." As Dangui gasped for breath, Dang Qi's expression turned cold as she approached and delivered another fatal blow. "The young lady is grateful for all you have done for her over the years, but only a corpse can keep secrets well. So, dear sister, rest easy. I shall burn more paper money for you during the festivals." Chapter 57. Hangzhou Master. As he was counting the valuables in the storeroom, Ling Yao entered and whispered something into Yin Jiulan's ear. Yin Jiulan appeared to have anticipated such a result, raising her hand to dismiss Ling Yao. What servant could survive long in the service of a master unless they possessed a benevolent heart? "Bi Shui, come here and let me embrace you." As Yin Jiulan gazed at Bai Shui, who stood outside holding a platter of fruits, he couldn't help but exclaim that the young women in his own courtyard were indeed the most charming. Has there been any response from the Duke of Su? Reflecting on the fact that it had been some time since he had sent his belongings without receiving any acknowledgement, Yin Jiulan was uncertain whether Xuan Yuan Yi had even received them. Just as he finished speaking, Xuan Yi was brought in by Ling Yao. Were it not for their mutual acquaintance and the future relationship between them, Ling Yao would have nearly thrown this intruder out for climbing over the wall. "Your Highness." Xuan Yi cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. "His Majesty expresses gratitude for the items you sent and mentions that he is investigating matters concerning Hangzhou. If your Highness is interested, you may discuss them further. His Majesty noted your calmness regarding the situation at Beima Temple. Since you could foresee the impending plague in Hangzhou and provided the remedy in advance, you must also possess unique insights regarding the matter of the inspector. His Majesty intends to request permission from the Emperor to travel to Hangzhou tomorrow, but the matter of the remedy requires your Highness to enter the palace and explain it, so that His Majesty may proceed with peace of mind." "Understood. Please inform His Highness the Duke of Su that I am aware of the situation." Xuan Yi nodded and departed, while Ling Yao scrutinized the individual before him, committing the details to memory. Should this person attempt to climb over the wall again, he would be apprehended without fail. Those who did not enter through the proper door were certainly not of good character. The following day, during the court assembly, the ministers had heard whispers regarding the situation in Hangzhou. They had learned days prior that the emperor was discreetly seeking candidates to resolve the inspector issue in Hangzhou. Particularly, upon receiving the remedy from Yin Zihan, Xuan Yuan Cheng felt that if the emperor proposed it during the morning court, he would express his willingness to sacrifice himself to ensure the matter was addressed, appealing to the emperor's emotions, which would surely elicit a favorable response. With this remedy, even the plague would not pose a significant threat. However, while the emperor had indeed made a proposal, he expressed deep sorrow that such a situation could arise under his governance, in contrast to the minister's greater understanding of the Hangzhou affair. "Do not worry, my ministers. I have already decided that the Duke of Su, Xuan Yuan Yi, shall be dispatched." Before the emperor could finish speaking, the ambitious ministers and princes below were left in stunned silence, particularly Xuan Yuan Cheng, whose carefully prepared words shattered like fragile porcelain. Ye possesses commendable habilities. As a prince who has long resided in the eastern frontier, his focus on the inspector of Hangzhou may be somewhat diminished. Moreover, with control over Tianlong Pavilion, his actions will be facilitated. From this moment onward, the emperor resolved that once Xuan Yuan returned from Hangzhou, he would undertake discreet visits to various provinces every 6 months for inspection. After the morning court concluded, the emperor summoned Xuan Yuan, who had entered the palace early, along with Jiuran to the hall of diligent administration. Observing the departing emperor, Xuan Yuan Cheng crumpled the remedy in his hand, wishing he could shove it directly into Xuan Yuan's mouth. Little did he know that Jiuran had anticipated that her informants in the courtyard would steal the remedy. Thus, when she spoke loudly that day, the hidden remedy had already been a forgery. Even if Xuan Yuan Cheng could take action, the remedy would be of no use and could potentially exacerbate the situation. By then, not only would there be no reward, but he might also find himself relocated from the duke's residence to the ancestral hall for a period. As the emperor gazed at the prescription in his hands, he reluctantly set it down, for he found it incomprehensible. When Jiang Miao affirmed the validity of the prescription, revealing that he had encountered it in an ancient tome of medicinal formulas, the emperor's admiration for Jiuran only deepened. It astonished him that Zhao could foresee an impending plague in Hangzhou without any prior knowledge of the region's affairs. Moreover, he had not anticipated that Zhao could compose a prescription for the plague. Zhao had likely encountered a wandering physician from the medicinal valley and had the fortune to learn a few things. Yet he remained uncertain if this prescription would be truly effective. Thus, Zhao beseeched His Majesty to permit her to accompany Prince Su to Hangzhou. Jiuran articulated her thoughts, which had not crossed the minds of the emperor and the chancellor, who remained after the morning court session. However, Jiuran was, after all, a woman, and the turmoil in Hangzhou posed significant dangers for her. Yet, she seemed resolute in her decision to go. If the emperor refused her, she would kneel and not rise. Your Majesty, the governor's family is particularly cautious regarding matters concerning women. They have neither heard of nor seen a princess such as myself. By using myself as bait to infiltrate the governor's estate, Prince Su can address the situation more swiftly from outside. Moreover, the governor is likely to be wary of men, and I shall endeavor to buy time for Prince Su, seeking an opportunity to capture them all. All that remains for you and the chancellor is to appoint the next governor of Hangzhou. The emperor exchanged glances with the chancellor, and Jiuran's reasoning seemed to hold merit. What say you, Yi? The emperor inquired of Xuan Yuan, eager to discern his opinion on Jiuran's suitability for the endeavor. I believe the princess's words are reasonable, he replied. With Xuan Yuan's endorsement, the emperor reluctantly acquiesced. After finalizing the departure time, he bestowed upon Xuan Yuan the authority to act decisively and presented him with a treasured sword. When it came to Jiuran, the emperor summoned a box from which he retrieved a gleaming golden token. This token I grant to Zhao. Its presentation is akin to my own presence. At that moment, Jiuran felt the weight of the token in her hand, overwhelmed by the honor. Just as she was about to decline, the Empress Dowager arrived. Is Zhao also to go to Hangzhou? Absolutely not. The Empress Dowager voiced her disapproval. However, since the emperor had already given his consent, she had no choice but to urge Jiuran to reiterate her previous arguments. Witnessing Jiuran's unwavering resolve, the Empress Dowager recognized this as an opportunity for her and Xuan Yuan to strengthen their bond. Thus, she produced a token of her own and entrusted it to Jiuran. The emperor's token lacks the efficacy of mine. My token, when presented, is akin to my own presence. Those aged officials in Hangzhou will respond favorably upon its sight. Very well, the emperor conceded. Glancing between the Empress Dowager and Jiuran, she turned to Xuan Yuan, who still held the treasured sword. Well, these two tokens are quite convenient to carry. If I do not accept them, I shall surely face their reproach. Thus, Jiuran expressed her gratitude to both the emperor and the Empress Dowager. This matter is not urgent. Departing tomorrow morning will suffice. The emperor nodded in agreement. Yanzihan found her enjoyment greatly diminished due to her confinement. Previously, She could summon a few friends to the garden for laughter and chatter. But now, not only was it difficult to find company, but she also felt quite unaccustomed after the herb Donggue was replaced with Dongqi. Just as she had sent Dongqi on an errand, a figure suddenly appeared in her room. Before Yanzi Han could express her joy at seeing the visitor, she was seized by the throat. Chapter 58. The journey Your Highness Yanzi Han was rendered speechless, as Xuan Yuan Cheng's grip tightened around her neck, threatening to snap it at any moment. Yet, upon noticing her struggle for breath, Xuan Yuan Cheng reluctantly released her. "This prescription is worthless," Xuan Yuan Cheng exclaimed in frustration, hurling the crumpled piece of paper to the ground, leaving Yanzi Han bewildered. "Your Highness, I procured this prescription from Yin Jiuran. How can it be ineffective?" she inquired. "Today, the Emperor has already dispatched Xian Yuan Yi to Hangzhou, with him present. My prescription is as good as waste paper. Do not be upset, Your Highness. No one is aware of this matter." Yanzi Han quickly stood to console him. "The Emperor's decisions are set in stone, and we cannot alter them. However, there may still be a way." She poured tea for Xuan Yuan Cheng and began to massage his shoulders. "The Emperor has instructed the Duke of Su to go, but surely we can take some action along the way. The Duke will not bring many people to ensure the journey goes smoothly to Hangzhou. If we find an opportunity, this prescription will eventually prove useful. Xian Yuan Yi possesses formidable martial skills. I have attempted to eliminate him before, yet none have succeeded," Xuan Yuan Cheng recalled, anger flaring at the memory of lost men. "He is always alert. Any assassin approaching him would be detected, making it impossible to kill him. If one attempt fails, then let's try again. Perhaps, Your Highness, you could offer some of silver to someone from the Jianghu for the right price. There are those who would dare to kill even an emperor." Xuan Yuan Cheng calmed himself, realizing he could not assassinate Xian Yuan Yi within the capital, as it would easily attract the attention of the palace and other interested parties. Striking during his journey to Hangzhou was an option, yet after so many failed attempts, he had lost the will to try again. "Your Highness, what manner of man is the governor of Hangzhou?" Yanzi Han suddenly inquired. "I have heard he has a fondness for wealth and women, making him susceptible to bribery. Why not inform him of the Duke's whereabouts and forge an alliance to eliminate him together? That is indeed worth considering." Xuan Yuan Cheng realized he had overlooked the possibility of collaborating with the Hangzhou governor, especially since Xian Yuan Yi would be investigating him. Given his current predicament, he likely would not survive for long. However, if he sensed his life was in danger, he would undoubtedly ally with Xuan Yuan Cheng to eliminate Xian Yuan Yi. "You are quite clever," Xuan Yuan Cheng laughed heartily, pulling Yanzi Han into an embrace. "No wonder you are my woman." He rewarded her with a kiss, and for a moment, they were inseparable. Not long after, Yin Jiuran returned from the palace to Ziyun courtyard. Upon learning of her departure, a Jing was the first to express a desire to accompany her. However, this time, Yin Jiuran would only take Ling Mai with her. "Bi Shui, I will be gone for some time in Hangzhou. While I am away, please take good care of the courtyard for me. Ling Yao, continue to keep an eye on Yin Hong. As for Jing and Yi, both of you should recall the last time the door was smashed." Yin Jiuran sighed. "Leave me here to guard the door. No one is allowed to enter while I am away." A Jing followed along, expressing his discontent. In his memory, someone had once uttered similar words, yet that person never returned after saying them. Was he destined to be abandoned once more? A Jing, be good and guard the door well. When I return, I shall bring you some delicacies. I keep my promises." Yin Jiuran sensed a Jing's fear and made several assurances. "Since I have decided to bring you back, I will not forsake you. However, I have significant matters to attend to, so you must be obedient, all right?" Seeing Yin Jiuran coaxing a Jing like a child, Ling Yao could not bear it any longer. "My lord, I shall ensure Jing's safety. Please cease your coaxing. If it becomes necessary, I will render a Jing unconscious and take him to the medical valley to test our luck." "You know of the medical valley?" Yin Jiuran was somewhat astonished. What kind of background did his shadow guards possess to be aware of such matters? Indeed, but it is not convenient to discuss. Nonetheless, faced with the two choices of guarding the door or being taken to the medical valley by Ling Yao, a Jing chose to stay behind. This way, he could still see Yin Jiuran upon his return, and he need not venture elsewhere. After ensuring everything in the courtyard was in order, Yin Jiuran proceeded to gather the items he would take with him on the morrow. As he drifted to sleep, he pondered the events that might unfold upon their arrival in Hangzhou and the remedies that might prove useful. Before long, dawn arrived. As the first light broke, Yin Jiuran had already prepared his belongings. Yin Zihan, having spent the previous day with Xuan Yuan Cheng, was in high spirits, entirely unaware that Yin Jiuran would also accompany them this time. To facilitate their journey, Xuan Yuan had chosen not to bring many people. In total, there were only 5. Drawing from their previous experience during the autumn hunt, Yin Jiuran opted to ride to Hangzhou. This would hasten their travel and spare them considerable trouble. After exchanging glances, Yin Jiuran and Xuan Yuan set off on horseback, departing the capital. The journey from the capital to Hangzhou would take at least 12 days. Along the way, passing through Ganzhou and neighboring provinces, Xuan Yuan would make advance arrangements to ensure they could respond promptly should any governor rebel and declare himself king. After 4 days of travel, as twilight approached and nightfall made further travel unwise, the group found an inn to rest. The establishment was bustling due to the presence of numerous merchant caravans. Yin Jiuran pretended to be a lady visiting relatives, engaging in conversation with the merchants to glean information about Hangzhou. From these interactions, she acquired a wealth of intelligence regarding the region. During their respite, Xuan Yuan handed Yin Jiuran a bamboo flute, since they were in separate rooms. If either encountered trouble or noticed something amiss, blowing the flute would summon the other immediately. That night, danger arrived as swiftly as Cao Cao himself. As the inn extinguished its lights and silence enveloped the surroundings, a loud crash echoed from within, followed by the clashing sounds of weapons. The merchants, who had been amicable in the afternoon, transformed into merciless assassins by nightfall. Innocent souls attempting to flee were ruthlessly cut down. Their objective was unmistakable. However, before long, the assassin was sent tumbling down the stairs, accompanied by a crash that echoed through the hall. Amidst the chaos, a man brandished a knife at Yin Jiuran, prompting a swarm of assassins to surge forward. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan was effortlessly dispatching foes with swift kicks and precise strikes. Soon, the ground was strewn with bodies. "My lord, you should retreat to the room," Ling Mai urged, shielding Yin Jiuran while guiding her back. Unexpectedly, Yin Jiuran bent down, seizing a knife and plunging it into the side of an assassin beneath Ling Mai's arm. "I fear not the dead, and these individuals seek my life. If I do not act, it would not only be a waste of my martial training, but your loss would also be deeply felt." Ling Mai was moved by her resolve, yet the numbers were increasing. Frowning, Xuan Yuan leaped over the railing, employing his agility to stand beside Yin Jiuran. Chapter 59. Protection. He took the long sword from Yin Jiuran, twirling it skillfully before thrusting it at the approaching assassins. A flash of white light accompanied the crimson spray. With deft kicks, he sent corpses flying, shaking the blood from his blade as yet another foe fell. In a short span, the first floor of the inn was littered with bodies. Seeing that no matter how many rushed in, they could not best Xuan Yuan, the assassins quickly resolved to retreat. Who could have sent these assassins to kill us? Although the assassins failed in their attempt, each of them bore wounds to some degree. Fortunately, Yin Jiuran had prepared ample medicine, allowing her to tend to the injuries swiftly. "Thank you for earlier," Xuan Yuan said as he approached Yin Jiuran, who was startled by his presence. Several times, as the assassins had sought to exploit openings, he had timely intervened to shield her. Thus, among the 5 present, she alone remained unscathed. Xuan examined the bodies for anything that might reveal their identities. Discarding his sword casually, Xuan Yuan observed the blood dripping from his arm. He tore away the fabric near his wound, exposing the injury beneath. Yin Jiuran stepped forward with a medicine bottle to tend to him. Xuan Yuan began to scrutinize the girl before him. Her face bore traces of blood, fierce when confronting the assassins, yet seemingly unaffected when addressing her allies. Her long hair cascaded loosely, partially obscuring her face, as she focused intently on the wound that had arisen from her protection. Her fair, delicate fingers traced the rough, dark skin around the injury. He noticed her ears gradually reddening. Soon, the wounds were all bandaged. Xuan after assisting Xuan with the bodies, inspected their belongings. Fortunately, nothing was damaged, yet the inn, now stained with blood from the recent turmoil, was no longer suitable for their stay. With dawn yet to break, he instructed Xian Si to procure a carriage from the nearby town. Before the sun rose, the two masters rested in their room, while Xian Yi and Ling Mai stood guard outside. When morning came, Jiuran, still weary, found the inn's kitchen and prepared breakfast for everyone with the available provisions. Gazing at the still vivid crimson stains and the bodies haphazardly piled in the corner, Jiuran found her appetite waning. I have summoned the personnel from Tianlong Pavilion to handle this matter, Xuan Yuan Yi remarked, seemingly aware of her apprehension. Eat. We have several days until we reach Hangzhou, and we cannot afford to indulge in meals as we do now. In the courtyard of the governor's residence in Hangzhou, a high platform had been erected, where a dancer clad in sheer silk gracefully twirled barefoot. Governor Jun sat enthroned in a grand chair, thoroughly engrossed, his gaze flitting back and forth over the dancer. A nearby maidservant, merely attempting to pour water, found herself abruptly pulled into his embrace. Father. Ji Wei ambled over to Jun, adjusting his belt and sleeves as he approached. I heard that someone from the capital intends to investigate us. After reclining beside Jun and surveying the dancer, Ji Wei chuckled. Investigate? Let them come. Jun was unfazed. After all, they were the local sovereigns of Hangzhou, unconcerned by anyone from the capital. However, I heard that the Dog Emperor has dispatched Prince Su, Ji Wei added. Isn't that Prince Su always stationed in the eastern frontier? What do you know? Yun replied. The Emperor seeks to make us believe he will not come. Do you have any idea how I am privy to the affairs of the capital? Son, I do not know. Prince Su also has enemies who desire his life, and they will certainly inform us of his whereabouts. Are they attempting to use a knife to kill him? Ji Wei immediately surmised. Jun chuckled. What of using a knife? If Prince Su arrives, he aims to seize our current good fortune. Even without that informant, I would find a way to eliminate Prince Su. But father, what does Prince Su look like? Jun suddenly recalled that they had never seen the prince's visage, even when Xuan Yuan Cheng delivered messages. He had not included a portrait. Get lost, get lost. Since we do not know what he looks like, we will simply scrutinize the men arriving in Hangzhou at the city gates. In the course of their 7-day journey to Hangzhou, Jiuran and Xuan Yuan Yi faced 10 assassination attempts, practically one each day. Just as they finished dealing with one group, another would appear shortly thereafter. Though fewer in number than those at the inn, the frequency of these encounters exhausted everyone involved. If this continued, Jiuran's medicinal supplies would be depleted long before they reached Hangzhou. On the final day's journey, having departed from the town in daylight, fatigue overcame Jiuran, compelling her to lean against the carriage and succumb to sleep. Seeing the outer robe she had nearly discarded, Xuan Yuan Yi took it and draped it over her shoulders. Have you arrived? Jiuran jolted awake, rubbing her eyes as her stomach began to grumble. Flushing slightly, she was met with a beef pastry presented by Xuan Yuan Yi. Just as she reached for it, the carriage jolted unexpectedly, causing her to tumble into the embrace of a man. In that instant, all remnants of her drowsiness vanished. She swiftly sat up, not forgetting to take the beef pastry from Xuan Yuan Yi's hand. Observing had frushit checks, Xuan Yuan Yi simidet. After a brief respite in the countryside, the group caught sight of the city gate from a distance. Although they were aware that Jun had never seen them before, Jiuran decided to apply some rouge and powder on Xuan Yuan Yi's face, as his demeanor was distinctly unlike that of an ordinary person or mere guard. In no time, his handsome features were obscured, rendering him less recognizable. Concerning their plans upon entering the city, Jiuran adhered to the narrative she had meticulously crafted while in the capital. She would present herself as a young lady visiting her aunt who resided in Hangzhou. Naturally, Ling Mai would assume the role of her maid, while Xuan Yuan Yi and Xian Yi would transform into her attendants, despite Xian Yi's inherent role. As for Xian Si, he would simply play the part of coachman. After these arrangements were made, they formally queued to enter the city. Due to Jun's instructions, they spent a considerable amount of time at the city gate. A young lady from the capital? The soldier regarded Jiuran with skepticism, scrutinizing the decorations within the carriage and even inspecting their bundles one by one. Indeed, my father has a sister residing here. Unfortunately, my father is unwell and unable to visit, so I have come in his stead to pay my respects. Jiuran slipped a few coins into the soldier's hand. I hope you might show some leniency. Consider this a token for your drink. The soldier chuckled, discreetly stowing the coins in his sleeve. Very well. Let a few men step down for me to inspect. If all is in order, you may proceed. The three men stepped forward, towering over the soldier. He cleared his throat, taking his time to observe them. Noticing his hesitation, Jiuran urged Ling Mai to offer a bit more silver. After receiving it, the soldier ceased his scrutiny and allowed them passage. As they entered the bustling streets, the townsfolk went about their lives in an orderly fashion. Yet their smiles often concealed a veil of sadness. Faced with guests, they could do little but force a smile to mask their sorrow. Shortly after Jiuran's party entered the city, the soldier who had received the silver suddenly delegated his inspection duties to another and hurried off to a tavern within the city. At that tavern, Jun's eldest son, Jiru, was reveling with his companions. Upon seeing the soldier approach, he immediately retreated to a private room. What have you discovered? The soldier nodded vigorously. Young master, there's a girl who has come to visit her aunt, seemingly no older than 14 or 15. She is accompanied by a maid and 3 attendants. She was quite generous, offering nearly 20 taels of silver. Have someone investigate her. I intend to bring this young lady back with me tonight. Yes, I shall see to it at once. Finding lodgings at an inn in the city, Jiuran and Xuan Yuan ordered several dishes to stave off their hunger. However, the vast dining hall, filled with patrons, was eerily quiet. Xuan wishing to speak, refrained for fear of attracting unwanted attention, and thus fell silent. Observing Jiuran dining alongside her servants, many patrons cast curious glances in their direction, yet despite their intrigue, none dared to utter a word. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the 4 individuals strolled along the bustling street. However, despite their intention to investigate, they seemed to lack any prior acquaintance with Jun or his son. Jiuran pondered this as they walked. Whoever leads you away is Jun's son. Xuan Yuan whispered. Can they truly brazenly abduct women in broad daylight? She furrowed her brow. They are ever present, as long as they desire, he replied. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Jiwei and Jiru had already arrived at the inn where Jiuran and her companions were staying. Upon sighting the 2 gentlemen, the patrons within turned their heads in unison. What brings you 2 young masters here? The innkeeper inquired, rubbing his hands together in a display of eagerness. Is there a young lady accompanied by 3 guards and a maid residing here? Jiwei asked. Ah, yes, indeed. They just left after finishing their meal, the innkeeper affirmed, directing them with a gesture. If you head that way, you will surely encounter them shortly. Jiru cast a cursory glance, while Jiwei tossed a few coins to the innkeeper before they proceeded in that direction. The innkeeper had frequently relayed information to the Ji family. Many of the young ladies associated with the young masters had ties to him. Within moments, the brother spotted Jiuran at a fruit stall, examining the apples. The vendor, initially intending to offer her a word of caution, lowered his head upon noticing the 2 brothers approach. I would like these few, please, Jiuran requested, handing over her selected apples. The vendor, remaining silent, hastily prepared her order. 51, he murmured, his voice diminishing as the 2 gentlemen drew nearer. At that moment, a bamboo basket by the stall broke, causing the apples to tumble out. Jiuran turned and, upon witnessing the scene, stepped forward to assist. As she picked up several apples, she noticed that the 2 men had also crouched down to help. Thank you, young lady, one of them said. It's merely an act of kindness, isn't it, brother? I haven't even declared myself a handsome fellow yet. Jiwei chuckled, his gaze lingering on Jiuran. This young lady appears unfamiliar. She must be from outside Hangzhou, he remarked. This person seems to lack common sense, Ling Mai interjected. She has come from the capital to visit relatives. Jiuran smiled. Are you 2 locals? Such handsome and helpful gentlemen are a rarity in the capital. Indeed, I am both charming and kind-hearted, Jiwei replied, beaming with joy at her compliment. Xiaowei, Jiru cautioned, prompting Jiwei to close his mouth in disappointment. My younger brother speaks too freely. I hope you will not take offense. if one were unaware of their predatory nature. Their current demeanor might indeed mislead one into believing they were benevolent. No offense taken. You two are quite eloquent, Ling Mai observed, her brow furrowing as she noted their unwavering attention on Yin Jiuran. Were it not for her mission, she would have been tempted to confront the two men. Since you're unfamiliar with this area, feel free to seek our assistance should you encounter any difficulties, Jiru offered. If you visit the magistrate's office and inquire about the eldest and youngest masters, they will notify us. I express my gratitude once more to the two young gentlemen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yin Jiuran turned and departed with her companions. Observing her retreating figure, the vendor could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, it appears yet another maiden is destined for misfortune. After walking a short distance, Yin Jiuran and Xuan Yuan Yi came to a halt. It seemed that these two were indeed the eldest and third sons of the magistrate, Jun. But how could they possibly know our whereabouts? Yin Jiuran pondered. This entire Hangzhou belongs to their family. Surely they can ascertain whatever they desire. Ling Mai scoffed, suggesting that their master ought to consider how, despite the numerous women they have abducted over the years, there remains not a whisper in the capital. Someone must be relaying messages to them. Xuan Yuan Yi contemplated this, recalling how the innkeeper had been watching them intently. What remained was to await entry into the magistrate's residence. However, 5 of us is still too many. Thus, Xuanyi will seek out the members of the Tianlong Pavilion within Hangzhou, while Xuanzi, when we encounter those two again, will feign a need to procure items, thereby giving them the impression of an opportunity to act. That is not advisable. Directly approaching the magistrate's residence would be comparatively safer, Xuan Yuan Yi countered. Yet, there exists a high likelihood of encountering Jun, Yin Jiuran mused, for had not the previous correspondence indicated that the two brothers, upon encountering the women they desired, would take them directly to Jun? We can first deal with these sons. After all, Jun, as the magistrate, must also contend with matters in the capital. By the time he realizes what has transpired, no one will be able to assist him. Will they? You intend to face his 3 sons alone? Xuan Yuan Yifronit. But you will be there as well, will you not? They may very well abduct you alongside me. Chapter 61. The beginning. Xuan Yuan Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. We shall take it one step at a time, much like when we select fresh produce before making a purchase. Yin Jiuran shook the apple in her hand, urging, let us proceed. The hour is still early. After resting for an hour at the inn, the group ventured out once more. Ling Mai remained behind to guard their belongings. Upon exiting the inn, Xuanyi took a path opposite to that of Yin Jiuran and her party. After traversing 2 streets, Yin Jiuran seemed to recall something and summoned Xuanzi to her side. My father's health has not been well of late, and I have heard that my aunt is also bedridden. Before we proceed to my aunt's residence, I wish to visit the temple to seek blessings for her household. Earlier, I noticed a vendor selling incense and candles over there. Please fetch some for me. I shall continue my stroll here, but ensure you do not return with inferior goods. Xuanzi nodded and departed, leaving only Yin Jiuran and Xuan Yuan Yi in each other's company. Jiru and Ji Wei had been closely monitoring Yin Jiuran's movements, and when only the two were left, they sensed an opportunity had arisen. Ji Wei promptly returned to summon several burly servants to accompany him. Before Ji Wei could arrive, Jiru had already reached a point not far from Yin Jiuran. He navigated through an alley, positioning himself ahead of them, feigning a return to the magistrate's residence after attending to business. Ah, miss, we meet again. Jiru, ever composed and steady, greeted her. Mr. Ji, how fortuitous. What brings you here? Yin Jiuran feigned curiosity. There is nothing much happening, except that I just visited the fabric store to order a piece of cloth for the new year. Yet, may I inquire why the young lady seems to be searching for something? In response to Jiru's question, Yin Jiuran offered a faint smile. Since young Master Ji is here, I do have a favor to ask of you. Please, do not hesitate to speak. Before I left the capital, my father's health had been declining, and my aunt had previously written to inform me that she was suffering from a severe illness and is currently bedridden. Earlier, I contemplated going to a nearby temple to light incense for my father and aunt, hoping for their swift recovery. However, as this is my first visit here, I am unfamiliar with the location of any temples. Yin Jiuran appeared, quite troubled. Ah, so you wish to light incense and pray for your family? Jiru said with an expression of understanding. Certainly, certainly. At that moment, behind them, Jiwei hurriedly approached with a number of servants, while the townsfolk stepped aside, fearing they might inadvertently cause trouble. If it is a blessing you seek, there is a Taoist temple to the west of the city that is reputed to be quite effective. If the young lady has the time, I shall escort you there. I am most grateful, young Master Ji. And what of my servant who is to purchase the incense and candles? Fear not, the younger brother has already sent someone ahead. A simple word from me will suffice. Thus, Yin Jiulan followed Jiru to the Taoist temple in the western part of the city. This temple, while convenient for the townsfolk to seek blessings and divinations, also served as a convenient place for the Ji brothers to conduct their affairs. The back courtyard, where the Taoists resided, had 2 rooms specifically reserved for them. When the brothers arrived with their entourage, the Taoists would vacate the front courtyard to allow the brothers' privacy. Observing Jiru and Ji Wei walking in tandem, and glancing at the seemingly oblivious lady caught in between, they discreetly instructed someone to tidy up the back courtyard. Yin Jiulan first lit incense and prayed in the main hall of the temple. Subsequently, Jiru, citing the long journey, suggested she rest in the back courtyard. Yin Jiulan, feigning ignorance, acquiesced. Upon reaching the back courtyard, Jiru suddenly adopted a menacing demeanor and kicked Yin Jiulan's foot, causing her to stumble to the ground in pain. As she looked up to inquire about the situation, she saw Ji Wei leading the servants, each wielding a stick, pinning Xuan Yuan to the ground. In no time, both were bound hand and foot. Young Master Ji, what are you doing? Yin Jiulan looked at the brothers in confusion. What are we doing? We brought you here to facilitate our plans. Ji Ru revealed his true nature, stepping forward to lift Yin Jiulan's chin with his finger, scrutinizing her closely. You have a rather pleasing face. Should the old man catch sight of you, we might not even get a chance. Brother, when can I have her? Ji Wei asked eagerly. What is the rush? Did you not just play with one this morning? It's not every day we come across a fresh one, especially from the capital. We must enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Jiru remarked nonchalantly, and after examining Xuan Yuan, he suddenly commanded the servants to untie both of them. I want you, servant, to kiss her. In their eyes, the young master and mistress of the household engaging in such intimate acts with their servants was a grave transgression. Witnessing the notable disparity in height and physique between the two, he felt an insatiable curiosity about what it would be like if they were to partake in such activities. Previously, they had compelled 2 servants or even captured young ladies and gentlemen from other families to perform those acts before them, and such occurrences were not infrequent. No, Xuan Yuan firmly rejected. Regardless of your willingness, if you refuse, we shall inflict harm upon your young lady, Ji Wei seethed. If you do not comply, your life and that of your mistress will be in jeopardy. Ji Ru spoke slowly. If you wish to survive, you will do as we say. Yuan, it's all right. Yin Jiulan looked towards Xuan Yuan. Should we be pleased, perhaps we will allow you to return home to your family. But if we are displeased, Ji Wei scoffed. I'm already betrothed. Xuan Yuan spoke again. Such a betrothal is meaningless. I demand that you kiss her. Ji Ru could hardly restrain his coarse language. Xuan Yi, given the circumstances, what does the betrothal matter? Yin Jiulan noted Xuan Yuan's immobility and resolutely stepped forward, standing on tiptoe to press down on his shoulder. As their lips met, Xuan Yuan's eyes widened, and the Ji brothers were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected scene. Seeing that Jiru and Ji Wei had not relented, Yin Jiulan pulled Xuan Yuan's head down once more, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the brothers leaned in closer. After we marry, we shall engage in such acts as well. Consider this a form of practice. Yin Jiulan whispered after they parted. Both of their ears flushed crimson. Your mistress exhibits more courage than you, man. Ji Wei derided as he observed Xuan Yuan's body stiffen like a wooden block during the kiss. Now, I want you to tear that garment. Jiru pointed at Xuan Yuan and then at himself. Upon hearing this, Xuan Yuan's expression darkened, just as he seemed on the verge of losing control. Yin Jiulan quickly interjected. Young Master Ji, a woman's virtue is paramount. This is not easy for him either. Let's end this matter here. And here? Jiru laughed as if he had heard a joke. Do you not see your current predicament? You wish to simply walk away? Dream on. Here, I am your master. And to appease me is the only way to be allowed to cease this. Watching the group of ravenous men, Jiuran shuddered. Very well, but I have a condition. I do not wish for so many to observe. If young Master Ji desires, I would prefer to retire to the back room. Oh, Jiru mused, realizing that once in the back room, he could take matters into his own hands, instructing his brother to escort the servant away first. Agreed. The four then entered the back room. As they observed Jiuran and Xuan Yuan, suddenly, Xuan Yuan kicked Jiru against the wall. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Ji Wei attempted to flee but was seized back by Xuan Yuan. Both men were overwhelmed with desire, appearing unaffected on the surface. Yet their bodies were, in truth, quite frail. After being kicked away by Xuan Yuan, Jiru was unable to rise for half a day. While Ji Wei found himself rendered immobile, his arms temporarily dislocated. Outside the room, the servants, hearing the commotion within, wondered how the two young masters could create such a ruckus. Inside, observing the two nearly lifeless figures, Jiuran instructed Xuan Yuan to retrieve a dagger. With a malicious intent, she carefully pinpointed the location of their wicked source through their clothing, applying her foot slowly, inflicting upon them the agony they so richly deserved. Blood began to flow profusely beneath them. Unable to vocalize their pain due to cloth stuffed in their mouths, they were rendered silent. I have performed a noble deed for the young ladies you have tormented, she proclaimed. Since this vile thing has brought discontent to everyone, would severing it not restore joy? Jiuran's smile was wickedly triumphant, and even if Jiru and Ji Wei wished to protest, their pain rendered them incapable of uttering a single word. It was not long before both succumbed to unconsciousness. TSK, still playing? They can't endure even this, Jiuran scoffed, proceeding to search their bodies for hidden possessions. As she rummaged through their garments, Xuan Yuan unexpectedly recalled the moment when Jiuran had pressed him down during their kiss. So this was the sensation of contact. He found himself reflecting on that softness, which stirred something peculiar within him. Soon, Jiuran unearthed several keys and tokens from the two brothers. These keys were likely intended for the locks of the rooms where the young ladies they had abducted were held captive. The next step was to infiltrate the governor's estate. After the noise subsided, the waiting servants outside, noticing the prolonged silence, approached the door. Upon opening it, they were met with the alarming sight of their two masters lying unconscious on the floor, bloodied, while the two instigators stood aside, as if uninvolved. They rushed towards the duo, only to meet the same grim fate. Observing the scene, Jiuran sought a lock from the young Taoist in the front courtyard and, under his astonished gaze, secured the door. Should you dare to speak of this, I shall ensure you meet the same fate as them. The young Taoist felt a chill run through him and dared not utter a word. Later, when he returned to the front courtyard, he merely shook his head, feigning ignorance when others inquired. Subsequently, Jiuran and her companion made their way to the governor's estate. After knocking, the doorkeeper poked his head out to inquire whom they sought. I am here to find the two young masters, Jiru and Ji Wei. They mentioned that if difficulties arose, I could come to the governor's estate to seek them. Might they still be within? Her seemingly innocent demeanor prompted the doorkeeper to scrutinize her more closely. Ah, you seek the elder and younger masters? They departed some time ago and have yet to return. Upon hearing this, Jiuran feigned disappointment. They have not yet returned? Then I shall take my leave. If the young masters return, please inform them that a lady has come seeking them. I shall return tomorrow at the same hour. Just as Jiuran was about to depart, the doorkeeper called out to them. Wait, the young master's departure was not urgent. They may have been delayed. Allow me to escort you to the elder master's courtyard to wait. I shall inform you when they return. It is imperative that this woman does not escape. If the eldest and youngest sons were to learn that I had let her go, my life would certainly be forfeit. Thus, I express my gratitude. The two of them smoothly entered the governor's mansion. Upon crossing the threshold, Jiuran was astonished by the opulence within. The artificial mountains and flowing water, glazed tiles, and precious wood such as wangwali and golden silk nanmu presented an extravagance that far exceeded what one would expect of a governor's residence. The array of ornamental plants and decorations surpassed even that of the imperial palace. One might easily mistake this for the emperor's temporary residence in Hangzhou. Moreover, the path to Jiru's courtyard was so extensive that a sedan chair could be employed, let alone other areas within this estate. By the time they arrived, Yan Jiuran felt a twinge of discomfort in her feet. This governor's mansion was indeed more splendid than the imperial palace itself. All the while, Xuan Yuan furrowed his brow, observing that they had hoarded all the exquisite and rare treasures for their own enjoyment, a display of luxury that was truly astonishing. Had we not made this visit, one could only imagine how many more precious items would have been added to the governor's collection. Once the doorman escorted them to Jiru's courtyard, he exchanged a few words with the steward of the courtyard. The steward cast a meaningful glance at Yan Jiuran before dismissing the doorman. "Miss, are you here to seek the eldest son?" he inquired with a smile, offering her a cup of tea, which Yan Jiuran merely glanced at without touching. "This governor's mansion is truly magnificent. I have not encountered a place in the capital that could compare," she marveled. "I wonder if I might stroll through this courtyard before the eldest son returns? It is indeed an eye-opener for someone like me, who hails from the capital." "Of course, you may, but please refrain from touching anything within the courtyard," the steward replied. "Just observe, for once the eldest son returns, you shall see nothing more." As Yan Jiuran admired her surroundings, she sought out doors that might conceal individuals, while the steward seemed intent on preventing her from seeing certain areas, leading her away from specific locations. "Why can I not explore that room? Surely it does not contain anything shameful?" Yan Jiuran could not help but voice her curiosity as the steward once again guided her away. "Miss, I have already cautioned you several times. Aside from our eldest son, no one else is permitted to touch anything in this courtyard. Should you insist on venturing forth, I cannot guarantee my cordiality. I would very much like to see who lacks courtesy." Yan Jiuran's expression turned icy. Before the steward could react, Xuan Yuan seized him from behind, silencing him with a swift motion. With a thud, the steward's head fell, and after dragging the body into the underbrush, Yan Jiuran retrieved a key, approaching the door to that specific room. Using one of the keys, she unlocked the door and pushed it open, a foul stench wafting out from within. Chapter 63. A world of shame. As she opened the door, the floor was strewn with disheveled bedding, and in the corner, several women huddled together, their vacant gazes scanning the surroundings. Yan Jiuran surveyed the room, noting that nearly every corner harbored women in similar circumstances. In the small space, nearly 30 individuals were crammed together, sleeping on the floor, their hair unkempt and filthy as if they had not bathed in ages. Even Xuan Yuan, upon witnessing this scene, found himself at a loss for words. They truly were beyond redemption. Although Jiru did not arrive, the women remained huddled in the corners. No matter how Yan Jiuran inquired or questioned, they offered no response. This was merely one of the rooms. Gazing at the remaining 5 keys, Yan Jiuran dared not contemplate how many women were confined in such a manner. Thus, they continued their search for the remaining chambers. Encountering anyone who obstructed their path met with Xuan Yuan's swift retribution. Each of the 5 rooms was filled with women. Yan Jiuran calculated that there must be 200 to 300. The conditions in each chamber were identical, with simple bedding strewn across the floor, and each woman's gaze was one of utter desolation and hopelessness. When sunlight filtered in, they retreated into the shadows, trembling in fear. At the moment they discovered these women within the magistrate's residence, an incident unfolded at the Taoist temple, when a young priest feigned ignorance. The elder priest personally went to investigate, unexpectedly stumbling upon the scene of confinement. Upon witnessing the grievously injured Jiru and Jiwei, the elder priest hastily summoned a doctor while simultaneously dispatching someone to inform Jun of the situation. Upon receiving the news, Jun rushed to the magistrate's residence, only to be overwhelmed with rage upon seeing his 2 sons stripped of their dignity. With the second son having succumbed to illness, the remaining 2 had been rendered eunuchs. Igniting Jun's fury, he immediately ordered an investigation to uncover who dared to lay hands upon them. Upon learning that the 2 sons had accompanied a man and a woman before their misfortune befell them, Jiuran demanded to know the whereabouts of these individuals. Meanwhile, Jiuran and Xuan Yuan had secured Jiru's courtyard, for there was no one capable of challenging Xuan Yuan's might. Jiuran commanded the servants of the courtyard to provide food for the imprisoned women, urging them to bathe and don fresh garments. If there were insufficient clothes, they were to surrender their own. However, in the eyes of those women, bathing and grooming signified that Jiru would impose tasks upon them, instilling profound fear, let alone the matter of daily meals. Jiuran felt a deep pang of sorrow, for these women had once led normal lives, some of whom should now be married with children. Yet now, they appeared in a manner that was almost unbearable to behold. Their bodies bore the scars of Jiru's torment, with some unable to move freely. Even if they were granted freedom now, in their current state, what awaited them beyond these walls? Would their parents still accept them? Would former friends and family greet them with smiles? Could they ever return to a semblance of normalcy? This world had become an ungraspable dream for them. They were no longer who they once were. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Even in death, they would merely be wrapped in straw mats and discarded in a mass grave. Everything had ceased to exist as they once envisioned. The architect of their suffering, Jiuran, soon learned of their presence in the magistrate's residence and ordered the transport of his gravely injured sons back to him. Where are those two wretches? The doorman had never seen Jiuran so furious. After being reminded by a servant passing by, he realized that Jiuran was referring to Jiuran and his companion, who had recently come looking for Jiru. He informed Jiuran that the two had been taken to Jiru's courtyard. Upon storming in, Jiuran finally caught sight of the two young masters being carried, and though he was unaware of the circumstances, his face paled in an instant, matching the pallor of the two lying there. Upon reaching Jiru's courtyard, he found only a ground strewn with corpses and naked servants. Despite searching the entire courtyard, he could not find the two men. Frustrated, Jiuran vented his anger on the servants and the imprisoned women. Meanwhile, Jiuran and Xuan Yuan hurried towards Jiwei's quarters. They spared no one they encountered along the way. After all, this governor's estate bore the scars of its current state, and the masters were equally responsible for the plight of their subordinates. Jiwei's courtyard was even more distressing than Jiru's. There was a dedicated room filled with various implements, many still stained with fresh blood. Those who complied with Jiwei were treated somewhat more favorably, while those who disobeyed faced torture and death. Consequently, the number of women imprisoned in Jiwei's courtyard was significantly fewer than in Jiru's. After dealing with Jiwei's courtyard, the two made their way to Jiuran's daughter's quarters. Just as they left, Jiuran arrived. Among Jiuran's 3 daughters, one was simple-minded, another had imprisoned numerous men, just like her brothers, and the eldest, after receiving a few slaps from Jiuran, revealed that Jiuran had taken her to engage in the same vile acts as those women. This revelation sent a chill down Jiuran's spine. How could a father be so depraved as to not spare his own daughter? With such a father, it was no wonder his children were equally twisted. However, Jiuran's perversions ran deeper. According to the eldest daughter, after fathering children with those women, Jiuran would raise the boys for her amusement and the girls for his own. Should these children bear offspring, they would meet the same fate. Jiuran could hardly bear to contemplate the extent of Jiuran's transgressions over the years, nor the countless lives he had ruined. He ruled over Hangzhou like a tyrant, and if they had not intervened, many more would have suffered at his hands. Just as the two were about to head to Jiuran's quarters, they unexpectedly crossed paths with him. Seeing the two who had turned his son into a wretched being and uncovered his secret, Jiuran commanded the soldiers behind him to kill Jiuran and Xuan Yuan. Given the vast expanse of the governor's estate, there were many soldiers, while only Jiuran and Xuan Yuan stood against them. They had to either capture Jiuran first or buy time until Xuan Yi and the members of Tianlong Pavilion arrived. However, Jiuran had already suppressed Tianlong Pavilion, and his men were scattered throughout the city. Thus, Xuan Yi could not arrive in time. Otherwise, the correspondence would not have taken half a month to reach Xuan Yuan. As Xuan Yuan turned his gaze towards Jiuran, he sprang forward, intent on seizing the man. Chapter 64, Rebellion. Little did he know, Jiuran was also a martial arts master, effortlessly deflecting Xuan Yuan Cheng's attack. Thus ensued a fierce struggle between the two, neither willing to yield. Just as Xuan Yuan Cheng found himself increasingly exhausted from the tussle, Jiuran's eldest daughter, Ji Ge, lunged towards Yan Jiuran, attempting to capture her. Hearing the commotion, Yan Jiuran swiftly evaded, causing Ji Ge to miss her target entirely. This, however, allowed the servants of the Ji family to pull Ji Ge further away from Yan Jiuran, preventing them from using her to threaten Jiuran. How could a mere servant possess such remarkable martial prowess? Ah, a young lady from the capital, Jiuran mused, as if struck by a sudden realization. Is it possible that Xuan Yuan Cheng is frightened, fearing I might recognize him, and has thus sent a mere girl in his stead? Yan Jiuran chuckled softly. The esteemed governor is partially correct. Indeed, I am just a girl. Daddy, they wish to harm me. Ji Ge cried out to Jiuran, lamenting her situation. Fear not, my daughter. Today I shall seek justice for your two brothers, Jiuran declared resolutely. I shall make these reckless fools aware of the peril they have invited upon themselves. Yet, Ji's words distracted Jiuran momentarily, allowing Xuan Yuan Cheng to produce the dagger that had severed the bond between his sons and strike at him. Jiuran hurriedly raised his defenses, but Xuan Yuan Cheng swiftly drew another dagger and plunged it into his thigh. Caught off guard, Jiuran fell to the ground amidst Ji's horrified exclamations. You dare resort to such underhanded tactics? But is it not true that the esteemed Jiuran is no paragon of virtue? Surely, you are well acquainted with such methods, Xuan Yuan Cheng retorted with a cold smirk. Upon witnessing their master downed, the guards drew their swords, ready to spring into action. Yet, with a slight pressure on Jiuran's foot, Xuan Yuan Cheng commanded their stillness, instilling fear in their hearts. This governor's mansion is filled with my loyal confidants. Even if you wound me, none shall leave this place unscathed today. We are well aware of that. Initially, we intended to infiltrate your ranks, but the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face among your trusted allies would surely arouse suspicion. Hence, we targeted your two seemingly ordinary sons first. With a sigh, Yan Jiuran reflected, I had anticipated a longer endeavor, yet here we are on the very first day. With you, the governor, lying beneath our feet. More and more individuals rushed from the governor's mansion, archers appearing on the rooftops, their arrows aimed at Yan Jiuran and Xuan Yuan Cheng. However, with Jiuran still underfoot, they dared not act recklessly. Meanwhile, in the city, Xian Yi had successfully located the members of Tianlong Pavilion and rendezvoused with Xian Si outside the inn, uncertain of their master's fates. Their current objective was to apprehend Jiuran's loyalists within the city, or those who relayed messages to his family for monetary gain. In the tavern, the innkeeper, the madam of the brothel, and the carriage driver were all present, but they were taken aback when some referred to Jiuran as the emperor of this place, a man favored by imperial grace. In a desperate act, one of them committed suicide when captured, unable to bear the burden of the so-called favors bestowed upon him by Jiuran. Others joined the Ji family in their debauchery, while some ventured to neighboring states to bring back offerings for them. Ultimately, Xian Yi and Xian Si ceased their capture efforts. Upon locating their targets, they would execute them on the spot, and soon a nauseating stench of blood pervaded the city. Ji Ge was under the control of these nefarious individuals, who sought to kill him, and his brothers were on the brink of death due to their machinations. In a bid for vengeance, and for the honor of the Ji family, a rebellion was imminent. As Xuan Yuan Cheng had Jiuran subdued, Jiuran suddenly called out to Ji Ge in the distance, prompting Ji Ge to be swiftly escorted away from the governor's residence by loyal members of the Ji family. A rebellion? They sought to overthrow. This realization struck Yan Jiuran with alarm. Xuan Yuan Cheng's countenance darkened. He would have to kill Jiuran. Just as Xuan Yuan Cheng crushed Jiuran's neck underfoot, a sudden explosion echoed outside the governor's residence. Upon seeing the signal from the residence, soldiers immediately sealed all 4 city gates. From various houses within the city emerged numerous armored figures, armed and moving towards the gates, while others advanced toward the governor's residence. Xian Yi, witnessing this scene, hurriedly concealed himself and his companions, relieved that these individuals paid no heed to them, focused solely on their destination. With Jun now lifeless, the archers on the rooftops ceased their wait, unleashing a volley of arrows towards the two figures in the courtyard. Jiuran intended to display the imperial token given to him to intimidate, but before he could retrieve it, Xuan Yuan enveloped him in his embrace. In an instant, they ascended into the air, the arrows raining down upon the ground, some intercepted by Xuan Yuan using Jun's lifeless form as a shield. However, the sheer number of guards from the Ji residence was overwhelming, and soon Xuan Yuan bore several arrow wounds. The guards relentlessly pursued them as they fled. Meanwhile, Jiuran joined forces with the rebels outside the governor's residence, donned in shimmering silver armor. As she raised her gaze, Xuan Yuan and Jiuran leaped over the wall. Soon after, the guards presented her with Jun's body, now riddled with arrows. Yet, Jiuran merely glanced at the corpse before carelessly discarding it aside and departing. The citizens scattered in panic, while the rebels executed anyone who dared to resist. It was not until nightfall that the uprising quieted, leaving the streets devoid of the usual clamor. The four city gates lay deserted, each held by a multitude of rebels. Some rebels continued to scour the streets after dark, taking away those who offered no resistance and executing those who did, just as they had during the day. The inn had also been abandoned by rebels by dusk, with Ling Mai having already concealed herself elsewhere before Jiuran and Xuan Yuan departed. By the hour of high, they finally convened in a desolate orchard on the west side of the city. This place has long been abandoned, rarely visited in the past, and thus there are virtually no rebels here. When Xuan Yuan appeared before several individuals with Jiuran, Xian Yiling and Mai expressed their anxious surprise. "Master, we never anticipated that the Ji family harbored such a vast quantity of armor and weapons within the city. Now they dare to openly seize territory and rebel." Xian Yi was also injured, having endured the overwhelming number of rebels, and it was no easy feat for them to reach this location. Initially, they worried about whether Xuan Yuan and Jiuran would be able to find them, but surprisingly, Ling Mai had already been waiting here. Upon seeing the injuries on Xuan Yuan's body, Ling Mai understood and promptly took out a pouch containing medicine, handing it to Jiuran. Chapter 65. Covert Operations. You all go outside and keep watch. To be on the safe side, Jiuran instructed Xian Yi and the others to stand guard, so they could be alerted in advance should any rebels approach. Jiuran initially intended to use a dagger to cut away the clothing near the wound, but Xuan Yuan, for the sake of convenience in applying the medicine, simply removed his upper garment. His robust physique was marred with scars, both new and old, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. Due to the time spent hiding, the wound had begun to show signs of inflammation. Jiuran gently wiped away the blood with a damp cloth, meticulously treating the injury with the dagger, removing dirt and pus from the wound. After cleansing it thoroughly, she sprinkled medicine powder over it and bandaged it with the supplies she had brought. "You have many scars. I also brought scar ointment. Would you like me to apply it?" Jiuran offered the ointment to Xuan Yuan, but he grasped her wrist. "The wound healing is of no consequence." He retrieved a new set of clothing from his pouch. "Thank you for the medication." Jiuran quickly turned away, and once Xuan Yuan had changed his attire, they all gathered to discuss the next course of action. Currently, Hangzhou City was entirely besieged by the rebels led by Jiuran. Xian Yi, accompanied by Xian Si, had estimated during their escape that the number of rebels in the city exceeded 60,000. Meanwhile, the combined forces of Xuan Yuan and Jiuran amounted to merely 12 individuals, a mere drop in the bucket. "Is it possible to send a message seeking assistance from General Zhou Shaoi in Quancheng?" Jiuran proposed. "Previously, we attempted to convey messages using carrier pigeons, but every attempt was intercepted by Jun. He ensures that any bird resembling a messenger is shot down." The person from Tianlong Pavilion remarked. "If Jigu is indifferent to this matter, we could attempt to use the pigeons again. We still have 3 carrier pigeons at the soy sauce shop in the east of the city. If the prince wishes to use them, we can retrieve them during the rebel patrol shift at night. We will endure the effort," Xuan Yuan agreed with a nod. They also needed 2 individuals to infiltrate the rebel ranks to ascertain their movements and the whereabouts of Ji Wei. After issuing these simple instructions, Xian Yi and the two from Tianlong Pavilion set off to use the carrier pigeons at the soy sauce shop to seek assistance from Zhou Shaoi. Xian Si and the other two sought opportunities to blend in with the rebels to discern their next plans and the conditions at the city gates. The remaining individuals stayed close to Xuan Yuan Yi and Yin Jiuran, ready to respond at a moment's notice. The soy sauce shop in the east of the city and their hiding place in the abandoned orchard lay in opposite directions, less than a quarter hour after their departure. Xian Yi and his companions encountered a troop of rebels. They had just concealed themselves behind the wall when the group paused to rest against it. The young lady mentioned the need to find a man and a woman. Yet after searching for a considerable time, they had found none. It is quite perplexing, as they did not provide any descriptions of the individuals, expecting us to locate them blindly. Rumor has it that the governor was killed by those two, along with two young gentlemen who remain unconscious. Let us take a brief respite, and upon traversing the street ahead, we shall return. I've heard that the team led by someone surnamed Peng captured two women in the afternoon. Though they may be in their 30s, they could still serve a purpose. Ah, my dear brother, I imagine you have grown weary of gazing your yellow-faced wife all day. With laughter and banter, the group resumed their weapons and departed. However, Xian Yi observed them walk away, only to soon return along the same path. As they vanished from sight, the three individuals emerged from their hiding place. Indeed, they exhibited the same character as the Ji family. One remarked disdainfully, "Let's not linger. We must hasten to deliver the news. For the situation in Hangzhou will be resolved more swiftly." The soy sauce vats in the condiment shop had all been shattered, spilling their contents onto the ground. Even without opening the door, a strong aroma permeated the air. Prior to the incident, the pigeons had been placed in the cellar, which was originally piled with broken ceramic jars. After clearing the debris, they lifted the wooden planks covering the jars, discovering soy sauce still dripping into the cellar. Xian Yi lit a fire stick, and soon the other two successfully retrieved the remaining 3 pigeons. While the dawn had yet to break, they collectively released 2 pigeons, which soared in opposite directions. The trio lingered for a while, hearing no other sounds, and upon confirming the surroundings were secure, they restored the area to its previous state before quietly departing. Xian Si led the two in search of isolated rebels, but the insurgents typically operated in groups of 5. How peculiar it would be for a trio to appear unexpectedly. However, Xian Si suddenly recalled that their master could be of assistance at this moment. Thus, when a small group of insurgents appeared before them, they swiftly dispatched the 5 under the cover of night. After donning their garments, they concealed the 2 bodies and disguised themselves as escapees before making their way to the rebels' camp. Upon seeing the 3 bloodied individuals leaning on one another returning, a deputy commander hurried over to assist one of them. "What has happened to you? Were there not 5 of you? Where are the others?" We had reached the vicinity of East Yi Street when we heard commotion from within a building. The captain instructed us to guard outside. Should anyone flee, we might intercept them. He took one person inside to investigate, but to our astonishment, the captain suddenly burst out. As we rushed forward, a man and a woman emerged, wielding the captain's sword, inflicting injuries upon us before fleeing, while the captain and the brother who entered to investigate simply disappeared. The brothers from Tianlong Pavilion recounted their tale with heartfelt sincerity, their expressions reflecting profound fear. Upon hearing this, the deputy commander immediately summoned a physician to tend to their wounds. "Did you manage to see their appearances as they fled? Did you observe the direction in which they escaped?" The night was too dark for us to see clearly, yet we all observed them fleeing southward. The deputy commander hurried to relay this information to Jigu. At that moment, Jigu was seated in her chamber, attended by 2 men who served her fruits and tea. It was a pity for the male companions I once cherished, but what is lost is lost. I can always begin anew with a new entourage. She playfully lifted the chin of the man to her right, urging him to feed her peeled grapes with his mouth. Just as she was reveling in this moment, the deputy commander rushed in. Upon learning that 2 individuals appear to have escaped towards the South Street, she instructed him to cordon off the area and conduct a thorough search. However, this was merely a fabrication spun by Xian Yi and his cohorts. After searching for most of the day without success, it seemed unlikely they would find anything now. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for the city gates had been locked. No one could leave without Ji's command. Meanwhile, the capital remained oblivious to the situation in Hangzhou, and the emperor was deeply concerned for Xuan Yuan and Jiuran, who were present. Xuan Yuan Cheng had yet to receive a reply from Jiuran and was unaware that the man was already deceased. In the meantime, he prayed daily that Xuan Yuan would perish in that place and not return. Chapter 66. Assassination and rescue. 2 days had passed since the incident. Xuan Yuan and Jiuran, having significantly recovered from their injuries, set out with Ling Mai and Xian Yi to eliminate the isolated traitors. However, during this period, they suffered a loss of one comrade. Xian Si quickly integrated with the troops, discreetly relaying information about the traitors' patrols to Xuan Yuan. Knowing that a few of his men were falling while the mastermind remained elusive, Ji Ge could no longer contain her frustration. Were they toying with me? Although the casualties were minimal compared to the traitors within Hangzhou, over time, the frequency of losses would surely lead to dissent among their ranks. That afternoon, she had just dealt with 20 traitors who had tried to flee during patrols, only to be eliminated by Xuan Yuan. Each time they struck, Xuan Yuan and his companions would swiftly retreat using their lightness of foot, leaving the bodies behind to grow cold, making it impossible for the traitors to track them down after the fact. Ji Ge contemplated that they had searched for 2 days without results. Perhaps it would be more effective to launch an attack on the nearby counties instead. At that moment, General Zhou Xiao, stationed in Quan City, received a message via carrier pigeon. Upon inspection, the note contained but 2 simple characters, Hung Wei. A sense of foreboding filled him. Previously, when Xuan Yuan had passed through Quanzhou, he had specifically sought Zhou out, noting that the situation in Hangzhou might not be easily resolved. If he were to receive a message, he hoped for Zhou's assistance. Should there be no trouble in Hangzhou, he would also receive word to send troops there, allowing Xuan Yuan to plead his case before the emperor on his behalf. Thus, Zhou Xiao wasted no time and promptly gathered an army of 50,000 from within Quanzhou to head towards Hangzhou. Meanwhile, the other carrier pigeon unexpectedly found its way into the hands of Prince Hua, who resided in his fief. Prince Hua, named Xuan Yuan Pei, was the emperor's brother and Xuan Yuan Ye's royal uncle. During the reign of the late emperor, among the numerous princes, one was chosen to ascend to the Eastern Palace. The other princes vied desperately to showcase their worth, while Xuan Yuan Pei, indifferent to the competition, sought a royal title from the emperor and promptly departed to his fief. Once his younger brother ascended the throne, he extended an invitation for Xuan Yuan Pei to return to the capital for the coronation ceremony. However, deeming the journey too cumbersome, he feigned illness as an excuse for his absence. Consequently, the current emperor granted his elder brother the authority to establish military power in his fief, without the necessity of reporting it to him. This decision incited considerable admonishment from the court, yet, unbeknownst to them, Xuan Yuan Pei meticulously documented every detail regarding the military affairs of his territory in memorials submitted to the palace. Eventually, overwhelmed by the labor of writing, he ceased and instead requested the emperor to dispatch the Jinwu Guard and palace secret guards to monitor him. Now, receiving a pigeon post containing only the words Hung Wei, Xuan Yuan Pei immediately recalled the information relayed to him by the Jinwu Guard. As he was nearby, the emperor had instructed the watchers to inform him, should the need arise for assistance. Initially reluctant to intervene, he reconsidered upon learning that his dear nephew was accompanied by his future princess. How could he allow their happiness to be jeopardized? After much contemplation, Xuan Yuan Pei, accompanied by the Jinwu Guard, summoned the army from his fief to proceed to Hangzhou. When Ji Ge received the news, Zhou Xiao and Xuan Yuan Pei's forces were merely 50 miles from Hangzhou, on the verge of reaching the city. Dispatch orders to prepare the offensive and defensive apparatus. They are approaching us, and they have unwittingly delivered themselves right to my doorstep, he commanded. However, the young lady and the deputy general, upon receiving the news, were quite apprehensive. General Zhou and the forces of King Hua combined number over 100,000. What is there to fear? Ji Ge exclaimed, still reclining in the embrace of his male companion. We hold the city of Hangzhou. If they dare to attack, we shall hang 2 of those captured from their ranks upon the city wall. Let us see whether they value the lives of the citizens within Hangzhou more than their desire to eliminate me." As Jigu spoke, he burst into laughter, and the deputy general, understanding the situation, refrained from further comment, simply following Ji's orders. The Ji family had long been preparing for this moment while in control of Hangzhou. Within the city lay tens of thousands of suits of armor and weapons, alongside treasures within the magistrate's residence that could rival 2 or 3 national treasuries, if not more. They had also secured the loyalty of defectors willing to rebel alongside them. Moreover, there were those men and women, tormented to the brink of solitude, destined to perish alone. However, upon witnessing Ji's reckless behavior, one of his male companions could no longer endure the situation. Though he had once attempted to resist, Jigu had threatened him with the safety of his family. Now, Jigu intended to use the citizens of Hangzhou as pawns to stave off the impending conflict brought about by his own family. This companion sought to find Xuan Yuan to provide him with a means to infiltrate Ji's residence and eliminate Jigu. Thus, he ventured into the rebel camp under the pretense of selecting male companions for Jigu, observing each man. Many believed that being chosen would grant them a life akin to that of Ji's companions, adorned in fine garments and feasting on delicacies far superior to those available in the military camp. Regrettably, Lan Bo sought merely to confront the 3 traitors he had previously encountered with Xuan Yuan. Thus, amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, Xianshi and his companions were escorted from the military camp. "I hear you have encountered the 2 assassins who infiltrated the prefect's residence that day." Observing the delicate features and somewhat effeminate demeanor of the man before him, Xianshi was unsure of his intentions. Indeed, it was a near brush with death. "What business do you, a favored consort to the young lady, have in this matter?" In response to Xuanshi's inquiry, Lan Bo glanced around to ensure their conversation remained private before leaning in to whisper, "General Zhou Shaoi and Prince Hua have arrived with their troops at Hangzhou. In an effort to thwart their assault, Jigu intends to hang the citizens of Hangzhou upon the city walls. Though I serve as Ji's consort, it is against my will. I wish to save the people of Hangzhou. If you can reach those 2 assassins, I can facilitate their entry into Ji's residence, provided they can eliminate him." Listening to Lan Bo's words, Xianshi was taken aback. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the man who resembled a woman. "What folly leads you to believe we have any connection with those assassins? We were nearly slain by them. Why would you send us to find them?" Aware of their skepticism, Lan Bo produced a gold token engraved with the character for Ji. "This is the entry token for Ji's residence. Present it to them. If they agree to come, instruct them to seek me in the 2nd courtyard to the east after they gain access." After conveying this, Lan Bo returned to the military camp to select several handsome men to accompany him. Chapter 67. Humanity upon receiving the token from Lan Bo. Xianshi remained doubtful regarding the consort's intentions. Nevertheless, during a subsequent patrol, he entrusted the token to Xuan Yuan. Dressed in coarse fabric, Xuan Yuan was accompanied by Jiuran, who had disguised herself as a maid. Upon presenting the token, the gatekeepers allowed them entry. The token proved its worth, and the 2 began to trust Lan Bo's words a bit more. Following Lan Bo's instructions, they proceeded eastward and soon arrived at the 2nd courtyard. Upon seeing Xuan Yuan and Jiuran before him, Lan Bo immediately knelt. "You are both truly benevolent souls. My sole request is for you to assist in eliminating Jigu. He intends to use the citizens of Hangzhou to halt the advance of other armies, and I cannot bear to witness more innocents fall victim to the Ji family's cruelty. If my life can aid you in achieving this, it would be a worthy sacrifice. We came to Hangzhou to address this matter, yet we never anticipated the Ji family's brazen claim over the land," Xuan Yuan remarked, frowning. Despite this, the 2 refrained from disclosing their true identities to Lan Bo, wary of potential repercussions. However, after learning of Ji's daily habits and routines from Lan Bo, Jiuran shared a cunning plan with Xuan Yuan. Xuan Yuan is indeed renowned alongside that scoundrel in the capital, both being referred to as the young masters of the city. His appearance is undoubtedly remarkable. Jigu, much like her 2 brothers and father, has an affinity for handsome men. However, This family has never laid eyes on Xuan Yuan Ye's true visage. The day at the inspector's residence, he was masked and concealed. If only Xuan Yuan Yi would reveal his authentic face, it would be effortless for him to approach Jige. Once he draws near with his exceptional skills, it would be a mere trifle to deal with someone whose martial prowess pales in comparison. Although Xuan Yuan Yi is reluctant to resort to such measures, it remains true that a handsome man is more approachable for Jige. Thus, Yin Jiuran became a mere maid sweeping the ground outside Ji's residence, while Xuan Yuan Yi, adorned with his original countenance, was escorted by Lan Bo. Lan Bo has been quite competent lately. Has he brought another fine specimen today? Ji's interest was piqued upon seeing Lan Bo lead a man who, though bowing his head, retained an upright posture. Lift your head, so I may gaze upon you properly. Though he felt like a mere object being paraded about, Xuan Yuan Yi suppressed his displeasure for the sake of resolving matters with Jige. As he slowly raised his head, Jige was instantly captivated. The man before her possessed sharp brows and starry eyes, his face seemingly sculpted with precision. His bound arms rolled up a sleeve, revealing solid muscles and prominent veins. Despite his dark complexion, his hands were strikingly elegant, slender, and appealing like bamboo joints. What a splendid specimen! Ji's attention was immediately drawn, and she set aside her belongings, instructing the others in the room to withdraw, leaving only Lan Bo and Xuan Yuan Yi. She reached out to caress Xuan Yuan Ye's chin, but he recoiled with evident disdain. This only excited Jige further, as her hand moved toward his chest. How audacious! Xuan Yuan Yi frowned and stepped back. Oh, how brazen! Do you fancy yourself the emperor of the capital? Jige laughed heartily. You are but a fine-looking dog at my side. Obey me, and I shall treat you well. Xuan Yuan Yi snorted coldly, and just as Ji's hand approached him again, a dagger slipped from his sleeve. With a swift motion, he severed a portion of her arm, which fell to the ground. Jige froze, as did Lan Bo. Pain surged through her, blood gushing forth. Jige stumbled back, collapsing to the ground, her face growing pale. You sever my hand. She looked up at Xuan Yuan Yi, who towered over her, expressionless. The murderous aura emanating from him instilled fear in Jige. She clutched her severed arm, retreating. Yet the blood loss sapped her strength. You have severed her hand? Yin Jiuran's voice echoed, revealing that Lan Bo had opened the door to let her in. You too. It was you too. Jige's excitement surged. Initially, she wondered how they had entered, but upon seeing Lan Bo guarding the entrance, everything became clear. So it was you. You had conspired against me. You actually brought them here to kill me. Lan Bo seemed to have heard a joke. He walked over, picked up the severed arm of Jige, and tossed it into the nearby fire pit right before her eyes. Treat me well? Treat me well is to threaten me with my family. To hang my sister on the city wall as a shield? There is not a single decent person in your Ji family. Each one meets their deserved end. Now, you want the citizens of Hangzhou to pay with their lives for your misdeeds. How can I bear to witness this? All right, do not be so agitated. In her current state, she cannot do anything. Tomorrow, everything will come to an end. Yin Jiuran consoled Lan Bo, then approached Xuan Yuan Yi. Your Highness, she must be brought back to the capital alive. Then, in the astonished gaze of Jige, she crouched down and took out a packet of medicinal powder from her bosom, sprinkling it onto the wound. In no time, the bleeding ceased. Outside, the guards, hearing the sounds from within the room diminish, immediately drew their swords and burst through the door, only to meet their inevitable fate, their heads severed. Xuan Yuan Yi, with an impassive expression, wiped the blood from his sword and instructed Lan Bo to fetch Xian Si and the others. The following morning, a maid arrived with breakfast and fruit, as was customary, and called out for a long while, but received no response from within. When they pushed the door open, they were instantly horrified, dropping everything they held and collapsing to the ground, their faces ashen. Hearing the commotion, the other servants rushed over, and upon seeing the dismembered bodies inside, they were rendered speechless in terror. It's merely a few corpses. Has Jige not killed before you? After resting for a night in Lan Bo's courtyard, Yin Jiuran returned once more. Who are you? The approaching guards immediately became alert. But before they could draw their swords, They froze upon seeing the token Yuan produced. I am Princess Xuan, sent by His Majesty to deal with the Ji clan. This token is a royal decree. To see this token is to see His Majesty himself. The guards exchanged glances. Some, trembling with fear, knelt down. Jigu had already been subdued by the Prince of Su, and the 100,000 troops surrounding Hangzhou were ready. If you wish to survive, lay down your weapons. If not, the Prince of Su holds the authority to execute you on the spot. In my view, they are merely accomplices to a tiger and need not be spared. Xuan Yuan arrived with a grim expression, and the clothes he changed out of last night were immediately handed to Lan Bo to be burned. Thus, under Xuan Yuan's orders, none within this mansion survived that morning. Thick blood flowed freely, the dark red hue slowly seeping into the nearby pond. Even the flowers and plants were soaked in this pool of blood. For the first time, Jiuran was nauseated by the stench of blood in her previous life. Having killed so many, she found herself on the verge of vomiting. They walked out of the courtyard openly, each adorned with splatters of blood, their dripping swords leaving the rebels momentarily stunned. General Hua Wang and General Zhou Shaoi had arrived at the foot of the city walls. Their expressions darkened as they gazed upon the unfortunate citizens suspended above. "Gentlemen," declared a voice, "my young lady has stated that if you wish to enter Hangzhou, you may do so. However, you must first eliminate all the inhabitants within these walls, and only then will Hangzhou rightfully belong to you." The deputy, oblivious to the turmoil within the residence, continued to boast towards the army outside the city. Zhou Shaoi and Hua Wang, witnessing the agonizing plight of the citizens, were troubled, realizing that without swift resolution, countless more would suffer. Just as they deliberated retreating, a commotion erupted atop the walls, where the rebels brandished their weapons as if to obstruct something. Moments later, several individuals plummeted from the battlements. Upon closer inspection, Xuan Yuan observed a man drawing a bow on the wall. The previously arrogant deputy was swiftly pierced by an arrow, his incredulous expression evident as he clutched his wound and fell from the ramparts. Subsequently, the citizens who had been hanged were hoisted up, and a woman, holding a golden token aloft, stepped forward. "I am Princess Xuan, here with His Highness, Prince Su, to address the Ji family in Hangzhou. The rebel leader Jigu has been apprehended. The city gates are open, and we invite General Zhou and King Hua to enter." Without hesitation, they paid their respects, leaving half their troops stationed outside as they marched into Hangzhou. The devastation within the city was a sight to behold. Yet the opulence of the governor's mansion astonished them. The inventory of the mansion's treasures consumed nearly half a month, while the aftermath of the bodies within the city commenced simultaneously, also taking close to a fortnight. The flames used to incinerate the corpses outside had not extinguished for days, and the pits dug for the ashes grew ever larger. Many soldiers, initially brought for battle, found themselves trembling from the heat of the fires, retching at the scent that permeated the air. Others, exhausted from digging, fell asleep in the pits, nearly buried alive. Xuan Yuan personally carved a monument at the pit's edge, leading the soldiers in daily tributes. Ultimately, Jigu and several high-ranking rebel commanders were confined within a prison cart, alongside the vast wealth accumulated by the Ji family over decades, making their way back to the capital. As they departed Hangzhou, Jiuran feared an outbreak of plague might ensue and thus transcribed a medicinal formula for Zhou Shaoi, urging him to distribute it among the city's inhabitants within the next 2 days. When Xuan Yuan Cheng learned that the situation in Hangzhou had been resolved, it was Xuan Yuan who had already crossed into the borders of Jingzhou, carrying supplies. It was only then that he realized that Ji Jun had not been preoccupied with killing Xuan Yuan and was unable to respond to him because he had already perished. Reluctantly, he had to accompany the emperor, who had not even changed his dragon robe, to the city gates on the day they returned to the capital. The vast amount of silver confiscated left the court officials astounded. The treasury was now sufficiently ample, alleviating any concerns regarding finances for the forthcoming years. Since Ji Jun had died and his body could not be brought back, Xuan Yuan returned solely with his severed head. As for the 2 men who had lost their possessions, they still lay incapacitated. The emperor held Xuan Yuan Yi and his companions in high esteem and promptly invited them to stay in the palace for a meal before departing. I was worried this matter wouldn't resolve swiftly, but you have always been one I need not fret over, the emperor laughed heartily. Noticing Jiuran silently trailing behind, the emperor halted, gestured for her to come to his side, and then distanced her from Xuan Yuan Yi. Zhao, and I must ask you honestly, during this journey to Hangzhou, has there been anything between you and Yi? The emperor suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment in posing the question. Rest assured, your majesty, the prince treats me exceedingly well, Jiuran replied, reassuring the emperor, who nodded in relief. Subsequently, Jigo was sentenced to death by slow slicing, paraded through the streets thrice before execution. The leaders of the rebellious forces faced hanging, while the obstinate among the surrendered rebels were sent to the borders as laborers. Those who surrendered early were sold off, spared from the harsher conditions at the border. Lan Bo, having made significant contributions during this episode, was rewarded by the emperor with gold and a residence sufficient for his needs. He later expressed a desire to serve as a scout for intelligence at Tianlong Pavilion, a wish that was granted. However, when Jiuran returned to the Ministry of Personnel, she was met not with congratulations or concern, but with reprimands, merely for having ventured to Hangzhou instead of remaining in the capital and missing the birthday celebration of the Yanchen family. The atmosphere turned sour upon her arrival. Yin Hong let out a cold snort. Although Jiuran dutifully greeted everyone, none invited her to sit. Oh, so you know to come back? The matriarch, seated prominently, did not spare her a glance, striking the ground heavily with her cane. Grandmother, the matter in Hangzhou was of utmost importance. I provided a remedy for the plague, and to ensure its authenticity, I had to accompany the expedition. Is this something a young lady should be involved in? Women should not expose themselves in such a manner. What do you call this? Yin Chun was seething, her finger trembling as she pointed at Jiuran. With such recklessness, you might as well have perished there and not returned. Jiuran suppressed her smile, observing Yin Hong attempting to placate Yin Chun, who demanded that she kneel and apologize. Apologize? The daughter is at a loss as to what wrong she has committed. Or do father and grandmother deem this birthday banquet for women more significant than the loss of countless lives in Hangzhou? Chapter 69. The beginning of discord. Is there any error in what your grandmother has stated? You, a young woman betrothed, ought to devote yourself to studying the virtues of a future wife at home. Yet you have chosen to venture into such a chaotic place. Is this proper? Yin Hong slammed his hand on the table. At that moment, Yin Zihan stepped forward. Father, please temper your anger. Regardless of the circumstances, my sister has returned safely. I have heard that His Majesty has greatly commended her this time. We cannot disregard the words of the emperor. As she timely fell silent, Yin Hong ceased his reprimand. However, sister, you mentioned you presented a prescription for an epidemic. We are curious as to when you acquired such medical knowledge and achieved this accomplishment. In response to Yin Zihan's inquiry, Yin Julian smiled lightly. Half of the heirlooms left by my mother are medical texts, and with the guidance of imperial physician Jiang Miao. Is it so surprising that I have learned some skills? Is this knowledge truly befitting of you? Yin Hong furrowed his brow. Instead of learning music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, or the arts suitable for women, you pursue knowledge deemed inappropriate for your gender. Were it not for your merit in this affair and the attention you have garnered within the palace, I would have already resorted to familial discipline. Ultimately, he confined Yin Julian to her quarters for a month. However, upon encountering the two guards at the entrance of the courtyard, the summoned attendants dared not approach closely. After witnessing Yin Julian's confinement, Yin Zihan deemed it too lenient. Surely, she deserved a few strikes as well. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of schadenfreude as she visited Yin Julian in Ziyun courtyard, but upon seeing the array of gifts bestowed from the palace, she was rendered speechless with envy. Yin Julian was relieved that she had not sent all her possessions to the Ministry of Rights, for otherwise, Yin Hong and Lady Yin Shan would have claimed them under the guise of a birthday celebration. Sister, you must discern between what is proper and what is not. Were it not for His Majesty, you would have faced far harsher consequences. It seems you have indulged in both the proper and the improper, dear sister. Yin Julian reclined languidly on the soft couch, as Bai Shui brought freshly washed fruits to her lips. Yin Zihan's smile faltered. Did Yin Julian know something? Sister, were you implying? Nevertheless, since father has merely imposed confinement upon you, remain here in Ziyun courtyard. Should you stir up any more trouble, father might resort to stricter measures, and you would find yourself in the ancestral hall for 10 days or more. No need for my sister to worry. With a cold huff, Yin Zihan swept away her sleeves and departed. After she left, Yin Julian opened the box before her and generously distributed small bags of golden melon seeds to each servant, purchased a new outfit for herself, and brought a large cloth doll for a Jing. Each individual received a substantial gift, their joy palpable as they longed for everyone to know. The following day, Yin Julian intended to take a stroll outside, but upon reaching the entrance, Yin Hong's guards placed their hands on their swords. Yin Julian said nothing, instead offering each of them a few golden melon seeds to ensure vigilance. During lunch, Fong Mei and Yin Zihan came to visit her again. Sister, your confinement seems non-existent. Observing Yin Julian playing with the servants using bamboo tiles, Yin Zihan scoffed with disdain. You certainly indulge in feasting and merriment. As long as I am happy, it matters not. Since I cannot go out, I shall do as I please. Yin Julian settled into a comfortable posture, showing no inclination to rise and greet them. Yin Julian, I am your elder sister. My mother is the lady of this minister's residence. Despite being confined here, you still refuse to stand for us? Yin Zihan, observing Yin Julian's utter indifference, became incensed. Oh, if that is the case, I shall rise. Yin Julian stretched languidly, then slowly stood and approached the two. Pray tell, what brings you both here in your leisure? Did you not receive a considerable bounty from your recent trip to Hangzhou? Your father struggles with governmental affairs, needing funds to manage them. Even the tea he frequently consumes is depleted, requiring silver as well. I noticed you returned home with a substantial haul yesterday. Our request is modest. A mere 1,000 taels of gold will suffice. Feng Mei, eyeing Yin Julian, boldly demanded money, leaving Yin Julian amused. So, they have come seeking funds. Is the minister's residence so impoverished as to solicit money from his daughter? How is it that my father, a distinguished minister of justice, faces governmental challenges requiring monetary assistance? Have his subordinates all ascended to positions superior to his? Feng Mei's brow twitched violently, and just as she raised her hand to slap Yin Julian, Yin Zihan glanced back and whispered something in her ear, causing her to exclaim and collapse to the ground. Xiao Omei. Yin Hong hurried to Feng Mei's side, his worry evident. Yin Julian, how could you push your mother when she was speaking to you with good intentions? Father, my mother passed away long ago. Yin Julian stated with a calm demeanor, gazing at the so-called mother. Yin Hong was momentarily speechless. Regardless, as a younger generation, you cannot treat her so. Push. Yin Julian inhaled deeply. Father, she is the only one who cannot discern the distinction between falling and being shoved. Suddenly, Yin Zihan noticed Yin Julian approaching her and, filled with dread, began to retreat. What are you doing, Yin Julian? Are you? Before Yin Zihan could finish her sentence, Yin Julian thrust her hands forward, forcefully pushing her to the ground. Yin Zihan clutched her aching posterior, and as she attempted to rise, she stumbled over her own skirt, falling back down and remaining there for an extended period. Father, this is what it means to push someone. Just as Yin Hong was about to speak, Feng Mei suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Master, I am in great pain, she lamented, clutching her abdomen, her face contorted with distress. The sight of her agony caused Yin Hong to forget entirely the purpose of his visit to Yin Julian. He swiftly picked up Feng Mei and hurriedly left the Ziyun courtyard. As Yin Zihan saw Yin Hong carrying Feng Mei away, she had Chi-Chi assist her to her feet and limped out as well. Father, what has happened to mother? Just as Yin Hong summoned the household physician for Feng Mei, a young man entered behind him. Upon seeing Feng Mei lying on the bed, his expression shifted to one of deep concern. Sure, you have returned. Yin just stood behind Yin Hong, observing the physician examine Feng Mei. Father, why do you appear so haggard? Yanzi incroyable, noticing Yan onges wiri contenance. It is all due to that Yin Julian who defied your grandmother and just now push your mother to the ground. I cannot believe your mother fell on her own. She even shoved your sister." As he spoke, he sighed, and Yinja could only reach out to provide comfort to Yin Hong. "Father, rest assured, I will not allow mother and sister to be bullied any longer." The two observed the actions of the house physician closely, fearful of missing any detail. Unexpectedly, after diagnosing Fong Mei, the physician suddenly knelt before Yin Hong and Yinja. "Congratulations, master. The madam is in good health." Yin Hong found this bewildering. If her health was intact, what was there to celebrate? "Master, the madam has been with child for a month." Chapter 70. A joyous occasion. Fong Mei was evidently taken aback to hear such news from the physician's lips. Initially, when Yin Zihan mentioned that Yin Hong was arriving soon, she merely intended to feign a fall, never anticipating that she would genuinely experience pain in her abdomen. Now she was being told that she was with child? Is this truly the case? Yin Hong was momentarily stunned, clearly surprised by the revelation. "Indeed, master, it is absolutely true." The physician nodded in affirmation. "The madam is indeed over a month pregnant. If you do not believe me, you may summon another physician from the capital." Speaking of physicians, who could be better than the imperial physician in the capital? Yet, if he wished to summon the imperial physician, it would be better to have Yin Jiuran do so. However, after expressing his anger towards Yin Jiuran earlier, he was uncertain if she would be willing. But then Yin Hong thought, after all, he was her father. She would have to oblige. Thus, he instructed the physician to remain and care for Fong Mei before heading towards Yun courtyard once more. "Father has arrived. I shall sit and enjoy tea." Yin Jiuran was busy planting flowers in a newly dug flower bed and merely glanced up when Yin Hong entered. "Yin Jiuran, your mother is now with child. I need you to summon Imperial Physician Jiang to examine her." Pregnant? This revelation surprised Yin Jiuran somewhat. This feigned fall by Fong Mei had resulted in a genuine child. "Father, Imperial Physician Jiang attends to the esteemed ladies of the palace. Previously, I only asked him to attend to sister as a courtesy. As subjects, we cannot simply summon the Imperial Physician for every ailment. Then simply state that you are unwell." Yin Hong believed that if Yin Jiuran had the authority to summon him before, she could certainly do so now. After all, it was merely a medical consultation. Those noble ladies did not fall ill daily. What if the Empress insists that I remain in the palace until I recover? Yin Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. "Regardless, you must fetch Imperial Physician Jiang for me, if anything were to happen to your mother or the child." Yes, Yin Jiuran replied dismissively. "Father, you may return. I will go and summon him." Yin Hong snorted coldly and left in a huff. Yin Jiuran sighed, brushed the dirt from her hands, and stood up. "Jean Tailong, please make a trip to the palace. Also, deliver these scriptures to the Empress." "Understood." Upon learning that Yin Jiuran had come to summon Jiang Miao, the Empress could not help but inquire further. However, upon discovering it was for Fong Mei's health, she would have sent Jiang Miao back immediately, were it not for Yin Jiuran standing. When Jean Tailong brought Jiang Miao to the minister's residence, Yin Hong was nearly frantic, almost carrying the physician in. "Imperial Physician, please examine my wife closely and determine the condition of the child." Yin Hong had many daughters, but the youngest was now 5 or 6 years old, while he only had one son, Yinja. He ardently longs for a son, and now that he is aware of Fong Mei's pregnancy, he naturally wishes for her to bear him a child. The minister need not be anxious. Jiang Miao meticulously conducted an examination for Fong Mei, while Yin Hong nervously swallowed his saliva beside her. The minister's wife is in excellent health. After a considerable time, Jiang Miao finally rose to his feet. "That is good indeed." Yin Hong let out a sigh of relief. However, as Jiang Miao paused, Yin Hong's heart was once again lifted with apprehension. Yet, the esteemed lady is of advanced age. Conceiving at this stage may present some challenges, and the minister must provide diligent care. Furthermore, it is advisable for the lady to reduce her intake of nourishing foods. Yes. Just as Yin Hong was about to escort Jiang Miao out, Jiang Miao suddenly halted and turned to him. There's one more matter I nearly forgot to mention. The Empress specifically instructed me to inform you, sir, that should you desire the royal physician's services again, you must personally request them from the palace and register at the physician's residence. If this is too troublesome, You may also purchase the services of a physician. Yin Hong could only smile apologetically, disregarding the embarrassment on his face. Meanwhile, as Yin Hong was seeing Jiao Miao off, Yin Zhi made his way to the Ziyun court of Yin Jiuran. He had returned with a wealth of information regarding his sister and was eager to see what she had become. Miss, I never expected Fong Mei could still bear a child at her age. Knowing of Fong Mei's pregnancy, Bai Shui found it amusing. If she is pregnant, so be it. It has nothing to do with me. Yin Jiuwan reached out with one hand to apply Kodan to Ling Mai. It is she who is pregnant, not I. Miss, if she were to give birth to another son, would your life in the minister's residence not become even more challenging? Bai Shui believed that Yin Jiuwan was undervalued. The gifts bestowed by the palace were clearly meant solely for her. Yet these people acted as if they were entitled to take them. Your words suggest I was ever in a better position. I am the eldest son of this minister's residence, and all that lies within it will eventually belong to me. How dare you lowly servants obstruct me? Just as Yin Jiuwan was about to continue, a commotion erupted at the entrance, prompting her to glance up. Master, there is a man who claims to be the eldest son of this minister's residence. Ling Yao reported back to Yin Jiuwan after peeking outside. Oh, the eldest son. Yin Jiuwan recognized him immediately. Let him in. Ling Yao nodded and proceeded to the entrance to stop the two guards. Now that she has become a county princess, things have indeed changed. Even the courtyard entrance has guards preventing entry. Yin's expression turned furious. When had he ever been obstructed like this? That is not the case. Yin Jiuwan did not look up at him. Father has confined me, so I instructed someone to guard the entrance, merely as a precaution. Seeing that she only focused on her fingers, failing to acknowledge his presence, Yinja felt embarrassed and moved forward to pull her up. However, a Jing was quicker, seizing the back of his collar and lifting him entirely off the ground. Let me down. Yinja's feet flailed in the air. A Jing, set him down. This is not a toy. Yin Jiuwan continued to blow on her nails without looking at Yinja. He intends to strike mother. A Jing felt somewhat aggrieved, as he had only intervened because he sensed the man was about to strike. Be good now. Yin Jiuwan smiled as she looked over, and only then did a Jing set it down. Yinja momentarily lost his balance, nearly kneeling before Yin Jiuwan. So, you came here just to say these things? Yinja scoffed. I merely wanted to see how you differ from before, but it seems you're merely a dog relying on human power. Are you implying that I am a dog? Yin Jiuwan raised an eyebrow. You pushed my mother and nearly harmed the child in her womb, which has greatly displeased father. Yinja's gaze shifted towards Bi Shui and Ling Mai, a smirk playing at his lips. If you were to give me these two maidservants, I might be able to speak a few good words for you in front of father. Chapter 71. Sending you away, oh? Who are you referring to? Yin Jiuwan laughed, plucking a few leaves and kneading them in her hands. Which two maidservants do you think I possess? Yinja assumed Yin Jiuwan would concede, his spirits rising instantly. I am currently father's only son. Even if mother gives birth to a younger brother, at his age, this minister's residence will ultimately fall into my hands. Oh, by the way, I heard you were promised to the Prince of Su, right? That man who only knows how to go to battle. Who knows when he will perish? Therefore, you must realize that should you be cast aside, you will lose this title of county princess and ultimately return to this minister's residence. He spoke with an air of arrogance, as if he were indeed the master of this minister's residence. This minister's residence is your backing. Why not curry favor with me? The future heir of this estate? Father's position as the minister of justice was earned through examination, not inherited. How can you, without even participating in the examination, aspire to be the minister of justice? What merit do you possess? An inheritance? This is not a royal residence. What do you amount to? If you desire my maidservants, you should venture to the brothels outside and find 2 women. Those individuals would suit you better. Upon finishing her words, Yin Jiuwan, with a smile in her eyes, raised her hand towards the entrance. A Jing, take him out. A Jing, delighted, lifted him up and tossed him out. Thus, a crowd witnessed Yin Zhi being thrown into the thicket. How dare you toss me out? Yin Zhi finally managed to rise from the bushes, his new clothes now adorned with branches and leaves. He spat as he brushed the leaves from his head. You just wait. Yin Zhi watched as the door was unceremoniously shut in his face, turning to leave only to stumble and fall again. In the courtyard, holding a piece of paper, Yin Jiuran glanced at Ling Ding. Did you record everything he said? Not a word missed. Send it to the Prince of Su. Understood. At the Prince of Su's residence. My lord, a letter from the county princess has arrived. Xian Yi placed the letter on Xuan Yuan Ye's desk. After finishing his affairs for the day, Xuan Yuan Yi opened the letter. After a long while, he summoned Xian Yi. Does the Yin family have a son named Yinjia? Yes. Xuan Yuan Yi handed the letter to Xian Yi. Examine it closely and investigate this individual. Understood. Xian Yi glanced through it briefly before setting it aside. At the minister's residence. Do you think this child is a boy or a girl? Fang Mei asked Yin Zihan. Her mood lifted as she touched her only son. Naturally, it is a boy. Fang Mei nodded in satisfaction. Now that Jair has returned, when time permits, you might consider having your father taken around more often. It would allow him to become familiar with the ministers, which would be advantageous when he later joins the court. With his brother back, perhaps it is prudent to begin considering suitable young ladies for him, thereby securing an engagement in advance. Upon hearing this, Fang Mei concurred. Thus, she instructed the steward to procure portraits of young women from prominent families in the capital. In the prison, two scoundrels were the subject of Ji's furious thoughts. They never anticipated falling into the hands of a woman. Jiwei leaned against the wall, wincing in pain. Had they known, they would have simply killed her instead of enduring this humiliation. Ji Ru began to cough violently, lamenting that they were on the brink of death, yet could not entertain more favorable thoughts. One of the sentenced rebel leaders interjected, Nonsense. If you were. Ji's words were cut short as a man clad in a black robe approached them. 2 days later, the Ji family, alongside several rebel leaders, faced execution outside the Woman Gate. Half of the capital's populace gathered to witness the punishment, while official documents regarding the situation in Hangzhou were posted nearby to inform the citizens of the reasons behind their execution. As the year drew to a close, families began preparing for the upcoming New Year festivities. The emperor would dispatch officials to inspect the dikes and ensure that commerce was functioning smoothly. He also aimed to account for the expenses of the palace and address the backlog of cases within the Ministry of Justice. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Rites commenced preparations for the Xuan Yuan night festivities. Following the conclusion of these ceremonies, another imperial examination would soon commence, prompting numerous scholars from various regions to enter the capital in preparation for the forthcoming tests. Naturally, Yin Hong made arrangements for Yinjia. Yet Yinjia remained troubled by Yin Jiuran's actions on that day. Thus, after lunch one day, while Yin Hong returned to the Ministry of Justice to continue his work, Yinjia seized the opportunity to leave the Ministry of Personnel, inviting some friends to a tavern. Among them were Ku Xiao and Rong Sheng, who had previously been reprimanded by Yin Jiuran. After their encounter, they recognized the formidable guards surrounding her and her favor with the Empress Dowager, leading them to think it unwise to provoke such a powerful figure. Therefore, upon hearing Yin Zhi's intention to take action against Yin Jiuran, they diligently recorded his plans. Before long, a note detailing Yin Zhi's schemes found its way into Yin Jiuran's hands. Simultaneously, the information reached Xuan Yuan Yi at the residence of the King of Su. My lord, Yinjia has been quite active. Before returning to the Ministry of Personnel, he was often seen in brothels, even maintaining a woman outside. His examination fees were covered by Yin Shangshu. Xian Yi remarked incessantly, as Xuan Yuan Yi reviewed the record of Yinjia's misdeeds. Since he claims not to know when he might meet his end outside, let him spend some time in the frontier. The western region seems quite appealing. General Yi is in need of personnel. These scions of noble families are precisely his preference. The following day, apart from Yinjia, Xuan Yuan Yi had also arranged destinations for several other scions of noble families, each of whom would not return for at least 4 or 5 years. When the emperor announced this matter during the morning court, Yin Hong and several ministers were left in stunned silence. Among them, many had already secured their own paths, with even positions in the court prepared. Yet the emperor's decree shattered their plans into mere illusions. What did you say? Jur is to go to the western frontier? Is it a place for people to dwell? Those savages strike without hesitation. What if Jur gets hurt? Upon returning home, Yin Hong divulged the emperor's decision to everyone present. And apart from Yin Jiuran, the rest were rendered speechless. Yinjia, too, struggled to comprehend how such a sudden turn of events could occur. However, he possessed some knowledge of the western frontier, a place where one could easily suffer wounds or even lose their life. Father, could we implore the emperor not to send me there? I do not wish to go to such a place. Suddenly, he glared at Yin Jiuran, hurling his teacup in her direction. Is it your doing? I merely exchanged a few words with you then, and now I am to go to the western frontier? Chapter 72. New Year. The teacup shattered before Yin Jiuran, splattering tea all over her. With a quiet demeanor, she took a handkerchief from Bai Shui and began to wipe herself off. What have I been doing these past few days? Surely, my father is well aware of the movements of the servants in this minister's residence. When you came that day, I should have mentioned that my father has confined me. I have not stepped outside the Xian courtyard. You may inquire with the guards at the gate whether I or my servants have left this minister's residence. Yin just snorted in disdain. It's best if you haven't. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it. Observing his son, and then glancing at Feng Mei, who was newly pregnant, Yin Hong's heart softened. Jiang Miao's words echoed in his mind. Feng Mei was of advanced age, and the risks of bearing this child were indeed substantial. Should anything happen to the child within her womb, he would ultimately have only Yinjia as his heir. If Yinjia were to perish on the journey or in the western frontier, all he had achieved would be rendered meaningless. Noticing Yin Hong in deep contemplation, Yin Jiuran whispered a few words to Ling Yao. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the new year. In the capital city, every household joyfully hung red lanterns and affixed couplets in preparation for the festivities, while those Xians who had been exiled busily packed their belongings to leave the city. Feng Mei, with her burgeoning belly, bid farewell to Yinjia at the entrance of the minister's residence, creating a scene of maternal affection. Yin Hong earnestly instructed Yinjia to be obedient and to avoid causing trouble, assuring him that if he diligently fulfilled his duties, he would return swiftly. However, Yin Jiuran believed that Yin Hong would merely bribe the officials escorting Yinjia to ensure a more comfortable journey. She could not have anticipated that Yin Hong would go so far as to procure a death row inmate from the Dali Temple to impersonate Yinjia, ensuring that he would meet a fatal ambush by bandits on the way to the western frontier. Subsequently, Yinjia was secretly hidden away in a village near the capital. Such a son truly caused him much concern. Yin Jiuran chuckled, as Yin Hong believed himself to be unnoticed and inconspicuous. Little did he know that, in order to ensure a smooth journey, she had instructed Ling Yao to infiltrate the group. It was rumored that Xuan Yuan Yi had also dispatched someone to follow them. It seemed that Xuan Yuan Yi was now aware of the situation. However, neither of them was in a hurry to expose the matter, for at this moment, it was best to keep the emperor pleased. Miss, it's snowing. It's snowing. Watching the snowflakes drift down from the sky, Yin Jiuran's spirits lifted. Aging, like a child, attempted to catch a snowflake, only for it to vanish upon his touch, leaving him flustered. With the order of confinement lifted, Yin Jiuran took them out with her this time, allowing them to purchase whatever they desired, while she merely cradled a pumpkin. The streets were bustling with more people than usual. Unlike the insincere smiles of the common folk in Hangzhou, each person here radiated genuine happiness. Fireworks burst forth in the sky, distinct from the style of the Flower God Festival, yet vibrant and dazzling in its own right. Noticing several individuals donning masks, Yin Jiuran felt intrigued and approached a stall selling masks. Rabbits, foxes, tigers. The tiger seems more fitting for that man. Originally intending to buy something suitable for herself, Yin Jiuran found herself holding a tiger mask before she realized it. Oh well, a purchase is a purchase. With a resigned smile, she donned the mask, only to meet the gaze of a tall figure not far away. I thought the Prince wouldn't venture out at this time. As she approached, Yin Jiuran smiled at the mask adorning his face. Xuan Yuan Yi was momentarily speechless. Did he have a face that suggested he would never go out? I heard the minister's wife is with child. Yes, thanks to this child, they won't trouble me for a while. Feeling a bit chilly, Yin Jiuran pulled her cloak tighter. The lion dance is here. The lion dance is here. A man clad in vivid red garments shook a drum while making his way through the street, parting the crowd. The people surged back, and as Yin Jiuran glanced behind her, she noticed a throng pushing toward the open space ahead. Miss, Bai Shui and the others were suddenly jostled apart. and Yin Jiuran stumbled. Fortunately, the man beside her grasped her hand just in time, pulling her closer to him. "Can you see?" Xuan Yuan inquired, glancing down at her. Yin Jiuran looked around before remembering to lift her gaze. "If you cannot see, this king shall lift you." Xuan Yuan shifted his eyes, and with a firm grip, lifted Yin Jiuran into his arms, supporting her legs with his arm. She was startled momentarily, but once steadied, she beheld the lion dance troupe advancing slowly down the road. The red lion was followed by a blue one, and behind a few grand lions trailed several smaller ones. "Wow, how small and adorable. Pumpkin, don't you think that resembles you?" Her excitement grew, and Pumpkin meowed before leaping from her arms. Yin Jiuran exclaimed as she tilted, almost tumbling, when Xuan Yuan swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, holding her securely in his embrace. With a sudden jolt to his chest, Xuan Yuan could not help but emit a muffled groan. His brow furrowed, and he tightened his grip around Yin Jiuran, feeling the increased pressure at her waist. Yin Jiuran's face flushed a deep crimson. "Xuan Yuan, don't move. There are too many people around. Let's discuss this once they pass." Meanwhile, in a certain boatyard, the prince reflected on how Ji Jun, who had boasted of his prowess for most of his life, had failed to eliminate both the Duke of Su and Yin Jiuran, ultimately allowing his family to be left in such a wretched state. Yin Zihan poured wine for Xuan Yuan Cheng. Feeling quite displeased that Xuan Yuan and Yin Jiuran had survived the ordeal in Hangzhou, it appeared they could not perish at the hands of others. Xuan Yuan Cheng chuckled lightly, recalling a certain Chun Feng who bore a grudge against Yin Jiuran. "Yan Xiongpondi, Are you referring to that man who was caught during the little vixen's coming-of-age ceremony?" Indeed, being apprehended in front of so many had surely tarnished his reputation. At that moment, he gazed at me as if he wished to devour me whole. As she spoke, Yin Zihan nestled closer into Xuan Yuan Cheng's embrace, feeling a twinge of fear. However, I recall he first looked towards Yin Jiuran. Perhaps it was that wretched girl who caused his downfall. With that in mind, I have devised a plan. On the day of the grand wedding, what could be more humiliating for Xuan Yuan than to have the bride clandestinely meeting with another? He laughed heartily. "One is insufficient. Why not invite a few more?" Xuan Yuan Cheng pinched Yin Zihan's waist. "That little vixen is no match for your charm." Although Xuan Yuan Cheng spoke these words, his mind was plagued by the image of Yin Jiuran following Xuan Yuan back to the capital, her face adorned with a confident and radiant smile that compelled many to steal a second glance. Chapter 73. The Betrothal Gift. Considering the women of the capital, they ought to admire him, yet Yin Jiuran remained distant, further igniting Xuan Yuan Cheng's determination to win her heart. The thought of Yin Jiuran seeking his affection stirred something deep within him, causing him to swallow hard. He projected all his fantasies about Yin Jiuran onto Yin Zihan. Despite their clandestine meetings during this time, they had yet to breach that final barrier. However, Xuan Yuan Cheng's teasing had undeniably ignited a spark within Yin Zihan. As night deepened and the crowd thinned, Yin Jiuran managed to extricate herself from Xuan Yuan's embrace, her cheeks aflame. "Thank you, Your Highness, for shielding me." "It is nothing," he replied, though his fingers continued to knead in his sleeve, relishing the lingering sensation of their earlier contact. "This tiger mask suits you far better." Yin Jiuran hastily removed the mask from her face and pressed it into Xuan Yuan's hands before making her swift exit. Watching her retreating figure, still warm with the memory of their encounter, Xuan Yuan could not help but chuckle. "My lord, shall we reciprocate?" Speaking of reciprocation, Xuan Yuan suddenly remembered. The grand wedding was approaching, and the betrothal gifts needed to be delivered at the time set by the master during his period of repose. The subordinate had already commenced preparations for the betrothal gifts. Here lies the list. Xuan handed the meticulously prepared list of gifts to Xuan Yuan. Xuan Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, reassured that this subordinate was one he need not worry about. However, he instructed that 2 sets of gifts be prepared, one to be sent to the minister's residence and the other to the princess's manor. Xuan immediately grasped the intent of his master, who feared that the betrothal gifts for the lady might be appropriated by that group of individuals. Thus, on the following day, as guests flocked to pay their respects, The procession of betrothal gifts departed from the Prince of Su's residence, drawing much attention along the way. Meanwhile, the portion destined for the princess's manor went unnoticed and was soon delivered to the storeroom. Minister Yin, Happy New Year. Congratulations on your double happiness. A voice rang out, remarking on the imminent marriage of his daughter, while the lady seemed to have conceived anew to fill the void of her absence. It was truly unfortunate for your son, who tragically perished en route to the western frontier. Otherwise, he could have shared in the joy of this occasion. Such matters cannot be deemed fortunate, Yin Hong replied politely, for it is only natural for children to marry. Suddenly, someone rushed to the entrance of the minister's residence, panting heavily as he addressed Yin Hong, "My lord." Observing the man's breathless state, Yin Hong was taken aback. What could have transpired to warrant such haste? The betrothal gift procession from the Prince of Su is just 2 streets away and approaching rapidly. Upon hearing this news, Yin Hong's spirits were immediately lifted, and the guests milling about were drawn to the entrance, eager to witness the grandeur of the betrothal gifts. A quarter of an hour later, the sounds of drums and gongs grew louder, and a procession adorned with vibrant red flowers began to make its way toward the minister's residence. Leading the way was Xian Si, who had previously traveled to Hangzhou. "Minister, I am a guard in the service of the prince, here to deliver the betrothal gifts on his behalf." After presenting the list of gifts, Xian Si continued, "The prince acknowledges the challenges of raising a daughter, and as the princess and the prince share similar qualities, these gifts should reflect the prince's gratitude for your efforts in nurturing her." Had the gifts destined for the princess's manor not been more lavish and numerous, Xian Si would have preferred to exchange duties with Xian Yi on the other side. Yin Hong's heart swelled with joy as he gazed upon the scroll of betrothal gifts in his hands, and then at the nearly endless array of large red boxes. Had it not been for the throngs of guests present, he would have instructed that they be moved to the storeroom immediately. Such hard work, Yin Hong mused quietly. And indeed, a feast has been prepared in the residence. Once the gifts are placed in the courtyard, let the esteemed masters partake. With a raised hand, Xian Si signaled for the procession to continue entering the minister's residence. To the onlookers, it appeared that Xuan Yuan Yi had spared no expense for this marriage. With each grand box shrouded in mystery regarding its contents and the wealth it represented. In Yin Hong's eyes, each of those splendid boxes was akin to a treasure trove of silver coins. Meanwhile, the commotion in the front courtyard quickly reached the back of the residence. "Did you hear that the Prince of Su has come to deliver the betrothal gifts?" Yin Zihan inquired of Dang Qi. "Indeed, miss. The list of gifts presented to the master is thick and laden with unknown treasures." The individuals carrying boxes entered in pairs, leaving the servants bewildered by the sheer number of crates. Xuan Yuan Yi, favored by the emperor, had received all the affection from the empress, who bore no children of her own. Thus, her love over the years was generously bestowed upon him, rendering the financial resources of the Duke of Su remarkably affluent. However, Yin Hong and his companions were unaware that this batch delivered to the Ministry of Personnel comprised items meticulously retrieved from the Duke's storage, long neglected, while the finer goods had already been dispatched to the princess's residence. Nevertheless, even the remnants from the Duke's treasury were enough to astonish the Ministry of Personnel. Similarly, the news of the Duke of Su sending marriage gifts reached Ziyun Courtyard. When Bai Shui relayed the message, her exuberance led her to believe that the lady was being married herself. Miss, the Duke's betrothal gifts have arrived." Yin Jiuran froze momentarily. "Betrothal gifts?" Her voice trembled as if the gifts were not meant for her. "Indeed, I hear there are so many that the courtyard can scarcely contain them. Would you care to take a look?" Despite her initial hesitation, Yin Jiuran felt compelled to see what had been sent to her, only to find that the bearers were still unloading boxes at the entrance. This spectacle left the guests at the Ministry of Personnel envious, each wishing for such a display when their own daughters wed. However, the Duke of Su was of royal lineage. It was unlikely they could find a match within the royal family. "Princess," upon the protagonist's arrival, Xian Si promptly approached her. "Rest assured, the genuine betrothal gifts have been delivered to the princess's residence. This assortment for Yin Shangshu is merely a formality." He whispered into Yin Jiuran's ear. Yet the grandeur of the occasion left her utterly astonished. If this was merely what had been sent to the Ministry of Personnel, one could only imagine the magnitude of what awaited at the princess's residence. Furthermore, the master mentioned that the previous day's events may have caused some offense, and thus, this collection of property deeds and land contracts should serve as an apology. As Xian Si produced several documents and handed them to Yin Jiuran, she felt their weight in her hands. This is more than just a few papers. The total included storefront leases, land contracts, and property deeds, 20 documents in all, prompted solely by the previous evening's crowded embrace. Before Yin Jiuran could articulate her thoughts, Xian Si had already distanced himself. As the laborers completed their task, they unabashedly enjoyed a lavish meal at the Ministry of Personnel, leaving the guests who had yet to dine without complaint. Observing the substantial gifts received, Yin Hong deemed the loss of food inconsequential and promptly spent a significant sum to procure the finest dishes from the best tavern in the capital for the guests. Chapter 74. Wealth, Wealth, Wealth. With the arrival of Xuan Yuan Ye's betrothal gifts, even the reclusive Chancellor Du Yi, who had seldom interacted with Yin Hong, came to pay his respects. Chancellor Du, Yin Hong expressed his astonishment at seeing him at the Ministry of Personnel, for Du Yi rarely ventured out for social engagements. His presence here was indeed surprising. Yin Shangshu, joyous tidings are upon us. Congratulations. You flatter me, Yin Hong replied courteously. The Ministry of Justice is burdened with numerous affairs. The new year must have worn you out. Not at all. It is my duty, Du Yi responded, and he was not empty-handed. His father, Duan, had been a former chancellor, having served under 3 emperors. Although now, at the venerable age of 99, his constitution remains remarkably robust, and his calligraphy and paintings are treasures beyond price. Du Yi presented a painting by his father, Duan, depicting ghost catchers, which filled Yin Hong with delight. I naturally wish for the Minister Yin to apprehend all wrongdoers, akin to the ghostly figures portrayed in this artwork. This is also a blessing from my father to the esteemed elder. It indeed places a considerable burden on the old gentleman, and I would be grateful if the Chancellor could convey my thanks. I shall make it a point to visit the estate in person on another occasion. With a slight smile, Du Yi engaged in a few more exchanges with Yin Hong before seeking out Yin Jiuran. With the wedding approaching, how does the princess feel? Naturally, she is elated. Yin Jiuran beamed and personally poured a cup of tea for Du Yi. I hold great admiration for the princess's courage in accompanying His Highness to Hangzhou. The presence of the princess seems to have brought a notable increase in the prince's smiles. I hope that in the future, the princess will continue to support the prince, and Du Yi expressed his gratitude on behalf of the prince's mother. Upon realizing that Du Yi referred not to the empress, but to the late Xuan Yuan Yi, who perished in the fire, Yin Jiuran nodded in understanding. Naturally, I shall do my utmost. A wife follows her husband. Is that not the case? Du Yi, having known Xuan Yuan Ye's mother in his youth, took care of the child after her demise due to their bond. He has witnessed Xuan Yuan Yi grow increasingly taciturn, with few words exchanged outside matters of state. The emperor had indeed contemplated appointing him as crown prince, but Xuan Yuan Yi refused, leading the emperor to assign him the Tianlong Pavilion, instructing him to assist the next emperor. After receiving Yin Jiuran's affirmation, Du Yi felt reassured and took his leave. As the guests gradually dispersed, Yin Hong finally found the leisure to examine the betrothal gifts that had been presented. The scroll of gifts was a dizzying sight, prompting him to decide to inspect each box one by one. Soon, Yin Zihan, Feng Mei, and the Yin Qin family arrived to partake in the festivities. One box contained a pomegranate carved from exquisite golden namu, while another held lotus seeds intricately sculpted from jade and glass, symbolizing abundant progeny and blessings. These gifts were traditionally sent to Xuan Yuan Yi by the empress whenever a royal family member married and bore children, leading to a considerable accumulation over time. To their astonishment, one box revealed 18 arhats carved from the rare green jade of Ling Tai Mountain, a material traditionally reserved for the royal family, with an annual output so limited that each piece is a masterpiece, especially considering the size of the jade used for these figures. These had been retrieved from storage, remaining untouched for an indeterminate duration, and were of no use to Xuan Yuan Yi. There is also the soft purple brocade known as Tianzi from the Yin Kingdom, dyed with a rare purple pigment, taking nearly 4 years of labor from the royal weavers to produce a single roll of fabric. These had also been set aside for quite a while. Newer stock had long since been delivered to the empress and the princess's residence. Additionally, there were the 4 treasures of the study used by the emperor, which are replaced with great frequency each year, either as rewards or discarded outright. Among the treasures was a golden pen scripture, painstakingly transcribed by a high monk and consecrated. Various porcelain, jade artifacts, jewelry, and countless other rewards were included. Finally, there were boxes filled with copper coins, silver, and gold, each containing 2 or 3 boxes, rendering it nearly impossible to count their total. My lord, the Prince of Su indeed showcases remarkable extravagance. It seems he must have emptied a considerable portion of the Su Wangfu's treasury, adorned with golden and jade rings, and with a hairpin of exquisite craftsmanship. Fang Mei could hardly contain her joy. Upon seeing Yin Hong, Yin Zihan swiftly swallowed back her contempt. Truly, this sister is fortunate. The Prince of Su has expended such effort to wed her. With such a splendid match, surely you must marry a prince as well. Fang Mei gazed at Yin Zihan, envisioning the moment she would become a consort. Mother, yet there is no word from the crown prince, Yin Zihan remarked. Enough. Yin Hong interjected, interrupting their chatter. We need to select some gifts to send to Jair. He must hide for a while. Staying in that small village is quite unjust for him. I suspect that Yin Jiuran, knowing Jair has returned to support Zihan, felt threatened and reported to the palace. Otherwise, why will my Jair suddenly be sent to such a dreadful place as the West Frontier? At the mention of Yin Zhe, Fang Mei was moved to tears. Speak less of this. If the emperor hears, we are doomed. Yin Hong's words silenced Fang Mei. Yet soon they were all delighted by the items allocated to their courtyard. Thus, the following day, due to the abundance of betrothal gifts, even those concubines and half-sisters who typically received little from Yin Hong were granted a fair share. Only Yin Jiuran, the focal point of these gifts, received nothing. It was not that Yin Hong had forgotten her. Rather, he deemed that Yin Jiuran would ultimately marry into the family, and thus, the betrothal gifts were meant for the bride's family, not for individuals. Moreover, once Yin Jiuran was married, she would still be using items from the Su Wangfu. With the wedding only a month away, what use would those gifts serve her? However, Yin Jiuran herself was indifferent to this matter. For had Xianxi sent gifts to Ziyun courtyard, they would have received little in return. Xianxi had directly placed the items in another courtyard, indicating that Xuan Yuan Yi was also unconcerned with such trinkets. Earlier, Ling Yao and Jin Tailong had borrowed an excuse to visit the princess's residence, where all the finest items were located. As it stood, with the betrothal gifts and rewards, she had become quite the little heiress. Regarding the 20 contracts left by Xianxi on behalf of Xuan Yuan Yi, Yin Jiuran returned all but 2, acknowledging that it was an inadvertent oversight. Yet Xuan Yuan Yi had instructed Xianxi to send them back, along with a note stating that gifts need not be returned. Later, invitations from the palace were dispatched. The emperor was hosting a grand New Year's banquet the following day, requiring all ministers to attend. For those unable to make it, the emperor would ensure gifts were delivered. The items received from a Ji family were perfectly timed for this occasion. This opportunity also allowed the unmarried offspring from various families to meet. Should any find a suitable match, the emperor could bestow a marriage decree on the spot, even granting the power to retract the decree if necessary. Chapter 75. The Grand New Year's Feast. This stirred many hearts, for who does not yearn for a harmonious union? Yin Zihan initially intended to don the exquisite Tinsy soft smoke gauze for the occasion. However, time proved insufficient, and the bridal gift she had just received was already claimed by another, which would undoubtedly invite unwelcome gossip. Fortunately, the grand banquet was an annual event at the palace, and Yin Hong had arranged for garments to be prepared in advance. Adorned in a splendid garment of 10 hues, Yin Zihan appeared charming and delightful. As for Yin Jiuran, the empress had assured her assistance upon her return from Hangzhou. Seeking a more understated appearance, she had chosen a gentle shade of stream stone blue, which bore a lightness complemented by a hint of white. Although Yin Hong had also prepared a set for Yin Jiuran, it paled in comparison to the exquisite attire of Yin Zihan and appeared rather drab. Thus, on the following morning, After the officials of the Ministry of Rites had finished their preparations, Jiuran emerged from the residence clad in the previous day's attire. "Why haven't you changed your clothes?" Yin Hong inquired with a furrowed brow, displeased. "Do you wish to convey that our household treats you poorly by not donning new garments for the grand banquet? The Empress has already prepared clothing for you. Surely, the outfit my father provided will be discarded by the Empress." At that moment, Yin Zihan grasped Yin Hong's arm. "Father, does my sister look down upon the Ministry of Rites? She refuses to wear the clothing you arranged for her, claiming it is unattractive." Yin Jiuran stood silently, observing the exchange as Yin Hong's ire grew, inflamed by Yin Zihan's remarks. Indeed, it appears she has been favored by the palace, considering the family here counts for little. Yin Zihan continued with a tone laden with sarcasm. Consequently, as Yin Hong and Yin Zihan boarded the carriage, they did not wait for Yin Jiuran to join them before instructing the coachman to depart. "Miss, it is clear they have not fulfilled their duties. Just look at how Yin Zihan's attire compares to yours. She resembles a celestial being, while you appear as though you've just emerged from obscurity," Bishi lamented, feeling indignant on Yin Jiuran's behalf. "What kind of person is he? It is still your father, yet he displays such evident favoritism. If he wished to showcase Yin Zihan, why summon you at all? This spectacle only serves to incite his own anger. Truly, how shameless." As they watched the carriage recede into the distance, Bishi's criticisms grew more fervent. "Enough. If you continue, your words could flood this entire street," Ling Yao chuckled. Previously, when Yin Shangshu brought Yin Zihan into the palace, he did not wait for you. We assumed the same would hold true this time. Therefore, we arranged for your carriage in advance." With a gesture from Ling Yao, Ling Ding appeared, guiding the carriage from the alleyway. "To ensure your journey to the palace is comfortable, we have prepared a heater, fruits, and tea within the carriage." "How thoughtful. With your presence, I feel considerably more at ease." With Ling Yao's precautionary measures, Yin Jiuran arrived at the palace even earlier than Yin Hong and Yin Zihan. By the time those two arrived and prepared to enter, Yin Jiuran had already made her way to the Empress's quarters. "Come here, my dear." The Empress, resplendent in a red palace gown, radiated both grace and warmth. Upon seeing Yin Jiuran, she eagerly beckoned her to her side, while an attendant retrieved the garments the Empress had prepared for her. After changing her attire, the Queen had Yin Jiuran turn around, scrutinizing her appearance. "How splendid you look. This shade of blue truly complements your elegance. However, your hair adornments seem rather plain," she remarked. Dan, fetch my jewelry for her." The Queen tirelessly presented a series of ornaments for Yin Jiuran to try, yet in the end, she opted for minimal embellishment, a simple hair crown and a few hairpins. "Your gown does not warrant excessive adornment," the Queen expressed with a hint of regret. "Your Majesty, the banquet is about to commence," reminded Dan, the headmaid. Stepping forward, "Then I shall take my leave," Yin Jiuran replied obediently, bowing to the Queen before turning to depart. Dan escorted her to the entrance of the banquet hall before taking her leave. At that moment, Yin Hong and Yin Zihan had already taken their seats, while officials and their families were settling in. "Father, why hasn't my sister arrived yet? Surely she won't encounter any trouble on her own." Yin Zihan feigned concern as she spoke to Yin Hong about Yin Jiuran. Though her words were somewhat excessive, she reasoned that they were still family. "Perhaps we should send someone to fetch her," she suggested, which only fueled Yin Hong's irritation. With a cold snort, he took his seat. "Why should we bother? If the Queen has prepared attire for her, she is certainly capable of arriving on her own." No sooner had he spoken than Yin Jiuran, clad in a stunning garment of river stone blue, entered, accompanied by Bai Shui. While her jewelry was modest and uncomplicated, it perfectly showcased Yin Jiuran's innate grace. "Your Highness, you appear as if descended from the heavens today," exclaimed many as they gathered around her. "With your impending nuptials, congratulations are in order. Thank you all. Wishing you a joyful new year," Yin Jiuran responded with a warm smile, blissfully unaware of the two intense gazes fixed upon her. Upon witnessing Yin Jiuran attract such attention, Yin Zihan was consumed by jealousy. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment emerged from behind. "Sister, you look absolutely radiant today." Qin Yunmeng approached Yin Jiuran with an expression of surprise. I find myself feeling somewhat inferior in your presence. Dear Sister Qin, you are the most beautiful woman in the capital. I could never compare to you merely by donning a lovely gown." They exchanged pleasantries, and with Qin Yunmeng in attendance, more individuals gravitated towards them. Yin Zihan could not let this opportunity slip by. She promptly moved closer. "Miss Qin, it has been too long." "Miss Yin." Qin Yunmeng nodded slightly, offering few words in return. Feeling slighted by the lack of attention, Yin Zihan redirected her focus to Yin Jiuran. "Sister, I hear that this exquisite garment was prepared by the queen herself. Her affection for you is evident. I find myself feeling somewhat envious." As Yin Zihan caressed the riverstone blue fabric, its smooth texture and fine stitching were surprisingly well suited for Yin Jiuran. Indeed, after all, the princess is to be the future princess of Su, and it is only fitting that the queen, the mother of the Su king, dotes on her daughter-in-law. Someone chimed in with a smile. However, I was surprised to see only Miss Yin and Minister Yin disembarking from the carriage of the palace gates. Wasn't the princess supposed to enter the palace alongside Miss Yin? Yin Zihan was taken aback. She had not realized anyone had noticed. It had slipped her mind that when she got out of the carriage, she had inquired of her father why her sister had not joined them. Just as she contemplated sending someone back to check, her sister arrived. Chapter 76. Coercion. Yin Jiuran chuckled inexplicably upon hearing Yin Zihan's words. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats promptly. The banquet is about to commence. If we continue to converse here, we shall inadvertently delay the festivities," Yin Jiuran reminded, prompting everyone to return to their respective places. "Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Queen has arrived." With Du Fu's announcement, the previously boisterous hall fell silent. "Greetings, everyone," the emperor said, smiling as he took the queen's hand and seated himself. "Bow before His Majesty." All the ministers and ladies present stood to pay their respects to the emperor. He gestured for them to sit once more. "This past year has been arduous for you all. It is truly my fortune to have you by my side. On this day, I raise a toast to you," the emperor declared, draining his cup. "This year has seen both joys and sorrows, but such is life. As we embark on this new year, I wish for you and your families endless happiness and good fortune." The emperor lifted his glass, and everyone drank in unison. At that moment, Du Yi stood up. "Your Majesty, it is you who has borne the weight of the great Zhou. It is our honor as your subjects to serve you and clear the obstacles from your path." Many ministers echoed his sentiments. "Ah, the Chancellor speaks too much." The emperor laughed heartily. "I have heard that Chancellor Changsun has welcomed a newborn. Congratulations are in order." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After a round of pleasantries, it was time for the annual entertainment, featuring song and dance. The arranged dancers took to the stage, their flowing sleeves fluttering in harmony with their graceful movements. Yin Jiuran found the performances rather dull. In her previous life, at Princess Weimin's first birthday banquet, she had fallen head over heels for Xuan Yuan Cheng and had practiced a sword dance to capture his attention. That event had indeed marked the beginning of her tragic life. With a sigh, she took a sip from her teacup, only to catch a glimpse of Xuan Yuan Cheng staring directly at her. Yin Zihan, noticing Xuan Yuan Cheng's gaze, mistakenly thought it was directed at her and quickly adjusted her posture. However, she soon realized her error and shot a fierce look towards Yin Jiuran. "Why do you appear so listless, sister? Is it the performance that does not suit your taste?" Yin Zihan asked, leaning closer to Yin Jiuran with her teacup in hand. "Dear sister, how could I ever dare to criticize the emperor's arrangements? I have merely been preoccupied with my studies and have not had the chance to rest," Yin Jiuran replied, yawning discreetly while covering her face. "That simply won't do. Within the palace, we must exercise utmost caution. If someone were to see you in such a state, it could be construed as disrespect towards His Majesty, which would be most unfortunate." Yin Zihan feigned concern as she spoke to Yin Jiuran. "The sister ought to be more cautious. I wonder if her injuries have improved. Should I speak with Dr. Jiang again?" The mention of her injuries only heightened Yin Zihan's ire. After all, she had endured several dozen lashes merely for a cat, a level of punishment she had never experienced before for such a trivial creature. Suppressing her anger, Yin Zihan feigned a smile as she regarded Yin Jiuran. Suddenly, she exclaimed and leaned to one side, spilling her wine completely. most of which drenched her own attire. Jiuran had anticipated trouble when she leaned in, so she deftly evaded the spill, yet some of the wine still splattered onto her hem. Jiuran, did you push your sister again? Yin Hong turned at the noise, just in time to see Yin Zihan toppling over. Jiuran opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately chose silence. After all, Yin Hong always reacted this way, and Yin Zihan would surely add embellishments to the tale. What was the point of explaining? Father, do not blame my sister, Yin Zihan said with a gentle smile. I merely approached to inquire about her fatigue. Perhaps she simply prefers not to be near anyone at the moment. It is a pity about my gown, now dampened by the wine. With a face full of regret, she observed Yin Hong's immediate shift to a smile. Since your gown is wet, go change quickly. I had the servants bring a dress for you. If you wish to dance, there is also a suitable gown for that. Thank you, father. Yin Zihan nodded to Yin Hong before rising to leave. Yin Jiuran, feeling the dampness of her hem, decided to rise as well to attend to the matter. Gradually departing the grand hall, she seized the opportunity to breathe in the fresh air. Is this gown prepared by the empress for you? Just as she lifted her gaze to the sky, a voice suddenly broke through from behind. Yin Jiuran stiffened and turned to find Xuan Yuan Cheng standing there. When had he followed her out? It is quite beautiful, he said, gazing at her with admiration, inching closer. Prince Wei, there are distinctions between the sexes. You are standing too close. Yin Jiuran frowned at the man before her. However, upon hearing her words, Xuan Yuan Cheng abruptly stepped forward and grasped both her hands. In this capital, every woman has pondered me. Why do you persist in avoiding me whenever we meet? I consider myself handsome and accomplished in both literature and martial arts. We have met long before you encountered that scoundrel Xuan Yuan Yi. How is it that you seem oblivious to my presence? Xuan Yuan Cheng grew increasingly animated, relishing the adoration of women, basking in their affection. Yet to Yin Jiuran, he was akin to a harbinger of misfortune. Why does my father favor Xuan Yuan Yi? Why do you align yourself with him, willing to accompany him to Hangzhou? Why must he take everything from me despite having more than enough? Xuan Yuan Cheng tightened his grip on Yin Jiuran's hands, pulling her closer into his embrace. I wish to destroy everything he holds dear. However, if you and I engage in a romantic relationship, you will be bound to marry me. In that way, I can claim a piece of what he possesses. Tell me, if you were to plot against me while intoxicated, would they believe you or trust me? Xuan Yuan Cheng remarked, leaning in to kiss Yin Jiuran. She struggled fiercely. Yet the disparity in strength between the genders was evident. As his face drew closer, the emotions she had harbored for this man in her previous life surged forth once more. Love, hatred, and vengeance gradually consumed her heart. However, upon recalling the final scene before her demise, Yin Jiuran's mind remained remarkably clear. Xuan Yuan Cheng, you truly are a man of duality, a wolf in sheep's clothing. She evaded his kiss by turning her head aside, her brow furrowed in disgust. Even your methods are nothing but coercion. With a swift motion, she raised her foot and stomped down hard, causing Xuan Yuan Cheng to stagger back in pain. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed a kick at his most vulnerable spot, but he managed to roll aside, avoiding the blow. Chapter 77. Memories now that Xuan Yuan Cheng could no longer lay hands on her. Yin Jiuran turned and fled in a particular direction. Yet, she had not run far before colliding into someone's embrace. Are you injured? She rubbed her aching nose and looked up to find Xuan Yuan Yi, who gazed at her in surprise. Do not touch me. Upon seeing him reach out, she instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Perhaps he had witnessed the earlier encounter with Xuan Yuan Cheng. Your wrist needs treatment. Xuan Yuan Yi seemed to sigh, a hint of evasion in his eyes as he regarded Yin Jiuran. Yes. She lowered her head, covering the marks left by Xuan Yuan Cheng's grip with her sleeve. However, knowing that Xuan Yuan Cheng would pursue her soon, she clutched at Xuan Yuan Ye's sleeve. Take me away from here. This was the first time Yin Jiuran had ever made such a request. Xuan Yuan Ye's expression darkened as he softly replied, all right. Xuan Yuan Ye's presence here was quite against his preferences. He had always preferred solitude since the age of 4. Yet during his time in Hangzhou, he found himself contemplating that perhaps having company was not so bad after all. They arrived at a stone pavilion, where the two settled down to rest. Yin Jiuran rubbed her injured wrist, staring at the bruises with a deep-seated hatred for Xuan Yuan Cheng. How could he force her so? It was as if he resorted to coercion when his usual methods failed. The women in the capital all seemed enamored with him, as though his countenance rendered him the most handsome man in the city, creating an illusion that he was the sole male among them. You do not like him? After a prolonged silence, Xuan Yuan suddenly inquired. Jiuran, momentarily taken aback, only turned to him when he repeated the question. Why do you suddenly ask this? The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment, but soon Jiuran chuckled. Dislike is dislike. Why must everyone be fond of him? Xuan Yuan smiled. Yet the upward curve of his lips quickly fell into contemplation. For some inexplicable reason, he was reminded of his sister from memories long past. She had perished in that great fire at the tender age of 10. Had she lived, she would likely have married and borne children by now, surrounded by a multitude of offspring. As Jiuran found herself ensnared in a web of memories. The encounter with Xuan Yuan Cheng had transported her back to the days spent in the cold palace. During that time, Xuan Yuan Cheng would often seek her out, seizing her in moments of emotional turmoil, striking her in his frustration. Even in her final moments, as she lured him near with the secrets of the Yin family, he had clutched her in the same manner. Yet, at that time, she remained oblivious to the need for resistance, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. Brother Emperor? Where are you? The voice of Xuan Yuan Zilu echoed, prompting Xuan Yuan to suddenly rise, drawing Jiuran into his embrace and draping his cloak over her. Ah, found you. Shortly thereafter, Xuan Yuan Zilu spotted Xuan Yuan standing within the stone pavilion. Brother Emperor, grandmother wishes to speak with you. Well, I noticed you were not in your place. She sent me to find you. But why have you come here? Xuan Yuan Zilu questioned, casting a curious glance around before noticing something peculiar about Xuan Yuan's cloak. Brother, have you overindulged? Xuan Yuan was rendered speechless, recalling how he had consumed 5 bowls of rice at the Su Wang Fu the previous day. Xuan Yuan Zilu awkwardly fidgeted with her fingers. Oh dear brother, you should return and inform grandmother. I will join you shortly. With that, Xuan Yuan began to usher Xuan Yuan Zilu away. The little princess pouted, but as she turned to leave, she caught a glimpse of a blue garment peeking from beneath the cloak. Despite her heart brimming with questions, Xuan Yuan Zilu knitted her brow and departed. Once she was gone, Xuan Yuan released Jiuran from his embrace. Upon emerging, Jiuran glared at him. Why did you hide me when the 6th princess arrived? Am I some sort of disgrace? Hearing her inquiry, Xuan Yuan's gaze faltered. He looked away, rubbing his nose. With the betrothal approaching, we are not permitted to meet beforehand. Jiuran was momentarily at a loss for words. Following this, she returned to her seat at the banquet, where Zihan was already dressed and seated. Meanwhile, after entering the Empress Dowager's chamber, Xuan Yuan Zilu leaned in closer. Brother, you were not merely overindulging. You were holding a woman in a blue dress, weren't you? I recall the fabric of that hue. Xuan Yuan Zilu pondered deeply, and suddenly it dawned on her. Oh, since you're to be wed, how can you be so reckless? Brother, can you not even wait a few days? She quickly deduced that the woman in Xuan Yuan's embrace was none other than Jiuran. Well, it seems your training this year must increase. Xuan Yuan paused, glancing down. Wait, I want to say another word. Zilu hastily waved her hands. Now that you've finally found a sister-in-law, do not let her slip away. Stay here with grandmother. I will keep an eye on my future sister-in-law. With that, she darted off. At that moment, the young ladies prepared to perform on stage, and the emperor rewarded each performer with gifts, having amassed a considerable fortune from the Ji family, making these offerings seem trifling in comparison. Zihan, naturally, would not miss the opportunity. After casting a sidelong glance at Jiuran, she adorned herself in a delicate pink gauze dress. Among the ladies taking the stage, several were accomplished dancers, yet in the realm of dance within the capital, Zihan truly held a distinguished position. Many still vividly recalled her captivating performance at her first birthday banquet, and her entrance this time garnered considerable attention. As the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, with Yen Hong being a first-rank official, establishing a connection with her would undoubtedly facilitate future endeavors. Thus, numerous gazes were fixed upon Zihan, But her heart was solely captivated by Xuan Yuan Cheng. She remained oblivious to the scrutiny surrounding her. As the melodious voice of the singer filled the air, Yin Zihan gracefully took to the dance floor. Her lithe figure moved in harmony with her enchanting artistry, exuding confidence as she showcased her talent before the audience. Regrettably, her aspirations were somewhat thwarted. Just moments prior, Xuan Yuan Cheng had been unceremoniously trodden upon while following Yin Jiuran, and his foot still throbbed with pain. He cast a fierce glare at the woman who seemed to be oblivious to the incident. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in applause, affirming Yin Zihan's dance in the eyes of many present. The emperor, notably impressed, bestowed upon her a reward significantly more generous than that given to others. However, when Yin Zihan turned to Xuan Yuan Cheng, her heart filled with joy, she discovered that his gaze was once again directed at Yin Jiuran. Chapter 78. The revelation Minister Yan's education of his daughters is commendable, the emperor remarked after Yin Zihan descended from the stage. It is indeed an honor for a minister to receive praise from his majesty, yet it is solely due to Zihan's diligent practice that she has achieved this success, not merely a result of her father's upbringing. Yin Hong interjected, kneeling before the emperor. The emperor was pleased with this response. Though had he not known of Yin Hong's disobedience in concealing Yinjia, he might have offered further commendation. Yin Zihan gazed at Xuan Yuan Cheng, suppressing a smile as she returned to her seat. It was truly a pity. Despite the time that had passed, she had yet to witness her sister's accomplishments. What a shame, she mused. It has been so long since I've seen what my sister is capable of. In the past, her sister was fond of climbing trees and walls. Now, she claimed to have studied medicine. Yet, one could not help but wonder if the knowledge gleaned from yearbooks could truly be considered medical expertise. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers, some straining to discern more clearly, while others had already grasped the implications of Yin Zihan's words. However, apart from the matter concerning Hangzhou, they had indeed never seen Yin Jiuran exhibit her learned skills, which led to growing skepticism regarding the marriage decree. Does my sister's suggestion imply that I should also take the stage to demonstrate my talents? Yin Jiuran raised an eyebrow, while Yin Zihan burst into laughter, covering her mouth. What are you saying, sister? I never suggested you should go up. Even if you wish to showcase your skills, your dance practice was interrupted due to your injury at the birthday banquet, and your medical knowledge is of little use here. Surely we cannot find a sick person for you to treat in this setting, she replied. Miss Yin is correct. As the future princess consort of the Wang, the young lady must demonstrate her abilities. How could an ordinary woman be deemed worthy of the Wang? Someone immediately echoed Yin Zihan's sentiments, expressing a desire to see Yin Jiuran perform. Isn't the matter concerning Hangzhou worth considering? However, dissent soon followed as voices of disagreement arose. The Ji family, such as they are, pose a challenge even for the Duke of Su. The princess beseeches your majesty to allow her to accompany him, asserting that during Ji's rebellion, she had the audacity to navigate the turmoil. Such valor and determination surely merit a place alongside the Duke of Su, do they not? Indeed, indeed. Xuan Yuanzi Lu also emerged, sauntering to Yin Jiuran's side, casting a disdainful glance at Yin Zihan before unceremoniously displacing her to sit down. I have no understanding of such frivolities as dancing or reciting poetry, she scoffed. That recent performance may appear beautiful to you, but to my eyes, it is but a hollow spectacle, akin to a small bird incessantly chirping and flitting about on branches. Yin Zihan's expression faltered, while some in the audience erupted into laughter at Xuan Yuan Zilu's remarks. Studying medicine saves lives. Should Zhaoan accompany the emperor to the battlefield, he could rescue numerous soldiers. If Zhaoan were skilled in combat, he could join the emperor in vanquishing foes. As for you lot, engrossed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, what good would you be on the battlefield? Merely a distraction to the troops. Xuan Yuan Zilu pointed at those who had earlier suggested Yin Jiuran take the stage to perform, singling them out. I remember you, claiming to be well-versed in literature, yet you cannot recite a single complete poem. And you, when dancing, resemble a bug, merely jumping up and down, sleeves flailing like hands striking at faces. Your dancing is hardly commendable, Last time, your shoes nearly flew off. One by one, she addressed them, their faces turning crimson. Some attempted to retort, but were swiftly silenced by her words. Enough, enough, the emperor interjected, observing the commotion below, his ears buzzing as if tormented by incessant insects. The decree of marriage has already been issued. There is no room for your baseless speculations and squabbles. Return what I have just bestowed upon you. As he spoke, silence enveloped the gathering. Shortly thereafter, the New Year's banquet concluded. Upon exiting the palace and standing before the carriage, Yin Zihan reverted to her former demeanor. Sister, you shall return as you came. Our minister's carriage cannot accommodate your grand presence. Yin Hong bypassed Yin Jiuran and boarded the carriage, not sparing her a glance. You never prepared a carriage for me before, so I never expected it from you. I realized this the day I was injured on my forehead. Yin Jiuran paused, then smiled. Father, shortly after this New Year's banquet, I will be wed to the Duke of Su. Before that, I wish to visit the courtyard where my mother resided during her lifetime at the minister's residence. Ashempiash Yanumskuft Kodli. Offering no response to Yin Jiuwan's request. Noticing her father's demeanor, Yin Jiuwan's smile faded. It is merely that dilapidated courtyard in the northwest. It is not as if it houses any clandestine affairs of yours. What did you say? Yin Hong's brow furrowed at this, gripping the carriage door frame. Preparing to descend and chastise Yin Jiuwan. My daughter merely inquired whether there is anything shameful over there. There is no need for those ineffectual shadow guards to be on watch. Both Yin Hong and Yin Zihan were left in stunned silence. Yin Hong was astonished at how Yin Jiuwan had learned of the hidden guards he had stationed there, while Yin Zihan was taken aback that her father would send someone to watch over such a desolate place. Since her mother's passing, that area had become nothing more than a wasteland, so why would he bother with guards for such a futile sight? If you wish to see it, then go ahead, Yin Hong replied before returning to his seat. Upon receiving the answer she sought, a smile returned to Yin Jiuwan's face. In that case, I shall thank Father. I still have a few words to exchange with Her Majesty, so I will not see you off. Once the carriage departed from the palace, Yin Zihan immediately turned to Yin Hong. Father, is it true what that little wretch said? Did you send someone to keep watch over that dilapidated house? You need not concern yourself with that. Just focus on your own affairs, Yin Hong replied, closing his eyes in contemplation. What could Yin Jiuwan discern by visiting? Could she possibly uproot that wretched house entirely? Currently, the emperor had yet to designate a crown prince, and the administration was already showing signs of being overwhelmed. After a moment of silence, Yin Hong spoke again. None of those young lords are suitable for you. The one you must marry is the future crown prince. Among these princes, Father Yin Zihan grasped Yin Hong's arm. I have a fondness for Prince Wei. Let us support him for the position of crown prince. Prince Wei, Xuan Yuan Cheng, was indeed a commendable candidate. His reputation in the capital surpassed that of the other princes, yet he lacked any accomplishments that would win the emperor's favor. Without achievements, can we not assist him in gaining some? Though the Duke of Su commanded the Tianlong Pavilion, it had, after all, been under the emperor's control. How could a man who could not become emperor fully command the Tianlong Pavilion? Yin Zihan's boldness grew. Chapter 79. The eve of the wedding let us observe for now. This matter cannot be rushed, Yin Hong sighed. Due to the new year, the emperor had specially canceled the morning court for 7 days. However, when Yin Hong awoke early and saw Yin Jiuwan waiting at the door, he was startled. Good morning, Father, Yin Jiuwan greeted cheerfully. What are you doing here? Yin Hong asked, somewhat irritated. Did you not promise at the palace gate to let me see the house where Mother lived? Feeling a headache coming on, Yin Hong waved his hand, urging Yin Jiuwan to return for the time being. It is still early. There is no need to go just yet. You may visit after lunch. With that, he retreated to his study. Yin Jiuwan was not in a hurry. Waking early was merely to vex Yin Hong. During lunch, Yin Jiuwan only took a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. She gazed at Yin Hong with a bright smile, which made him lose his appetite. Why are you staring at me instead of eating properly? Yin Hong frowned and eventually set down his bowl and chopsticks. Isn't it because I'm worried you might forget? Yin Hong shot her an exasperated glance, but ultimately, he took Yin Jiuwan to the desolate courtyard in the northwest. Arriving at daylight for the first time, Yin Jiuran could finally see the entirety of the courtyard. In the minister's residence, each concubine and young lady's courtyard typically contained at least 2 or 3 separate rooms. Yet here, there was only a simple single room. The weeds here have grown taller since my last visit, nearly engulfing that small cottage. Standing once more at the threshold, Yin Jiuran stifled her tears. Yet they fell the moment she stepped inside. She turned her head, feigning a cough from the dust, using it as a pretext to wipe her eyes. Her mother had returned not long ago, only to succumb to madness after a brief illness, leaving behind a trail of destruction in her wake. It was for her mother's well-being that she had confined her here, were it not for the letters wedged within the pages of the books. She might have been deceived by Yin Hong's words. Yet, she could scarcely believe that, at such a moment, this man was still weaving lies to fool her. After several years, her mother's memories were so casually dismissed by Yin Hong. The relics you mentioned were also taken from here. There is nothing of interest left. Let us leave after just a glance. Soon, I will send someone to dismantle this place. Yin Hong began to shoo Yin Jiuran away. However, one question lingered in her mind. This place had fallen into such decay, with weeds nearly reaching waist height. So why did Yin Hong still assign guards to watch over it? Was there something here she had yet to uncover? Her gaze fell upon the sole intact table in the center of the room, and she suddenly noticed a crack at its corner, revealing it to be hollow. She looked at Yin Hong, who seemed preoccupied with surveying the room, and decided to suggest taking the table with her. Yin Hong dismissed it as merely a table, indifferent to its significance, and allowed her to take it. Upon returning to Ziyun Courtyard, Bai Shui and Ling Mai diligently wiped the table clean with damp cloths. Peering through the hole, they noticed a square box firmly lodged within the table's interior. Ling Yao, observing the hole, seemed to have an epiphany. He retrieved a silver needle, thick as a chopstick, and inserted it into the center of the hole. After a careful twist, a soft click resonated, and a circular wooden piece popped out from beneath the table, revealing a corresponding circular indentation on one side. Yin Jiuran removed the wooden piece and placed it in the indentation. With a firm push, the box was slowly ejected from the side. The box was palm-sized, and she wondered what could possibly warrant 2 locks placed by her mother. It appeared aged, and the latch was broken, allowing her to open it with little effort. However, upon seeing its contents, her expression shifted dramatically. She hastily covered the box, preventing Bai Shui and Ling Mai from glimpsing what lay inside. "Miss, what troubles you?" Bai Shui noticed the sudden change in Yin Jiuran's demeanor. What could possibly be contained within that box? Nothing. Yin Jiuran composed herself. "Jin Tailong, please deliver this table to the princess's residence." Later on, the queen dispatched numerous palace maids and matrons to the minister's residence. With the impending nuptials of Yin Jiuran and Xuan Yuan just a few days away, she sought to acclimate Yin Jiuran to her bridal attire, as well as to attend to her makeup and preparations. It was at this juncture that both the minister's residence and the Duke of Su's estate began to orchestrate the arrangements for the wedding festivities. Observing the red characters of joy and the crimson candles, Yin Zihan could hardly suppress her envy, wishing that it were she and Xuan Yuan Cheng exchanging vows. Yin Jiuran truly was fortunate. Frustrated, Yin Zihan fidgeted with the dishes before her as the entire minister's residence bustled with preparations for Yin Jiuran's grand wedding, rendering her lunch far less enjoyable than before. In Ziyun Courtyard, various matrons and maids were meticulously detailing the essential nuances to Yin Jiuran. The mere weight of the headpiece from her bridal ensemble felt almost overwhelming. After adorning the crown, she would have to don numerous accessories, including a flower fan for modesty and fragrant offerings for ancestral worship. The customary wedding rites typically involved bowing to heaven and earth, honoring parents, and then entering the bridal chamber. However, in this kingdom, the couple was required to walk hand in hand to the ancestral hall to pay respects to their forebears after their vows. Within the hall, the husband would inscribe his wife's name alongside his in the family registry. Subsequently, both would ceremonially burn old garments before their elders, symbolizing a farewell to their former selves. With her knowledge from a previous life, Yin Jiuran managed to impress the matrons and maids with her graceful demeanor during the rites. However, She had not anticipated that her wedding to Xuan Yuan would be far more intricate than her prior marriage to Xuan Yuan Cheng. Perhaps back then, Xuan Yuan Cheng had not genuinely cared for her. His intentions were merely utilitarian. In contrast, Xuan Yuan's situation was complicated further by the presence of the queen and the Empress Dowager. Feeling a mix of resignation and nostalgia, Jiuran touched the crown before her, unable to shake the memory of a particular object she had discovered on the table. Perhaps one day, she would leave this place to seek the truth regarding that item, for upon glimpsing it, a vague intuition had taken root within her, suggesting she might not be the biological daughter of Yin Hong. It seemed the elder Yin was aware of this truth, which could explain why he entrusted that secret guard to her. Alternatively, it was possible that Ling Yao and Ling Mai, along with their group of shadow guards, bore no relation to the Yin family whatsoever. On the 30th day of the 12th month, the eve of the Lunar New Year, the grand wedding of Princess Yin Jiuran and Duke Xuan Yuan commenced. The bridal attire comprised a total of 15 layers, symbolizing that a girl of 15 was deemed ready for marriage, and the layers represented a doubling of blessings, safety, and prosperity. Adorned with a golden crown of phoenixes with 12 wings and embellished with intricate red and white lotus petals on her forehead. The wedding gown featured embroidered phoenixes soaring through the sky, while her shoes depicted colorful deer bearing branches. Once fully adorned, the matron presented the flower fan to Yin Jiuran, remarking that the princess had endured considerable fatigue today and that she could remove these adornments later in the bridal chamber. The crown was heavy, and the numerous layers of her gown felt stifling. Before long, a sheen of perspiration began to form on Yin Jiuran's brow. In the present day, the Yin family celebrates the marriage of their daughter, the esteemed Princess Yin Jiuran. The officiating official stands outside the door, proclaiming loudly, "Blessed by heaven's grace. Fortunate is this daughter, as the auspicious hour has arrived for her nuptials." As his words resonate, the grand doors of Ziyun courtyard slowly swing open. Adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, with a fan delicately concealing her face, Yin Jiuran emerges gracefully. Behind her, Bai Shui and Ling Mai hold the train of her gown, while Ling Yao and Ling Ding, flanking her sides, wield long swords. In the forefront, Jin Tailong strides with the poise of a celestial king, one hand grasping a vajra and the other a jade scepter. Facing her father, Yin Hong, in the main hall, Yin Jiuran presents him with a final cup of tea in her capacity as his daughter. Observing the scene drenched in vibrant hues of red, Yin Zihan's eyes brim with admiration and envy, exclaiming silently at the beauty of it all. Outside the estate, 3 horses lead the way, and a palanquin, carried by 8 bearers, awaits. At the front stands Xuan Yuan, his hair bound with a golden crown, clad in splendid attire. As Yin Jiuran approaches the entrance, he promptly dismounts, extending his arm as a support for her ascent into the palanquin. The procession makes its way towards the residence of the Duke of Su, gathering a throng of onlookers along the route. A guard from the Duke's household distributes silver coins to the gathered crowd as tokens of joy. Upon reaching the Duke's estate, Xuan Yuan dismounts first, just as he did before the minister's residence, offering his arm to assist Yin Jiuran as she descends from the carriage. Before entering the estate, Aunt He, standing beside the Empress, sprinkles water on the couple using willow branches, then presents them with red silk, placing it gently in their palms. Stepping onto the crimson carpet laid before them, the couple walks slowly into the hall. Within the main chamber, the Emperor and Empress sit regally on one side, while the Empress Dowager, Yin Hong, and the expectant Feng may occupy a slightly lower position beside the Emperor. Blessed by fortune, let us celebrate together. Bowing to heaven and earth, they turn outward and bow together. To the esteemed elders, may blessings be upon us. They kneel and bow to the dignitaries above them. From this day forth, hand in hand, may we advance together, be blessed with numerous offspring, and grow old together in harmony. They perform the ceremonial bow. In the traditional rite, the bride is to lower her head in deference to the groom. As Yin Jiuran bows, her heavy crown prompts Xuan Yuan to lend her a gentle hand, mindful of her burden, thus ensuring that he maintains an appropriate posture as well. As the ceremony concludes, the officiating official announces, "Present the jade plate." A substantial ledger is then brought forth. Upon finding his page, Xuan Yuan takes up the brush, momentarily pausing at the sight of his name. Jiuran glances over, noting the elegance yet strength of the characters that spell his name, likely penned by his late mother. He does not linger long, swiftly inscribing Jiuran's name beside his. Once the jade plate is collected, they proceed to the ancestral hall with the jade scepter in hand. Jiuran sets down her fan, and the gathered guests are enraptured by the sight of this beautiful couple. The woman, with her delicate brows and charming smile, radiates like spring blossoms and autumn moons. The man, with hair as sharp as a knife and brows like ink strokes, possesses a visage akin to a peach blossom and eyes that shimmer like autumn waves. The emperor raised a toast, and Du Yi echoed with a hearty cheer. The empress chimed in, affirming their compatibility. As they entered the ancestral hall, the order was female first, then male, with each person offering 3 incense sticks and performing 6 bows. Today, the descendants of the esteemed Prince Xuan Yuan are here to pay their respects. Accompanied by his lawful wife, the daughter of Minister Yin, Princess Jiuran, they beseech the ancestors for blessings of peace and prosperity in the future. Xuan Yuan and Jiuran bowed 3 times before the ancestral tablets. Upon returning to the main hall, a fire pit awaited them. He handed Xuan Yuan his garments, while Jiuran received her attire from Yin Zihan. "Congratulations, sister. Such a magnificent wedding. Even I feel a twinge of envy," Yin Zihan said, beaming as she passed the clothing. "Sister, you should quickly find a worthy husband too." Jiuran smiled gently, accepting the garments before casting them into the flames alongside Xuan Yuan. Watching the fire envelop the clothing, she felt as if the past was vividly replaying before her eyes, and tears nearly welled up. With the rites completed, they were led to the bridal chamber. The officiant, noting the garments were nearly consumed, promptly signaled the band leader, who began to beat the drums in celebration. Accompanied by joyful music, he escorted the couple to their bedroom. However, before the formalities of the bridal chamber commenced, Xuan Yuan had to host a banquet for the guests as the lord of the manor. "The wedding ceremony is quite elaborate. I appreciate your patience. There is little food here, but I shall have someone bring you something to satiate your hunger once I step out. Should you find it insufficient, simply call for the servant at the door." Xuan Yuan paused. "Wait for my return." Gazing at the burning dragon and phoenix candles and the 2 cups of wine on the table, Jiuran's stomach growled. From a moment she had risen early to don her wedding attire, she had hardly eaten anything, save for a plate of pastries sent by Shui during her makeup. Now, the night had fallen. The weight of her crown and the thickness of her garments compelled her to remove the crown and the outer layers of clothing once Xuan Yuan departed. Just then, a noise emanated from the cabinet beside the bed. Jiuran paused, frowning as she pulled out a dagger concealed beneath the wedding quilt. "Who is there?" she demanded, cautiously advancing towards the wardrobe. Just as she was about to reach the cabinet, she stumbled over a rope. As she bent down to investigate, a figure dressed in servant attire emerged from behind the screen, brandishing a wooden stick hidden beneath the table and lunging at her. Jiuran stumbled backward, inadvertently dropping the dagger to the ground. The man swiftly picked it up, pointing it at her. "Jiuran, the princess consort? How could a woman like you ever deserve such a title?" He laughed, tearing off the servant's cap. "Chinfeng, what are you doing here?" Upon recognizing the face, Jiuran recalled him as the man who had conspired with Yin Zihan during her coming-of-age ceremony, intending to tarnish her reputation. Yet, how could Chinfeng possibly be in their bridal chamber? With a dagger in hand, Chinfeng's eyes glowed crimson as he gazed at Jiuran with a derisive smile. "You have caused me immense suffering. Had it not been for the humiliation you inflicted upon me before so many witnesses, my father would not have been dismissed from his post. My mother has fallen gravely ill due to this, and I have lost everything because of you. I shall see you destroyed on this very day. Chinfeng, is this not the chaos you have wrought?" Jiuran remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the dagger still clutched in Chinfeng's grasp. "Had you not conspired with Yin Zihan to tarnish my reputation, I would not have been compelled to retaliate. But did not Yin Zihan also turn against you? Enough. Chun Feng erupted, his agitation palpable. It was you who should have been drugged that day. You should have been seen by all. You have ruined me, ruined my father. He shouted, lunging toward Yin Jiulan. Hearing the commotion from outside, the guards swiftly unsheathed their swords, bursting through the door. With a scream, as the guards entered, Chun Feng was flung to the ground at their feet. Looking up, he saw Yin Jiulan calmly adjusting the hem of her wedding gown. Your Highness, shall we? No need, Yin Jiulan interjected, quietly retrieving the dagger that had fallen to the floor when she had kicked it from Chun Feng's hand. Since this rogue has harbored ill intentions toward me, I shall deal with him myself. Please inform His Highness. A guard promptly nodded, sheathing his sword before hastening to the courtyard. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan was engaged in conversation with the guests, raising glasses and toasts. Noticing the guard's arrival, he discreetly excused himself and stepped aside. What brings you here instead of guarding the entrance? Your Highness, an assassin inexplicably appeared within the chamber, attempting to harm the princess. Fortunately, she managed to subdue him in time. However, the princess felt it necessary to inform you of this unexpected threat, hence I was sent. Xuan Yuan's brow furrowed at the mention of an assassin. Indeed, he set down his wine cup. Leaving without further investigation would be unwise. After alerting the emperor, he proceeded towards the chamber. As he reached the doorway, he saw the guard, Xian Shi, dragging a lifeless body from within. Upon noticing Xuan Yuan, Xian Shi promptly set the corpse down and bowed. The body bore several stab wounds, and though the lower extremities were not spared, these were not what had proven fatal. The decisive blow was a knife that had pierced the throat. After examining the corpse closely, Xuan Yuan raised his hand, and Xian Shi began to drag it away. Entering the room, he was met with a pool of deep crimson on the floor, contrasting starkly against the festive red decorations of the day. As he stepped inside, he found Yin Jiulan washing blood from her hands. Perhaps the recent struggle had caused blood to spatter, covering her face and staining her wedding gown. Are you injured? Xuan Yuan inquired, surveying the bloodied scene. No, I merely intended to play around a bit, and it splattered more than I anticipated. Rest assured, he was dealt with by Xian Shi. I did not lay a finger on him. Yin Jiulan chuckled softly, though the bloodstains rendered her appearance rather macabre. Thankfully, she was unscathed. It was an oversight on my part. I never anticipated that such an assassin would infiltrate the royal residence. It appears the guards have grown somewhat lax. However, with the wedding chamber in disarray, sleep would be elusive. Xuan Yuan had no choice but to instruct someone to prepare a different room. Although it would not possess the charm of this one, Xian endeavored to recreate all the essential elements befitting a wedding. 2 cups of the nuptial wine were poured anew and placed upon the table. As for Yin Jiulan's wedding attire, due to its layers, only the outermost few needed to be removed. The couple raised their cups of nuptial wine, their hands intertwined, and drank together. You must be weary today. Rest early, he advised. The guests remain in the front courtyard, and I must attend to them. Just as Xuan Yuan was about to turn and depart, a voice called out from the entrance. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has sent me to convey that as night falls, they do not wish to intrude upon your romantic interlude with the princess. All the guests have returned to their residences, and His Majesty has also returned to the palace. The Empress Dowager further remarked that the princess should not be left to dwell alone in the empty chamber. You must remember to regard her more fondly. Should they learn of your neglect, the door shall surely be locked from tomorrow onward. Regarding the assassin, His Majesty has reached a decision and wishes you to remain here in the residence with the princess. You need not attend court in the coming days. Yin Jiulan, listening from behind, nearly burst into laughter, but they were not so severe. Xuan Yuan, however, felt somewhat helpless, given the Empress Dowager's admonition. If he were to exit this room now, it was likely they would indeed find themselves locked in come morning, with the Imperial Guard stationed at the door. Yet, the Empress Dowager seemed to harbor concerns beyond mere words. Upon sitting back at the table, Xuan Yuan detected some commotion outside. Though faint, it captured his attention. A bolder individual had even pressed their head against the window. Why is there no sound from within this room? How should I know? Was the reply. Alas, the Empress Dowager wishes to see the 2 lords enter the chamber before I report back. But what if they spend the entire night in silence? Surely not. This morning, I was awestruck upon seeing the Princess of Su in the front courtyard. Such a stunning woman. Can the prince truly resist? Or is it true what they say about the prince being as indifferent as the rumors suggest? The two, believing their whispered conversation to be discreet, were oblivious that their words reached the ears of those within. Xuan Yuan found no anger in their remarks. Rather, he was amused by the Empress Dowager's antics. How deeply concerned she must be. Jiuran could not deny it, and sighed as she approached to assist Xuan Yuan in loosening his garments. The Empress Dowager is eagerly awaiting you. She mentioned before our meeting that I should keep a closer watch over you. She remarked that your demeanor is rather stoic, and you seldom speak of matters beyond state affairs. As he gazed upon his neatly folded sash and outer robe, Xuan Yuan was suddenly reminded of Yin Jiuran's words back in Hangzhou. We shall be what eventually. Consider this an early rehearsal. As he gazed at the two heads by the window, unable to leave without obtaining what they desired, Xuan Yuan smiled and embraced Yin Jiuran, who was grasping his clothing. Since grandmother awaited news, it seemed prudent for them to take action. Chapter 82. Curiosity suddenly pulled in. Yin Jiuran was taken aback. The man's strong arms firmly encircled her waist as he gradually leaned his head against her shoulder. If they did not provide some news for the Empress Dowager, they might find themselves spending the entire night outdoors. Xuan Yuan paused, letting out a couple of sighs. In my childhood, my mother once told me that when I marry in the future, regardless of the family or type of woman I choose, I must treat her with respect. If she were alive today and witnessed this scene, she would surely be delighted. But rest assured, you are still quite young. I shall not take that step. This was the first time Xuan Yuan mentioned Hua Jin in front of Yin Jiuran. In matters concerning their mothers, they shared a unique bond of empathy. In the next moment, Yin Jiuran felt a firm grip around her waist, and as she looked up, Xuan Yuan's face drew near, sealing her lips. With his other hand cradling the back of her head, she wondered if this man had indeed acted in some manner. Back in Hangzhou, he had seemed as stiff as a log. Now, he effortlessly breached her defenses. Could it be that her cheeks flushed? Yet there was also a hint of Xianyi's influence at play. Outside the window, Xin Si, Xin Shi, along with Bai Shui and Ling Mai, crouched against the wall, eager to know what was transpiring inside. What's happening in there? Bai Shui asked with great curiosity. Hold on, let me take a closer look from the window. Rest assured, in preparation for today, I had gathered numerous small booklets from Xian Shi and hidden them beneath the usual items of our master, Xian Yi boasted. I cannot allow the people of the capital to claim our master is incapable. If they speak, it must only be that he is unwilling. Xian Si widened his eyes at Xian Yi's words. Truly, you are remarkable, elder brother. If our master discovers your actions, will he not punish you? For the sake of our master's future and the arrival of the little master, what is pain to me? The others raised their thumbs in admiration. We've seen it. The two peering through the window nearly exclaimed in excitement. Truly, the prince has the princess tightly under control. At this rate, she cannot escape even if she wishes to. Xian Yi eagerly leaned in closer, and upon witnessing the scene inside, his ears flushed with embarrassment. As Xian Si also sought a glimpse, he pulled everyone back. Ahem! Enough now. What lies ahead may not be suitable for viewing. If our master discovers we are spying, we may very well lose our lives. If you can see, why can't I? Xuan Si protested. Will not be. Indeed, you just said that enduring a bit of punishment for the future is of no consequence. No. We must move further away. Xian Yi furrowed his brow, ushering everyone out, yet Bai Shui remained concerned about Yin Jiuran, fearing for her well-being, especially after witnessing the pool of blood left when Chun Feng was dragged away, nearly causing her swoon. Moments ago, when Xian Yi had stolen a glance, he had seen Xuan Yuan lift Yin Jiuran effortlessly into his arms. Yin Jiuran felt a twinge of fear, anxiously clutching Xuan Yuan's neck. Nevertheless, Xuan Yuan did nothing more than gently place her on the inner side of the bed, tucking her in with care. Have they left? Yin Jiuran asked, hiding her flushed face beneath the covers, her eyes peering at Xuan Yuan, who was busy adjusting the bedding. They have. Oh. She gazed at the man preparing the bed, recalling how his face had been mere inches from hers, with silvery strands of hair floating in the air. a moment so mortifying. Fortunately, the others had not continued to watch. Otherwise, she and Xuan Yuan might have found themselves in an embarrassing situation. The two peeping servants returned to inform the Empress that everything had gone smoothly, prompting her to nod in satisfaction. I've always worried about my child, but hearing your report brings me some relief. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the prince is a perfectly normal man. When we observed, he was exceedingly gentle in supporting the princess's head, and his steps were steady and assured as he carried her inside. However, the princess may endure some hardship tonight. That is acceptable. Emperor, remember to send some restorative medicine tomorrow. We cannot allow these two young ones to be worn down. Of course, unbeknownst to them, aside from a rather skilled kiss, nothing else had transpired on the day of the wedding. Had they lingered longer, they would have witnessed the meticulously prepared performance. Due to the exhaustion from the previous day's celebrations and a lack of nourishment, Jiuran awoke later than usual. To the group of servants waiting outside, her tardiness was attributed to fatigue. It was well past noon when Jiuran finally stirred from her slumber. "Miss, you are awake." Bai Shui had been waiting nearby, and upon seeing her awaken, she hastily beckoned Ling Mai to bring food while she prepared a basin of warm water to cleanse Jiuran's face. Having been accustomed to calling her Miss, Bai Shui momentarily struggled to adapt. "What time is it?" Jiuran inquired, still somewhat dazed. "It is past noon. Has it really gotten so late?" Startled, Jiuran became more alert. "Why did you not wake me sooner?" "It was the prince's explicit instruction that we allow you to rest longer, seeing as you were quite fatigued from your wedding yesterday." Bai Shui, with a curious expression, handed Jiuran her belongings while quietly voicing her question. "Miss, is the prince truly as the rumors in the capital suggest? Are there new rumors circulating?" "No, it's just..." Bai Shui recounted the events of the previous night, causing Jiuran's face to flush deeply. "How audacious you all are!" she exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. "If it weren't for me, you would have likely found yourselves in dire straits long ago." Ling Mai arrived with the meal, and, after freshening up, Jiuran finally enjoyed a hearty feast. Having wed, her youthful hairstyle transformed into that of a married woman. As I stepped out of the door, intending to survey the front yard, I soon noticed Xian balancing a large wooden barrel filled with water, while clutching two iron balls adorned with sharp spikes. This was the result of his efforts to appease the prince, having led the charge in prying open windows yesterday. Apart from the hours devoted to sleep and a single meal, he had been engaged in this task for 5 consecutive days. Jiuran nodded in sudden understanding. It was no wonder. Not long after, Jin Tailong returned from the minister's residence bearing certain items. However, there remained another matter. How was it Jing faring at the princess's residence? During the wedding festivities yesterday, a Jing had wished to follow Jiuran, but his propensity for trouble made him a liability. After much discussion, he was eventually persuaded to remain at the princess's abode for his own safety. Having had his fill, he was now sound asleep. Ling Yao had made a visit and returned, noting that a Jing situation was untenable. It was impractical for me to watch over him daily. A visit to the medical valley would be necessary at some point. Chapter 83. The origin of beasts. Jing's identity remained ambiguous, and his somewhat foolish demeanor added to the complications. Although he heeded my words, his absence would undoubtedly invite numerous troubles. I pondered whether Xuan Yuan possessed any knowledge about the beasts. In my quest to understand these creatures, I resolved to inquire further with Xuan Yuan. Fortunately, due to our recent wedding, the emperor had excused him from morning court, and he was still within his study. However, upon seeing the mountain of military affairs laid before him, I could not help but gasp in astonishment. "You are certainly not idle, with such a plethora of duties. How long must you attend to them? It rivals the emperor's workload." "Awake?" Xuan Yuan remarked without lifting his gaze, reaching for the next volume. "Have you had your lunch?" "I have dined," I replied, "but seeing your current state, I am inclined to inquire whether you have eaten." With a sigh, I continued, "I came to seek your counsel on a particular matter. Are you familiar with the beasts?" "The beasts? What piques your interest in the subject?" I had encountered mention of them in an obscure text, and found myself curious. However, the records are scant, and I thought you might possess greater insight. "You ought to refrain from perusing such materials in the future," Xuan Yuan advised, yet he set aside his pen and began to elaborate. He had perused ancient tomes within the Tianlong Pavilion and had heard the elders recount tales, thus acquiring considerable knowledge on the matter. The emergence of the beast dates back approximately a millennium. Historically, those in power have sought immortality upon attaining authority. An emperor of the ancient Xia kingdom usurped the throne from his nephew, and to solidify his reign and future, he dispatched armies to scour for herbs rumored to bestow eternal life. Yet, prolonged warfare left the troops weary and unable to resist foreign incursions. Realizing this was untenable, the emperor deemed that without a formidable army, his elixir would remain unfound. Thus, he issued a decree to his ministers, commanding them to establish an invincible golden army. At this juncture, the alchemist tasked with creating his elixirs suggested the existence of a potion rumored to enhance strength and diminish pain. If the emperor were willing to share some of the herbs he had discovered, he believed he could soon craft the formidable army he desired. However, he required subjects for experimentation. The emperor acquiesced, and with the authority granted to him, the Taoist incessantly conducted trials on human subjects. Yet, the emperor's impatience grew. His advancing age and the presence of many who coveted his throne weighed heavily upon him. Under the emperor's duress, the Taoist finally succeeded in creating the first orc using the elixir. However, this creature resembled a wild beast, having lost its intellect, and upon its release, it slaughtered dozens of individuals. It was only through the valiant efforts of the imperial guards, who suffered considerable losses, that they managed to subdue the beast. Nonetheless, the emperor was pleased and urged the Taoist to expedite the development of a controllable orc. Yet this was no simple task. The frenzied nature of the orc made the Taoist comprehend that such a being should not exist in the world, akin to the elusive pursuit of immortality. After all, countless individuals had sought the elixir of life over millennia, yet none had ever encountered a true immortal. Consequently, the Taoist contemplated fleeing, but the emperor learned of his intentions. Despite being gravely ill, the emperor remained fixated on obtaining the elusive elixir of life. He released the remaining orcs from their cages, allowing them to rend the Taoist to shreds. When he sought the records pertaining to the elixir and orcs from the Taoist, he discovered that everything had vanished. Shortly thereafter, the emperor succumbed to his illness within the palace. Although he had eliminated the usurper who claimed his throne, the emperor's son endured patiently until that fateful day. Following the ascension of the new emperor, all records concerning the usurper were consumed by a great fire, leaving no trace of anything related to the orcs or the elixir. It was also uncertain whether the Taoist had managed to have someone remove all remnants of his work before his demise. Perhaps someone might yet uncover the remnants left by the Taoist to continue the study of orcs. Upon hearing this account, Jiuran learned of the origins of the orcs. Although it was merely a recounting by Xuan Yuan, she found it entirely believable. A Jing bore a striking resemblance to those orcs. Yet he retained enough rationality to avoid becoming a mere beast. But who, in the present day, continued to explore the secrets of the orcs, reaching a point where they could preserve a semblance of intellect? And what was their purpose in such endeavors? Noticing Jiuran's silence, Xuan Yuan turned to her. Is something amiss? Nothing at all. 3 days hence, we shall return to the palace before proceeding to the minister's residence the following day. Xuan Yuan's fingers lightly tapped the table. In a month, the palace will host a banquet of 100 families, and we must both attend. Should you desire anything, merely inform the steward. The duke's residence lacks for nothing. Jiuran chuckled softly. Very well. But the provisions granted by the palace and those you have provided are more than sufficient for several lifetimes. What else could I possibly need? Xuan Yuan, ye posit. I do not wish for my grandmother to think I neglect you. Very well. I shall have someone deliver the keys to you. Whatever you take, simply inform the storm staff. With that, Xuan Yuan summoned Xian Yi. Shortly thereafter, a robust man with a goat-like beard delivered the keys. Jiuran gazed curiously at the person before her, and shortly thereafter, Xian Yi entered with another individual. Master, I have brought the person, he announced. I am Guanhua. Paying my respects to you, master. The woman promptly knelt down. Xuan Yuan waved his hand and gestured towards Jiuran. From now on, your master will be the princess. I have assigned her to you so that both the palace and I can feel a measure of ease. When I am away, she can keep an eye on you to some extent." Jiuran smiled, resting her chin on her hand as she observed the man, deeply engrossed in his duties. She could not help but reflect on how she had once been enamored with a man like Xuan Yuan Cheng. Zihan sat inside the room, staring blankly at the teacup in her hands. Upon seeing Jiuran attired in bridal garments, she mused about how wonderful it would be if she herself could don such an outfit and marry Xuan Yuan Cheng. Despite Jiuran seemingly lacking in every regard, she had received a lavish bridal procession and the adoration of noble figures within the palace. Meanwhile, Zihan, having entered the residence of the Marquis, disguised as Chun Feng, found that the man could not even defend a woman, ultimately losing his life. Truly useless. Yet, for reasons unknown since this morning, she had been plagued by an unsettling feeling. She pressed her hand against her heart, refusing to believe that anything ominous would transpire. Perhaps she was merely overthinking. However, today St was notably scalding, and despite having brewed it during her leisure, she found herself unable to take a single sip. Pour the tea away. Bring me my childhood portrait. I wish to see my mother. Chapter 84. Returning home, 3 days swiftly passed. Jiuran and Xuan Yuan had been wed for 3 days, as it was their first visit to the palace together as a married couple. Their attire was markedly different from when Jiuran was still at the minister's residence. On this day, both donned garments of deep bamboo, moonlight hue. According to the customs of the Zhou dynasty, on the day of returning home, the wife was to fasten her husband's belt, while the husband would arrange his wife's hair into a bun and insert a hairpin. Having never performed such a task, Xuan Yuan made a special trip to the palace the day prior to seek guidance from Aunt He. Although he had only practiced for a day, he managed to achieve a semblance of adequacy. Gazing into the bronze mirror at her hair, which appeared precariously close to unraveling, Jiuran sighed. "Your Highness, it will be best to let Bai Shui assist." She added, "You shall insert the hairpin once everything is ready." Xuan Yuan, aware of his shortcomings, stepped back, allowing Jiuran to fasten his belt first. The young lady, with her hair cascading down, smoothed the belt across his waist before bringing the sides around to the back. After fastening the southern pearl, she carefully slid her fingers through the gap between the belt and his waist, ensuring there were no errors before standing upright. Bai Shui and Ling Mai meticulously styled Jiuran's hair into an elegant bun, while Xianhua opened a box and handed a hairpin to Xuan Yuan. As the jade hairpin was delicately placed into Jiuran's bun by Xuan Yuan, this chapter came to a close. Once prepared, the couple set off in their carriage towards the imperial palace. In the diligent administration hall of the palace, Du cautiously assisted an elderly man, his hair now silvered. As they exited the hall, "Father, take care on the steps." Du took a step down and was about to extend his hand to assist his elderly father when the old man deftly pushed his hand away with his cane. "I am still spry. No need for your assistance," the elder retorted with a hint of irritation. Du chuckled helplessly. "Your Majesty, truly." The old man continued his descent, grumbling, "I can run and jump, and I can walk alone to the tea house to listen to stories. Yet you insist I return to Fuzhou. Your Majesty is merely concerned for your health." Du sighed. After a few steps, the old man halted, gazing at a figure in the distance. When did new faces arrive at court? Du squinted to discern the scene. "Father, that is the newlywed Duke of Su, and who else?" "The Duke of Su." The elder narrowed his eyes for a closer look. "Why has the Duke brought a child into the palace?" "That is the Duchess of Su." "Who?" Just then, Jiuran, accompanying Xuan Yuan, sneezed twice. Xuan Yuan paused, offering her his hand warmer. Before they could reach the Luanfeng Palace, the Empress awaited them at the entrance. Shortly after, the Emperor strolled over leisurely. Yi is somewhat reserved and unexpressive, yet he should prove to be caring, the Emperor remarked, glancing at the Empress. However, Yi has spent more time in the eastern frontier than in the capital. Aside from myself and Xiao Lu, he has had little interaction with other women. Regardless, there are always concerns. By the way, Your Majesty, I heard there was an assassin who infiltrated the bridal chamber on the wedding day. Indeed, he was dealt with personally by Zhaoan. He is the son of the Minister of Justice. He caused quite a commotion during Zhao An's coming-of-age ceremony as well. The Minister of Justice has been lax in his discipline, indulging him. Yet he has committed no grave offenses. I merely stripped him of his official position and sent him back to his hometown, forbidding his future employment. The Empress nodded. Before long, Xuan Yuan arrived at Luanfeng Palace with Yan Jiuran. Your son and daughter-in-law pay their respects to Father Emperor and Mother Empress. The Empress beamed at the bowing couple. Zhaoan, how does it feel to be married into the Duke of Su's household? How has Yi treated you these past few days? Mother Empress, there is no need for concern. The Duke has treated me very well. Yan Jiuran's cheeks flushed with modesty as she discreetly glanced at the dignified man beside her. Noticing her gaze, Xuan Yuan turned to her and inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing," she replied, lowering her head. "As your newlyweds, I have little to offer, but I have arranged for a jade bell bracelet as a token." The servant promptly presented a box to them. The bracelet, woven with golden threads, adorned with South Sea pearls and jade beads of both violet and green hues, was already quite generous from the emperor. Yan Jiuran politely declined. "Oh, it is too much. I cannot accept it." "Ah, if it is given, it is yours. How can you refuse?" The emperor insisted, having already presented the gift. He saw no reason to retract it. "Since His Majesty has bestowed it, how could I not reciprocate?" The empress interjected, rolling up her sleeves to remove a jade bangle from her left wrist and a gold bracelet from her right. "This jade bangle was part of my dowry when I married His Majesty, and this gold bracelet was gifted to me on my first birthday after entering the palace. Today, I shall give them both to you." Anticipating Yan Jiuran's potential refusal, the empress stepped forward and placed the bracelets on her wrist. "In your hands lies your possession. Should you choose to decline, I shall have 10 more sent to the Prince of Su tomorrow. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty. After all, it is still early. I shall dine in the palace before returning." The emperor has instructed Duofu to prepare the meal. However, there is a matter I must address. "Zhao, your father has become increasingly audacious in his actions of late. I have decreed that the scions of noble families be sent to the frontier to study with the military. Yet he has taken it upon himself to secretly conceal them, believing I remain unaware." The emperor slammed his fist upon the table, visibly enraged. This issue had already been brought to my attention by the prince, disregarding propriety and national regulations, even when it concerns one's own blood. He should be held accountable according to the law. There is no need for Your Majesty to concern yourself on my behalf." The emperor nodded in satisfaction. Yet he had suddenly reprimanded Yan Hong, which stirred controversy, necessitating the collection of evidence against him. Initially, he had thought that Yan Jiuran, as Yan Hong's daughter, might plead for leniency. However, it now appeared that she had no reservations. Meanwhile, Yan Hong remained in his study, contemplating how to bolster Xuan Yuan Cheng's standing, entirely oblivious to the fate that had already been determined by the emperor. Yan Zihan, eager to ascertain the outcome, personally fetched a bowl of blood swallow to deliver to Yan Hong. Just as she set the bowl down, the steward announced that Xuan Yuan and Yan Jiuran had arrived at the entrance. In her haste to welcome them, Yan Zihan glimpsed Xuan Yuan assisting Yan Jiuran down from the carriage. The matching colors of their garments and their intertwined hands deepened the jealousy in Yan Zihan's heart. No, she must tarnish Yan Jiuran's image in Xuan Yuan's eyes. She desired to compel Xuan Yuan to personally dismiss that wretched Yan Jiuran. Why had the prince not informed her of his arrival beforehand, allowing her to prepare refreshments? Yan Hong greeted Xuan Yuan with a forced smile as he entered. "Does the minister of Yin not know it is customary to return home after 3 days?" Xuan Yuan shot a cold glance at him. When has this prince ever needed to inform anyone of his return with the princess? Chapter 85. "Your Highness, she pushed me." Yan Hong's expression faltered, and he offered an awkward smile. "It seems I have been remiss. I have been preoccupied with state affairs and neglected to consider it. If the minister is busy, he should be at the Dali Temple at this hour." Xuan Yuan scrutinized Yan Hong, noting his flushed complexion and vitality, which hardly suggested exhaustion from state duties. Yan Hong was perplexed by Xuan Yuan's sudden scrutiny, yet he could only manage a smile. "Your Highness, do not linger at the door. Please come inside and sit. This visit should be a joyful occasion. and I would not wish to dampen your spirits." "No need for that," Xuan Yuan replied coldly, mercilessly rejecting Yan Hong's invitation. "I have seen enough of this minister's residence. If the minister has no pressing matters, he should hasten to the Dali Temple to attend to the case documents." At that moment, Jiuran tugged at Xuan Yuan's sleeve. "Your Highness, perhaps father is merely resting after the recent fatigue. Moreover, capturing these murderers is no simple task. Since we are here, let us stay a while longer. You have been busy with state affairs as well. This is a good opportunity to rest and rejuvenate your spirit." With Jiuran's words, Yan Hong finally exhaled in relief. Ultimately, at Jiuran's behest, Xuan Yuan consented to visit her original courtyard. However, after Jiuran departed, whenever Zihan had a moment to spare, she would furiously storm into Ziyun courtyard, wreaking havoc. If they were to witness the chaos she created, one could only wonder what Xuan Yuan might do in response. Thus, as the two of them prepared to leave, Zihan straightened her dress and stepped forward. In this courtyard, with its garden, wouldn't it be more delightful for the prince to rest amidst such beauty? Although father, preoccupied with official duties, had forgotten about my sister's return, he had indeed reminded me. As her elder sister, it is my duty to welcome the prince, whether he comes as my brother-in-law or in his royal capacity. Alas, it is a pity that our mother, being with child, cannot venture out. Otherwise, she would surely be delighted to meet the prince. My sister's reasoning is sound, yet the prince merely wishes to see the courtyard where I reside in the Shangshu mansion. Once we make this trip to Ziyun courtyard, it would not be too late to sit in the garden and converse, would it not, my dear sister? As Jiuran's smile graced her lips, an inexplicable chill coursed through Zihan's body, causing her to shiver. Must it be that the prince's consort desires to visit her own courtyard, and yet you all insist on deferring? Pray, does her departure from the Shangshu mansion compel you to hastily dismantle her quarters? It's nearly as if that is the case. The prince had not anticipated that my sister would wish to visit her former abode. We haven't tidied it up, fearing it might raise a cloud of dust upon him. Very well, since my sister has spoken thus, let us indeed sit in the garden, your highness. There will be opportunities to return and see it later. With Jiuran's input, Xuan Yuan finally nodded in agreement. The garden of the Shangshu mansion bore little distinction from before, save for the newly erected exquisite stone pavilion by the lakeside and the 2 plum trees that had replaced the former rose bushes. Feng Mei, whose name bore the character for plum, indeed cherished plum blossoms. It seems Yan Hong had planted them for Feng Mei. As Jiuran contemplated this, Zihan approached with a smile. Ever since her grand wedding, my sister seems transformed. I scarcely recognize her. She smiled graciously, yet her gaze towards Jiuran was laced with malice. In contrast, when she looked at Xuan Yuan, she appeared altogether composed and harmless. Mother has stated that although she cannot move about due to her pregnancy, as the mistress of the Shangshu mansion, she must still express her thoughts. Since my sister has wed, all matters must now center on her husband's family. What was permissible before is no longer acceptable now. However, she should make time to return and visit, for it would surely ease father and grandmother's concerns. Zihan's words subtly conveyed how Jiuran had previously caused trouble for the family, hinting at Feng Mei's expectations of her. This semblance of a matriarchal demeanor left Jiuran feeling quite repulsed. Father is busy with affairs of state, and with mother in her condition, it falls upon you, dear sister, to oversee the Shangshu mansion. Though the prince currently resides in the capital, his heart remains with the borderlands, and one cannot predict when he shall return to the eastern frontier military camp. Jiuran wore a worried expression. Although the prince was valiant in battle, a sense of fear lingered within her. Over the past few days, she had found herself wishing to accompany him. Sister, what are you saying? The eastern frontier is fraught with peril. Moreover, the military camp is filled with men. Though you are the princess consort of the Su Wang, your presence there would be ill-advised, Zihan remarked, her tone growing pensive. Why do I speak of such things? I nearly forgot that mother, due to her poor health, could not come to your wedding, knowing you would be returning home. She specifically asked me to deliver a treasured statue of Guanyin that was part of your dowry. Suddenly enlightened, she stood up, inadvertently knocking over the teacup in front of Yin Jiuran. Apologizing profusely, Yin Zihan hastily reached for the teapot to refill Yin Jiuran's cup. Just as Yin Jiuran extended her hand to grasp the steaming tea, Yin Zihan suddenly cried out, stumbling back 2 steps and falling towards the stone pavilion. As she seemed destined to hit the ground, a man swiftly stepped forward, catching her firmly in his arms. However, the sight of that face caused Yin Jiuran to frown in displeasure. Indeed, it was the rather fortuitous Xuan Yuan Cheng. Feigning surprise. He glanced between the 2 seated in the stone pavilion and the tearful Yin Zihan, whose ankle was visibly bruised. "What has happened?" he inquired, gently helping Yin Zihan to her feet. After standing upright, she took a few steps before leaning unsteadily against him. "I was just apprehending a petty thief to take to the Dali Temple when I passed by the minister's residence and thought I'd check in since my royal brother was bringing his consort home." "How did Miss Yin end up falling from the pavilion?" "Your Highness, it was merely my carelessness. I accidentally knocked over my sister's teacup while standing, and she, perhaps feeling a bit upset, inadvertently bumped into my waist while reaching for it," Yin Zihan explained, her demeanor delicate and pitiful, which stirred a sense of sympathy in Xuan Yuan Cheng. However, he was acutely aware that Xuan Yuan Yi, the 4th prince, was highly favored by the emperor, and as the 6th prince, he had to tread carefully in such matters. If the princess consort is displeased, she should voice her concerns. As sisters, some minor disagreements are natural, yet if a mere cup of tea were to disrupt the harmony between us, it would surely be a loss. Perhaps the past indiscretions of the eldest miss towards the princess consort were regrettable, but those matters are now bygone. To resurrect them would be inappropriate. Chapter 86. A slap. Hearing Xuan Yuan Cheng speak so earnestly on behalf of Yin Zihan only made Yin Jiuran want to laugh even more. She raised an eyebrow, swirling the now lukewarm tea. "Yin Jiuran, just because I call you princess consort does not mean you are worthy of that title." Xuan Yuan Cheng, noticing her silence, felt an inexplicable irritation. "Who knows how you came by that noble title? Perhaps this arranged marriage and the assassination attempt during the autumn hunt were all orchestrated by you." Before Xuan Yuan Cheng could finish his statement, Xuan Yuan Yi coldly interjected. The elder brother, Xuan Yuan Cheng, was taken aback, and before he could react, Xuan Yuan Yi delivered a sharp slap to his face. Watching Xuan Yuan Cheng, who was left in disbelief, clutching his cheek, Yin Jiuran felt a sense of vindication. Truly, the Prince of Wei is quite protective of his sister. Only after taking a few steps did she, without witnessing the unfolding events, speak with such certainty about me. She sighed, yet her heart brimmed with joy. It was merely a cup of tea. If my sister disliked it, she could simply refrain from drinking it in the future. "Your Highness, it is getting late. Let us return to the manor swiftly." Finally, she cast a glance at Yin Zihan, whose face still bore traces of tears. Yet she did not forget to comfort Xuan Yuan Cheng. "Sister, your injury is so convincingly depicted that even I was almost deceived." Amid Yin Jiuran's soft laughter, Yin Zihan's expression darkened, and under Xuan Yuan Cheng's scrutinizing gaze, she covered her sprained ankle. After they departed, Xuan Yuan Cheng, in a fit of anger, smashed everything in the stone pavilion to the ground. Observing the timid Yin Zihan standing nearby, he struck her with a backhand. Yin Zihan, having received the blow, dared not utter a sound, merely casting a somewhat aggrieved look towards Xuan Yuan Cheng. "With Xuan Yuan Yi around, why are you so eager to provoke the pain on your face?" Xuan Yuan Cheng could not help but frown as he spoke. He was impervious to reason. Did she truly believe she could entice him to harbor disdain for Yin Jiuran? "Your Highness, please refrain from speaking. It pains my face." Although he had slapped her, the blow was ultimately due to her own actions, which rendered Yin Zihan hesitant to speak further. Despite his anger, Xuan Yuan Cheng managed to compose himself. "Enduring for a moment brings calm. I shall consider today's slap as an exception. Once I ascend to the throne and those old guards in the palace are no more, I will repay each humiliation in kind." Reflecting on the moment Xuan Yuan Cheng was struck, Yin Jiuran felt a sense of satisfaction. When had this man ever been so humbled in her presence? How had she, in her past life, ever been drawn to such a foolish individual, even elevating him to the throne? Yet, she owed a debt of gratitude to Xuan Yuan Yi. Were it not for him, she might have missed this scene. As Yin Jiuran turned to look, she found Xuan Yuan sitting on the opposite side of the carriage, eyes closed. She quietly moved closer, swiftly whispering her thanks for the day before returning to her seat, feigning nonchalance as she gazed outside, unaware that someone's ears had turned an unmistakable shade of red after her departure. Upon returning to the royal manor, Yin Jiuran went directly to her room to indulge in a deep slumber, rising early for the palace and later visiting the minister's residence. The day had left her feet weary, and she dozed off on the way back. Meanwhile, Xin Yi, following Xuan Yuan back to the study, observed his master's flushed ears. "Master, why are your ears so exceedingly red? Do you require me to fetch a doctor?" "No need," Xuan Yuan replied, though upon sitting at the table, he instinctively touched his own ear. Late at night, in the study of the minister's residence, upon learning of the events that transpired in the garden that afternoon, Yin Hong found himself at a loss. Watching Yin Zihan approach him with her swollen face, he could only sigh in resignation. "What are you still doing here, Your Highness?" "He will ultimately return to the east, and once he departs, we have ample opportunities to deal with Yin Jiuran." Yin Hong sighed in resignation. Yet upon seeing Yin Zihan's tear-streaked face, his heart softened, preventing him from uttering any harsh words. "My dear, you must learn to exercise patience. Take these days to recuperate within the estate. Attending the banquet at the palace is not mandatory." He summoned the physician of the household to tend to Yin Zihan's injuries and generously provided her with 1,000 taels to soothe her nerves. After departing from Yin Hong's study, Yin Zihan made her way to Feng Mei's courtyard. Witnessing her daughter with half a swollen face stirred immense pity within her. Just as she was about to scold, upon learning that it was Xuan Yuan Cheng who had struck her, the reprimand died on her lips. In this minister's residence, Yin Jiuran brings nothing but misfortune, and your face bears the mark of the Wei King's wrath. "Mother, I am fine," Yin Zihan feigned strength in her response. "Since your father has advised so, you shall remain here in the estate." Those oblivious sycophants at the banquet might see that little hussy now married to the Prince of Su and seek to ingratiate themselves with her. If you attend, she might seize the opportunity to belittle you. We can afford to forego this chance." Yin Zihan nodded obediently, yet a fierce glint remained in her eyes at the mention of Yin Jiuran. Yin Zihan's injury, preventing her from attending the banquet, was anticipated by Yin Jiuran. However, even in her absence, the event would hardly unfold peacefully. Politely labeled as a banquet, it was, at its core, merely a matchmaking affair. Although it was said that love would flourish, how many would ultimately enter into unions for the sake of profit? Each time the young ladies and gentlemen of the capital gathered, a stir was expected to ensue. Otherwise, the gathering would hardly be deemed complete. Sighing at this thought, Yin Jiuran could not help but exhale heavily. "Princess," just as Yin Jiuran was preparing for her evening rituals, Xian Yi entered. He produced an envelope from his bosom and presented it to Yin Jiuran. "This is the information that the prince instructed us to investigate regarding your mother." Yin Jiuran was taken aback. "Please convey my gratitude to the prince." The contents of the envelope were sparse, yet it revealed that Yin Hong seldom took this lady out. Though many in the capital were aware that Feng Mei was elevated to concubine status after Yin Hong's first wife passed. However, upon her death, the minister's residence did not observe mourning, instead opting for a modest memorial service attended by a few friends. No one had witnessed a coffin being transported from the estate. This suggested but one possibility. Yin Jiuran's mother's remains were still within the minister's residence. The servants who had once attended Yin Jiuran's mother had all been eliminated over the years, perhaps executed for their knowledge of her mother's affairs. However, should her remains be found within the estate, it would provide grounds for Yin Hong's condemnation. A cold light flickered in Yin Jiuran's eyes. What she had missed and forgotten in her previous life could finally be reclaimed. Chapter 87. The banquet of 100 families. The empress arranged the banquet of 100 families within the imperial garden. Numerous palace maids and eunuchs busily prepared for the arrival of the young ladies and gentlemen. This occasion marked the first time since their marriage that Xuan Yuan and Yin Jiuran would appear together in a public setting. Before the banquet commenced, the couple arrived early at the palace. What a match of talent and beauty! Observing the two individuals clad in purple, the queen could not help but express her sentiments. "How has your health been lately, mother?" Jiuran smiled as she stepped forward to greet the queen, the purple attire bestowing upon her a sense of composure. "Indeed, it is quite well. Knowing of your visit, I had long instructed he to make preparations," the queen replied with a smile, pulling Jiuran closer for a closer examination. "If any of you find it difficult to articulate your thoughts, do not hesitate to seek me out." The queen harbored a touch of trepidation, for the harm that words can inflict is all too real. However, Jiuran and Xuan Yuan remained unfazed. As long as no one dared to lay a hand upon them, they would not voice any objections. After a few moments of idle chatter, the young ladies and gentlemen began to arrive in succession. A few among them appeared quite familiar to Jiuran. Were they not the same individuals who had taunted her during the banquet? Upon seeing the two accompany the queen, the attendees in the imperial garden were momentarily taken aback. "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen, His Highness the Prince, and Her Highness the Princess. Please rise," the queen addressed the eclectic gathering. "They are merely the children of various families. There is no need for formalities. Today, let us indulge in poetry, flowers, and merriment. Enjoy yourselves." With the queen's encouragement, they felt emboldened to relax. Before long, groups had formed. Someone approached with a wine cup in hand. "It is indeed regrettable that my father could not attend your wedding due to illness. Today, upon seeing your highness and your esteemed wife, I extend my congratulations on behalf of both myself and my father." "It is of no consequence, thank you," Xuan Yuan replied succinctly. Jiuran, noticing his stoic demeanor, smiled and stepped forward. "Offering congratulations is secondary. However, the health of our elders is far more important than our wedding. Should the old gentleman suffer due to attending the ceremony, it would be a grave loss. May I inquire about his current health? With His Majesty's protection, he shall soon regain his strength." With this individual leading the conversation, many others began to engage with Xuan Yuan and Jiuran. Yet from that point onward, Xuan Yuan remained silent, allowing Jiuran to respond to each person. After the exchanges, Jiuran noticed a game of throwing arrows and eagerly pulled Xuan Yuan towards it. Upon their arrival, the crowd parted to make way for them. However, Jiuran was brimming with enthusiasm, while Xuan Yuan stood to the side, resembling a tree in the imperial garden. After 2 rounds of play, Jiuran had only managed to hit the target once. Though her aim was commendable when drawing the bow, she found herself missing the mark with this trivial game. Sighing, feeling somewhat parched, she called for a palace maid to fetch her a cup of tea. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan had someone bring over a jug of fruit wine. The fragrance of the fruit wine was delightful. Unlike regular spirits, it was not as potent, yet excessive consumption could lead to a severe headache. Jiuran, having never tasted such a drink, was filled with curiosity. "What a fragrant wine! Is this fruit wine?" "There is little fruit wine available, but I am surprised that a man of your stature would enjoy such a beverage. My mother, the late queen, adored brewing fruit wine," he suddenly remarked, his eyes clouding over. "In the year of her passing, she and I buried several jars of fruit wine beneath the tree in Huayan Palace. Since that time, I have not returned there. The reason lies with Huajin." Jiuran understood this all too well. "What my mother left for me were garments meticulously sewn under the moonlight. Alas, none fit me now. Only a box of medical texts remains, which I cherished reading. Yet, the person has passed away. What purpose does it serve to dwell on these memories? Speaking of them only serves to deepen the sorrow." Jiuran forced a smile, placing her hand at the corner of her mouth to craft a grin. "I have previously said that you look delightful when you smile. Why must you maintain such a wooden demeanor?" Xuan Yuan gazed at the young woman before him, feeling warmth blossom within his heart. "Would you care to taste?" Observing her curiosity, Xuan Yuan extended the cup he had just poured. Jiuran's eyes sparkled as she took it, inhaling the fragrant aroma. It was delightful, unlike any wine she had encountered. She took a brief sip, savoring its sweetness, then drained the cup entirely. However, in her haste, she choked, coughing a few times before sneezing. Xuan Yuan retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve, lifting her chin to gently wipe away the remnants. "There is no need to rush. It is not as though it is gone forever." Jiuran felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet the lingering sweetness made her instantly fond of this fruit wine. Henceforth, a supply should be kept at the royal residence. She licked her lips and quickly joined the group of poets nearby, perhaps due to the grandeur of the wedding. Many young women in the capital have altered their perception of Xuan Yuan Yi. If the princess's demeanor is such, surely the side consorts and concubines cannot be lacking. Although whispers in the capital speak of Xuan Yuan Yi as a husband killer, who would refuse to enjoy life before their demise. Moreover, Xuan Yuan Yi possesses an appealing visage and is favored in the palace. What a fortunate match it would be. Seizing the opportunity, some approached Xuan Yuan Yi with wine cups in hand. After hearing the rumors circulating in the capital, I find myself somewhat skeptical about the prince. A woman gazed at Xuan Yuan Yi, a smile gracing her lips, declaring that such a handsome man as he is a blessing to the great Zhou. Surely, he cannot be as the rumors suggest. Xuan Yuan Yi cast a brief glance her way, but chose to ignore her. Undeterred, the woman leaned closer. How could the prince be so indifferent? Perhaps the princess has not served him well. It is not entirely the prince's fault. The princess was once of a certain disposition, and though she has changed, remnants of her former self linger. Now, the prince must concern himself with state affairs on behalf of his majesty, while also managing the princess. I feel sympathy for him, for such burdens are unjust. As she spoke, she leaned further against Xuan Yuan Yi, oblivious to the furrowing of his brow. Just as her hand was about to brush against his sleeve, he abruptly stood, causing her to stumble backward. In her misstep, she spilled a cup of wine, soaking her attire. The commotion swiftly drew attention, and upon witnessing the woman's disheveled state, several young men erupted in laughter. "Dear lady, do maintain your dignity," they jested. Xuan Yuan Yi frowned, checking to see if his sleeve had been soiled, completely disregarding the fallen woman. The young lady, feeling humiliated before such a large gathering, swiftly departed in tears. Chapter 88. Poisoned. His Highness, the Prince of Su, was inherently a cold and unfeeling individual, yet he foolishly attempted to provoke him. In the capital, who was unaware of the grand bridal procession on the day of the wedding, the betrothal gifts sent to the minister's residence numbered in the hundreds. Had I been that young lady, I would certainly have felt envious. Who wouldn't desire such splendor on their wedding day? Before long, they engaged in conversation, and the moment the young lady embarrassed herself, several others who had contemplated approaching Xuan Yuan Yi hesitated. However, this was merely a minor interlude, and soon it was as if nothing had transpired. The poetic exchanges quickly bored Yin Jiuran. She stifled a yawn, which provoked a persistent cough. "Princess, please drink some water." Xianhua, observing her discomfort, promptly poured a cup of tea. Yet upon sipping it, Yin Jiuran's cough intensified. Xuan Yuan Yi noticed and swiftly approached her. "What is the matter?" He gently patted her back, providing her some comfort. Perhaps she had consumed that fruit wine too hastily. Yin Jiuran adjusted her flowing robes. "It's nothing serious. But that fruit wine is quite sweet. I can still taste its sweetness on my lips. Would you care to join me in a game?" Upon hearing Yin Jiuran's inquiry, Xuan Yuan Yi shook his head. He had never been fond of such pastimes. "You must learn to adapt, such as by smiling more often. However, if you truly despise it, then wait for me beneath that tree. I will seek you out after finishing this game." Yin Jiuran playfully pushed Xuan Yuan Yi away, as if he were teasing her. Xuan Yuan Yi cast a curious glance back, but nonetheless proceeded toward the great tree. Xuan Yuan Yi called Yin Jiuran, and he turned, drawing the attention of many. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Yet suddenly, "Princess?" A drop of crimson slipped from Yin Jiuran's nose, leaving everyone stunned. As she wiped it away, a metallic scent of blood filled the air. "How could I be bleeding?" One drop followed another, staining the ground with red petals. Yin Jiuran raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, but the itch in her throat spurred an uncontrollable cough, resulting in a significant expulsion of blood. Blood! The princess is coughing up blood. Instantly, chaos erupted in the imperial garden, with the imperial guards securing all exits to prevent anyone from leaving. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yin Jiuran collapsed to the ground, her vision fading. Before losing consciousness, she glimpsed the man standing not far away, reaching out in an attempt to grasp him, yet she saw only astonishment and confusion on his face. By the time the emperor, empress, and dowager empress arrived, Yin Jiuran had already been taken by Xianhua to the nearest palace. What on earth happened? She was perfectly well this morning, and now she is spitting blood? The empress, deeply concerned, regarded Yin Jiuran as her own daughter. Who would be so blind as to overlook this? The physician, feeling the pulse, furrowed his brow into a tight, not under the scrutiny of several onlookers. Physician, what is the diagnosis? The emperor was eager to uncover the reasons behind the audacity of anyone daring to act within the imperial palace. If such a boldness were true, to subject the perpetrator to a gruesome punishment would be entirely justified. Your Majesty, the court physician stammered, the princess consort has been poisoned. However, I am but a humble scholar and lack the knowledge to identify the nature of the poison. As the physician continued to tremble, the emperor, incensed, kicked him aside. What use are you to me if you are so woefully ignorant? You bicker over trivial ailments. Yet in the face of serious illness, you suddenly become a mere dilettante. Have you wasted decades studying medicine for naught? Faced with the emperor's wrath, the physician quaked in fear, reluctant to utter another word, terrified that his life could be forfeit at any moment. Yet, the emperor, while displeased by the physician's inability to discern the poison, opted not to execute him. Instead, he suspended him from duty and imposed a 6-month salary penalty, instructing him to study medicine diligently and return once he had mastered it. In desperation, the emperor summoned Jiang Miao. After a careful examination, Zhang's expression turned grave. Your Majesty, it is true that the princess consort has been poisoned. However, my expertise lies not in toxicology, and thus I cannot ascertain the specific poison. I have observed her pulse, and given her previous use of medicinal baths to strengthen her constitution, her body retains significant medicinal properties. Consequently, although the poison is fierce, her body has managed to withstand a considerable portion of its effects. Nevertheless, if we do not swiftly identify an antidote, I fear she may succumb within the next 2 to 3 days. Jiang Miao's statement left the room's occupants in a state of profound understanding. Let's deliberate, the emperor commanded, feeling an overwhelming headache wash over him. Shortly thereafter, he ordered an imperial edict to be posted, announcing the noble within the palace had been afflicted by a strange poison and promising a reward to anyone who could rescue this individual within 3 days. Furthermore, a thorough investigation was to be conducted into all attendees of the banquet, as well as the palace maids, eunuchs, guards, and the imperial guard. All utensils used during the banquet would also be scrutinized. An atmosphere of dread enveloped the palace. Those within were unable to leave, and none from outside could enter. The courtiers, aware that their children were detained inside, dared not voice their concerns, for the poisoning had occurred before everyone's eyes. They feared that should they speak up, the blame for the incident might be cast upon them. The physicians examined the items from the banquet and ultimately discovered that the cup of fruit wine consumed by Yin Jiuran contained a substantial amount of poison. A further investigation of the entire jug of fruit wine revealed it too was tainted. Upon realizing that the fruit wine was the source of the danger, Xuan Yuan Ye's expression shifted dramatically. He had been the sole individual to partake of that wine at the banquet. Had it not been for Yin Jiuran's curiosity, he would never have offered it to her. Thus, it became evident that he was the intended target of the poisoning, and Yin Jiuran had merely shielded him from this peril. A wave of trepidation washed over him, accompanied by a profound sense of sorrow akin to witnessing a great fire consume everything he held dear. Was it truly the case that he had taken too many lives, and heaven was reluctant to allow him to have even a few close companions? Gazing at the feverish figure on the bed, ravaged by poison and lost in delirium, Xuan Yuan felt a pang of guilt, intertwined with a fear unlike any he had felt on the battlefield. Mother, Yin Jiuran murmured to herself, while Xuan Yuan grasped her hand, attempting to alleviate her feverish state with the coolness of his own body, though regrettably, his efforts proved futile. Outside the palace, an elderly man, clad in tattered garments and wielding a fan, seized the attention of a bystander upon noticing the imperial edict. Young man, it appears there is a significant matter unfolding within the palace, he remarked. The man regarded the old fellow with a hint of disdain. Yet upon seeing the coins he offered, he reluctantly began to explain. The edict states that a noble within the palace has been afflicted by a mysterious poison. one that even the esteemed physician Jiang is unable to remedy. Thus, the emperor has posted this decree in search of a renowned healer. Furthermore, the court has suspended meetings for 4 days due to this incident, and the young lords and ladies attending the banquet have yet to be allowed to leave. Chapter 89. The healer's arrival poisoned? The old man recalled the previous guidance and calculated mentally. Alas, I possess no skills with such trifling matters. However, since it was foretold that my destined disciple lies in this direction, perhaps this peculiar poison will lead me to him. After pondering, the old man squeezed his way through the crowd and boldly tore down the imperial edict in front of the gathered citizens. Where did this old man come from to dare tear down the edict? Some murmured, "Isn't the emperor seeking a physician? Perhaps he is a healer himself." More like a beggar, not a physician, others scoffed. Observing the old man, clad in rags, audaciously tearing down the edict, the onlookers speculated that he would surely find no return from the palace. Nevertheless, his daring act led the waiting imperial guards to escort him into the palace to meet the emperor. Upon facing the emperor, the old man did not kneel in reverence, much to the astonishment of those present. Duke Duofu, witnessing this, stepped forward, intent on having the old man's knees forcibly brought to the ground. How audacious! To stand before his majesty and the empress without paying respects. The old man cast a casual glance at him, prompting the emperor to discern his unique status and motion for Duke Duofu to step back. Noting the emperor's indifference, Duke Duofu was left with no choice but to remain silent. "Pray tell, esteemed elder, by tearing down the edict, do you claim to possess the remedy for this unusual poison?" the emperor inquired. The old man let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, I have studied medicine for many years, and if nothing else, I take great pleasure in detoxification." However, the emperor expressed skepticism regarding the old man's appearance. "Yet, given your attire, I find it hard to believe. Nevertheless, if you assert your expertise in poisons, I shall permit you to attempt a cure." The emperor scrutinized the old man with suspicion, but ultimately allowed Duke Duofu to accompany him, ensuring vigilance throughout the process. Should anything seem amiss, Duke Duofu was instructed to immediately summon the guards. At this moment, Yin Jiuran's complexion had grown quite dire. The old man then retrieved a small pillow from his belongings and began to examine her pulse. "How is it, esteemed elder? Can the poison be resolved?" the empress inquired anxiously, observing the old man's examination. The old man smiled reassuringly, producing silver needles. "Fear not, this shall not prove difficult. Allow me to administer a few acupuncture points first." I find myself somewhat intrigued. During the pulse diagnosis, I discerned that this young lady had fortified her constitution with medicinal herbs. Otherwise, given the potency of the poison, it is unlikely she could have endured for this duration. "Indeed, esteemed elder," replied by Shui, "my young lady, the princess, has been persisting with medicinal baths every other day since her forehead injury." The elderly man expressed his admiration for her intelligence. However, he had another inquiry. Her choice of medicinal herbs bore a resemblance to those from the medical valley. Yet, to his knowledge, she had never appeared there. How could this be? Pausing to reflect on the reason for his own departure from the valley, he turned his gaze back to the figure still lying in bed, and suddenly, everything became clear. "Does this mean you are from the medical valley?" the empress inquired, feeling a slight sense of relief. "Yet I have heard that those from the medical valley seldom leave its confines. Why, then, are you here in the capital?" "Naturally. It is to seek someone," he replied. After skillfully administering a needle, he pierced the tip of Yin Jiuran's right index finger. He then fetched a copper basin and placed it beneath her hand. Before long, dark blood began to flow from the wound, accompanied by an indescribable stench. As the black liquid continued to pour forth, he then took out a porcelain vial, applying a small amount of medicinal powder to the wound on Yin Jiuran's finger and lips. Instantly, the dark blood ceased its flow, and although her complexion remained pale, it appeared significantly improved compared to before. He resolved to incinerate the toxic blood entirely. "I shall draft a prescription for the next 3 days. She must take the medicine 4 times daily, and each day, we will extract half a cup's worth of blood from her fingertip. Once the blood becomes clear, the poison will be resolved. The elderly man penned a prescription and handed it to Jiang Miao, who had been observing for quite some time. I shall not linger within the palace any longer, but I will not depart from the capital hastily. Should this young lady awaken, let her visit the medical valley to seek me out. If this child is indeed my destined disciple, she may very well hold her own in the trials against those from the Poison Valley. This child possesses a natural aptitude for medicine. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain range of Jingzhou, a masked figure lifted the floorboards of a small wooden house hidden within a bamboo grove and descended underground. Following the dim, unlit stone passage, he arrived at a stone chamber, where he respectfully knelt before a figure seated on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. What brings you here? With your meager skills, are you still unable to remain in the palace? The masked individual removed his mask, revealing the face of the very physician who had first diagnosed Yan Jiuran. Master, I have found an excellent specimen for your experiment. Upon hearing the term specimen, the physician immediately opened his eyes and looked intently at him. Oh! The physician produced a scroll from his robes and handed it to the man. Upon unfurling it, a portrait of a woman emerged vividly on the paper. The daughter of the Minister of Justice, the current princess consort, Yan Jiuran. A few days ago, she was poisoned and should have succumbed to the lethal effects. However, due to her use of medicinal enhancement, she has survived, mitigating some of the poison's potency. The man nodded in satisfaction. The princess consort, indeed a challenging case. Yet, as you have indicated, she must possess greater resilience than the average citizen. But you did mention the poison is severe. I trust she did not perish before being brought to me? Rest assured, sir, there resides an elderly gentleman from the medical valley in the capital. Those from the medical valley have always cherished the art of healing. Should he encounter a case of poisoning, he would undoubtedly intervene. I appreciate your concern. However, with his presence, it is prudent that you refrain from appearing in the capital during this time. The man tossed the portrait back to him, for if it were to be recognized by someone from his own clan, it would be a grave loss indeed. Deliver the portrait to Yi Tingle, instructing him to await in the capital. When the moment is ripe, bring that girl with the surname Yin to me. After entrusting the items to him, proceed to clean up the area at Shiqing Mountain. We cannot allow the bloodshed to compromise my experiments. Once the imperial physician departed, the man rose and approached the stone table within the stone chamber, tugging at the handle of the oil lamp affixed to the wall. Upon releasing it, he stepped back, and the wall emitted the sound of mechanisms whirring to life, revealing a stone door that gradually opened before him. He removed another oil lamp and ventured inside. Beyond this stone door lay a natural cavern within the mountain, which he had designated as one of his storage locations. As the flickering flame illuminated the space, pairs of crimson eyes ignited within the cavern, accompanied by the guttural roars of beasts. Suddenly, a figure lunged from the shadows, aiming for the man, but was halted by an iron cage before him. The man showed no fear. Rather, he extended his hand to caress the visage of the individual, allowing him to gnaw at his palm. Covered in scars and wounds, he observed the creature's delight in biting him. Do not be anxious. Soon, many more will join you in your transformation. You shall become even more astute. And even if you do not possess great intelligence, worry not. In due time, I will ensure you can openly indulge in your desires. The cavern echoed with his laughter, and the glint of sharp teeth mirrored those of the caged inhabitants. Chapter 90. The Assassin. As evening fell, Yan Jiuran's complexion had improved significantly, yet her body remained feverish. Her eyelids felt unusually heavy, and even the slightest movement of her fingers required immense effort. It was not until nightfall that she managed to pry her eyes open. Am I still alive? Gu-yi, sister, flee quickly. If they cannot kill the man, they will turn their hands upon you. Look at me. I am a cautionary tale. Wu-mo boizhou. My wife speaks nonsense during her pregnancy. I shall take her home. Gu-yi. When did I become pregnant? Wu-mo boizhou. Not now. But let us create the circumstances. Feeling her palm enveloped, Yan Jiuran turned her head to find Xuan Yuan Yi seated beside her bed, asleep. Sensing her awakening, Xuan Yuan Yi opened his eyes and met her gaze. Observing her dazed expression, he summoned Bai Shui. The princess has awakened. Fetch a bowl of congee. Add a touch of sugar and nothing else. Bai Shui did not dare to delay and promptly departed. After her exit, Xuan Yuan poured a small amount of water and offered it to Yin Jiuran. Earlier, an elderly gentleman from the medical valley administered an antidote to you. However, the poison will take approximately 3 days to fully dissipate. During these days, rest well here. Should you wish to return to the palace, you may do so. If any matters arise, simply call for me. I shall remain close. Yet, I recall you standing nearby, watching as I succumbed to the poison. Yin Jiuran gazed at Xuan Yuan, reminiscing about the moment before her unconsciousness when she looked at the man before her, standing there unmoved. Yet at this moment, she felt his grip on her hand tighten suddenly. You did not budge an inch, merely gazing at me, lying on the ground. This was the closest Yin Jiuran had come to death since her last life, and she recalled how Xuan Yuan Cheng had made her kneel by the bed, forcing her to witness him and Yin Zihan in a tumultuous embrace, as she watched her own legs being broken, her body marred with scars. When she saw Xuan Yuan standing still, disappointment crept into her heart. A flicker of panic crossed Xuan Yuan's austere face as he met Yin Jiuran's questioning gaze, and at that moment, he felt an urge to retreat. They remained in silence for a prolonged time, and when Bai Shui brought in the white porridge, she caught sight of their backs, turned to one another, unable to resist shoving the bowl into Xuan Yuan's hands. Your Highness, has the princess fallen asleep again? You have been watching over her for quite some time. Perhaps you should let me take over while you rest. No need. You may leave, Xuan Yuan sighed. Bai Shui acknowledged softly, but then hid behind the screen, peeking curiously. Yin Jiuran continued to sulk with her back turned to him, the effects of the poison rendering her increasingly uncomfortable. You are feeling better. You should eat something. Xuan Yuan blew gently on the warm porridge. Yet the silhouette left for him on the bed remained unchanged, as if frozen in time. I was wrong. Once you recover and the poison is purged, it is only right for you to hit or scold me. He stepped forward twice, but her back remained unyielding. Yin Jiuran. No response. Jiuran. Her foot twitched slightly. Luan. The sudden intimacy in his address made Yin Jiuran shiver. She could scarcely believe such words had escaped Xuan Yuan's lips. His gaze lowered, revealing a hint of despondency. In truth, when I saw you spitting blood, I felt a twinge of fear, Xuan Yuan remarked, staring blankly at the bowl of porridge in his hands. At the age of 4, he had helplessly watched his mother and sister perish in a fiery inferno, while he himself remained unscathed. Now, you too have consumed the poison that was meant for me, as if all of this mirrored the rumors circulating in the capital, that the women surrounding me seldom live long. All mortals are destined to die. Yin Jiuran listened to Xuan Yuan's confession and spoke up. We are not deities from tales, nor are we blessed with eternal lives. When death arrives, it cannot be thwarted. Moreover, you were merely 4 years old then. What could you possibly understand? Although she had experienced a rebirth, Yin Jiuran found it difficult to explain, considering it merely a chance bestowed upon her by fate. Fire can be a natural disaster or a man-made calamity. Poisoning can be intentional. The choice to drink that cup was born of my own curiosity. It had little to do with you. Rather than losing your decisiveness, as the Prince of Su, it would be wiser to uncover the identity of the poisoner and demand clarity. Yet, as I ponder, I suspect I would glean no answers. For those brave enough to poison within the imperial palace must possess a courage that knows no bounds. Xuan Yuan was taken aback, evidently surprised by Yin Jiuran's rebuttal. He immediately burst into laughter, embracing the woman before him, savoring a flicker of warmth emanating from her. The Imperial Guard is conducting a thorough investigation, and results are expected by tomorrow. I shall ensure that the perpetrator kneels before you, and the injuries inflicted shall be repaid in kind. As he uttered these words, Xuan Yuan reverted to his usual demeanor. Since only that jar of fruit wine was poisoned, the direction of the investigation has now become clear. Within a single night, dozens of palace maids and eunuchs lost their heads due to the incident concerning the fruit wine, which had been carefully prepared and presented to Xuan Yuan and his company. However, along the path from the imperial kitchen to the imperial garden, the guards discovered a maid's lifeless body, devoid of clothing, clearly having been deceased for quite some time. This suggested that the assassin had killed the maid, donned her attire, and pretended to be a servant transporting food from the kitchen, thereby absconding with a poison jar of fruit wine. Although the Imperial Guard swiftly sealed off the garden, the assassin had already departed after abandoning the items. Nonetheless, after Jiuran succumbed to the poison, it took merely a quarter of an hour for them to seal off the palace, and the assassin could not have escaped. He should still be within the palace walls. The emperor summoned the chief of internal affairs and the head maids from the various palaces to identify the palace maids and eunuchs throughout the royal residence. Given that the emperor had not held a selection for several years and that the palace staff had remained unchanged, the appearance of an unfamiliar face would undoubtedly raise suspicions. As expected, the assassin was located in Xuanfu Palace, which is presided over by the mother of Xuan Yuan Cheng. Although she was unaware of the events transpiring, the fact that a person under her supervision had been replaced without her noticing for an extended period reflects a lack of diligence. The emperor, recognizing that she had not committed any wrongdoing and had borne him a son, merely imposed house arrest upon her. Yet, none anticipated that this assassin was, in fact, orchestrated by her in conjunction with Xuan Yuan Cheng. She also never imagined that the poisoned wine intended for Xuan Yuan Yi would mistakenly be consumed by Jiuran, allowing him to escape with his life. Chinger, I never expected these wretches to possess such resilience, Qi Yunshuang lamented, clutching her chest where a dull ache resided. Having gone through the trouble of concocting the poison specifically for Xuan Yuan Yi, only to have it inadvertently consumed by his wife, thus sparing his life. Mother, their current fortune does not guarantee their future safety. Chapter 91, Master. However, dear mother, please rest assured that even if father and the others capture the assassin, they will not suspect us. This assassin is indeed remarkably stubborn, despite the various instruments of torture employed by the Ministry of Justice. His resolve remains as solid as if it were encased in cement. Even the torturer has begun to tire. Your Majesty, the Duke of Su, this man still refuses to speak. Just as the emperor was about to respond, Xuan Yuan Yi swiftly rose, grasping a red-hot branding iron and gently pressing it against the assassin's shoulder. A plume of smoke mingled with the scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, contorting the assassin's face in agony. Yet in the next moment, Xuan Yuan Yi twisted the iron upon his flesh, maintaining a stoic expression as he watched the assassin's mouth widen in pain. You may choose not to speak. I can ensure you carry this so-called secret to your grave. However, I can certainly take your head and your likeness to seek out your relatives and friends. I can reveal to them what you have done and the reason for your demise. Perhaps they too may become like you. Upon hearing that Xuan Yuan Yi might seek out and eliminate his family, the assassin immediately cried out. You think you can pry information from my lips and resort to such actions, Xuan Yuan Yi? Before the assassin could finish his words, Xuan Yuan Yi plunged his hand into the wound, causing blood to gush forth. I shall ask you one final time, who instigated you to infiltrate the palace for assassination? If you remain silent, I will make you watch as your heart is extracted. His grip tightened gradually. The assassin's face turned pallid, blood frothing from his mouth as the wound continued to bleed. Your death is inevitable. It is unfortunate that your consort shielded you from the poison. Xuan Yuan Yi, consider this misfortune as my capture by you. Even in death, others will come to avenge you. Observing the assassin's limp hands and feet, Xuan Yuan Yi slowly withdrew his bloodied hand. He leisurely took a cloth from Xuan Yi, wiped the blood from his hands, and stuffed the cloth into the assassin's chest. Knight, this assassin has perished so easily. Is there no further investigation? The emperor cast a worried glance. Father, do you think this is the only assassin? The emperor was taken aback. Is there more than one? How could he have infiltrated the palace alone? Why did not a single member of the palace guards detect him upon entry? How was he able to kill a eunuch and don his attire to administer poison? Without assistance, how could everything have transpired so smoothly? There must be a traitor within the palace. This is the sole explanation. Perhaps this individual is the same one who previously attempted to assassinate the Grand Matriarch. A chill ran through the emperor. He prided himself on his kindness towards all. Yet someone sought to bring harm to them. However, regarding this assassin, I have gleaned some insights. Father, you may take your rest. The following day at noon, before lunch, Jiuran needed to draw blood. Jiang Miao, following the old man's methods from the previous day, pricked her fingertip, and the now diluted poisonous blood began to flow into the copper basin below. It certainly reeked. Yin Jiuran managed a bitter smile just then. Xuan Yuan Yi entered with the old man. "You've recovered quite well, young lady." Seeing Yin Jiuran leaning against the headboard, the old man's eyes sparkled as he hurried forward to examine her. "TSK, TSK, TSK, if not for the stench, just by the color alone, I could whip up a meal." Yin Jiuran smiled faintly. "Thank you, old sir, for your efforts to save me. Should there come a time when I can be of assistance to you, please do not hesitate to ask. I haven't requested anything from the emperor, let alone from you. However, seeing that you possess the talent for medicine, I might consider taking you as my apprentice. But should you truly become my disciple, do not disgrace yourself when facing those old geezers from the Poison Valley. Even if you were to lose, it matters not. I rather like you, child. If you cannot prevail, we may simply wait another 2 years. Being so young, you might outlast that group of old fools." The old man's words elicited a helpless smile from Yin Jiuran. Yet with his proposition, she could not let this opportunity slip away. Thus, for the second time, she became the apprentice of the old man named Yao Yao. Yao Yao advised Yin Jiuran not to rush to the medical valley, for in addition to his destined apprentice, he also sought 2 peers who had been absent for a prolonged period and had vanished without a trace. Thus, in the presence of witnesses, Yao Yao entrusted Yin Jiuran with the token of the medical valley before departing from the capital. After spending 3 days in the palace, undergoing 3 bloodlettings and consuming several doses of medicine, the toxins were entirely eradicated. Once Yin Jiuran fully recovered, she returned to the mansion with Xuan Yuan Yi. The young ladies and gentlemen previously confined within the palace were also released. Shortly after their arrival at the estate, Yin Hong visited with Yin Zihan to offer their condolences. The poisoning incident involving Yin Jiuran had stirred quite a commotion, and the assassin was ultimately traced back to a country called Han, located in the northern region of the state of Zhou. Orphaned and bereft of any leads, the investigation came to a standstill. As Xuan Yuan Cheng's partner, Yin Zihan was well aware of the gravity of the situation. However, she couldn't help but marvel at Yin Jiuran's fortunate fate. Not only had she survived the poisoning, but she fortuitously encountered a healer from the medical valley who detoxified her and even took her on as an apprentice. The medical valley, a mysterious place, seldom intervened in matters, and its location remained unknown to many. Observing Yin Zihan standing before her in good health, Yin Jiuran noted the forced smile on her face, while Yin Zihan pondered the appearance of that old man. "When I heard about my sister's poisoning, I was genuinely worried at home. Who would dare to act so boldly within the palace? However, when father informed me that a doctor from the medical valley had saved you, I felt a wave of relief. But I wonder if they have apprehended the assassin?" Yin Zihan expressed her concerns, drawing closer to Yin Jiuran, inspecting her from every angle, feigning a sigh of relief. Yet, her grip on Yin Jiuran was almost painfully tight, as if she wished to dig her nails into her flesh. However, upon noticing Xuan Yuan Yi nearby, she quickly quelled that thought. It was indeed peculiar. The assassin was from Han, yet it was unclear how he infiltrated the palace or when he arrived in the capital. During the prince's interrogation, the assassin revealed nothing and died after issuing a menacing threat. Yin Jiuran, too, was eager for answers. "I wonder how father has been managing his duties lately?" Today, upon leaving the palace, His Majesty mentioned that this matter requires your collaboration with the prince. It seems you and the prince will be quite occupied during this time. This is your father's responsibility. Whether it is arduous or not is irrelevant. I must express my gratitude for the prince's assistance. Yin Hong remarked with a smile filled with creases, while Xuan Yuan Yi simply replied with a nonchalant hum, offering no further commentary. Shall we return then? Yin Hong suddenly felt a twinge of awkwardness. Take care of yourself, and, if you find yourself with free time, visiting your sister at the Ministry of Personnel is also an option. Chapter 92. The Desire for Fame, Let Us Go. Are you expecting this prince to keep you here? Xuan Yuan Yi stated bluntly, leaving Yin Hong puzzled by his demeanor. However, upon hearing the executioner recount how Xuan Yuan Yi had dealt with the assassin, he felt a pang in his heart. In the days that followed, the capital remained tranquil, with no incidents occurring. Indeed, Qin Yunming sought out Yin Jiuran on 2 occasions, troubled by the fact that her parents had invited a multitude of young gentlemen to their residence, clearly intending to arrange a marriage for her. After all, at her age, others were already marrying and having children. Could her parents not be concerned? However, she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, and her family background was commendable, rendering most suitors unworthy of her. Furthermore, according to intelligence gathered by Ling Ding and others lurking within the minister's residence, Yin Zihan had been diligently studying poetry and literature in recent days. Yet before Yin Hong and the others, she had the audacity to flaunt her abilities and compose several nonsensical verses, which earned her their applause. Fang Mei even remarked that Yin Zihan's talents far surpassed those of Qin Yunming, claiming that the latter's literary works were mere accolades, lacking the genuine skill that Yin Zihan possessed. Emboldened by the praise from the minister's household, Yin Zihan felt a sense of pride. Yet she also sought to invite Qin Yunming to her home, hoping to cultivate a favorable relationship and leverage the title of the capital's most beautiful woman to provide Yin Jiuran with some pretext. However, all their conspiratorial machinations within the minister's residence were meticulously relayed to Qin Yunming by Yin Jiuran, word for word. Qin Yunming was incensed. What was Yin Zihan? That she dared to compare herself to her? She had been taught by esteemed masters, while Yin Zihan's mentors were insignificant. Nevertheless, if Yin Zihan truly aspired to achieve fame, the poetry gathering at the Tianwai Mountain Tavern, occurring in half a month, would be her prime opportunity. This event was hosted by the seventh prince, a fervent lover of poetry, and many literary figures would grace the occasion. The seventh prince had even secured a favor from the emperor, promising an audience with him to the winner, and should the emperor be in good spirits, the rewards would be generous. Typically, Qin Yunming would attend such gatherings, but this time she intended to cede the opportunity to Yin Zihan, eager to witness what this esteemed daughter of the minister's household, who prided herself on being the foremost talent in the capital, would accomplish during the event. To this end, she reserved the finest private room at the Tianwai Mountain Tavern and invited Yin Jiuran to accompany her. However, to further deceive Yin Zihan, Qin Yunming pretended to accept several of Yin Zihan's invitations, feigning ignorance to her words and inadvertently revealing her intention not to attend the poetry gathering, thereby bolstering Yin Zihan's confidence. During the day, Yin Zihan diligently studied, but by nightfall, she clandestinely left her home to rendezvous with Xuan Yuan Cheng at the Wei Wangfu. The shadow guards reported that each time Yin Zihan emerged from the Wei Wangfu, she appeared radiant and blissful, leaving them to wonder what Xuan Yuan Cheng had done to captivate her so. While Xuan Yuan Cheng projected the image of a refined gentleman, maintaining a reputation for virtue, he secretly entertained other women aside from Yin Zihan. This led the shadow guards to consider themselves fortunate that Yin Jiuran had no affection for him. Despite rumors of Xuan Yuan Yi being ill-fated with women, he treated Yin Jiuran well and did not indulge in frivolous affairs. In the lead-up to the poetry gathering, Xuan Yuan Yi and Yin Hong resolved numerous cases that had accumulated in the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, facilitated by the support of the Tianlong Pavilion. Each day upon returning home, Xuan Yuan Yi conducted a thorough inspection and rotation of personnel within the royal residence, ensuring that the guard patrolling the prince's mansion varied daily. Even when the same guards were present, their schedules were staggered. The palace poisoning incident has instilled a sense of vigilance in him, especially as the assailant's initial target was himself. However, given that an assassin managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded palace, it is conceivable that the Wang residence could also be at risk. The once solemn Wang residence, which had experienced a brief period of brightness following the arrival of Yin Jiuran and her companions, has now reverted to its former state under Xuan Yuan Ye's arrangements. Only Yin Jiuran and her attendants seemed to be enjoying themselves in the courtyard, with everyone vying to be near her. "Lao Mei, I was the first to serve the princess. How could you speak ill of me in my absence?" One of them exclaimed. "I merely mentioned to our mistress that you spent 2 or 3/4 of an hour standing in the latrine. How is that speaking ill of you?" Lin Mai and Bai Shui began to bicker once more, their quarrel stemming from the duration spent in the latrine. Aging was sent to the medical valley, while Xuan Yuan Yi remained vigilant at the courtyard gate, his expression as stoic as a wooden plank, standing behind Yin Jiuran. Please be quiet. There is no need to quarrel over trivial matters, Yin Jiuran lamented, unable to focus on her book. She recalled how Lin Mai used to be rather taciturn. In recent days, her meals and medications have been under Xuan Yuan Ye's control, and at the slightest issue, Jiang Miao would be summoned from the palace. Remarkably, in just a few days, she seemed to have gained a noticeable amount of weight. This sudden care unnerved her. She had only just begun to acclimate to Xuan Yuan Ye's previous stoic demeanor, but following the poisoning incident, he resembled a confection softened by water. Just as she contemplated this man, he appeared. Whether he had visited the prison again was uncertain, but as Xuan Yuan Yi approached Yin Jiuran, he exuded a faint scent of blood. "Have you eaten?" he inquired, the hour having long passed since lunch. "You have not dined at the Wang residence these past few days, so I naturally ate when the time came. Should I wait for you?" As Yin Jiuran closed her book and raised her cup for a sip, a sudden palpitation caused her to furrow her brow. "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" Xuan Yuan Yi noticed her discomfort and asked with concern. Yin Jiuran shook her head, rubbing her chest. "I do not know why, but I have been experiencing severe palpitations lately. I have also had nightmares at night, a persistent feeling that something ominous is about to occur. Then I shall assign you a few more attendants," Xuan Yuan Yi declared, signaling for Xian, Yi, and others to approach. "That is unnecessary. The last poisoning incident was aimed at you, so you should be the one to exercise caution. During this period, you have been accompanying Yin Hong on official business, where the opportunities for conflict are far greater than in the palace." Nevertheless, Xuan Yuan Yi still allocated several of his guards, from Xian Si to Xian Shi to Yin Jiuran, for it is better to be prepared. Despite her martial prowess, should she encounter a formidable opponent, her skills may prove inadequate. After all, he had been tempered on the battlefield, and it was not so easy for an assassin to take his life. Thus, the number of shadow guards surrounding Yin Jiuran grew. Meanwhile, a man stood behind a large tree outside the Wang residence, munching on a flatbread while observing the tightly shut gate. "My master instructed me to capture someone, but if this person remains inside, what am I to catch, a bird? Master brother seems to have vanished, and if he were present, the master would undoubtedly summon him. Regardless, we have been waiting for several days, and she will not emerge anytime soon. Ah, there's a vendor selling beggar's chicken along the street we just traversed. Perhaps I shall procure one to save her." Chapter 93. The Poetry Gathering on the day of the Poetry Gathering. The exterior of the Tianwai Mountain Restaurant buzzed with a throng of spectators. Guests who had reserved private rooms in advance were escorted by the attendants through a side entrance directly to the second floor and above. Those who registered to participate in the poetry competition were required to present the number tags distributed earlier for a formal check-in before entering in an orderly fashion. The main hall, once arranged, was divided into 3 sections to accommodate the separate competitions for men and women, with an additional area designated as a resting space for the participants. As the host, the 7th prince naturally arrived at the venue well in advance. The interior was adorned with ink-wash paintings and displayed renowned verses and poetic compositions from illustrious poets of the past. He, too, served as one of the judges. Within a mere half an hour, the private rooms and hall were filled with a considerable number of attendees. Were it not for the spaciousness of Tianwai Mountain, it would have been challenging to host such a gathering. Seated in one of the private rooms, Yin Jiuran and Qin Yundream observed the commotion below, soon spotting Yin Zihan being ushered in by 2 maids. Over the past few days, buoyed by flattery from Yin Hong and others, Yin Zihan had become quite proud and self-satisfied, strutting in with her head held high. Those who were pushed aside by the maids may have felt displeased, but upon seeing her garments, clearly of exquisite fabric, they chose to remain silent. Offending someone at this moment was hardly advisable. The number of women registering for the event was limited, and most attendees hailed from esteemed families, each accompanied by their servants. Among them were several who had been strategically brought by Yin Zihan. After all, the eyes on Tianwai Mountain were numerous, and a single misstep could lead to notoriety rather than fame. "Miss Yan's beauty surpasses even that of Miss Qin," one attendee remarked, causing Yin Zihan to beam with delight. "Oh, I am merely preoccupied with my studies. My father insists that I should not confine myself to the lifeless words on the pages." urging me to participate in the poetry gathering and learn from the many erudite gentlemen present. With that, she feigned a look of disappointment, glancing around. I had hoped to witness the grace of the capital's most beautiful woman, Miss Qin, at this gathering, but alas, she chose not to attend. Indeed, the absence of the exceptionally talented and beautiful Miss Qin was a lamentable loss for the poetry gathering. As the commencement of the event drew nearer, the group refrained from further conversation and began to practice diligently. How can she dare to claim superiority beneath Miss Qin? I truly wonder how she can utter such words. Bai Shui huffed, shutting the window with a flourish and rolling her eyes. I am curious to see what insights can emerge from her few days of literary study. Qin Yun Dream scoffed, placing her teacup heavily upon the table, causing tea to splash across much of its surface. Observing Bai Shui clean up the mess, Yin Jiuran could not help but sigh. After another quarter of an hour, the poetry gathering commenced. The once boisterous hall fell into an immediate hush as renowned poets and esteemed gentlemen took their seats at the judging panel. The participants began to take the stage. If the number of contestants was even, they would compete in pairs, while an odd number necessitated a draw, resulting in one individual receiving a bye prior to the written examination. The competition unfolded in 3 stages. The first involved creating a poem based on a character provided by the judges, where contestants were to recite a poem that included this character or pertained to a relevant scene. The second stage was a couplet match, where participants drew an upper line and had to compose a corresponding lower line. The third stage required contestants to draw a character and compose a poem based on it. Remarkably, half of the contestants were eliminated after the first round, and Yin Zihan fortuitously drew the bye. However, this was merely the result of Yin Jiuran's prior machinations. Mr. Longmeng was indeed an intimidating figure. After the competition, the young lady returned to her resting chamber. She took a hearty sip of tea, breathing heavily, while her maidservant presented a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from her brow. Longmeng hailed from a family of martial artists, yet unlike his brothers who served in the military, he developed a deep passion for poetry and literary arts. Hence, the common folk found it difficult to reconcile his formidable appearance with that of poet. In the second stage of couplet matching, each contestant approached individually, drawing lots to determine the order of appearance. Having enjoyed a bye in the previous round, Yin Zihan was fortunate enough to draw the first position this time. It was evident that Yin Jiuran had orchestrated this as well. When Yin Zihan first laid eyes on Longmeng, she was taken aback, yet she quickly steadied herself and seated herself before the judges. As the daughter of the Minister of Justice, Yin Hong, she presented herself as a refined young lady, which pleased several judges, though to Yin Jiuran, she was merely contemptible. With the shadow of blossoms ever present, Yin Zihan contemplated the given upper line. The bird song lingered only in her ears. This line is derived from Dream of the Red Chamber. The judges nodded in satisfaction. The second couplet drawn was As flowers drift lightly like a dream, to which she responded, To the endless fine rain, delicate as sorrow. This line is from Qin Guan's Washing the Stream Sand. The third couplet was 7 or 8 stars beyond the sky, to which she countered 2 or 3 drops of rain before the mountains. This line is from Xin Chiji's Night Travel on the Huangsha Road. With each couplet, Yin Zihan displayed remarkable fluency, earning the judges' admiration and drawing considerable attention from the audience. However, this was merely due to certain judges having previously compromised with Yin Hong for favorable information regarding the prompts. In the final round, one individual had even prepared dozens of poems in advance for Yin Zihan's benefit. Unexpectedly, rather than witnessing Miss Qin showcasing her talents, the audience was captivated by Yin Zihan's extraordinary performance. Even Mr. Longmeng nodded in appreciation, suggesting that the title of champion was undoubtedly destined for her. Being the daughter of the Minister of Justice, Yin Zihan's lineage was not one to be compared with ordinary folk. As the discussions within the hall regarding Yin Zihan grew increasingly fervent, they were predominantly filled with praise and admiration. The remaining contestants, witnessing Yin Zihan's remarkable prominence, could not help but feel a twinge of envy, though they knew they could not rival her and thus suppress their discontent. By the time the third round commenced, only a handful of contestants remained. Although some had revealed their intentions early on, Yan Zihan still felt a twinge of apprehension. The third round of drawing words to compose poetry involved everyone collectively. Each participant was assigned a table, where they inscribed their chosen characters on paper and submitted them to the judges. This round was evaluated by all present. Everything seemed to be unfolding too smoothly for her. Qin Yongming furrowed her brow as she observed Yan Zihan writing fervently. What harm could there be in a bit of ease? Yan Zihan was garnering increasing attention, with many eyes fixed upon her. This moment of joy was fleeting, merely a contest for the title of champion. Yan Jiuran offered a nonchalant smile, without a touch of sweetness. How could the subsequent fall be more spectacular? Before long, the participants submitted their completed papers. After being shuffled, Longmeng displayed them along the side of the venue. Each spectator was granted 2 votes, one for a male and one for a female, with the individual receiving the highest total declared the champion. In this contest, there were no notable distinctions, only a division by gender, allowing everyone to vote according to their preferences. Yan Zhiyuan, holding her 2 votes, instructed Xianhua to descend and cast one for Yan Zihan's poem. While the choice for the male could be arbitrary, every shadow guard surrounding her had memorized Yan Zihan's verses. Thus Xianhua faced little difficulty. As the incense burned down, even those still holding votes were no longer permitted to cast them. Yan Zihan watched as the judge, who had prepared everything for her, discreetly slipped additional votes into the pile while tallying her count. Ultimately, it was unmistakable. Yan Zihan's votes vastly exceeded those of her competitors. The exchange of glances between her and that individual caught the attention of Yan Zhiyuan. Perhaps this person warranted further investigation. She leaned towards Ling Yao to share her thoughts, and he nodded before vanishing. Having secured the title of champion, Yan Zihan found herself surrounded by admirers alongside another young gentleman. The 7th prince, Xuan Yuan Cheng, personally presented the pair with a monetary reward of 1,000 taels. The gentleman earned the favor of Longmeng and became his disciple, while Yan Zihan received an exquisite set of jewelry crafted from the azure jade of Lingtai Mountain. Following this event, Yan Zihan's reputation in the capital soared, with some even bestowing upon her the title of the foremost talented woman in the city. Qin Yongming remained indifferent. After all, she had not participated much in such matters and had spent the past few years away, simply following the sentiments of the common folk. Meanwhile, the threshold of the minister's residence was worn down by the continuous stream of visitors.